The young Hegelians. It is a misnomer to call Bruno Bauer or Ludwig Feuerbach Hegelians in the strict sense of the word. They were stamped with the birthmarks of the Hegelian system, but their break from Hegel incorporated older Kantian and Fichtean themes into their respective theoretical positions. Bauer characterized Hegel as a philosopher who tried to synthesize the opposite poles of Fichtean self-consciousness and dialectics. 479. Spinozian substance, ultimately building a house that was divided against itself. Bauer called for a more activist conception of dialectics that went beyond the perceived stolid edifice of the Hegelian system. He inaugurated an entire trend of left criticism of Hegel that tried to, in George Lukács' turn of phrase, out-Hegel Hegel. However, in this attempt to go beyond Hegel, Bauer merely returned to Fichte, and specifically back to Fichte's criticisms of the Spinozistic elements in Schelling and Hegel. This opposition of self-consciousness as opposed to substance is also reproduced in Bauer's distinction between the progressiveness of Hegel's method as opposed to the perceived static nature of the system. This opposition between method and system that we find in Marx and Engels originates in Bauer's own theory of critique, along with their shared rejection of the absolute idea as the linchpin of Hegel's conservative system. Another important source of young Hegelian criticism is not so obvious at first, but scholars like Manfred Frank have made this connection clearer. The late Schelling's critique of Hegel, even if couched in a new philosophy of mythology and revelation, had a profound if indirect influence on the young Hegelians, including Feuerbach. As liberals, Republicans, and radical Democrats, the young Hegelians denounced the conservative Schelling as a lackey of throne and altar. But Schelling's criticisms of Hegel's alleged weaknesses did not go unnoticed, and in construing Hegel's philosophy as essentially negative, i.e. formal and abstract, Schelling emphasized positive existence over the concept. Schelling's claim that Hegel's identity of subject and object was a conceptual farrago helped influence the evolution of Feuerbach to completely abandon the absolute in favor of the finite and philosophical anthropology. The young Marx and the dialectic. In collaborating against the Bauer brothers in the Holy Family, Marx and Engels took up Feuerbach's humanist criticism of metaphysics and Hegelianism. Specifically, they accepted that the metaphysics of Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz had already been overthrown in the criticisms of Pierre Bell, and they subjected the dialectic of Bauer's critical criticism to hilarious parody. It is hard to demarcate where their criticism of Bauer begins and where the criticism of Hegel ends, but Marx and Engels make clear that the empiricism of Feuerbach's anthropology and the philosophical legacy of French materialism provide the main philosophical orientation of the communist proletariat. John Locke's empiricism, as refined by Helvetius, in turn contributes the logical basis for Babeuf's conspiracy, from which modern socialism is born. Marx and Engels also elaborated upon Feuerbach's critique of dialectic's magical transformation and inversion of abstract concepts into things. In contrast to the position of materialism, Hegel was an idealist, and the Bauer brothers 480. Vulgar idealists, since all of them reified abstractions into concrete entities. Substituting the idea for the real leads to the liquidation of experience, putting the conceptual cart before the material horse. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels go further in accusing Feuerbach of liquidating real history in favor of the conceptual abstractions of humanism. Marx will repeat many of the same charges about the formalism of Hegel's absolute method in his polemic against Proudhon, The Poverty of Philosophy. While Marx pillories Proudhon for misunderstanding certain nuances of Hegel, he also repeats what Marx calls Hegel's sacramental formula of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or affirmation, negation, negation of negation. The German ideology announced that the absolute idea was not only dead, but rotting, obscuring the real misery and backwardness of German class society. In contrast to the formal abstractions of the German idealists, which leave the status quo intact, material analysis and social critique had to be resolutely empirical and historical, constituting what Marx and Engels called the materialistic conception of history. There was only one science, and that was the science of history. But in radicalizing Feuerbach's critique of Hegel and historicizing it, At this early stage Marx and Engels lost the Hegelian process of abstraction and the emphasis on logical forms needed to grasp history. This tarrying with concepts, or what Marx will call the determinate abstractions of economic categories in Capital, is missing, and instead we are offered in the German ideology a historical empiricism with faint Hegelian overtones. Further, this historical empiricism assumes not only the Kantian dualism between intuitions and concepts, but also the Fichtean dualism between human activity and nature. We see this Fichtean dualism emerge explicitly in Marx's first thesis on Feuerbach, when Marx contrasts active praxis with the sensuous object. Nonetheless, the early Marx did go further in his appreciation of Hegelian dialectics than Feuerbach, and we find elements of this appreciation in the 1844 Paris manuscripts. Marx argues in Hegelian terms that communism represents the negation of social contradictions. It is the solution to the riddle of history. The contradictions of essence and appearance, freedom and necessity, will have found resolution under communism, and man as a universal being of nature, a species being that reproduces the whole of nature through its activity, will flourish. Further, however much Marx criticizes the phenomenology of spirit as a mystical story of alienated self-consciousness, Marx understands the esoteric side of the phenomenology as a story about alienated human labor in history. Hegel's idea of absolute negativity and the negation of the negation, categories that Feuerbach outright rejected as idealist, Marx assimilates as the essential logic of history, of human beings negating their immediate experience through appropriating and humanizing their environment. This. Dialectics 481. Negativity, or the externalization and objectification of human powers in science, art, technology, and industry, is itself alienated under capitalism, and requires the second negation enacted by communism. Marx returns to the science of logic. If the young Marx appropriated certain categories and styles of thinking from the phenomenology of spirit, the later Marx appropriated from Hegel a second time in 1857-8. In the Grundriss, Marx is arguably much more Hegelian at the level of methodology than he ever was. But this time, it was mostly from Hegel's science of logic that Marx gained inspiration. He wrote to Engels in January of 1858 how their friend Freilagrath found and made a present of several volumes of Hegel, originally the property of Bakunin. Marx explains the tremendous effect rereading Hegel had on him. I have thrown over the whole doctrine of profit as it existed up to now. In the method of treatment, the fact that by mere accident I have again glanced through Hegel's logic has been of great service to me. In his correspondence with Lassalle, Marx had admitted that the Hegelian dialectic was the last word in philosophy. This dialectic is, to be sure, the ultimate word in philosophy, and hence there is all the more need to divest it of the mystical aura given it by Hegel. Marx confided to Engels his rather low opinion of Lassalle's own felicity with Hegelian dialectics. Writing about Lassalle's Heraclitus study, Marx told Engels that Lassalle will learn to his cost that to bring a science by criticism to the point where it can be dialectically presented is an altogether different thing from applying an abstract ready-made system of logic to mere inklings of such a system. Here, Marx argues that one cannot apply the dialectic as a formal method of categories to a ready-made object. Rather, it is imperative to show how the object of science itself develops dialectically. In another letter, Marx returns to Lassalle's formalistic handling of the dialectic. The ideologizing pervades everything and the dialectical method is falsely applied. Hegel never called dialectics the subsumption of a mass of cases under a general principle. In these statements, we see how far Marx had come from the Feuerbachian criticism that the Hegelian dialectic is a panlogical system of abstract reifications. The conceptual categories used to understand an object are not separate from that object's own development, and hence we return to Hegel's point that the conceptual method is one with its content. Marx's reacquaintance with the science of logic also goaded him to criticize Feuerbach, but from a Hegelian position, as we see in another letter to Engels. The gentlemen in Germany think Hegel's dialectic is a dead horse. Feuerbach has much to answer for in this respect. 482. Marx goes beyond the Kantian dualism of concept and intuition, or thinking and matter, when he invokes Hegelian dialectics as the organon for understanding matter. In a letter to Kugelmann from 1870, he writes about Friedrich Albert Lang's empiricist reaction to his economic writings. Lang is naive enough to say that I move with rare freedom in empirical matter. He has not the slightest idea that this free movement in matter is nothing but a paraphrase for the method of dealing with matter, that is, the dialectical method. For Marx, the Hegelian dialectic is the essential method for understanding the laws of thinking and material motion. Further, the method was not only limited to the critique of political economy, as we shall see below. In letters to Joseph Dietzgen, Engels, and others, Marx on a few occasions expressed his wish to write an independent treatise on dialectics. He told Dietzgen that once my work on economics is finished, I shall write a dialectics. The laws of dialectics have been formulated by Hegel, though in mystical form. What we have to do has to strip it of that form. Thus, it was Marx's intention to materialistically reconstruct Hegel's dialectic, and it should be noted that this was no idle wish. Marx projected 2-3 sheets on the rational aspect of Hegel's dialectic, and we see the elements of such a long essay in a notebook of Marx's from 1860 to 1, which includes the beginnings of a summary of Hegel's logic. The summary includes Hegel's doctrine of being, and it breaks off after a few lines on the doctrine on essence. Dialectical method and system in Marx and Engels. In his writings, Engels distinguished scientific socialism and dialectics from metaphysics. If Hegel's absolute idea was outmoded, then the dialectical method remained essential to understanding natural and social phenomena. But however insightful and brilliant Engels' explanations of dialectics against Eugen Düring were, there remained a fundamental flaw in Engels' presentation. Since he repeated the young Hegelian separation of method and system, Engels also repeated their dualisms. The forms of thought essential to dialectics are not deduced from a concept of reality but are posited and assumed as products of empirical investigation and natural science. The problem is that the necessity of these dialectical laws cannot be demonstrated through sense perception, it cannot be seen with the naked eye. They are verifiable as essential concepts of reality and thought but cannot be treated like inductive generalizations to be falsified by further experimentation. Thus, the necessity of Engels' three dialectical laws, the law of the unity and conflict of opposites, the law of the passage of quantitative changes into qualitative changes, and the law of the dialectics 483. Negation of the negation, are more postulated than actually proven. Marx was also inspired by Eugen Düring's attacks to write a new afterword for the second German edition of Capital. There, he explicates what he means by dialectical method, quoting favorably from a review of Capital written by I. Kaufmann. As Kaufmann put it, the one thing which is important for Marx is to find the law of the phenomena. Of still greater importance to him is the law of their development, i.e., of their transition from one form into another. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history governed by laws. Marx found this formulation absolutely congenial to his scientific approach. Here the reviewer pictures what he takes to be my own actual method, in a striking and, as far as concerns my own application of it, generous way. But what else is he depicting but the dialectical method? The movement from the abstract to the concrete, the conceptual determinations and transitions of the commodity form, as an economic germ cell that Marx traces to grasp value in its pure form, echoes, as Engels knew, the movement of categories we see in Hegel's science of logic, particularly in the transition from being to essence. According to Marx, one needs the force of abstraction to break through appearances, and such a critical moment of negation is necessary to break up the blur that reality initially presents itself as to us. We do this by elucidating the conceptual form of the object, and thereby unlock its essence. In terms of the critique of political economy, the logic of the value form must be resolved and comprehended before we can understand the empirical history of capitalism. Indeed, Marx does not start with the pure contingent fact of capitalism divorced from its conceptual logic. He does not start with the pure fact, but sees, like Hegel, how the empirical is a universal. According to Engels, value for Marx is not a conceptual fiction, or a Kantian postulate, but an essential determination of capitalism as a historical system. It is part of its definition. In various passages in Capital, Marx affirms what Engels will later codify in Anti-Düring as the three dialectical laws. From describing the proletariat's expropriation of the expropriators as a negation of the negation, to accepting in another passage the dialectics of quantitative changes turning into qualitative ones, Marx repeats what he told his correspondents, that dialectics is a science for understanding the laws of nature and society. In Capital, Marx states that the essence of the Hegelian dialectic is its understanding of contradiction, and this dialectic is just as applicable to the seeming paradoxes of elliptical motion as to the economic law of the motion of capital. Further, in the 484 third volume of Capital, Marx repeats the old categories of German idealism to comprehend the transition from a realm of necessity to a realm of freedom under communism. As categories, freedom and necessity are not treated formally, but as the real conceptual determinations of human beings in society and in nature. They have ontological, and not merely formal, import. What Marx, alongside Engels, retains is a Feuerbachian interpretation of Hegel's idea as a kind of Platonic demiurge. This understanding of Hegel's absolute as a formal and negative abstraction stems ultimately from Feuerbach's empiricist style of critique, with all its late Schellingian overtones. Such a contrast with Hegel's idealism enables Marx to cast his method as materialist, while Hegel's idealism can only mystify and distort the critical and revolutionary nature of his own dialectics. For Marx, who declares himself a pupil of Hegel, we should not treat Hegel like a dead dog à la Düring but acknowledge that idealism has turned Hegel upside down. The point is not to reject or to refute Hegel as much as to put him back on his head, so that the absolute idea is rejected in favor of an idea that reflects material reality, or the objective material world. This inversion of Hegel that Marx shares with Engels contains its own Hegelian quality. What is Hegelian is the movement from the absolute idea to material reality, which parallels the inversion at the end of Hegel's science of logic, when the idea reveals itself to be nature. Since Marx does not accept Feuerbach's rejection of Hegel's categories, or his extra-logical rejection of them in favor of something irreducibly finite and empirical, he assumes that matter and society must come with conceptual determinations that only dialectical logic can grasp. Marx and Engels do have a dialectical and Hegelian understanding of the material world, but they lack a dialectical argument for the necessity of the material world itself. Their dialectic ironically suffers from its own dialectical deficit. Engels seems to remedy such a deficit in the dialectics of nature. He rehabilitates more elements from Hegel's philosophy of nature, and even argues for human cognition of the infinite. He also emphasizes the primacy of theoretical philosophy in understanding the empirical world, and how the current fads of seances and psychics do not suffer from a lack of empiricism but from a lack of conceptual and theoretical coherence about the nature of reality. However, as much as Engels makes progress, he falls back on positivistic arguments, and argues that we know things wholly through experimental practice. This is true in the sense that experimental practice is a necessary moment in our knowledge of the finite world, but it is not sufficient for knowing the conceptual form of an object, much less the essential characteristic of reality as a unified material thing. Engels still lacks a conceptual argument for the necessity of materialism. It is ironic that such an argument for materialism can be found in what Lenin paradoxically called the most materialist and idealist section of Hegel's Science of Logic, the section on the absolute. In the externalization of the idea as nature, we have the conceptual movement of the infinite idea revealing itself as nature. Dialectics 485. Lenin noticed what Hegel's old Romantic critics Schelling and Franz von Baader said before, that Hegel's dialectics of the absolute is a sophisticated Spinozism and a materialism. Lenin understood how the most idealistic section in Hegel was also the most materialistic, that this was a contradictory fact. Dialectics after Engels. After the death of Engels and before the First World War, dialectics suffered neglect or rejection among the dominant center and right-wing political elements in European socialism. Karl Koski, the acknowledged theoretician of German social democracy, took up an agnostic attitude regarding Marxism's philosophical foundations, remaining largely indifferent to philosophical questions. Eduard Bernstein, on the other hand, openly repudiated Hegel in favor of neo-Kantianism, or, as he made clear, not so much a return to Kant, but to the anti-materialism of Friedrich Lang. Bernstein rejected materialism and dialectics for a descriptive sociology, dualistically separating what we can describe from formal ethical ideals. Georgy Plekhanov and Rosa Luxemburg militantly fought against Bernstein's revisionism, with Plekhanov taking up the task of defending dialectical materialism against neo-Kantian trends in social democracy. Lenin returned to Hegel in 1914 after the guns of August fired, specifically to Hegel's Science of Logic. Building on the work of C.L.R. James and Raya Dunayevskaya, Kevin Anderson has demonstrated how Lenin's return to Hegel's logic philosophically equipped him to avoid the limits of the mechanical positivism of the Second International, while stimulating Lenin to advance new conceptions of revolution, the state, and anti-colonial struggle. Lenin was not the only Bolshevik leader who felt the need to seriously engage Hegel. Leon Trotsky's Notebooks from Exile and Nikolai Bukharin's Prison Notebooks are noteworthy efforts at examining the relationship between Marxism and Hegelian dialectics. Russell Jacoby makes a distinction between Soviet dialectics and the dialectics of the first generation of Western Marxists. While Soviet philosophers such as Abram Deborin emphasized Hegel's logic with its objective categories of being, the young Lukács and members of the Frankfurt School focused on the subjective dialectic of consciousness. This debate between a dialectic of being and a dialectic of consciousness reached its first expression in the controversy surrounding Lukács' history and class consciousness, with Deborin accusing Lukács of not only evacuating Marxism of the dialectics of nature, but of putting Marxism on neo-Hegelian and idealist foundations. Lukács responded to Deborin's criticisms in Taylism and the Dialectic, where he affirmed the dialectics of nature. 486. Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer's critical theory made more explicit what was implicit in history and class consciousness, separating a dialectic of society from what was considered mechanical and shallow about Engels' laws of dialectics. But unlike Lucio Colletti and Louis Althusser, who shared in some respects the early Frankfurt School's rejection of Engels' Marxism, the Frankfurt School did not entirely reject Hegel. Instead, it sought to limit the claims of Hegel's absolute reason for the sake of a critical theory capable of overcoming a reified present. Hence Adorno's dictum "the whole is false," which clearly contrasts with Hegelian monism. This critique of the absolute was something shared by Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse, and the second generation of Frankfurt School criticism represented by Jürgen Habermas. While the early Frankfurt School repeated many of Marx and Engels' criticisms of the Hegelian dialectic, they went further in the direction of separating method not just from system, but also from ontology. Adorno affirmed this in his lectures on dialectics, that we must remain skeptical of metaphysical ontology if we are to maintain a critical dialectics. Horkheimer went furthest in rejecting Hegelian dialectics itself in his Dawn and Decline aphorisms from the 1960s, as a metaphysical atavism pervading idealistic systems. Unlike the Frankfurt School or the later Marxism of Jean-Paul Sartre, Lucio Colletti and Louis Althusser sought to overcome a dialectic of consciousness with Hegelian overtones. If Althusser was trying to overcome the legacy of French Hegelianism in phenomenology and existentialism, then Colletti continued Galvano della Volpe's overcoming of Italian Hegelianism in the guise of historicism. But what Colletti appreciated about Marx's critique of Hegel was not the same as what Althusser had emphasized. Indeed, the difference can be located in the distance between Colletti's Kantianism and Althusser's theoretical anti-humanism, as even Althusser was willing to accept the category of contradiction that so irked Colletti and the Della Volpean school. Althusser was not so vehement as to outrightly dismiss the dialectics of nature, but rejected Hegel's metaphysics of the subject in favor of viewing history as a process without a subject. As for Coletti, he attacked the Hegelian absolute and its alleged obliteration of finite positive knowledge. In later writings, Althusser rejected Engels' idea of dialectical laws for provisional dialectical theses, while the later Coletti abandoned Marxism as hopelessly Hegelian. The status of dialectics in contemporary Marxism can be roughly schematized according to Frederick Jameson's three names of the dialectic. Those who subscribe to the dialectic with a capital D tend to remain stuck for Jameson in Hegel's metaphysics, and those who use dialectics to denote a set of specific logical operations may find themselves locked into a similar rigidity. But treating dialectics as naming an effect, declaring something to be dialectical, keeps dialectics open in terms of describing new phenomena. Dialectics 487. That cannot be locked into a system or philosophical monism. Jameson does not say we can totally do without the first two names, but he humbles them, reactivating post-structuralist criticism of Hegel for a pluralistic kind of dialectics. This kind of dialectics, what Jameson calls difference without positive terms, and without the absolute, dominates much of the current theoretical conjuncture. Contra Jameson, Slavoj Žižek and Alain Badiou want to return to some notion of absolute truth, but with echoes of Heidegger as a dialectics of the event. For Žižek, Hegel's absolute is an empty placeholder that reveals reality itself to be a gap that allows for the totally new to appear. Rather than the absolute being a metaphysical substrate of the universe, it is reconceptualized as a void, or a crack within being. Like Žižek, Badiou wants to think the new as an event, i.e. as something that ruptures from being. Unlike Žižek, Badiou is not committed to Hegel. Hegel, like Spinoza for Badiou, is a philosopher of the monistic one that cannot think chance and the production of new truths. Whether Badiou is offering an anti-dialectics or a new dialectics has been a subject of controversy between Peter Hallward and Bruno Bastils. The question of dialectics and colonialism is directly addressed in the work of George Cicciarello-Mar, who builds on the work of Franz Fanon. From the perspective of decolonial theory, Cicciarello-Mar criticizes the Eurocentrism of Hegel and Marx as linked to their understanding of universal dialectics. The universalizing tendency of dialectics tends to efface the concrete struggles of the colonized in favor of abstract notions of progress, which often mask the interests of European chauvinism. Timothy Brennan has a different reading of the Hegelian dialectic as implicitly anti-colonial and defends the slogans of modernization invoked in anti-imperialist revolts of the 20th century. The dialectics of anti-colonialism thus are not to be confused with the perspective of a decolonial theory fundamentally suspicious of modernity. Domenico Losurdo likewise traces the anti-colonial dimension of universalist dialectics in his studies in Hegel and class struggle. We will end our discussion of contemporary Marxist dialectics with the debate between those who endorse what Tony Smith and Chris Arthur call a new dialectics of formal systematization over and against those Marxists who want to return to Hegel's absolute. Its terms were clearly expressed in Kevin Anderson's debate with Chris Arthur. First, Arthur agrees with Anderson that Marx took over Hegel's logical schema for his mature critique of capital, but disagrees that Marx also adopted Hegel's other philosophical commitments by doing so. Anderson's critique of Arthur stems from the tradition of Raya Dunayevskaya's Marxist humanism, which was unique in urging Marxists to return to what Dunayevskaya called Hegel's absolutes. Dunayevskaya distinguished herself from C.L.R. James and Herbert Marcuse in rehabilitating not only the importance of Hegelian dialectics in 488 Marx, but the absolute idea as well. Dunayevskaya anticipated Gillian Rose's own return to Hegel's absolute in her study Hegel contra Sociology. The efforts of these two thinkers have yet to be systematically compared. However, the Marxist humanist tradition seems hostile to Engels' dialectics of nature or the dialectics of an ontological system, opting for a more historicized and pluralistic dialectic. As Dunayevskaya put it, they are not returning to Hegel's absolute as much as his absolutes. Even Rose's conception of the absolute in Hegel has an Adornian inflection, since the absolute is thought of as part of a phenomenological process that reveals the non-identical. The absolute for these thinkers is not the always already present logic of the objective universe, but a concrete result of human activity. Such a historicist and phenomenological approach renders the structure of being something indeterminate, where reality itself is renewed through social forces. This approach to dialectics again separates a societal dialectic from an ontological one, repeating the theoretical problematic of the young Lukács. The separation of a historical dialectic from a dialectic of nature repeats at a deeper level not only the theoretical problematic of the first generation of Western Marxists, but the separation of method from system we witnessed under the young Hegelians. These separations are what govern the adventures of the dialectic in the 20th century, but they are adventures that retrace and repeat the same conceptual maneuvers inherited from the 19th century. In overcoming this separation between method and system, the Kantian wedge that rests on Kant's own separation between concepts and intuitions, we can start a new adventure for a dialectic unafraid to make ontological claims on the world. This would be a non-formal and rational dialectic, closer to Hegel's original project, without any self-imposed limits from positivism or neo-Kantianism. As Hegel showed, a dialectic without ontology will lead to skepticism, while an ontology without dialectics leads to dogmatism. We must steer clear of these dangers, if the adventure of the dialectic is to continue. The capitalist mode of production not only develops in space and time but changes space and time. If Kant elevated these two categories to pure, metahistorical, and universal forms, Marx showed their historically determined nature. By doing so, Marx took time and space out of the paradise of the pure forms in which Kant had confined them and brought them into the hell of capitalist production processes. Time and space do not cease to function as categories that organize knowledge and human practice, rather they become categories of capital and, as such, organize human life and social relationships well beyond the intent and will of individual people. Kant had placed the transcendental subject at the center of the universe and called this shift in perspective the Copernican revolution. Marx made a second Copernican revolution by decentralizing the self-important modern subject and showing it as a function of superpersonal processes. By an exchange, we equate as values are different products. By that very act, we also equate, as human labor, the different kinds of labor expended upon them. We are not aware of this, nevertheless we do it. Before looking at the implications of the Marxian concept of value on the concept of time, it is useful to pursue the shift in perspective of capital. In the preface to the first German edition, Marx wrote that individuals are dealt with only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories. This means that the capitalist is not considered immoral. 26. Time. Massimiliano Tomba 492. Subject to whom the cruelty of exploitation can be attributed. Rather, exploitation is intrinsic to the capitalist mode of production, in which the individual subject is a personified economic category. For the analysis of the time we will do here, this means that the pace of work is not simply dictated by the individual capitalist's greed for profit, but by the economic laws governing capitalism and competition between capitals. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx showed, for the first time, how time had become a central category of the capitalist mode of production. Time is everything, man is nothing, he is, at the most, time's carcass. Quality no longer matters. Quantity alone decides everything, hour for hour, day for day, but this equalizing of labor, is purely and simply a fact of modern industry. This reduction of quality for quantity would be analyzed in Capital in terms of abstract labor and time. Specifically, Marx investigates the concrete time of human life reduced to the abstract time of work from a dual perspective, from the points of view of circulation and production. The point of contact between these two spheres is work, or rather the workers that have become the carcass of their force of labor, which is measured in terms of abstract labor. In Marx's analysis, there are different implications for the notion of time in play depending on whether the circulation of goods or their production is favored. If, with Marx, the starting point for developing a criticism of the capitalist mode of production is the commodity and its dual nature, value and use value. This same incipit must also be the starting point for an analysis of capitalist temporality. Schematically, we can say that use value expresses the quality of concrete labor supplied in view of the production of objects suitable for human needs. Instead, value corresponds to abstract labor, labor without a specific quality, if nothing other than to be supplied in view of valorizing value. In other words, these are commodities that are produced in order to be sold so as to make a profit that will allow the production process to begin again in an extended fashion. This is the cyclical expansive temporality of capital, MCM. You invest money to produce commodities which, given their increased value of a surplus value, provide a greater amount of money to resume the cycle. One can already see that production and circulation are not separate spheres, but involve each other. What characterizes the capitalist mode of production and constitutes its uniqueness from a historical point of view is neither the value nor the use value as such, but their relationship, which modifies their essence. Indeed, in the capitalist mode of production, unlike other modes of production, production and exchange do not occur in view of satisfying human needs and their qualitative differences. What is exchanged are definite quantities of congealed labor time. With the capitalist mode of production, an enormous inversion takes place. The exchange value of the commodity becomes the true engine and the aim of production, while the use value, the specific quality of the commodities, becomes the mere bearer of value. Starting from this inversion, and therefore this relative indifference of time 493. Use value with respect to value, objectified time in commodities also undergoes a transformation. It is not considered as the specifically qualitative time of the manufacturer's skill, but as abstract time. Hence the emergence of clock time in the hegemonic position in the hierarchy of various temporalities. What needs to be determined is what measures the clock time when it becomes a universal category of the capitalist mode of production. Indeed, from the Marxian point of view, the question is not that time is also beat and measured in non-capitalist social forms, or that the hourglass was invented well before the birth of the capitalist mode of production. The question is how the concept of time changes and what it measures when it is reconfigured in a social form dominated by the capitalist mode of production. What Marx has to demonstrate, and what lies at the heart of his notion of value, is that if a producer takes 5 hours to produce a given commodity while another producer only takes 2 hours to produce the same commodity, that commodity contains the same amount of abstract labor time and is exchanged at the same value, which does not correspond to the individually delivered and objectified labor time put into the commodity but to the socially necessary labor time. This is a crucial step in dealing with the question of time in Marx. Time, measured in relation to socially necessary labor time, can be expanded or compressed. A workday whose productivity is more substantial than that of a socially necessary workday, takes substantially more time and therefore can be greater than the 24 hours marking a calendar day. The confusion in the distinction between value and exchange value, abstract labor and socially necessary labor, together with the lack of distinction between capital in general and competition between many capitals, has led to all kinds of misunderstandings. Marx only managed to clarify those differences for himself in the 1860s. It is no coincidence that the Grundriss still lacks a chapter devoted to the analysis of value and that Marx repeatedly re-elaborated the chapter on it in Capital, even after the first edition was printed. The Grundriss, while containing extremely original theoretical and political ideas, operates at a very abstract level, favoring the point of view of capital in general, and not yet addressing the issue of competition among capitals, which was key in the 1860s. Depending on whether one looks at capital in general or at production in a context of competition among capitals, different theoretical and political perspectives emerge. Schematically, it is possible to trace these differences back to two different conceptions of temporality. On the one hand, the inversion between use value, and thus between concrete labor and abstract labor, places the temporality of the latter as dominant. Qualitative differences are cancelled in the abstraction of exchange between equivalents. Quality is subsumed in quantity. The abstract nature of labor is derived from the exchange of equivalents. And since capital, starting from the commodification of human labor, tends to commodify every kind of relationship, in this perspective it becomes possible to understand abstract time as a totalizing concept, which not only tends to subsume 494 any other concrete temporality but also becomes the temporalizing principle of time as clock time. This is an analysis that can be entirely carried out from the point of view of circulation, as the Frankfurt School has done. On the other hand, if we look at the spheres of production and socially necessary labor time, various types of temporal conflicts arise, conflicts and friction between the different temporalities of the forms of exploitation in the world market, and conflicts between the normative temporality of capitalist production and the resistance of bodies and forms of life of laborers in the spheres of production and reproduction. Before analyzing these two perspectives at work, I need to clarify the difference between time and temporality. The former is the normative time of the socially necessary labor which imposes a specific pace and rhythm on diverse pre-existing social and economic configurations. The result is a conflict of temporalities expressing different forms of life. I use the term temporality to denote the collective experience of time through traditional, social, political, and economic practices. A historical example can help to clarify this distinction. With the affirmation of the capitalist modernity, the old time of the church, organized around prayer and work on the field, was replaced by abstract time measured by clocks and merchants. Workers' lives got marked by the despotic bell, at the command of which they had to wake up, eat, drink, work and sleep. This was the new capitalist temporality, whose affirmation, however, has been challenged and syncopated by the counter-temporalities of workers' uprisings that aimed to silence the Werkglock. What is at stake is not the choice between the dominant temporality of socially necessary labor or the nation-state and local temporalities anchored in traditional relationships. Rather, it is about considering the tension between those different temporalities as a field of possibility open to different political outcomes. Late Marx, as we will see, worked on these alternatives. Labor productivity and time compression. In several famous pages of the Grundrisse, which were widely reviewed in analyses during the 20th century, Marx sought to predict the implications of an increase in labor productivity through the use of machines. The creation of real wealth becomes less dependent upon labor time and the quantity of labor employed than upon the power of the agents set in motion during labor time. As is well known, according to the law of value, it is human labor objectified in a commodity that represents its value. For this reason, considering an increase in labor productivity through machines and the replacement of living labor with machines, the value objectified in the products should decrease. It results that capital works to dissolve itself. Marx dismisses the contradiction between value and real wealth in a teleological. Time 495. Philosophy of History. This reading is fascinating because of the tendential nature of Marx's analysis, especially in view of an apparent marginalization of industrial labor in more developed countries. Whoever harks back to these pages of the Grundrisse finds themselves sharing, consciously or not, a Eurocentric vision that sees in technological development the tendency on which to consider progress and backwardness of production modes. In Time, Labor, and Social Domination, Moishe Postone analyzes capital as a process of self-valorization governed by abstract labor, which assumes the totalizing nature of universal mediation. Postone's analysis essentially takes up what Hans-Georg Backhaus and Roman Rostalski have already written. The latter focused on capital in general, the former on the form of value as a form of universal mediation that was unique to the capitalist mode of production. In Postone's analysis, abstract labor as a social form of mediation assumes the nature of what he calls social domination. In essence, in reading Postone, the abstract time of capital acts as totalizing time, universal measure, and the principle of temporalization of historical time. The latter is characterized by the tendency toward a general increase in productivity through machinery and technological innovation. Postone distinguishes between the abstract time of value and the historical temporality, in which the dialectical and contradictory relationship between value and wealth is historically configured. Recalling the Marxian analysis of the Grundriss, Postone highlights a dialectic between total product value, which would remain constant or tend to decrease with the diminished number of workers employed in automated production, and wealth produced, which instead would tend to increase as a result of increased productivity. From this, Postone reaches the conclusion that the value and the industrial production process would acquire an increasingly anachronistic character. This contradiction between increasing wealth and diminishing value is the basis of temporalization of the historical time of capital, articulating its various phases, from Fordism to post-Fordism to neoliberalism. The point of view of the Grundriss allowed Postone to indicate a tendency of the historical temporality of capital, which would lead to an ever-increasing development of automation, thereby making the industrial proletariat an increasingly marginal category. It is a vision that looks at a geographical fragment of capitalist production as it is presented in some countries without taking into account the combination of forms of exploitation and their different temporalities at a global level. Texts inspired by the Grundriss generally take up the idea of an increase in material wealth and a decrease in value because of less labor time used in production following the use of machinery. This conception, however, is built on the absolutization of one historical temporality that is elevated to a normative tendency for the whole planet, as if there were only one overall, abstract, single capital at stake. It is a Eurocentric vision that assumes the marginalization of industrial labor and the production of absolute surplus value as general 496. And normative tendencies without considering the reciprocal implication of capitals with different organic compositions. It should not be surprising that in the Grundriss, Marx spoke of a propagandistic tendency of capital and justified colonialism in India, assigning England a double mission, one destructive, the other regenerating, the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying of the material foundations of Western society in Asia. This vision comes from a way of considering history from the centrality of a single historical temporality, the normative one of the modern West. It is, unfortunately, the basis of many Marxist concepts of the 20th century. If, instead, we look at the competition of capitals straining under the tension of the dominant temporality of socially necessary labor time, the scenario changes significantly. There are multiple intracapitalistic temporalities and counter-temporalities that complicate, hinder, and reorient that tendency. For this reason, Marx himself, in the 1860s, analyzing the competition between many capitals, abandoned the implications outlined in the Grundriss beginning from a growing automation of production. Only in Capital does Marx analyze the establishment of total social capital at the three levels of the immediate process of production, the process of circulation and the whole process as a unit of production and circulation. Tumazos is credited with focusing attention on the different temporal levels at stake in these three levels. In fact, the categories of the three books of Capital fall differently in time. The first book obeys a linear and abstract temporality that is homogeneous and measurable, the time of production. The resolutions of the second book fall under a cyclical temporality, that of the time of circulation. The third book deals with the organic time of capital, the unit of production time and circulation. Time, in its various articulations, is the central category of the capitalist mode of production. We have seen that the movement of capital through the sphere of production and the two phases of the sphere of circulation takes place in a series of periods of time. The total time during which it describes its circuit is therefore equal to the sum of its time of production and its time of circulation. The movement of capital takes place over time. It will therefore seek to prolong and condense the time of valorization and to diminish the negative times of interruptions. However, this temporality of capital conflicts with other temporalities, first that of the bodies and the lives of laborers, which pose a limit to exploitation. Indeed, the history of capital, as Benset observes, is always subject to the discontinuous times of the relationships of exchange, exploitation, and dominion, showing itself to be a process of rhythmical determination, constantly inventing new harmonies and disharmonies. Irregular sequences, aperiodic forms, unpredictable recurrences. Time 497. Fractal motifs, magnificent shapes of determinate complexity, a marvelous galaxy of topologies, choreographies, and genealogies, these herald an authentically multidimensional and dynamic new logic. As William H. Sewell has shown, the different temporalities of capital are expansive but without direction, they are loaded with novelty, on the one hand, but essentially repetitive and circular, on the other. The abstract logic of capital would give rise to a temporality that Sewell defines stillness in motion. In other words, there is constant movement around the MCM sequence, but the movement is, in fact, consistently repetitive. From a historiographic point of view, however, Sewell tells us that despite the time of capital appearing to be perpetually repetitive, this mode of production has emerged in a historically contingent way, from the political, social, and economic struggles between the 15th century and the end of the 18th century. Capitalism, as a result of history packed with events, has to be investigated in its various historical temporalities in order to figure out how its logic can or will be overcome. Therefore, capitalist time has to be considered from the perspective of its historical temporalities and their friction, both among themselves and with other temporalities. As an abstract, time takes on concreteness in the temporal tensions, in the friction that always arises between the immeasurable nature of the process of the valorization of value, and the finiteness and limit imposed by the corporeality and life of laborers. Peter Osborne tried to introduce the dimension of finitude by having Marx interact with Heidegger and reclaiming from Heidegger the idea of finitude grounded in mortality. That way, Osborne places time in the context of a complex ontology of the human. But in doing so, Osborne opens up an autonomous way of thinking about historical time and its temporalization that moves away from the manner in which Marx put the question. That is, beginning from production. In Marx, using Heideggerian terminology, time is temporalized in multiple layers: abstract time and its discipline on the life of workers, the time of socially necessary labor, which dictates the pace of the world market, and the time of associated labor, that is, the collective dimension of laborers who exercise their freedom by controlling value in use of production and products. Not their control over value, which would be just another way of staying in the market by accepting its normative measure, but control over use value, quality of work and social relationships. If capital is the dominion of dead labor over living labor, it is in the tension between these two elements that a temporal tension loaded with implications opens up. To capture this tension, one must always look at production. If in fact, from the sphere of circulation, we move toward the sphere of production, to which 3/4 of capital is dedicated, the temporality of abstract labor is far from abstract. Here workers are disciplined body and soul to the normativeness of capitalist time, which confiscates every atom of freedom of the worker and imposes the rhythm to which human arts must be synchronized through factory discipline. 498. Historically, as shown by E. P. Thompson, it was a long and violent process of disciplining the laborers and interiorizing working time discipline. Thompson wrote that without time discipline we could not have the insistent energy of the industrial man, and whether this discipline comes in the form of Methodism, or of Stalinism, or of nationalism, it will come to the developing world. This observation is important. It is the process of disciplining not the free will of a master, but the universal category of socially necessary labor. But what is important in Thompson's observation is that different political forms, from Stalinism to nationalism, use the same process of synchronization to a normative time of capital. And it is here that a differentiation between the concept of abstract labor time and socially necessary labor time must be carried out. It is this differentiation that allows the pluralization of the times of capital. Pluralizing historical times. In reading Capital, Althusser aims to build the Marxist concept of historical time on the basis of the Marxist conception of the social totality. To this end, they question both the homogeneous continuity of time and its contemporaneity, meant in the Hegelian sense that all elements of the present coexist as moments of a single historical present. Althusser calls this vision essential section, that is, the intellectual operation through which one makes a vertical slice in the present, so that all of its elements can be found in their immediate relationship. According to Althusser, this kind of totality never exists, because the whole structure is articulated hierarchically and subjected to the order of a dominant structure. Interpreting social totality in this way, Althusser speaks of a determination in the last instance of the non-economic structures by the economic structure. On the one hand, he prolifically manages to pluralize historical times. In a given historical time there are various temporal levels, which not only can be differentiated, but to which a relatively independent time must also be assigned. Therefore, several temporal levels, such as art, philosophy, politics, economics, etc., would coexist, each at its own pace, but structured in hierarchical terms. These times lead back in the last instance to the time of economic production, which is defined by Althusser as a time of times, a complex and nonlinear time. On the other hand, the internal structure of his conception of plural times within the economic production lacks a synchronizing principle. In other words, if, on the one hand, Althusser gathers the presence of multiple levels within a single level, on the other, he fails to identify the organizational, or synchronizing, principle of the different temporalities of production. It is here that the analysis must proceed toward the socially necessary labor time. In the 1860s, when making allowance for the competition of capitals in the world market, Marx considers every individual capital as a part of the total. Time 499. Capital, and every capitalist actually as a shareholder in the total social enterprise, each sharing in the total profit pro-rated to the magnitude of his share of capital. From Marx's point of view, since it is the socially necessary labor time that is objectified in the value of the commodity, not the labor individually carried out by a single capital, the extraordinary surplus value that can be produced through the introduction of machinery depends on the difference between the increased productivity yielded by the capitalist who uses an automated production system, and the average productivity of socially necessary labor. The latter can be kept low by creating obstacles against the general use of technological innovation. Indeed, when technological innovation becomes widespread, the growing productivity of labor obtained through its employment becomes socially dominant. As machinery comes into general use in a particular branch of production, the social value of the machine's product sinks down to its individual value, and the following law asserts itself: surplus value does not arise from the labor power that has been replaced by the machinery, but from the labor power actually employed in working with the machinery. The capitalist can no longer gain social surplus value through the use of the increased productive force provided by the machine. Capital needs to create geographical areas or productive sectors where it can produce an enormous quantity of absolute surplus value to support the production of extraordinary surplus value, relative surplus value produced through mechanical innovations. Indeed, the capitalist that cannot use the new machinery, can only ruthlessly prolong the working day. The extraction of relative surplus value requires differentials in the productive labor force. Therefore, through different processes of accumulation, capital generates a great mass of absolute exploitation in those parts of the world where workers' resistance is lower or authoritarian government can repress their rebelliousness. The introduction of machinery in one branch of industry not only prolong the labor time of those workers who continue to work with the old, imperfect means of production, it is also the most powerful means for increasing the productiveness of labor, for lengthening the working day beyond all bounds set by human nature. In this scenario, Marx begins to rethink the categorical context of his analysis. He begins to conceive capital not according to the linear scheme genesis, development, crisis, but in the combination of these moments and their temporalities. he abandons the scheme of the progressive epochs of economic development in favor of a historiography of originary accumulation, which he will work on and reshape in the diverse editions of Capital. The different conception of time, or rather of interweaving times, allows Marx to think of history differently. Marx stated that the capitalist mode of production encounters pre-existing forms as antecedents, but not as antecedents established 500 by itself, not as forms of its own life process. The result of this encounter gives rise, as Harry Harutunian pointed out, to a heterogeneous mix rather than the destruction of one made by another. In the heterogeneous mix of temporalities, archaic forms coexist and overlap with new forms. This encounter gives rise to conflicts whose outcomes are not predetermined. In order to think about these possible outcomes, later-day Marx, in dialogue with the Russian populists, abandoned his previous philosophy of history and depicted history through the geological image of historical layers. This later-day Marx's view on temporalities was developed by the heterodox stream of Marxism, by thinkers such as Walter Benjamin and Ernst Bloch. In the encounter of different temporal trajectories, capital subsumes and reconfigures pre-existing forms of production in a new framework, and the result is a heterogeneous mix of temporalities and forms of life and production. From this perspective, formal subsumption does not constitute a historical stage that precedes real subsumption, but it denotes how the capitalist mode of production encounters and subsumes existing forms without creating a homogeneous world. Formal subsumption, that is the subsumption as form, does not belong to a specific historical stage but, more generally, it characterizes the encounter/collision between the temporality of the capitalist mode of production and different temporalities. Indeed, the capitalist mode of production requires and utilizes hierarchies and differences, which it configures in terms of temporalities. The expansion of capital and its constant attempt to subsume different forms of production into the global market generates a multiplicity of temporal frictions, asynchronies and anachronisms that, on the one hand, capital uses to its own advantage, and, on the other, give rise to a multiplicity of conflicting elements and possibilities for the reorientation of the trajectories of modernity. The combination of different modes of production is investigated starting from concrete historical situations such as Italy through the lens of Antonio Gramsci, Latin America with José Carlos Mariátegui and Japan with Uno Kozo. The latter observed that the failure of capitalism to develop from the dissolution of feudalism meant that Japan did not have to go through the catastrophic phase of so-called primitive accumulation the way it had taken place in England 300 years earlier. In other words, the combination of different forms and ways of production allowed and allows for different trajectories compared to that taken by England. From this perspective, not only does the stage theory of modes of production have to be abandoned, but one also has to reconsider the concepts of time and history that lie at its foundation. In general terms, one has to abandon the idea of a necessary historical trajectory that, through the necessary stage of primitive accumulation of capital, goes from feudalism to capitalism and, finally, to socialism. Questioning this unilinear vision of historical time means thinking about how different modes of production can be combined. Time 501. Without making judgments, typical of the philosophy of history, on the supposed residual nature or backwardness of non-capitalist forms of production. Making history in a global age requires both a different temporal and historiographical paradigm. It is from this standpoint that one can reread Marx from his late works. If until the 1860s Marx was inclined to think about the trajectory of each country in terms of universal history, and therefore to see the transition to the capitalist mode of production as a necessary stage in the progress towards socialism, in his dialogue with the Russian populists he began to reconsider his own positions. His reply to a letter from Vera Zasulich is famous. In 1881 she wrote to Marx, "Nowadays, we often hear it said that the rural commune is an archaic form condemned to perish by history, scientific socialism and, in short, everything above debate. Those who preach such a view call themselves your disciples par excellence, Marxists. So you will understand, citizen, how interested we are in your opinion. You would be doing us a very great favor if you were to set forth your ideas on the possible fate of our rural commune, and on the theory that it is historically necessary for every country in the world to pass through all the phases of capitalist production. Marx hesitated before answering. In his final letter to Zasulich, Marx wrote that the analysis of capital provides no reasons either for or against the vitality of the Russian commune. But the special study I have made of it, has convinced me that the commune is the fulcrum for social regeneration in Russia. In the first draft of the letter, Marx wrote that Russia is not constrained to pass through the fatal dissolution of the Russian peasants' commune, which could instead become an element of collective production on a nationwide scale. With this, Marx showed himself to be much closer to the Russian populists than to the Marxists. For us today, it is not about taking a position in favor of the populists or the Marxists. It is about rereading that debate and that political confrontation in light of today's problems, of the expansion of capitalism and the encounter/collision with pre-existing economic forms. Following Plekhanov, Lenin was convinced of the inevitable progress of capitalism in Russia. In his critique of the populists, Lenin made fun of the populist idea of different paths for the fatherland. He maintained that the path has already been chosen and it was the capitalist path already trod by England. It was only a matter of developing large-scale capitalism and its antagonisms, whereas to dream of different paths means to be a naive romanticist. A few years later, in the development of capitalism in Russia, making a very selective use of statistics, read and interpreted in the light of an inevitable historical trend, Lenin wrote that capitalism had already created large-scale agricultural production in Russia and praised the progressive destructive work of agricultural capitalism, which was destroying all the obsolete institutions that provoked a tremendous delay in social development as a whole. Lenin's belief was based on the 502 unilinear conception of historical time, according to which the collision between different temporal layers did not lead to any alternative road other than that of capitalist avenue. The question that arises instead is how to read the co-presence of different temporalities. For historicist Marxism, the Russian commune, like any other archaic form of production, constitutes a tremendous delay in social development, an obstacle to brush away. For this conception, historical time runs along the predetermined tracks of universal history. It is as if we were waiting in a subway station, and on hearing the announcement of a delay in our train, we imagine how many stations away our train is. But later-day Marx had realized that perhaps the train was not late, but in meeting with the archaic, it could be rerouted in another direction. For this reason, Marx noted, we should not, then, be too frightened by the word archaic. In order to elucidate the simultaneous presence of several layers of time, Marx recurred to a geological metaphor, according to which a series of layers from various ages are superimposed on each other. The encounter of the capitalist mode of production with pre-existing forms gives rise to a heterogeneous mix of forms of production, which are reconfigured and subsumed in a new framework, but they also provoke frictions among different layers. From these frictions, different outcomes can arise. For archaism, writes Harutunian, when self-consciously yoked to capitalism, as in Germany, Italy, and Japan during the 1930s, played a role reversal to become the frightful foundation for fascist cultural ideology, as both Ernst Bloch and Tosaka Jun observed. In a brilliant piece of writing on the rise to power of National Socialism, Ernst Bloch blended together analyses of social classes and social strata that, while living in the same historical present, do not share the same time. Not all people exist in the same now. Nazism is interpreted by Bloch as the result of a conflict between asynchronous temporalities, which the communists, branding it simply as romantic or reactionary, failed to organize in an emancipatory way. The energy generated by the friction between those temporalities was thus left in the hands of the Nazis. Similarly, in the same years, Walter Benjamin, in his theses on the concept of history, reconsidered historical materialism and its tradition beyond the concept of progress and the unilinear conception of homogeneous and empty time. The collision between different temporalities is not solved by taking a stand for the tendency of the dominant temporality of capitalist expansion or for the romantic archaic one. The latter perspective is often played by fascist regimes. The issue lies in the tension between temporalities, where anachronisms can disturb the homogeneous linear time of capitalism and the nation-state, and can orient the trajectory of political modernity in a different direction. Going back to the train metaphor, the anachronisms constitute possibilities for derailing the train in another direction. However, this possibility is always the matter of a political intervention, never a guarantee. The opening up of these alternative possibilities requires a historiographic approach that abandons the unilinear vision of historical time. 503. Time in favor of what Ernst Bloch called the broad, flexible, and thoroughly dynamic multiverse, the voices of history joined in perpetual and often intricate counterpoint. Indeed, stated Bloch, a unilinear model must be found obsolete if justice is to be done to the considerable amount of non-European material. In the vision of time that Benjamin called empty and homogeneous, when other temporalities and trajectories are compared with the dominant modernity, qualitative differences are transformed into quantitative differences and delays. One can experience this whenever a non-European culture is likened to medieval Europe or is defined as primitive. In fact, only based on the normative and absolute time of European modernity, some cultures may have wasted time and are therefore considered late. But there is no such thing as having wasted time or used it poorly. Time is used in a different way, and this qualitative difference impresses upon time a temporality. Space, time. To conclude, and rewind the tape of this discourse, it is possible to return to the Grundriss to seize on a different starting point, especially if integrated with the analysis of capital. It is in the Grundriss that Marx defines capital as the process of the annihilation of space by time. David Harvey develops this Marxian concept in terms of a time-space compression. Indeed, the process of valorization takes place in time and space. Time has to be compressed and intensified in order to become as productive as possible. Space has to be shaped according to the needs of circulation and reproduction. David Harvey is credited with having called attention to this interweaving of space and time and to the necessary creation of a geographical landscape to facilitate accumulation through production and circulation. Commodities, including the force of labor, must be transported, and space constitutes an obstacle that capital overcomes through infrastructures, railways, airplanes. Not only do commodities have to be moved in order to be sold, but also the specific commodity labor force has to reach the abode of production as quickly as possible. In Harvey's analysis, which focuses more on space in order to compensate for what he thinks was an excessive emphasis on the Marxian concept of time, spatial organization is necessary to overcome space. The task of spatial theory in the context of capitalism is to construct dynamic representations of how that contradiction is expressed through historical geographical transformations. Capital constantly carries out a spatial temporal fix to maximize the production of surplus value through not just spatial differentials but also temporal differentials. Harvey's analysis is supplemented by Bob Jessup, according to whom the economy of time shapes the spatial temporal dynamics 504 of capitalist accumulation. The result is that the current phase of globalization creates not only spatial contradictions but also temporal contradictions, which coexist in the current world market. All of this poses threats to the sovereignty of the nation-state, as we came to know it during the Fordist period. Capital uses space and time in all its processes. The process of accumulation requires a new spatial organization of society and a new temporal discipline. Surplus value, after being produced, must be realized, and therefore the circulation process needs functional infrastructures. The transportation and communication systems modify space to compress time in a functional way for the circulation of commodities. Likewise, the process of social reproduction molds space and organizes time into times of reproduction of the labor force, entertainment, healthcare, etc. These spatial-temporal differentiations are hierarchically articulated both in terms of wages and in terms of racial, ethnic, and gender divisions of labor. The valorization of capital integrates waged as well as unwaged labor, where the latter is mainly composed of the labor involved in social reproduction. The articulation between production and social reproduction occurs not only through public and private categories but also by turning a profit from pre-existing and new divisions. Categories such as sex, race, and nationality produce hierarchical and conflicting differentials between waged and non-waged laborers, employed and unemployed workers, all of which are functional in the process of valorization. Capital, structured for the competition between capitals around wage differentials and productivity, needs asymmetries both inside and outside of the nation-state borders. Capital takes them as it finds them, or meets them as moments of its own articulation and development. Time has to be compressed and intensified in order to become as productive as possible. Space has to be shaped according to the needs of circulation and reproduction. Capital aims to prolong the time of labor and, when that is not possible, to render the distinction between labor time and free time extremely vague. When production time cannot be further compressed, capital compresses reproduction time by bringing dormitories into the factory, as in the case with Foxconn, huge factories located mostly in China, which produce hardware for the information technology company. Times of production and reproduction must be considered together, especially in an era that tends to increasingly blur the lines between free time and working time. In Value, Price, and Profit, which is the text of a conference held by Marx in 1865 at the General Council of the International Workingmen's Association, Marx asserted, "Time is the room of human development. A man who has no free time to dispose of, whose whole lifetime, apart from the mere physical interruptions by sleep, meals, and so forth, is absorbed by his labor for the capitalist, is less than a beast of burden. He is a mere machine for producing foreign wealth, broken in body and brutalized in mind." A further question arises. It concerns the conflict between the temporality of capital and that of the living corporeality of workers. Time 505. Who sell and make available their own labor power. Indeed, capitalists are interested in a special commodity, that is the labor power, which they find in the market. But, and this is what really makes it special and distinguishes it from other commodities, the labor power is attached to a body whose temporality not only differs but also conflicts with that of capital. The tension between the special use value of the labor power and the valorization process represents the political peak of the tension between value and use value, which is how capital begins. This tension is mainly a tension between temporalities, the abstract and limitless temporality of capital, and the concrete and limited temporality of the worker-living body. This tension configures the capitalist mode of production as the process of destruction of the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer. Setting a limit on the unlimited tendency of capital to subsume all time into the time of valorization is necessary but not sufficient. The interruption of capitalist labor time should not simply correspond to hours of free time for eating and reproducing the labor force but should be the room of human development. That is, it should be a qualitatively different time in which associated workers experience new institutional forms of togetherness. A time in which art and labor can be reunited and recombined, as it was during the Paris Commune and in many insurgencies which have experimented with the interruption of time and its transformation in the insurrectional dimension of everyday life. Space as a keyword is ubiquitous in critical theoretical discourse today. But this term was symptomatically missing from the last edition of a dictionary of Marxist thought edited by Tom Bottomore, which coincided with Frederick Jameson's now classic work of Marxist cultural theory, Postmodernism, or The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, and two crucial essays by geographer Doreen Massey, A Global Sense of Place and Flexible Sexism. The latter of these essays is now a well-known response to Marxist geographer David Harvey's celebrated work on postmodern time, space, the condition of postmodernity. These pioneering texts, and the debates they elicited, have since come to mark the so-called spatial turn in Marxist thought and even critical theory more broadly. The curious and contemporaneous absence of space from the said dictionary, a very useful guide for the most part, suggests that Marxist theory itself obeys a law that is at work in the capitalist real world it seeks to interpret and change: uneven development. Just as capitalism as a new mode of production emerged in particular places of the world and sectors of society and then developed intensively and extensively in an uneven and combined manner, so conceptions of space appeared in Marxism with reference to specific conceptions of capitalism and particular strategies of socialist politics. The well-advertised spatial turn of 27. Space. Knižka Gunwardna 508. The 1980s, most emphatically announced in Ed Soja's Postmodern Geographies in 1989, coincided above all with questions concerning postmodernism, globalization, and urbanization, although the still growing influence of spatial considerations in left theory and practice is now evident in virtually every inquiry into what the Marxist philosophical tradition calls totality. Space and radical political traditions. It would be an error of historical perspective, however, to suggest that Marxist preoccupations with space only originated with this postmodern spatial turn, the handiwork mostly of some geographers and cultural theorists. Space as such was not among the most prominent concepts singled out for critique by Marx, such as the economy, state, or ideology, so the word does not typically feature in otherwise wide-ranging surveys such as the dictionary. But that does not mean the founders of historical materialism were by any means inattentive to space and specifically spatial problems of politics, as can be seen in their radical reflections on town and country and the housing question. The same must be said about Marxism after Marx, especially with reference to the revolutionary political generation of Lenin, Trotsky, Luxemburg and Gramsci, who contributed vigorously to the spatial sensibility of Marxism and related radical political traditions with a series of original concepts including imperialism, colonialism, hegemony, the subaltern and, of course, uneven and combined development. Given that imperialism and colonialism in particular are inherently spatial phenomena, one also thinks here of the signal interventions into Marxist engagements with space by kindred if critical political theoretical efforts in the revolutionary anti-colonial tradition, from C.L.R. James to Aimé Césaire, from Frantz Fanon to Walter Rodney, especially on the centrality of colonialism and slavery to the historical development of capitalism, as forcefully argued by Cedric Robinson in Black Marxism, an indispensable reference for ongoing discussions of racial capitalism involving historians such as Robin D. G. Kelly and geographers such as Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Complementary to these writings were the attempts to historicize and update the classical theories of imperialism of Lenin's conjuncture for the post-war era of U.S. hegemony by dependency and world systems theorists, including André Gunder Frank, Samir Emin, Emmanuel Wallerstein, and Giovanni Arrighi, who introduced into our lexicon such phrases as development of underdevelopment, unequal exchange and core and periphery. Not far from these works lay a series of socialist feminist theorizations of socio-historical totality, including Maria Mai's landmark work of 2014, Patriarchy and Accumulation on a World Scale, which focuses our attention on the constitutive relation between space 509. Colonization and the domestic servitude of women within an unequal global division of labor, or Silvia Federici's more recent Caliban and the Witch, which introduces an entirely new scale and gender perspective to the problem of so-called original accumulation of capitalism, by way of the female body. What is space? Those are some of the main itineraries of the concept of space before the spatial turn in Marxism and allied political currents. But what can be said of it in contemporary theory and practice? One difficulty with this question lies in the sheer multiplicity of meanings attached to the term space in critical discourse today, which includes the classical problems of imperialism, colonialism, and urbanization, but also exceeds and even departs from them in a bewildering variety of directions. Consider, for example, the call for safe space issued in some activist milieus. The ostensible purpose of this demand is to safeguard marginalized bodies, relationships, homes, workplaces, habitats, discourses, and imaginaries from dominant social forces, although this largely Anglo-American formulation of safe space has also been criticized in the same venues for its tendency to avoid productive conflict and achieve only a false sense of security. Even in this particular and contested usage, to be sure, the word space assumes many meanings: physical space, social space, and discursive space. Likewise, the path-breaking feminist conceptual distinction between public and private space stretches across various spatial scales from the body to the city, the nation, and beyond, while the public-private divide itself cuts across the dimensions of physical space, symbolic space, and all manner of spatial practices essential to social life. But just as the rampant polysemy of space surely enhances the current popularity of the term, this surplus of signification also risks trivializing it as a theoretical concept, as we see in the banal assertion that somehow everything is spatial. How, then, to raise space above the level of a free-floating signifier, to that of a concept with some analytical purchase and political purpose? Lefebvre's lessons. To make sense of space in a holistic and radical way, we can do worse than to turn to Henry Lefebvre, the greatest Marxist theoretician of space in the 20th century. Space poses for him, among other things, an organizational problem, similar to the one confronted by Fernand Braudel in his magisterial history of 510. Capitalism, i.e. finding a form to fit the content of his research, that immense accumulation of data gathered from around the world, spanning several centuries. His legendary solution to this problem, as succinctly explained in Afterthoughts on Material Civilization and Capitalism, consisted in delineating the great narrative of capitalism into three related yet distinct levels of social reality characterized by their own temporalities: material life or the everyday at the ground level, infrastructures of commerce or market exchange at the intermediate level, and the combined operations of state and capitalism at the most global and abstracted level, which he provocatively called the world and described as the counter-market. These three levels correspond directly to the tripartite division of Braudel's magnum opus Civilisation Materielle, Économie et Capitalisme, 8, 8e siècle, 1. Les structures du quotidien, 2. Les jeux de l'échange, 3. Les temps du monde. Lefebvre's Marxist perspective on the world, more precisely, his conception of totality, reveals a remarkably similar form involving three dialectically articulated levels of social reality: everyday life, the urban and the global. While these levels of social reality correspond closely to three of Lefebvre's most striking contributions to an open Marxism, 3 volumes of Critique of Everyday Life and Other Writings on the Everyday from 1947 to 1988, a truly original intervention on the social production of space ranging from his studies of rural sociology such as La Vallée de Campin, Étude de sociologie rurale through La Proclamation de la Commune and La Droit à la Ville to the production of space, and 4 tomes of De l'État that critically surveyed Marxist theories of the state, imperialism, and colonialism by way of such conceptions as mode de production étatique and its political antidote autogestion. The manner of their mediated articulation is most succinctly laid out in his 1970 classic, The Urban Revolution. Space as a level of social totality. The Urban Revolution turns on at least 3 of Lefebvre's most influential ideas on space. First, the significance of the production of space for the survival of capitalism, especially in the post-war, late capitalist era. Second, the notion of the right to the city, or the centrality of the struggle over the production of space for socialist political strategy, aimed at building a different city for a different society. And, third, the aforementioned theoretical perspective on levels of totality, which posits urbanization, the decisive mode of production of capitalist space, as the key intermediate or mixed level of social reality, positioned between the global and the everyday. Between and nature, between their home and the world, lies the urban reality, which for Lefebvre is an essential mediating factor. That is to say, the production. Space 511. of space for him constitutes the crucial mediating level that projects the global logics of state and capital through to the level of everyday life, while also transmitting, in the opposite direction, forms of opposition to those logics originating in the struggles between the routines and aspirations of the everyday back towards the global level, with the potential radically to transform it according to communist principles. What's called the production of space in this sense lies at the contested crossroads of the global and everyday levels, occupying a decisive central location in the social totality. The urban revolution charts the historical emergence of this politically pivotal level of the social, by advancing the seemingly audacious thesis that urbanization has now superseded industrialization as the socio-spatial process in charge of late capitalism. It is not only that land and nature have been relentlessly commodified in advanced capitalism to manage crises of accumulation and reproduce the regnant mode of production, but also that the production of space, both natural and social, has become increasingly synonymous with sustaining the unsustainable conditions of possibility of commodification. In this sense, space is no longer the mere container or residuum of social relations, but dialectically productive of them. With what Lefebvre announced here as the complete urbanization of society, a truism of radical geographers thus assumes unprecedented salience: space is a social product, society is spatially constituted. Or, as Lefebvre's one-time collaborator Guy Debord theorized as the social division of labor and the formation of classes underlying commodification in the society of the spectacle, while all the technical forces of capitalism contribute towards various forms of separation, urbanism provides the material foundation for those forces and prepares the ground for their deployment. It is the technology of separation. Hence no is the answer to Lefebvre's often quoted and rather rhetorical question: is it conceivable that the exercise of hegemony might leave space untouched? The urban revolution. Lefebvre's notion of the urban revolution, however, has two related meanings. The first pertains to the historical trajectory of urbanization, through predominantly political, mercantile, and industrial forms of the city to the worldwide implosion and explosion of urban society, culminating in the now planetary scope of the urban phenomenon, a condition deemed essential for the survival of capitalism today. The second meaning, derived from his La Droit à la Ville, a work originally meant to be a contribution to the 100th anniversary of the first volume of Marx's Capital, points to the necessity of revolutionizing space in order to revolutionize society. The right to the city was a slogan and concept 512. Coined by Lefebvre in the ferment of May 68 in Paris, while he was a professor at the University of Nanterre. As Kristen Ross aptly observes of this moment, the functionalist campus at Nanterre, inaugurated in 1964 and built on the site of the worst immigrant slums outside Paris, provided students with a direct lived lesson in uneven development, a daily experience that Henri Lefebvre, for one, never tired of remarking was the foremost cause of May 68. Nanterre students acted as a catalyst for distinctly new forms of expression, representation, and mobilization of immigrant workers. By 1970, rent strikes, hunger strikes, squatting, and other collective struggles unseen before May 68 began to bring immigrants into direct confrontation with the state apparatus. While being profoundly struck by the revolutionary potential of such urban eruptions as May 68, Lefebvre also registered the fact that the city is no longer what it used to be. Between La Droit à la Ville and the urban revolution, 1968 and 1970, a certain shift of emphasis appears in his writings, one that moves from the city to the urban phenomenon, although the two are not so neatly separated like water and oil. The urban phenomenon appears on a planetary scale due to the explosion of classical forms of the city under the impact of capitalist industry and its imperative of expanded accumulation. In brief, says Lefebvre, the merchant bourgeoisie, the intellectuals and politicians modeled the city. The industrialists demolished it. As Brazilian architect and political economist Roberto Luis Montemor clarifies, Lefebvre theorizes here an important distinction between the city and the urban, This much misunderstood latter term refers to the socio-spatial reality that emerges from advanced capitalism's state-led sublation of the classical contradiction between city and country that Marx and Engels wrote about in the German ideology and singled out as something to be resolved in communism in the Communist Manifesto. Thus the urban is neither city nor country understood as distinctive hierarchically related types of human settlements, it is rather their Hegelian Aufhebung, resulting from the progressive domination of the country by the city alongside the implosion and explosion of the latter, i.e. a new worldwide space of state, capital, and struggles of everyday life. Following Lefebvre, Neil Brenner, and Christian Schmid have theorized this space, which now includes city centers, suburbs, exurbs, small towns, rural areas, residences, schools, malls, farms, feedlots, sweatshops, factories, highways, airports, ports, shipping lanes, warehouses, mines, oil fields, military bases, waterfalls, rivers, energy grids, communication networks, infrastructure projects of various scales and other such entities within the reach of commodity form and state power, as one of planetary urbanization, with special attention to its concentrated, extended, and differential moments. Yet the formal features of what used to be called the city, centrality, difference, and intercourse, persist into the now planetary phenomenon of the urban, as possibilities to be actualized, and remain essential for the urban revolution that Lefebvre sees as integral to the socialist revolution. Space 513. What does the city create? Nothing. Its centralized creation. And yet it creates everything. Nothing exists without exchange, without union, without proximity, that is, without relationships. The city creates a situation, the urban situation, where different things occur one after the other and do not exist separately but according to their differences. The urban, which is indifferent to each difference it contains, often seems to be as indifferent as nature, but with a cruelty all its own. However, the urban is not indifferent to all differences, precisely because it unites them. In this sense, the city constructs, identifies and delivers the essence of social relationships, the reciprocal existence and manifestation of differences arising from or resulting in conflicts. Isn't this the rational delirium known as the city, the urban? Everyday life and state. Lefebvre's oeuvre on space is best approached by recalling the abiding political question animating his inquiries into levels of totality: how has capitalism, in spite of its contradictions and crises, managed to survive for so long? Especially since the end of the Second World War, Lefebvre felt keenly the need for Marxists to broaden their strategic horizons beyond a party political focus on the factory floor of the exploitative labor-capital relation, and venture into hitherto sidelined domains of social life. And he came to regard these as ever more central sites of political struggle, rather like how feminist critics have identified the centrality of the sphere of social reproduction for the survival of capitalism. A prime case in point is Lefebvre's most durable thematic preoccupation lasting over 4 decades, everyday life. He theorized it as a terrain of the social torn between radical aspirations and alienated routines of late capitalist subjects, a chosen site for post-war regimes of accumulation to entrench and expand their operations, as Kristen Ross demonstrates from a feminist and anti-colonial standpoint in Fast Cars, Clean Bodies, a superb study of French modernization in the aftermath of decolonization that draws insightfully from Lefebvre and Fanon. But for Lefebvre, everyday life still harbors vital if diminishing reservoirs of revolutionary utopian energy opposed to state and capital. Echoing the contemporaneous if more pessimistic diagnosis of a culture industry by Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, he coined the phrase bureaucratic society of controlled consumption in everyday life in the modern world to highlight the burgeoning preponderance of capital and state logics in the everyday, in the face of its promising moments of disalienation, spontaneously expressed as love, comradeship, play and so on. In contrast to these ingredients of communism, the alienating moments of capital and state are concentrated and rooted in what Lefebvre called the global level, characterized by its tendencies of abstraction and universalization. The 4 volumes of De l'État present Lefebvre's most sustained engagement with this level of the social order, offering a critical review of Marxist writings on this subject from Marx to Lenin to Mao, with special attention to Rosa Luxemburg's geographical account of expanded reproduction of capital. And they culminate in a new perspective on the state as the territorial 514 organizer of hierarchical social relations. Yet in so doing the state engenders social relations in space according to a self-aggrandizing logic of its own, i.e. the mode de production étatique, which for Lefebvre is the antithesis of the Marxist and Leninist project of the withering away of the state, i.e. the goal of autogestion. History of space. In both the production of space and De l'État, Lefebvre speaks of a history of space, a diachrony of analogical, cosmological, symbolic, and logic or logistical space, arguing that each mode of production has had its space, a dominant space that did not exclude residual and emergent spaces. Analogic space in Lefebvre's historical perspective corresponds to the primitive community, where the village and its organization is supposed to represent, or rather reproduce, a divine body, itself a projection of the human body. Likewise, the Asiatic or ancient mode of production is linked to a cosmological space, such that the town is an imago mundi, a veritable cognitive map of the cosmos. The medieval town of feudalism in this narrative exemplifies symbolic space, with Gothic cathedrals figuring the emergence of the city above the earth and the momentum of a whole society toward a clarity which is conceived as that of logos, i.e. the word, Christ, and unlike cryptic space, where truth remains hidden in the tomb, this space tends towards decryption, an ascent toward the light. While warning against reductive readings of space, society relations, Lefebvre notes that this is also the moment of the great class struggle of the urban bourgeoisie against the landed gentry, which is the substance of a double-sided symbolism, religious and political. Meanwhile, perspectival space dating from the Renaissance corresponds to the ascent of cities on the basis of merchant capital and banking capital. These bankers, like the Medici family, build stately homes in the countryside, and around these homes, small holdings. The roads that link their homes to others are planted with cypress trees, and the countryside takes on a depth and magnitude that it did not have before. The lines towards the horizon are marked out by avenues of cypress, symbols of both property and longevity, and from this moment perspective appears, derived from the reciprocal influence of towns on the countryside. This perspectival space also takes over nature in measuring it and subordinating it to the requirements of society, under the domination of the eye and no longer of the entire body. Moreover, it is an entire space that is organized, governing the whole of the arts, a space that is common to all, the inhabitants situated themselves in this space, the architects and political authorities know how to control it. Subsequent capitalist space, however, destroys perspectival space. 515. Space, as evidenced for example by Picasso's analytic cubism and the paintings of Kandinsky. This destruction of perspectival space is characterized by the fact that a monument, a work of architecture, any object, is situated in a homogeneous space and no longer in a qualified space. Picasso, Klee, and members of the Bauhaus simultaneously discovered that one can represent objects in space such that they no longer have a privileged side or facade. They are in an indifferent space and are themselves indifferent to this space tending towards complete quantification. The tower block for which Mies van der Rohe designed the prototype is located in a space of the type we can pivot around. It is an object with neither face nor facade. Perspectival space is thus replaced by an entirely new space. An ambiguity follows from what Le Corbusier and the members of the Bauhaus believed to constitute a revolution. We took them for Bolsheviks when actually they inaugurated capitalist space. Space, state, capital. Is it even possible to define capitalism without reference to space? Not for the radical geographer David Harvey, who in tune with Lefebvre recommends that we replace the term historical materialism with historical geographical materialism. To be sure, conventional political, economic exegeses of Marx's critique of capitalism tend to rely heavily on core categories such as the relations and forces of production, and the commodification of labor power and the consequent reformatting of production processes, leading from formal to real subsumption. This yields analyses of the production of surplus value and the problem of how surplus value is realized and how it is allocated, as well as conceptions of crises of overproduction, underconsumption, and accumulation. Yet, for Lefebvre, this is not all, because a holistic perspective on the capitalist mode of production must also address the production of social and political relations that are spatially constituted. So it is also defined by the production of a spatial support, i.e. a foundation for the relations of production and for their renewal or reproduction. It would seem that Lefebvre here replaces the base of the traditional Marxist base superstructure model with space, by using the terms foundation and support in a palpably literal sense, with no prejudice at all against inquiries into the ideological and symbolic significance of space. It is clear too that this spatial support and foundation of capitalism is itself a social product. It is shaped out of pre-existing space, which capitalism both destroys and appropriates according to its own purposes, and made by definite agents, developers, bankers, urbanists, architects, landowners, political authorities, and sometime by users. Such space is social as well in the sense that it is not a thing among things, but the system of links, connections, networks, and circuits that makes all things capitalist possible and real. In short, the capitalist mode of production produces its own space. In so doing, it is transformed. 516. In the production of space, Lefebvre characterizes the space as abstract space, locating it in a historical arc stretching from pre-capitalist forms of absolute space to the post-capitalist possibility of differential space, i.e. a space of autogestion, which it is the indispensable task of socialism to produce as its own space. The abstract space of capitalism is at once homogeneous, fragmented and hierarchical, and therefore contradictory. It is homogeneous because it is subject to the commodity form privileging exchange value over use value, identity over difference, rendering it equivalent, exchangeable, interchangeable. Yet on the other hand, this space is fractured because it is processed in the form of lots and parcels, and sold on this basis within a juridical political regime of private property. It is thus fragmented. In addition, abstract space, which Lefebvre revealingly compared to Marx's conception of abstract labor, becomes hierarchical, as inequalities result from exchange and places are arranged unequally in relation to centers, which are themselves unequal. Relations of center and periphery, dominant and dominated space, thus develop as social struggles and spatial forms are dialectically mediated. This state of affairs, however, does not amount to any automatically self-reproducing totality. It is riven by crises of accumulation, social reproduction, and spatial production, which threaten its demise. The moment at which space becomes predominant, i.e. when a dominant space is constituted, is also the moment when production no longer spontaneously and blindly guarantees the reproduction of social relations. Although necessary, reproduction inside the corporation and beyond is no longer sufficient. The primary role of the modern state is to prevent the collapse of the edifice that extends from the labor force to the political caste, to maintain a hierarchized system of places, functions, and institutions. Political economy and urban space. In the urban revolution, Lefebvre mentions in passing real estate in neo-capitalist society, which functions as a second sector, a circuit that runs parallel to that of industrial production, the primary circuit of commodity production, which serves the non-durable assets market, or at least those that are less durable than buildings. Urbanism, he says, is situated at the intersection of these two sectors, but in a way that conceals that intersection. Crucially, in the face of crises of accumulation. His second sector serves as a buffer. It is where capital flows in the event of a depression, although enormous profits soon slow to a trickle. In this sector, there are few multipliers, spin-offs. Capital is tied up in real estate. Although the overall economy soon begins to suffer, the role and function of this sector continue to grow. Space 517. As the principal circuit, current industrial production and the movable property that results, begins to slow down, capital shifts to the second sector, real estate. It can even happen that real estate speculation becomes the principal source for the formation of capital, that is, the realization of surplus value. Not an insignificant portion of Harvey's legendary contribution to radical geography and Marxist political economy lies in his detailed elaboration of this prescient point made by Lefebvre. As readers of Limits to Capital would attest, it is in this path-breaking book that Harvey fully fleshes out his highly influential theorization of the spatial fix as a contribution to crisis theory, in the midst of a powerful exegesis, reconstruction, and extension of Marx's Capital. One measure of the versatility of this concept is its explanatory force well beyond the scale and temporality to which it initially referred, as demonstrated by Giovanni Arrighi's adoption of the notion of spatio-temporal fix in conjunction with a couple of Harvey's related conceptual contributions, switching circuits and accumulation by dispossession, to account for political, economic, military struggles over the shifting hegemonies of historical capitalism. If Harvey himself switched scales from the urban to the world historical in the new imperialism while reviving Marx's concept of so-called original accumulation, then in more recent works From Rebel Cities to Marx, Capital, and the Madness of Economic Reason, a dialectical bridging of the urban and the global scales is more apparent, for example, in his writings on the urban roots of the financial crisis of 2007 and on the contemporary relevance of Lefebvre's notion of the right to the city. A similar range of spatial scales figures in the work of Harvey's groundbreaking student Neil Smith, whose uneven development, nature, capital, and the production of space is possibly the most original Marxist theoretical work to emerge from the academic discipline of geography. The concept of uneven development, first elaborated by Lenin and Trotsky in the context of debates about the possibility of a socialist revolution in Russia, is extended by Smith with impressive imagination, to address a broad range of questions operating at different spatial scales, from the dynamics of gentrification in revanchist cities to the dialectics of nature-society relations. By radically revisiting Marx's concepts of nature and capital in relation to society and space, Smith anticipates a subsequent generation of critical political ecological writers such as John Bellamy Foster, Jason Moore, and Andreas Malm. The housing question. In Marxist Thought and the City, Lefebvre suggests that although Marx and Engels seriously engaged the politics of space in their conception of historical materialism, they presented their thoughts on this subject in a scattered rather than systematic way. Yet some of their works on space are well known and 518 still inspire both scholars and activists. Perhaps the most significant among these is their first, Engels' The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844, which Mike Davis credits as the prime inspiration for his groundbreaking trilogy on Los Angeles, City of Quartz, Ecology of Fear and Magical Urbanism, now benchmarks of radical urban studies. Engels' old classic still remains instructive for historical materialists, as it vividly illustrates how he discovers Marxism in and by means of the city and its relationship to the countryside, even before properly beginning his lifelong collaboration with Marx. It also helped Marx to become a historical materialist, if not a Marxist. Upon encountering a novel socio-spatial reality triangulated by emergent bourgeois social relations, industrial technology, and rapid urbanization, Engels possessed the good sense in that situation to not make a contrived distinction between urban struggle and class struggle en route to socialism. This organic unity between urban and class struggles was later seen most paradigmatically by Marx and Engels in the Paris Commune, which both Lefebvre and Debord understood as an urban revolution as much as a social revolution. Yet some of this socio-spatial common sense has been lost in the mainstreams of both socialism and urbanism, as proletarian parties tended to focus on the factory floor and experts of space took over matters of city and country into their own economic corporate hands. Engels' post-commune tract The Housing Question could be read as a prophetic response to this kind of separation of the social from the spatial, i.e. the divorce of critical spatial struggles from radical socialist movements, to the detriment of both. For here he warned, it is not that the solution of the housing question simultaneously solves the social question, but that only by the solution of the social question, that is, by the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, is the solution of the housing question made possible. The bourgeoisie cannot therefore solve the housing question, but can only move it around. The point is pertinent even today for urban activists confronting issues of gentrification, affordable housing, and their right to the city, as David Madden and Peter Marcuse argue in Defense of Housing. We take from Engels the idea that the housing question is embedded within the structures of class society. Posing the housing question today means uncovering the connections between societal power and the residential experience. It means asking who and what housing is for, who controls it, who it empowers, who it oppresses. It means questioning the function of housing within globalized neoliberal capitalism. The socio-spatial dialectic of the housing question has become ever more relevant, as housing and urban development today are not secondary phenomena, but rank among the main processes driving contemporary capitalism. Following Engels, who registered with unparalleled force the nefarious consequences of the commodification of housing, Madden and Marcuse add that the space 519 latter no longer serves as a mere infrastructure for living, but functions also as an instrument for financial accumulation. Yet in their view no other modern commodity is as important for organizing citizenship, work, identities, solidarities, and politics. Moreover, in all social settings, dwelling space structures power relations, so that it can be used to maintain the social order, or to support challenges to it. To the latter end, the most potent reading of the housing question has come in effect from socialist feminists such as Lisa Vogel, Tithi Bhattacharya, and Sue Ferguson, who have clarified its umbilical connection to what was once called the woman question, with reference to the sexual division of labor traversing the relation between working and living conditions detected by Engels. Due attention to problems concerning social reproduction has led not only to inquiries into the fundamentally gendered nature of the restructuring of late capitalist social space and everyday life, as exemplified in Massey's trailblazing Workspace, Place, and Gender, but also to a spatial question essential for socialism famously raised by Dolores Hayden: what would a non-sexist city look like? Space and Revolution. These insights on the dialectically mediated relation between the social and the spatial also shed useful light on a series of iconoclastic attempts to revolutionize the world by a range of radical architects and urban planners, often mislabeled modernist and almost universally derided in the postmodern academic discourses of architecture and urban planning for their alleged sin of totalizing and totalitarianism. What actually happened with such attempts to change the world is better approached by way of the words of the protagonists themselves. In Towards a New Architecture, Le Corbusier reflected on the epochal crisis of interwar Europe, discerned by him above all in the problems of actually existing urban space, which had not kept up with the emancipatory potential offered by the technologies of the Second Industrial Revolution and the sense of possibility of political revolution that was in the air, with the poignant question: architecture or revolution? And he responded provocatively to his own question in the famous last words of this classic of modern architecture: revolution can be avoided. The message, in case anyone missed it, was that architecture and urban planning could resolve the urgent problems of Europe, without having to bother with revolution. This formulation of Le Corbusier advances the antithesis of Engels' inescapable conclusion in the housing question, and it is still typical of so many experts who fetishize space, abstract spatial form from social form, and bypass radical politics, by means of not modernism but modernization. In that interwar historical conjuncture, modernism, as Perry Anderson argues in a review of Marshall Behrman's influential book on modernity, all that 520 is solid melts into air, consisted of radical innovations in three related domains: art, technology, and politics. It is the explosive fusion of this triad in Germany, Italy, France, and especially the nascent Soviet Union that defined the moment of modernism in Europe, as vividly recounted in Town and Revolution and Changer la Vie, Changer la Ville by Anatole Kopp, who inspired Lefebvre to intervene critically in numerous debates and projects on architecture and urbanism, as Lucas Stanek has impressively documented. Surveyed by Kopp, who understood that modernism is not a style but a project, and by other kindred spirits such as Owen Hatherley in militant modernism, are more than a handful of architects and planners who aligned, under the auspices of a radical conjunction of art, technology, and politics, their vocation with that of revolution. Their thinking found expression not in a question but a slogan, architecture and revolution. But how did their attempts to change the world, both space and society, miscarry? The answer lies in the withering away of the revolution rather than the state or capital, which robbed radical modernism of its essential political dimension, leaving art and technology in a state that made them liable to rapid co-optation by capital and the state mode of production, upon the Stalinization of the Soviet bloc and the consolidation of what Gramsci called Americanism and Fordism in the overdeveloped capitalist world. The result of that was modernization, not modernism. Varieties of the modernist project of changing both spatial and social relations persisted, however, in the interstices of post-war capitalist hegemony, from the urban activism of the Situationist International through the alliances of workerist and autonomist tendencies in Italy with radical architects such as Aldo Rossi and Manfredo Tafuri documented in Pier Vittorio Orelli's The Project of Autonomy, Politics and Architecture Within and Against Capitalism to the Occupy movement, even if the capacity of these mobilizations to approximate anything like the Universal Republic, a confederation of free peoples, envisaged by the communards remains in dispute. Country, city, communism. The socio-spatial dialectic of Marx and Engels, while predating its reincarnation in Soja's 1989 postmodern geographies by more than a century and a half, also addressed in some detail the historical geography of emergent capitalism. The division of labor inside a nation, they wrote in the German ideology, leads at first to the separation of industrial and commercial from agricultural labor, and hence to the separation of town and country and to the conflict of their interests. In this text, the authors link the social division of labor of successive modes of production to the evolving spatial space 521 forms of town and country and the political, economic, military relations between them. Even the most important division of material and mental labor correlates in their view with the separation of town and country, which begins with the transition from barbarism to civilization, and runs through the whole history of civilization to the present day. In the course of the latter, as capitalism becomes the dominant mode of production, the separation of town and country can also be understood as the separation of capital and landed property. Concomitantly, universal competition in the modern world market reduced world history for the first time, insofar as it made all civilized nations and every individual member of them dependent for the satisfaction of their wants on the whole world, thus destroying the former natural exclusiveness of separate nations. It took from the division of labor the last semblance of its natural character, and resolved all natural relations into money relations. In the place of naturally grown towns it created modern, large industrial cities which have sprung up overnight. It completed the victory of the town over the country. In their survey of the contradiction between town and country, Marx and Engels maintain that it can only exist within the framework of private property, while insisting that the abolition of the contradiction between town and country is one of the first conditions of communal life, i.e. communism. Readers of the Manifesto of the Communist Party will recognize the same point in a famous, if controversial, given its apparent Eurocentric and metropolitan bias, passage. The bourgeoisie has subjected the country to the rule of the towns. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries dependent on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeois, the East on the West. While the German ideology conceived of the passage from barbarism to civilization as a socio-spatial process involving the contradictory city-country relation, the the broader historical geographical sketch of the manifesto adds a telling scalar perspective to it. Now the basic spatial structure of capitalism stretches across several scales, from the more close-to-home country, city separation through the borders between unequal nations to a worldwide east-west divide, suggesting a multi-scalar extension of the center-periphery form that territorializes capitalism as a mode of imperialism and colonization. The seeds of a theory of combined and uneven development are also present in the manifesto, as is the recognition that communism must produce its own space, in anti-colonial and anti-imperialist opposition to the bourgeoisie that runs amok around the world to remake it in its own image. Hence the 9th item in the 10-point program briskly laid out in the manifesto, demanding the gradual abolition of the distinctions between town and country. 522. Space, culture, hegemony. Few have studied the town-country relation more fruitfully than Raymond Williams in The Country and the City. This magnificent book, British Marxism's preeminent work on space, begs to be read alongside Lefebvre's writings. For it addresses nothing less than the role played by the production, representation, and experience of space in the exemplary, and contentious, development of capitalism in England. Williams extracts here the historical, cultural, political economic geography of the latter, in a peerless exercise of imaginative interpretation, from two of the most loaded words in the English language, country and city. The essence of the underlying social, economic, and historical analysis of this work is best summed up in its author's own words: "My central case in The Country and the City was that these two apparently opposite and separate projections, country and city, were in fact indissolubly linked, within the general and crisis-ridden development of a capitalist economy which has itself produced this division in its modern forms." In his narrative of the latter, Williams's awareness of what happened in his own country, like Marx and Engels in the manifesto, is refreshingly global. And it is palpable even or especially in his treatment of that most iconic concentration of social and symbolic power in the English landscape. As Robin Blackburn observes, Williams unearths in no uncertain terms the process of capitalist despoliation at home and colonial slavery abroad behind the culture of the English country house and the conventions of a pastoral mode that conjured them away. Indeed, much of the real history of city and country, within England itself, is from an early date a history of the extension of a dominant model of capitalist development to include other regions of the world. Thus the much admired country houses which were the apex of a local system of exploitation in fact had many connections to distant lands, being if not becoming country houses of capital rather than land. Though his focus is on English literature, Williams' perspective therefore does not spare the radical socio-spatial transformations witnessed in the colonies themselves, as relations between them and the colonizing countries shifted from a predominantly mercantile mode of metropolitan profiteering to one premised on what Marx called so-called original accumulation, typically coupled with the development of underdevelopment and core-periphery relations characteristic of the modern world system. Williams refers in this regard to the slave trade from Africa, the new rural economy of the tropical plantations and other forms of colonial dispossession recorded in the novels of R.K. Narayan, Mulk Raj Anand, James Ngugi, Ileke Amadi, Chinua Achebe, and Wilson Harris, urging English readers to read these authors in order to get a different and necessary perspective on their own country that they will not find in Kipling, Forster, or Orwell. Space 523. As to what this relationship between England and distant lands has to do with Williams' key terms of analysis, he is abundantly clear. One of the last models of city and country is the system we now know as imperialism. This recalls a striking formulation by Lefebvre in De l'État: wherever a dominated space is generated and mastered by a dominant space, where there is periphery and center, there is colonization. Williams' cultural materialist approach to the English experience of capitalism also suggests a methodological and thematic kinship with Antonio Gramsci, whose acute spatial sensibilities are generally submerged in the secondary literature, Stefan Kipfer being an excellent exception. The city-country relation was a long-standing strategic preoccupation for the Sardinian Marxist too, as his influential essay Some Aspects of the Southern Question reveals with regard to the problem of hegemony, i.e. the need for an alliance of urban workers and rural peasants to combat fascism with communism. Kipfer's sharp view of Gramsci's experience of that Italian conjuncture is not without contemporary relevance in much of the world. Given his biography and his political trajectory from Sardinia to the Piedmont, the Southern question had to impose itself upon Gramsci one way or the other. But it is of course true that he elevated this question, which is itself crisscrossed in complex ways by the city-country question, to the highest strategic importance. Southern question was a response to the reality of Mussolini's fascism. Mussolini's hordes managed to impose themselves not the least due to the defeat of the Factory Council movement of 1919 to 1920 and the latter's relative isolation from other subaltern spaces in Italy. The rise and temporary consolidation of Italian fascism illustrated to Gramsci how uneven development in Italy was not only a structural limit on bourgeois rule but also a problem with deadly consequences for socialist and communist politics and the capacity of the proletariat to exercise leadership. Whither space? The essential insight for historical materialism to draw from Lefebvre, Williams, Gramsci and kindred spirits is simple, as Kipfer puts it. The point is to discuss space dialectically, as a product of history and an active historical force. The tendencies to avoid, consequently, should be equally clear, either to neglect or to fetishize space. Massey's words are therefore apt, the spatial is integral to the production of history, and thus to the possibility of politics, just as the temporal is to geography. In relation to these propositions, 3 lessons on space from Lefebvre are especially worth remembering. First, it is unwise and in any case erroneous to think of Marxism's approach to space as merely political economic, not least because in advanced capitalism space is not just one commodity among others, but the necessary basis of commodification itself, and because the production of space is essential for the reproduction of labor power and social relations, as well as for the appropriation of nature. Second, the production of space is a decisive mediation of totality, the level of social reality at which the rubber of state and capital hits the road of everyday life, which also 524 opens up the possibility of the former being mortally punctured and deflated by the latter, ideally in line with the communist project of the withering of the state and generalized autogestion. Third, space is physical, social, and mental, all at once. Indeed, the signal methodological achievement of the production of space is the radically holistic perspective it brings to the study of space, seamlessly integrating into a single inquiry the historical varieties of lived, perceived, and conceived space, to speak in Lefebvre's celebrated terms. In other words, the subject of space disobeys the boundaries between academic disciplines, revealing their provincialisms. The political corollary and implication of this undisciplined nature of space is more promising. Not only does the consideration of space usefully broaden our conception of the terrain of radical political struggle, from the factory to the prison to the kitchen to the city to the nation to the body to nature, not to speak of the powers of logistics and infrastructures connecting and separating them, as Deborah Cowan and Lalika Lili have shown us, but the focus on space also establishes productive links between otherwise disparate sites, issues, and activists, strengthening the grounds of radical political solidarity, but with close attention to Massey's conceptualization of power geometry, which explains how the capitalist reformatting of time, space works to the advantage of some at the expense of others. But the political point of all this is clear enough. The multitude of struggles over space today is integral to the choice between the actually existing and other possible worlds. The stakes of adequately registering space as a decisive mediation of totality, with new implications for the politics of time as well, are aptly captured in a rhetorical flourish by Frederick Jameson on the preponderance of space over time in late capitalism. The political conclusion to draw from this development is plain, namely, that in our time all politics is about real estate, and this from the loftiest statecraft to the most petty maneuvering around local advantage. Postmodern politics is essentially a matter of land grabs, on a local as well as global scale. Whether you think of the issue of Palestine or of gentrification and zoning in American small towns, it is that peculiar and imaginary thing called private property in land which is at stake. The land is not only an object of struggle between the classes, between rich and poor, it defines their very existence and the separation between them. Capitalism began with enclosure and with the occupation of the Aztec and Inca empires, and is ending with foreclosure and dispossession, with homelessness on the individual as well as the collective level, and with the unemployment dictated by austerity and outsourcing, the abandonment of factories and rust belts. Whether you think of the dispossession of peasants to make way for industrial parks, or of ecology and the destruction of rainforests, whether you think of the abstract legalities of federalism, citizenship, and immigration, or the politics of urban renewal and the growth of bidonvilles, favelas, and townships, not to speak of the great movements of the landless or of Occupy, today everything is about land. The concept of alienation has two distinct origins. The first is 18th century political economy and social contract theory. The second is theological. Following Hegel, Marx powerfully synthesizes these origins into a concept of enduring reach, gravity, and explanatory power. The German term Entäußerung is the decisive beginning for the development of the concept of alienation in Hegel and Marx. Lukács writes that, in Hegel, Entäußerung translates an 18th century English word into German. Sean Sayers follows him in this, emphasizing especially the definition of alienation as, on the one hand, the sale or transfer of a commodity and, on the other, the relinquishment of a right or freedom into the social contract structure. In both English and French, where it is a cognate, the concept of alienation translated by Hegel includes both the transfer of concrete goods, like chattels, and the transfer of abstract goods, like rights. Because of this capacity, the concept of alienation links two exemplary 18th century discourses, political economy and the social contract. The capaciousness of the concept ripens it for the additional transformations it will undergo in Hegel's usage. The Oxford English Dictionary's entries for alien, alienable, alienate, alienating, and, finally, alienation can help us to map the terrain of the concept. In all cases, usage begins in the 14th century, and so in early modernity. 28. Alienation. Amy E. Wendling 528. The concept binds together two distinct, though related, ideas. The first of these is the idea of emotional estrangement, especially, though not exclusively, with regard to a political body. The second idea is explicitly about the transfer of property, best understood against the backdrop of the first idea. The notion of being estranged or withdrawn in feeling and affection is elaborated in the 17th and 18th centuries with examples taken from political discourse. In Clarendon's 1674 usage, the hearts of the king's subjects were not aliened from their duty to the king, but by 1770, Edmund Burke worries that discontents grow every day into alienation from this country. But the usage is not limited to political discourse. As early as the 15th century, alienation of the mind is a synonym for madness. In the 18th century, Rousseau's social contract theory requires the total alienation to the whole community of each associate with all of his rights. Conversely, Thomas Jefferson's version of Locke's natural law theory, which speaks of unalienable rights, limits alienation into a sovereign power. Locke himself does not actually use the concept of alienation in the second treatise to describe the transfer of rights to the social body. He prefers instead a vocabulary of quitting and resignation of natural powers, and then only after his discussion of property. Locke does, however, use the concept of alienation in the first treatise, where he writes, "A father cannot alien the power he has over his child, he may perhaps to some degrees forfeit it, but he cannot transfer it." In this usage of the term, to alien, and later, to alienate, is to transfer the property or ownership of anything, to make over to another owner. As we have seen, the concept of alienation can govern both concrete and abstract property claims, and still more abstract entities, like the rights that are increasingly determinate for modern selves. The sentiment behind the earliest usage, in 1413, where a servant may make no testament, to aliene any goods out of his lord's hands, captures all of these dimensions. In this case, the good may be a chattel, but the testament is the right to say what becomes of it. The usage is repeated by Adam Smith in 1776, the vassal could not alienate without the consent of his superior. In this case, a consent structure makes it possible to deputize the right to alienate. Whether a concrete or abstract good is subject to the alienating act is unclear, both are possible. Various other entries make it clear that it is possible to transfer money, titles, lands, and offices, elucidating some of the conditions of legitimacy and illegitimacy that qualify these transfers. Finally, it is possible to transfer persons. Hobbes writes, in 1651, that the Lord may sell his servant, or alienate him by testament. Many of these examples suggest that the transfers they describe might somehow be improperly conducted or suspect. This is already very clear in the discussions of how one should feel about king and country, and in Rousseau's demand that alienation should be total. But notice that the examples from the domain of alienation 529. Property law also carry the suspicion. Who can alienate what to whom, and under what conditions, is a staple feature of these discussions of alienation. Significantly, the contrast between master and servant also emerges in many of the examples. Discussions of rights, their transfer, and the conditions of the transfer's legitimacy have a relationship to status. The move from the act of alienation, which deploys a verbal form of the concept, to an alienated state, which deploys a substantivized, nominal form, marks an important transition. Such a form is already at work as early as the mid-15th century, as evidenced by the earliest example in the alienation entry, from 1430. A king slain in his bed has his title extorted, and a false succession ensues, enabled by this alienation. In the substantivized nominal form, alienation harbors a suspicion about the transfer of power, the example is regicide, and so could not possibly be more extreme. Thus the idea that Hegel translates has significant conceptual content, even prior to his development of the term. Alienation is an emotional estrangement to which political transactions make one especially vulnerable. It is also transfer, but when it is transfer, it is potentially suspect. We see this very evidently in the way Hegel, and, following him in this, Marx, deploys a concept of alienation that firmly binds all of these senses of the concept together. Indeed, Hegel identifies emotional imbalances that are a result of changes to the modern work process. These imbalances impact the transfer of rights, both within the work process itself and within social relations more broadly. Hegel understands that abstract rights are nearly always tied to the concrete human practices that make humans rights-bearing in the first place, especially to property and contract and, beneath this, to the material forms of work and labor. In this limited way, he resembles Locke. In order to describe Hegel's account of labor, Sayers draws our attention to a set of passages from Hegel's Aesthetics which are rarely attended to but which do indeed contain some of his richest accounts of labor and its accomplishments. Here Hegel imagines both alienated and unalienated ways of relating to the work process. Importantly, Hegel explicitly recognizes that alienation is possible both for the poor and the wealthy in the modern world. The passage Sayers draws on most extensively comes from a section focused on the nature of externality and external expressions of ideals. The idea of externality being explicated, unsurprisingly, is Äußerlichkeit in the original German, and so shares a key root with Entäußerung. The more straightforward translation for the basic English term alien, fremd, is also in the passage as a descriptor of what modern citizens must rely upon for their needs. Here Knox misses an opportunity to underscore this by opting for foreign over alien. Hegel writes, "The individual is not at home even in his immediate environment, because it does not appear as his own work. What he surrounds himself with here has not been brought about by himself, it has been taken from the supply of what was already available, produced by others, and acquired by him only through a long chain of efforts and needs foreign to himself. 530. Drawing on a set of passages from the Jena manuscripts, Lukács draws our attention to the ways in which Hegel realizes the effects of introducing machinery to the work process. If you had to guess the author of the following passage, it would be tempting, though incorrect, to guess Marx, for the more he profits from the machine, the more degraded he himself becomes. The abstraction of labor dulls his mind and his senses. Ultimately, Hegel criticizes the notion of a social contract altogether. This comes out very clearly in the philosophy of right, where he considers, and then rejects, the possibility of the alienation of the personality and substantive being that Rousseau embraces. Hegel argues that the kinds of rights captured in the social contract are inalienable. Responsible beings may be able to contemplate their capacity for rights and their ethical and religious rights in a practical context, but they cannot permanently alienate such fundamental aspects of their being. The concept of alienation that Marx will develop, albeit with a much more acute understanding of the complex development of capitalist modernity, begins here. In the loss of self-recognition that accompanies modern labor processes, workers and capitalists alike become estranged or withdrawn emotionally, both in relationship to the political body and to their own bodies, a state of being that, as we shall see, is still usefully associated with madness. Marx also imports the suspicion about potential unfairness in transfers of right, especially in contract. Even though the labor contract is prima facie neutral and thus fair, by giving up his or her working day to the capitalist for the pittance of a wage, the worker relinquishes too much. As for the social contract, Marx will argue that it only advances bourgeois property interests and then feeds these limited interests back to us as if they were universally normative. Thus Lukács and Sayers are correct to situate the origins of the concept of alienation in an 18th century term that is translated into German by Hegel as Entäußerung. As we have seen, however, even prior to Hegel this term is already very rich, binding together the discourse of political economy with that of the social contract, and with a hint that something improper may be afoot. Theological origins of the concept of alienation. To translate is never simply to translate. In the move to German, the concept of alienation becomes enriched by a resonance that is not present in English or French. As Robert Pippin reminds us, Entäußerung was Luther's translation of the ancient Greek term kenosis. The relevant passage from the New Testament, Paul's letter to the Philippians, is as follows. Let the same mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who, though he was in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be exploited, but emptied himself, taking the form of a slave, being born in human likeness. Alienation 531. And being found in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient even to the point of death, even death on a cross. The concept of kenosis elaborates an emptying of the high into the low. Indeed, the high and the low are bound together here, since it is only by a passage through the low that the high will become exalted. Marx's account of alienation will retain the structure of passing through the low in order to reach the high. As Sayers puts it, does not regard alienation and the disharmony of modern society as a merely negative condition. Rather its impact is contradictory. Although it results in the division and fragmentation of people, at the same time it is also the means by which individuality, subjectivity, and freedom develop. In the passage from Philippians, two concepts define the act of incarnation, first slavery, and then death. The slavery reference is very important, as it is here that the concept of kenosis will be open to an assimilation to that of labor. Both slavery and death are used to explain what it means to take human form. They are the exemplary markers of the human. Indeed, the passage already prescribes the two great modern ontologies of the human that will emerge in German idealism, one based on labor and the other on being towards death. Here is Luther's German translation. Seid so unterjuckig wie es auch der Gemeinschaft in Christus Jesus entspricht, der in gottlicher Gestalt war, hielt es nicht für einen Raub, Gott gleich Zeusen, sondern in Tazerde sich selbst und nam Knexgestalten, ward den Menschen gleich und der Erscheinung nach als Mensch erkannt. Ernedrigt sich selbst und ward gehorsam bis zum Tod, zum Tod am Kreuz. We see kenosis being translated by Luther as Entazerung, here with a reflexive construction. We see the ancient Greek word for slave translated as knecht. Only here can Hegel's famed dialectic from the phenomenology resonate with its fullest range, as Herrschaft und Knechtschaft. This textual lineage also supports a point that Paulo Diego Bobbio makes conceptually when he elaborates the correlation between kenosis and all of the major themes of Kantian and post-Kantian idealism. As Chris Arthur writes, Entazerung is a rather unusual German word. The root Äußerung means manifestation and the prefix "ent" indicates establishment of or entry into a new state or relinquishment of an old state. Thus, in combination, the sense is that something is manifested in such a way as to change its state. Here remembering the kenotic resonance of the term is essential to understanding its functioning. As with Aufhebung, to which it related, Entazerung will be enormously important to Hegel. As Lukács writes, in the phenomenology the term Entazerung is deployed at a very high level of philosophical generality. It has 532. Flown far above its original use in economics and social theory. It is precisely the kenotic basis for Entazerung that causes it to transcend its original usage. In English translation, however, this usage is not particularly easy to track. The term Entazerung is variously rendered as externalization, alienation, and even as relinquishment. Interestingly, Miller's translation inserts kenosis as an explanatory term for Entazerung in the final paragraph of Hegel's phenomenology. The German Dies Entazerung, ist ebenso die Entazerung ihrer selbst is rendered as this externalization, this kenosis, is equally an externalization of itself. Miller inserts the Greek term in order to capture the sense the German term carries with it in Hegel's usage. Lukács and Arthur both draw our attention to this very same final paragraph of the phenomenology. Here Entazerung is deployed in its full richness and in its deepest connection with other concepts. Transformation occurs in cycles of self-externalization and contemplative re-internalization. In both Hegel and Marx, this becomes the model for labor. Indeed, some of the problems of capitalist labor emerge because work acquires a divided and abstract form that renders its contemplative re-internalization impossible. Labor under capitalism can never know itself in all of its fullness, it knows itself only partially and through abstraction. Accordingly, it can never achieve the fulfillment of perfectly knowing its substance. It goes out without ever coming back. In Hegel, kenotic self-transformation occurs both in a context of repetition and in one of progressive development. Spirit feels that it has to begin anew each time, but it does so on the basis of what came before, even when it cannot or does not recognize this. We are already not very far from Marx's idea, from the German ideology, that humans produce their lives based on what they find in existence and have to reproduce these lives as a condition of transforming them. In the final paragraph of the phenomenology, Hegel uses the concept of Aufhebung as a name for the raising up that follows Entazerung, understood as kenosis. He also reflects on temporality, conceived as the duration that necessarily accompanies kenotic transformation. Lastly, he specifically invokes Christ. Any given historical political realm expresses the reign of God on earth only incompletely. This is Hegel's political interpretation of kenosis, of what it means for God to be poured out into the world. Hegel takes up the same issue, albeit with a different goal, in his account of nature. At the very end of the passage Hegel also addresses the question of why God would need to undergo kenosis. Without kenosis God would be lifeless, alone, and finite. On Hegel's account, God achieves infinity precisely by entering human finitude. Feuerbach's very interesting claims about the anthropomorphic essence of Christianity must also be read with kenosis in mind. For while Feuerbach definitively reverses the direction of who is emptied into what, the structure of emptying is the same. From this perspective, who is emptied into what first may matter less than Feuerbach seems to think. Already in the Christian anthropology, God somehow self-actualizes in a human form. The kenotic element occurs. Alienation 533. Because the 2 points, the high and low, mutually define one another. In light of this, the low defines and exemplifies the high long before Feuerbach decides to point this out. A theme of Marx's work throughout his life is the issue of how one thing can be transformed into another, especially when its properties are hidden, obscured, or contradicted in some way by the transformation. The transformation theme goes beyond an analysis of appearance versus reality, since in transformation reality itself changes shape. The theme will run through numerous issues surrounding how labor functions in Marx's early work. It will still be one of the main theoretical mechanisms at stake when Marx diagnoses the commodity fetish in his later work. In light of this history, the most accurate characterization of Hegel and Marx's enduring achievement with the concept of Kenosis/Entäußerung is their enormous synthesis of a range of modern discourses. They have put together the concept of Kenosis/Entäußerung, as it was derived from Luther's theology, with the already very rich 18th century concept of alienation, as it was derived from political economy and social contract theory. Alienation is thus an English and French concept that moved into German philosophy, and then returned home enriched by this contact, in tandem with Marx's own migrations. In the return home, the concept imports Hegel and Marx's synthesis of the German interpretation of Kenosis as Entäußerung, originally in Luther, and later in German idealism more broadly, with the 18th century idea of alienation that sets the transfer of rights, capacities, and goods alongside an imbalanced existential state. Marx's transformation of the concept of alienation occurs most powerfully in his 1844 manuscripts, the definitive account of alienation in Marx, and one that will remain relevant throughout all of Marx's mature works. In the 1844 manuscripts, human beings as laboring beings will externalize their very substance in the labor process. Indeed, we have no other substance beyond the capacity to develop in this process. However, in capitalist labor the cycle of re-internalization and self-contemplation will be blocked. Because labor builds not only objects but also a world, the blockage is existential and political in addition to material and epistemological. Marx will do the historical work to connect this blockage to well-researched details about 18th and 19th century industrial and commercial life. In light of that research, Marx will name the state in which all capitalist subjects dwell alienation. Alienation in Marx's 1844 manuscripts. From Entäußerung to Entfremdung and back. In the 1844 manuscripts, the concept of alienation develops, primarily, as a modifier for the concept of labor. This is because the concept of labor powerfully binds together the theological discourse with the discourses of political economy and social contract. The idea of labor attempts a purification of the 534 slavery concept, such that the status of the person performing the labor is no longer an issue. Bourgeois theories of right and its transfer cannot be explained without the concept of labor. Already in Hegel, the Entäußerung is used to describe laboring acts. In this context, it is set alongside several important companion concepts, especially Entfremdung. This is also true in Marx. However, Marx will ultimately develop a distinction between Entäußerung and Entfremdung, albeit one that is subtle and can be difficult to see. The title of the famous section on alienated labor from the 1844 manuscripts is Die Entfremdet Arbeit. Here Marx uses the less abstract, more normative, term in order to capture the type of labor particular to the discourse of political economy and, more broadly, to capture the forms of work process increasingly characteristic of 19th century life. In many passages, Marx will seem to use the Entäußerung and Entfremdung concepts synonymously or interchangeably. For example, he writes, labor's realization is its objectification. In the conditions dealt with by political economy, this realization of labor appears as loss of reality for the workers, objectification as loss of the object and object bondage, appropriation as estrangement, as alienation. Though the terms thus appear to be interchangeable, this is imprecise. We have been told explicitly that we are viewing things from the perspective of political economy, that we have accepted its language and its laws. The terms are interchangeable only from this perspective. In fact, with Entfremdung, Marx seeks to highlight the important blockages capitalism creates in the Entäuserung process. As we learned from Hegel, on its own Entäuserung could be neutral or even positive, so long as it is accompanied by a suitable Erinnerung. But when the form of labor is such that Erinnerung is impossible, Entäuserung only ever appears as Entfremdung. Even in the passage above that appears to take the terms interchangeably, the concept of alienation as Entfremdung precedes the concept of alienation as Entäuserung. The second concept does not explicate the first one so much as it is defined by it. The use of the two terms and their derivatives in the 1844 manuscripts supports this reading. When the two terms occur together, Entfremdung precedes Entäuserung every single time. In addition, Marx very often qualifies Entäuserung as die Entäuserung der Arbeit, and so as the alienation of workers undertaking a particular historical form of the work process. Marx calls work that is fremd, or alien, feindlich, or hostile. Such hostility is an extremely negative term that is thrice associated with the Entfremdung concept but never with the Entäuserung concept. Marx uses the Entfremdung concept about twice as frequently as he uses the Entäuserung concept. Finally, the Entäuserung concept returns at telling times, and especially when Marx is trying to measure how much damage alienation has done to how human beings are defined. For this reason, the term returns with some frequency when Marx is describing alienation's second moment, the alienation. Alienation 535. From activity, and in the conclusion of the text when he returns to his critique of the key concepts of political economy. Marx's usage of the two terms thus backs up Sayre's thesis that for Marx, alienation is not a general existential or moral condition but a condition specific to capitalist social forms, one that is both an indictment of this society and a call for its overcoming. The point can be made with a greater degree of specificity. Alienated existential and moral conditions have been produced by capitalist society. Capitalist social forms also hide their own operations by imposing naturalizing definitions of human persons and social life. In its most complete form, capitalist alienation effectively portrays alienation as a general existential and moral condition, an ontology of the human. Similarly, it portrays alienated, abstract labor as an ontology of the human, abetted here by Christianity's associations between taking human form and the sufferings of labor and death. Once such a set of ontologies is in place, neither an indictment of society nor a call for its overcoming will have any place. And yet it is exactly such a call that Marx is issuing, and very strongly at this period of his thinking. Alienation's 4 moments in the 1844 manuscripts and beyond. Because of their foundational importance for the concept of alienation, each of the 4 moments of alienated labor that Marx highlights in the 1844 manuscripts must be understood with some specificity. The first moment of alienated labor is the alienation from the object of labor, and, relatedly, from the things one needs to survive. Marx makes the point poignantly, and jarringly, when he invokes the prospect of working hard while starving to death. Laborers also no longer have the objects that they need to work. This will develop, in Marx's later work, into the discussion of who owns the means of production, such as tools and machinery. In addition, labor itself is hard to come by, the worker can get hold of it only with the greatest of effort and with the most regular interruptions. The worker's life substance becomes external to him or her, and the worker is given over to what Marx is already calling capital alongside object bondage. Marx develops the first moment analogously with the religious inversion from Feuerbach, just as we humans have put too much into God, not realizing it is only a projection of our own properties, so the worker puts his life into the object, but now his life no longer belongs to him but to the object. The religious analogies will continue throughout each of alienation's remaining aspects. The point about object bondage will ultimately reach full development in Marx's concept of the commodity, and in his discussion of the commodity fetish and its functioning in Capital. There he writes, the mutual relations of the producers, within which the social character of their labor affirms itself, take the 536 form of a social relation between the products. In the following paragraph, and rather more elegantly, Marx writes, there it is a definite social relation between men, that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. The issue of wage labor, or labor recompensed in the monetary form, is also relevant to the first moment of alienation. In the section from the 1844 manuscripts on alienated labor, the wage labor concept appears, at the end of the text, as private property's counterpart from the perspective of the worker. Marx writes that the wage is but a necessary consequence of labor's estrangement, for after all in the wage of labor, labor does not appear as an end in itself but as the servant of the wage. Money then mediates all relationships to the object of labor. I no longer use what I make, and I relate to the things I do use only via the intermediary of the money form. I have poured myself out, but I have returned only in a very partial, fractured, reduced, and abbreviated way. The consequence is alienation qua Entfremdung. Marx's observations on the functioning of money, and later, of its abstract form, value, will be important themes in all of his later work. The second moment of alienated labor is the alienation from the activity of production itself. Here the Entauserung vocabulary returns profoundly. It does so because Marx's description of this moment follows the kenosis structure, and explicitly, in the alienation of activity, the worker no longer belongs to his or her own essence. For Marx, human essence is activity, praxis, the active shaping of the world in which we find our places. We have alienation when this activity becomes, first, boring, and so an insult to the spirit, second, physically damaging, and so an insult to the body, and, third, when the activity belongs not to myself but to someone else. Marx then charts a consequence of this: I feel free only when I am not working, and so only in practice that Marx identifies with the lower order functioning of animal being. In Capital, Marx will develop the notion of alienation from activity via the idea of work with machinery and the divisions of labor that such work both exemplifies and advances. The machine's capitalism selectively develops hasten labor's deskyling and increase the physical damages of injury. Marx will develop the idea of the ownership of labor in his discussion of surplus value, an excess of what is withdrawn over what is paid for. In the Grundriss, Marx's historically unprecedented discussions of free time develop the idea of freedom as freedom from work. Here he envisions free time along with the capacity to use it well, especially in aesthetic and scientific practice. Marx presents the third moment of alienation as an abstract consequence of the first two moments. In alienation, humans are prevented from participating in the universal construction of what it is to be a human being. This is not only the active shaping of the world in which we find our places, but the active, conscious, and free shaping of the concept of the human itself. When this participation is reduced to merely staying alive, then humans produce only under the pressures of immediate physical need. The claim that humans must. Alienation 537. Be forced to work is a result that can be compared usefully with some of the dogmas of political economy. This result obscures a different concept of the human, one which defines the human as producing freely. Marx writes, man produces only when he is free from physical need and only truly produces in freedom therefrom. Man also forms things in accordance with the laws of beauty. In this case, humans are able to contemplate themselves in a world that have created, and not one that they have created under compulsion but freely, and with attention and design. Alienated humans are thus separated from creating and recreating the essence of the human being, what Aristotle called our second nature. Marx terms this aspect of alienation the alienation from human species being. As Simon Skempton points out, the term species, present in both German and English, is rather unfortunate. Because the term has the overtones of biological determinism, it is easy to confuse what Marx is trying to capture here with its opposite. Marx is not arguing that there are set features of the human species that capitalist life erodes. He is claiming instead that the very idea of such set features is itself a product of alienation. Capitalist life encloses the human species in a set of limiting definitions, especially those determinative of Homo economicus. In Marx's later work, the third moment of alienation is taken over by two concepts, false consciousness and real subsumption. Marx explains the etiology of false consciousness very succinctly in the German ideology: as individuals express their life, so they are. If humans express their life only in the forms of alienated labor, then they are alienated. Marx develops the real subsumption idea in his manuscript work Between the Grundrisse and Capital. Marx's Results of the Direct Production Process, originally written in 1864, dates from this period. It is one of the very few later texts in which Marx explicitly invokes the concept of alienation, and he does so multiple times in connection with the idea of real subsumption. The real subsumption of labor by capital is a consequence of an earlier stage of capitalist development that Marx calls formal subsumption. In formal subsumption, capitalism imposes its forms on existing economic arrangements without yet altering the concepts by which those living in them operate, imposing especially money, including the wage form that conditions wage labor, machinery, the compulsion to overwork, and abstract domination. In such a configuration, Marx writes, capital exists in particular subordinate functions, but not yet in its ruling functions. Over time, this produces pressures that advance and coordinate capitalism's ideological functioning, and so its abilities to rule. In real subsumption, capital rules as an idea, and colonizes all of the relevant concepts, and especially the labor concept, with the norms it imposes. Homo economicus is taken as a natural given, and the market concept substitutes for the nature concept. The fantasy of labor becomes degraded and subordinate to the fantasy of instant, limitless monetary wealth. Marx presents the fourth moment of alienation, the alienation of humans from other humans, as a consequence of alienation's third moment. Alienated humans 538. Do not live well in community with one another. Marx states the cause for this succinctly when he writes that within the relationship of estranged labor, each man views the other in accordance with the standard and the position in which he finds himself as worker. Working is, at once, the most degrading act in capitalism's reality and the most elevated one in capitalism's theory. These dual aspects of work are split and then projected across the fault lines of social class. This explains, on the one hand, ideas of hostility and degradation that are projected onto working persons. But, on the other hand, it also explains the esteem and elevation in which capitalists are held. In fact, workers loudly defend capitalists as if they had worked for their wealth. After all, why shouldn't the gods be winged, just as they are? The division of humans into workers and non-workers is thus one aspect of how humans are alienated from other humans. The worker him or herself begets the dominion of the one who does not produce over production and over the product. Just as estranges himself from his own activity, so he confers to the stranger activity which is not his own. Marx is already calling this figure the capitalist, using this new name for the master of labor, or Arbeitsherr. Marx's discussions about political conflicts between workers and owners in the Communist Manifesto, wage labor and capital, and the class struggles in France develop ideas begun here. They are also the basis for Marx's discussion of the characteristics of the bourgeoisie. Before it breaks off, the section on alienated labor from the 1844 manuscripts makes a promise that it does not fulfill. Marx writes that non-working persons are also alienated. All social classes are subject to alienation, albeit in different ways. The path of self-actualization that Intozerun could describe is also blocked for non-workers. They too receive the world of real subsumption as though it were a static fact. they too suffer from capitalist social forms. Interesting work on the contemporary medical diagnosis of addiction, a privileged diagnosis of the 20th and 21st centuries, shows that addiction plagues persons of all social classes. In his reading of Marx, Jacques Lacan ties addiction to what he calls the discourse of the capitalist, a repetitive search for satisfactions based on the commodity form. Addiction, literally, is to be spoken for in one's essential being by something outside of oneself, and so to be alienated. It is experienced as a profound unfreedom, and by workers and non-workers alike. 20th century debates about alienation, labor, and freedom. As we have seen, we get one kind of interpretation, not wrong but probably incomplete, when we think of Marx's thought as originating in France, in the long shadow of the French Revolution. We get another interpretation entirely, not. Alienation 539. Wrong either, but also incomplete, when we think of it as taking its origins in Germany. This 19th century pattern is repeated in the 20th century, in two iterations. The first iteration crystallizes around the work of Henry Lefebvre, the second in that of Louis Althusser. In the wake of the 1917 Russian Revolution, there was again enormous optimism around the idea of revolution. But, as William Lewis points out, the concept of alienation played a complex role in this optimism. Insofar as alienation becomes a watchword carrying with it an association of German idealism, subscientific mysticism, intellectualism, and unwillingness to engage in concrete political action or invest a revolutionary vanguard, it would need to be banned from the official vocabulary of the Comintern. However, the opportunities created in the wake of the 1929 global stock market crash and in the wake of the threat from Nazi Germany allowed the German idealists back into the Marxist fold, and with them the concept of alienation. Henry Lefebvre's long and complex history with the French Communist Party and at least two waves of German idealism in France, first Schelling and then Hegel, each subsequently suppressed, illustrates the point. As William Lewis also points out, these are the debates into which Louis Althusser intervenes. Althusser's best idea about Marx is that we ought to turn to Marx's texts for an interpretation of Marx, and however incompletely Althusser himself accomplished this goal, he is to be commended for setting it before us in his political moment. Althusser's best ideas about interpreting Marx are likely those of overdetermination and hysteresis. However, the idea for which Althusser is famous is the postulation of a break between Marx's early humanist texts and late scientific texts. The idea of a break has slender textual basis, and was rejected immediately in the rich accounts of Marx's theory of alienation given in the 1970s by Istvan Meszaros, Bertel Ohlmann, and E. P. Thompson. Even Althusser himself came to reject his influential idea. However, as Lewis also points out, the thesis of the break attempts to solve the problem of the politicization of interpretation. This politicization had, on the one hand, produced some philosophically thin and dogmatic party interpretations. On the other, and in response, argued Althusser, it had produced a humanist Marxism identified with the concepts of alienation and freedom, one that tended to avoid engagement with Marx's later work, especially Capital. It is easy enough to attack dogmatic interpretations of a rich figure like Marx. It is perhaps harder to understand, in light of the account given here, what the problems might be with a humanist Marx. However, there is a peril to the theological resonance of the alienation concept. The theological concept, always an anthropology of the human, risks portraying alienation as a kind of ontological, metaphysical, or psychological state that typifies human beings, and without regard to the mode of production in which they are immersed. The worst offenders, at least in France, were the existentialists, and this in spite of their avowed 540. Atheism. Another merit of Althusser's contested thesis is that it attempts to claim the power of scientific status for Marx's later work. Marx himself claimed this for Capital in the 19th century. But what Marx does not mean by science is thin, empirical, or positivistic science, as he is also careful to explain, though this latter point is really best understood by turning to his texts as a whole, and probably also to Hegel's. Today, the endless adjudication of the Marx-Hegel relationship has reached the limits of both its theoretical and its political usefulness. But the alienation concept has not. The view of alienation that you take depends on the concept of labor that you start with. Much of Marx's later work can be seen as a development, modification, and specification of the labor concept in light of the critiques of alienated labor begun in the 1844 manuscripts. There is labor and wage labor, division of labor and labor theories of value, living and dead labor, concrete and abstract labor, and, finally, labor power. Already in the 1844 manuscripts, Marx prefers terms other than labor to describe non-alienated being, most prominently, activity and creation. As the labor concept comes under increasing pressure from real subsumption, it can no longer be used in the way Hegel uses it, as a kind of Entäußerung that consciously founds a world, a self, and a community that is subsequently enjoyed. Instead, the concept of labor functions in Marx's work exactly as Moishe Postone tells us it does, as a critique of labor in capitalism and not as a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor. Once labor has been transformed, in real subsumption, once every Entäußerung is, necessarily, Entfremdung, alienation will only appear as a negative descriptor, it loses its positive sense. In fact, alienation is one of a set of English concepts that cannot be thought in the same way after Marx as it was thought before Marx. Initially positive or neutral, and meaning something like use, the idea of exploitation undergoes a similar transformation of meaning in Marx's hands. In addition, Marx has influenced the concepts of technology, social class, and domination as we have received them. Finally, Marx is the first to offer a comprehensive theory and name for the economic mode of production that, no matter our political orientation, we all call capital. Already in the 1844 manuscripts, Marx highlights the ways the alienation he describes is an offense to human freedom. The word freedom and its variants appear more than 10 times just in the short text on alienated labor, and then always as the thing that alienation, in its various forms, cancels. William Roberts' recent work on Marx's republicanism focuses on capital and highlights Marx's enduring interest in human freedom. George Comynell's Alienation and Emancipation in the work of Karl Marx ties the freedom and alienation concepts together, in light of a new interpretation of the significance of the French Revolution. A puzzle remains. The freedom that Marx advances is hardly the freedom of political economy, and yet it would be so very easy to confuse it with exactly. Alienation 541. That freedom. In fact, we have inherited the freedom celebrated in current public discourse unchanged from 18th century political economy, especially the freedom to sell one's labor and to buy what one wants. While Marx's concept of alienation has shown us that these are no true freedoms at all, he has also done a masterful job of showing just how comprehensive capitalist conceptual norms have become. Marx thereby poses the political challenge of how we might emerge from the alienation and unfreedoms of capitalist life in order for Entäußerung to reveal its foreclosed promises of return, self-actualization, self-creation, freedom, individuality, and human community. Reader. Ed. Robert C. Tucker. New York and London, W. W. Norton. 66-125. 542. The term praxis has a sufficiently complex history within Marxism itself to make it worth studying with care, especially with regard to its beginnings. This chapter will not look back to the distant genesis of the contrast between theoria and praxis, and neither will it consider the distinction between praxis and poiesis signaled by Aristotle but in fact ultimately unrelated to the views of Marx and his followers. I will take as my starting point the Marxian concept of praxis which reached maturity in the so-called theses on Feuerbach. Praxis is a Greek word that the German language incorporated into its ordinary vocabulary. This means that while for the speakers of other languages the use of the original Greek term constitutes occultism or a technical philosophical term, In modern German, by contrast, praxis is used as naturally as practice in English. It is therefore meaningless to attempt to establish a rigorous distinction between praxis and practice based on the German word, and both terms should be accepted as equivalent. There undoubtedly exists a specifically Marxian use of this word, but it must be emphasized that for many years there was a misreading of TF, where certain Marxists seem to have found a definition of praxis as something different from practice. In this way, the various uses of this concept by the Marxist tradition have depended fundamentally on the varied ways of interpreting the equivocal TF. 29. Praxis. Miguel Candiati 544. The problematic editorial history of the Theses on Feuerbach. In 1888, Engels published his Ludwig Feuerbach, adding 11 short unpublished notes by Marx as an appendix that later became famous as TF. In fact, although Engels did not say so, he had revised these notes himself. The original version had been written by Marx in Brussels in the spring of 1845, shortly before jointly writing with Engels himself the draft of what later would be called the German ideology. However, the publication of the latter, a much more detailed and extensive manuscript, was not possible at that time and was later discarded by its authors. Another 40 years would have to pass before both the original version of TF and the part of GI that deals with Feuerbach, which was also written by Marx, would be published. This means that for 80 years it was impossible to properly consider two twin texts, in which Marx sought to settle accounts with Feuerbach's philosophy. And it also meant that for almost 4 decades the only version of TF available for study was that published by Engels, too, which resulted in some confusion. Marx's friend was not mistaken when he asserted that the Theses are the first document in which is deposited the brilliant germ of the New World outlook, but also when he warned that these are notes hurriedly scribbled down for later elaboration, absolutely not intended for publication. Precisely for this reason it is regrettable that he could not foresee the misunderstandings such notes would generate, as long as they could not be compared with the GI section on Feuerbach, written at the same time. The most serious of these misunderstandings was produced around the definition of practice as human sensuous activity, in Engels' version of the first thesis 4 and as human sensuous activity in both versions of the fifth. Marx later adds that this sensuous activity is, as such, the real activity of human beings, an objective activity that, at the same time, must be captured as subjective. What does all this mean? In what sense should practice be understood as a sensuous human activity? As an activity which can be perceived by the senses, or as activity of the senses? To which other human activity can it be opposed as the real activity? Is practice an objective activity in gnoseological or ontological terms? And finally, how can it be claimed at the same time that it is subjective? No one who has read Marx's other writings from the same period, especially the part of GI dedicated to Feuerbach, should doubt that by describing practice as human sensuous activity, that is as such real and simultaneously objective and subjective, he was not referring to any cognitive or interior activity, which is what, as will later be seen, many have thought, but rather to social practice that tangibly transforms the sensuous external world to praxis 545, which it belongs. Far from attempting to emphasize a particular form of the activity of consciousness, what Marx does in TF is place the tangible human activity that makes consciousness possible, conditioning it from the outset before any act of knowing. The following passage from GI should settle all doubts in this regard. Feuerbach speaks in particular of the perception of natural science, but where would natural science be without industry and commerce? Even this pure natural science is provided with an aim, as with its material, only through trade and industry, through the sensuous activity of men. So much is this activity, this unceasing sensuous labor and creation, this production, the foundation of the whole sensuous world as it now exists that, were it interrupted only for a year, Feuerbach would not only find an enormous change in the natural world, but would very soon find that the whole world of men and his own perceptive faculty, nay his own existence, were missing. 5. The profound theoretical renewal initiated by Marx consists precisely in the recognition that, contrary to what had previously been thought, human intellectual activity is always preceded, exceeded, and conditioned by practical activity, that is, what the social human being has done and does in material reality, no matter what knowledge has accompanied and sought to guide that preceding material activity. Indeed, for Marx, consciousness is always bounded by material, objective, practical, real doing, which does not mean that knowledge cannot, in turn, partially direct that action that takes place outside its cognitive interiority. It would be foolish to deny the existence of this moment of influence of intellectual activity on the material, but the lesson of Marx is that it is not at all the initial or fundamental moment, as had been believed until him. Traditional thought had considered practice as subordinate to theory, as a mere application or realization of it. This theoreticism prevented sensuous material action from being recognized as different from and prior to knowledge. However, Marx in no way proposes that there is a de facto separation between the spiritual theoretical life and the material practical life, between internal and external doing, since these constitute the two sides of total human activity, and are closely linked to each other. What he demonstrates is rather the importance of distinguishing them analytically by recognizing their specificity. Neither does the Marxian approach in any way suppose a dualism between body and soul, or between matter and spirit, but rather the affirmation of a single natural and historical reality within which human beings carry out one activity that has two moments in permanent interaction, a practical one, which takes place outside the mind, and a cognitive one that only happens within it. The totality of human activity is therefore not reduced to practice or to knowledge, it is the dialectical unity of both moments, which accompany each other and interact without losing their difference, but always under the primacy 546. Of practice, that is, of the sensuous, real, material, external, objective and, at the same time, subjective human activity. Sensuous activity. Idealism or materialism. The German word sinnlich has been translated into English as sensuous, which does not resolve its ambiguity. It appears 7 times in the short tf and adopts various forms. It can be understood in 2 different ways. The first is as sense perceptible, that is, that which can be captured by the senses. The other is sensory, that is, that which is of the senses themselves and their cognitive activity. In the same way the noun form Sinnlichkeit can mean the capacity to perceive and those things perceptible in themselves. And although this second meaning may appear unusual, Feuerbach and Marx use Sinnlichkeit above all to allude to the sensuous world as opposed to an imagined supersensuous reality of theology or idealism in general. The distinction between the two meanings, more precisely between the activity of the senses themselves and the activity they capture, can only be negligible from a subjectivist and idealist perspective. Instead, what characterizes the materialist point of view is the recognition that the reality known through the senses is not a mere cognitive production of the latter, but rather exceeds them. I completely and unconditionally reject absolute, immaterial, self-complacent speculation, that speculation which generates its material out of itself. I am worlds apart from those philosophers who pluck out their eyes to be able to see better. I, for my part, need the senses, above all the eyes, to think. I base my thoughts on materials that are given to us only through the activity of the senses. I do not produce the object out of the thought but, rather, the thought out of the object, for that alone is an object that exists apart from the brain. Even if it highlights the activity of the senses, something that Marx does not do in the TF, all materialism denies by definition that knowledge and reality are the same thing, as idealism claims. There are 2 different sides involved in sensuous knowledge, an inner side and an outer one. The relationship between them is certainly a unitary and indivisible experience, but it cannot be reduced to a mere identity between what perceives and what is perceived, as Marx himself has emphasized. 6. It is not, therefore, about it being possible to distinguish fully between what our senses provide to our experience and that which external reality provides for them, but simply of keeping in mind that the content of that complex sensuous experience is always a real relation between the inner world and outer world. To ignore this relationship would be to absolutize one side by denying the other, thus falling into objectivism or subjectivism. T.F. Marx does not criticize materialism for establishing a rigid separation between subject and object on the plane of knowledge, something that Feuerbach certainly does not. Praxis 547. Do. Marx criticizes previous materialism, that of Feuerbach included, for keeping on considering that the fundamental activity of human being is knowledge, theory, contemplation, just like Hegel and the whole preceding philosophical tradition. In contrast, the new materialism recognizes the primordial character of praxis, that sensuous activity which is not an activity of the senses, a cognitive act, but precisely the human activity that exists apart from the brain, the objective activity, the material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Indeed, for Marx, practice is the social human activity, not of the senses but rather patent to them, a movement with immense transforming power that Feuerbach certainly did not capture in his perception of the material objectivity. He does not see that the sensuous world around him is not a thing given direct from all eternity, remaining ever the same, but the product of industry and of the state of society, and, indeed in the sense that it is an historical product, the result of the activity of a whole succession of generations, each standing on the shoulders of the preceding one, developing its industry and its intercourse, and modifying its social system according to the changed needs. This new materialist conception of practice as the objective human doing that traverses and configures reality, thus conditioning all forms of knowledge, represents perhaps the greatest contribution of Marx to critical thinking. And it entails denouncing the state of practical alienation in which society is torn apart by private ownership of the means of production, dominated by money and controlled by the modern state apparatus. Practical alienation. The materialist Feuerbach, therefore, fails to understand practice in a materialist way, unless we give this adjective its most banal significance, the moral one. According to the essence of Christianity, practice is equivalent to individual action driven by selfish interests, and in that sense it is subjective, as distinct from authentic theory, which for Feuerbach is always disinterested and, therefore, objective. Moses Hess, for his part, extended Feuerbach's thought to the social plane and introduced the notion of a practical alienation conditioned by a theoretical alienation arising from the Judeo-Christian religion. And Marx himself, who at that time was also performing his own social translation of the Feuerbachian critiques, 7 adopted this practical version of the concept of alienation coined by Hess, but gave it a distinct, decidedly materialistic meaning. Thus, for Marx, it is rather the forms of theoretical alienation which are conditioned by practical alienation, and not the other way round. 548. The basis of irreligious criticism is, man makes religion, religion does not make man. Religion is the self-consciousness and self-esteem of man who has either not yet found himself or has already lost himself again. But man is no abstract being encamped outside the world. Man is the world of man, the state, society. This state, this society, produce religion, an inverted world consciousness, because they are an inverted world. The immediate task of philosophy, which is at the service of history, once the holy form of human self-estrangement has been unmasked, is to unmask self-estrangement in its unholy forms. Thus the criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of the earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of law, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. Clearly, these unholy forms do not constitute the self-estrangement of any type of spiritual objectification, as in Hegel and Feuerbach, but rather of the practice itself understood as material practice, real objectification, which precedes and exceeds the field of mere conscience. This social and historical material activity, one which Hegel notes only in a mystified way and Feuerbach flatly ignores, is therefore a type of objectification that overcomes the mere knowledge sphere. Through praxis, beyond their consciousness, human beings shape the actual objectivity that they inhabit and which constitutes them. Both traditional idealism and materialism still remain trapped in a cognitive alienation from practice, that is, in a theoreticism or mysticism of pure theory. All social life is essentially practical. All mysteries which lead theory to mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. Indeed, practice is the genuine essence of human society, or social humanity, precisely because in its reality it is the ensemble of the social relations, of the real interactions of individuals with each other and with nature. It is, therefore, an unusual essence which is material and historical, permanently changing, and as such remains elusive of all essentialist fixity. It is in the framework of this new materialist conception of practice, or practical materialism 8, that the Marxian notion of alienation attains its profound meaning. All forms of the alienation of consciousness are based on society's ways of material practical alienation, the state, money and, above all, private ownership of the means of production. Thus, shortly after referring to these phenomena as the unholy form of human self-estrangement, and having already specifically approached a critique of the state as an alienation of society, Marx starts his critique of political economy and writes passages like the following. Religious estrangement as such occurs only in the realm of consciousness, of man's inner life, but economic estrangement is that of real life, its transcendence therefore embraces both aspects. The estrangement of self-consciousness is not regarded as an expression, reflected in the realm of knowledge and thought, of the real estrangement of the human being. Praxis 549. In order to abolish the idea of private property, the idea of communism is quite sufficient. It takes actual communist action to abolish actual private property. And a few weeks after that, he makes explicit reference in the Holy Family to the practical and material character of the social self-alienation he denounces. The enemies of progress outside the mass are precisely those products of self-debasement, self-rejection, and self-alienation of the mass which have been endowed with independent being and a life of their own. But as those practical self-alienations of the mass exist in the real world in an outward way, the mass must fight them in an outward way. It must by no means hold these products of its self-alienation for mere ideal fantasies, mere alienations of self-consciousness, and must not wish to abolish material estrangement by purely inward spiritual action. Marx is obviously referring here to that which happens outside or inside in relation to consciousness, not practice, precisely because the latter is part of this same materiality, or sensuous, external, objective reality, which expands beyond cognitive interiority. The idea is to emphasize that the practical alienation, and hence, disalienation, of society and its products is not a phenomenon merely interior to knowledge but rather the other way around. Knowledge is immersed in the practical alienation of society, which certainly precedes and exceeds it. This is the core of Marx's practical materialism. It pervades all his work, even before his explicit split with Feuerbach. Feuerbach starts out from the fact of religious self-estrangement, of the duplication of the world into a religious world and a secular one. His work consists in resolving the religious world into its secular basis. But that the secular basis lifts off from itself and establishes itself as an independent realm in the clouds can only be explained by the inner strife and intrinsic contradictoriness of this secular basis. The latter must, therefore, itself be both understood in its contradiction and revolutionized in practice. Thus, for instance, once the earthly family is discovered to be the secret of the Holy Family, the former must then itself be destroyed in theory and in practice. The theoretical critical revealing of a problem which is not only theoretical is insufficient as are scientific discoveries regarding the objective alienation of society. 9 In reality and for the practical materialist, i.e., the communist, it is a question of revolutionizing the existing world, of practically coming to grips with and changing the things found in existence. 10. Practice and revolutionary practice. What are these things found in existence, that existing world that must be changed through revolutionary practice? We already know the answer. they are precisely the alienated forms of practice itself, that is, of the material interactions of individuals with each other and with nature, and in particular of industry and 550. Commerce, of this unceasing sensuous labor and creation, this production, the foundation of the whole sensuous world as it now exists. It is precisely this practical material basis of the existing world that contains oppressive elements that must be transformed, in turn, through a special form of practice, revolutionary practice, practical critical activity. This idea of the fundamental materiality of social practice as the ultimate nucleus of alienation, which can only be changed through revolutionary practice, had become manifest long before Marx's open rupture with Feuerbach in T.F. In the introduction of 1843-44 several passages highlight the impotence of mere criticism when the problems it faces are material, that is to say, when they go beyond the theoretical or intellectual level. In these cases, it is essential that criticism be oriented not towards itself, but towards problems which can only be solved by one means, practice. Obviously, the practice to which Marx refers here, although he does not use the adjective, is revolutionary practice, that which consciously and radically attacks the existing social world, not practice understood as the normal material production and exchange that daily moves reality. What is required, therefore, is a specific form of practice which consists not in the mere alteration of the natural environment, but in a willful transformation, in an emancipatory sense, of the existing social order. A conscious overcoming of situations of material practical alienation that pure critical theory can only warn about and reject, but not resolve. For material force must be overthrown by material force, a task which falls to practice and not only to theory. However, Marx immediately adds, but theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses, that is, when it manages to become assimilated by the masses and guides their powerful joint material activity, when it stops being just the critical knowledge of the few and translates itself into real revolutionary practice. This reasoning appears again with clarity in the Holy Family. Ideas can never lead beyond an old world order but only beyond the ideas of the old world order. Ideas cannot carry out anything at all. In order to carry out ideas, men are needed who can exert practical force. Practical materialism is therefore a theory of material practical alienation and, consequently and at the same time, the guide for a revolutionary practice aimed at overcoming this alienation, and on this basis also alienation in its ideological forms. Real disalienation, collective emancipation, communal appropriation of all social human power, can therefore only be achieved through a criticism that becomes practical material, that is, revolutionary, practical critical activity. Communism as the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man, communism therefore as the complete return of man to himself as a social being, a return accomplished consciously and embracing the entire wealth of previous development. Praxis 551. This communism is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature and between man, between the individual and the species. Material, immediately perceptible private property is the material perceptible expression of estranged human life. Religion, family, state, law, morality, science, art, etc., are only particular modes of production, and fall under its general law. The positive transcendence of private property, as the appropriation of human life, is therefore the positive transcendence of all estrangement, that is to say, the return of man from religion, family, state, etc., to his human, i.e., social, existence. Practice, production, and labor. Balibar correctly points out that while the TF developed the concept of praxis, GI is entirely organized around the notion of production, taken here in a general sense to refer to any human activity of formation and transformation of nature. However, it should be noted that this is not production in general, but material production, that is, the same objective activity or sensuous human activity that in the TF was called practice. But then, are praxis and labor also the same? Not necessarily. At least in the case of Marx, both concepts, although partly overlapping, also overflow each other as they presuppose different approaches to human activity. For Marx, as we have seen, practice is the activity of the human social subjectivity from an objective standpoint, material and tangible, exterior to the mind, and it is equivalent to material production in a broad sense, that is to say, sensuous human activity, a material life process, which is empirically verifiable. In direct contrast to German philosophy which descends from heaven to earth, here it is a matter of ascending from earth to heaven. That is to say, not of setting out from what men say, imagine, conceive, nor from men as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived, in order to arrive at men in the flesh, but setting out from real, active men, and on the basis of their real life process demonstrating the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. The Marxian category of practice, therefore, does not refer to consciousness and its cognitive or volitional processes, but to the material activity of human beings, which profoundly conditions their intellectual activity. The concept of labor, by contrast, encompasses all human activity that involves a conscious effort to produce a desired result. In fact, unlike the idea of practice, which emphasizes the material nature of subjective activity, and makes an abstraction of the consumption of human energy that it requires and of the rational will to guide it, the Marxian notion of labor always presupposes the consideration of a certain intellectual activity and a certain expenditure of human force. That is why labor can be solely theoretical, without ceasing to be labor. Therefore, in addition to effort in general, conscious activity is always inherent to the consideration of human labor as such, whether the predominant activity is intellectual, or 552. Practical, always coordinated with the former. In contrast, the Marxian categories of praxis and material production simply make abstraction from the conscious level and approach human activity only from its outer, objective, material, empirical side. The terms labor and practice thus express distinct categories, different aspects of human activity. The practical material exterior is analytically distinguished, even if it cannot be really separated, from the theoretical intellectual interior. Labor, on the other hand, is defined only in opposition to leisure, that is, the time of no labor or free time, and, like labor itself, may include a purely spiritual or also a practical activity. When the work is predominantly or exclusively a mental activity, it is called intellectual, cognitive, or theoretical labor. On the other hand, if what stands out is the material activity, it is usually spoken of as manual, physical, or practical labor, although no labor is pure practice. There is no doubt that Marx's main interest in the social material transformation of the world leads him to prioritize practical labor over theoretical labor, to the point of omitting the adjective. This certainly helps to approximate the categories of practice and labor, but does not make them synonymous. That said, it should be noted that the concept of revolutionary practice, as well as that of labor, always involves the consideration of a consciously directed effort. Indeed, unlike the generic idea of practice, in the specific case of the revolutionary practice it is impossible to ignore the intellectual commitment that accompanies it, whose peculiarity is that of being a critical will directed against the given social order. Therefore, we can say that revolutionary practice, precisely because of that theoretical critical impulse that is inherent to it, also constitutes an exceptional revolutionary labor which strives to produce a new society by transforming the existing one. Philosophies of praxis. Up to this point, we have observed that praxis and knowledge are for Marx the two great modalities of human activity, its two sides, external and internal, in relation to the mind. It is not possible to really separate them, but it is convenient to distinguish their peculiarities analytically. For ignorance of human activity as a dialectical unit of different elements leads to reductionist positions, from practice to knowledge, or vice versa. Now, there is a considerable variety of interpretations of the Marxian concept of praxis, based above all on different ways of reading the TF, which is the text where that category acquires its greatest centrality in Marx. Antonio Labriola was the first to give the name philosophy of practice to what he considered to be the pith of historical materialism. But what does Labriola understand by praxis? At first sight, the same as Marx did, real human action, social activity transforming the objective reality of which it is part, that is, the world. Praxis 553. Which subsists beyond our consciousness and different ways of knowing and interpreting it. But a closer look at the explicit mentions of praxis by Labriola reveals that actually this author considers the concepts of praxis and labor as synonyms. In the process of praxis there is the nature, which is to say the historical evolution of man. And in speaking of praxis under this aspect of totality, one aims to eliminate the vulgar opposition between practice and theory, because, in other words, history is the history of labor. There is an interesting change of emphasis here. While Marx, reacting against the whole tradition, stressed the primacy of practice over theory, Labriola now emphasizes, under the name of praxis or labor, the unity of theory and practice. In labor thus integrally understood is included the respectively proportioned and proportional development of mental and physical aptitudes. This unity and proportionality pointed out by Labriola thus restores a certain balance in the consideration of total human activity. But the danger of this unitary approach is the return to the old idealist conception that makes practice a mere moment or prolongation of cognitive activity. To illustrate what this reduction of practice to knowledge consists of, we will take the paradigmatic case of the first Italian translation of the TF, produced by the neo-idealist philosopher Giovanni Gentile in his 1899 essay La filosofia della prassi. This author interprets Mensch like Sinn like Tätigkeit as human sensory activity, which amounts to taking praxis, or prassi, as he prefers to call it, to be an activity of the senses, that is, a synonym of sensory knowledge. He also translates Gegenstand as the term of thought, and Wirkliche, Sinn-like Tätigkeit as real, sensory activity. Then he properly renders Gegenstand-like Tätigkeit into objective activity, but he adds a footnote which explains that by this phrase must be understood an activity that makes, puts, creates the sensuous object. This peculiar praxis of the senses would be the one that creates the entire so-called material world, including economic facts, which are products of human sensory activity. Everything is thus ultimately reduced to the active sensation of human needs and interests. In short, according to Gentile, what Marx holds in the TF is the productive nature of the sensory activity, forming the whole reality, an activity which he also called praxis. This leads Gentile to conclude that Marx is an unconscious idealist and an incoherent materialist, thus turning Marxian philosophy into a sensist subjectivism, that is, into a subjective idealism that asserts the primacy of the senses over the concepts. Reality, therefore, according to, is a subjective production of man, but a production of sensory activity and not thought, as Hegel and other idealists believed. This interpretation of praxis had several followers. It appears again, with different nuances, in Italian authors such as Arturo Labriola, Rodolfo 554. Mondolfo, and Antonio Gramsci. It is not possible here to fully set out their peculiar subjectivist versions of the philosophy of praxis, which they also called real humanism or historicist humanism, sometimes attributing it to Feuerbach himself, but always rejecting, in line with Gentile and Croce, in the midst of the crisis of positivism and economicist Marxism, all materialism as synonymous with metaphysics, objectivism, determinism, mechanicism, fatalism, passivity, etc. Given the current ecological crisis, this anti-materialistic Marxism appears today more evidently problematic than 80 years ago. Nevertheless, it was able to develop some of the deepest objections to economicist and dogmatic Marxism. Indeed, the permanent focus on the primacy of human praxis enabled it to reject any easy attempt to subordinate praxis to the contemplation of rigid objective laws, and led it to develop, especially in Gramsci, a highly complex political conception of praxis. To put it in a schematic way, for Gramsci, praxis is the historical process of social relations understood as an interaction between dominant and subaltern groups, whose axis is the struggle to conquer the hegemony or intellectual and moral direction of the whole of society in order to impose a certain collective will or ideology. Praxis always constitutes, therefore, a unitary historical block comprising history, politics, and philosophy, where intellectuals play a key role. The subjectivist understanding of praxis also developed in other countries. In fact, it is a phenomenon so widespread that it would be impossible to undertake a complete enumeration of those who at some point subscribed to that interpretation, even without being predominantly idealistic. We will merely provide a few names: Shlomo Avinri, György Lukács, Michel Henry, Adolfo Sanchez Vázquez, Ernst Bloch, Georges Labica, and Michael Lowy. Let us now briefly consider the reduction of knowledge to practice, especially in a 1963 Althusser writing entitled On the Materialist Dialectic, in which he introduces the category of theoretical practice. If, for Antonio Labriola, praxis and labor were equivalent and referred to the unity of theory and practice, for Althusser the synonymy is between practice and labor. In fact, he indiscriminately uses the terms theoretical labor and theoretical practice. And in his definition of practice he offers an imitation of the way in which Marx describes the labor process. Moreover, Althusser introduces a new element, the plural form practices. This general definition of practice covers the possibility of particularity. There are different practices which are really distinct, even though they belong organically to the same complex totality. Thus, social practice, the complex unity of the practices existing in a determinate society, contains a large number of distinct practices. Praxis 555. The main difference that Althusser points out is that which exists between theoretical practice and non-theoretical practices. We can then wonder if it is not much simpler to speak directly, like Marx, of different manifestations of theory and practice. It is impossible to survey all Marxist readings of praxis here. I have had to limit myself to considering those that are most relevant by reason of their differences. But I believe that pointing out these specific contrasts is like drawing a relatively exhaustive map covering the main variants of interpretations of this category, since all Marxists subscribe to one of these versions, with greater or fewer nuances. In authors as diverse as Engels, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Trotsky, or Karl Korsch, for example, we find interpretations of praxis or practice very close to that of Marx himself. It is hoped that in the future a more precise and less eclectic use of the concept of praxis will be developed. An interesting way to do so would be to recover Marx's practical materialism and its articulation with the Gramscian version of the philosophy of praxis. The former would allow us to recognize the extramental conditioning of knowledge and human productive forces, in deep compatibility with ecological consciousness, and at the same time to push criticism towards the practical material overcome of any limit that becomes arbitrary or socially unnecessary. Gramscian philosophy of praxis, for its part, stresses the fundamental importance of the intellectual and practical political battle in the field of culture, mass communication, and organization of social normativity, since revolutionary praxis does not spring from the mere quantitative development of productive forces, but rather from the active, and at the same time patient, construction of an emancipatory hegemony. Commodity fetishism was considered for a long time to be quite an esoteric concept. Today, however, it is often considered to be one of Marx's contributions that can still help us to understand the contemporary world. This is particularly the case where capitalism is thought of not only in terms of class domination, but also as an automatic and irrational system that is pushing the world towards an epoch-defining economic and ecological crisis. Commodity fetishism is one of the most difficult of Marx's concepts to understand. Marx himself called it a mystery, and, quantitatively speaking, it only makes up a very small part of his critique of political economy. The first generation of Marxists attributed almost no importance to it. From the 1920s, however, György Lukács and Isaac Rubin began an exploration, in Lukács' case, via the concept of reification. In the post-war period, the concept of alienation became central to Marxist debate. Certain authors claimed that there was a great deal of continuity between the use of fetishism in the work of the young Marx and in his later works. Fetishism was nearly always understood as a kind of mystification, as a veil, that hid the reality of capitalist exploitation. From the 1970s onwards, a new interpretation began to develop that linked fetishism to the concepts of value and abstract labor. It considered fetishism to be a real inversion of social life, not simply a matter of consciousness, and argued that the 30. Fetishism. Anselm Japp 560. Concept is central to how we can use Marx today. Nevertheless, there are many different ways of employing the term fetishism currently in circulation, even outside of the field of Marxism, that generally refer, often in a rather loose manner, to the world of imagination associated with objects of consumption, fetishism as the excessive adoration of commodities. Another approach is to analyze the potential continuity between commodity fetishism and older, religious, forms of fetishism, though such approaches run the risk of losing the historical specificity of modern fetishism from view. Given the great variety of possible interpretations of fetishism in Marx's work, it is necessary to first let Marx speak for himself. It is not a matter of explaining this concept, as one could explain the concept of surplus value, because no explanation would be agreed upon by all of those who have attempted to interpret his work. The history of the concept of fetishism had led to more divergent interpretations than nearly any other of Marx's concepts. The second part will briefly examine debates about fetishism in Marxism before moving on to deal in greater length with the critique of value, which has placed more importance on the concept than any other Marx-based approach. The analysis will conclude with a survey of the, often confused, way in which the term is currently used. Marx on fetishism. It is quite remarkable that Marx used the concept of fetishism even in his earliest writings. In his 1842 article Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood, Marx condemns the attempts of the Prussian legislature to ban the poor from collecting wood and hunting hares in the forests. He ends with the words, "The savages of Cuba regarded gold as a fetish of the Spaniards. They celebrated a feast in its honor, sang in a circle around it and then threw it into the sea. If the Cuban savages had been present at the sitting of the Rhine Province Assembly, would they not have regarded wood as the Rhinelanders' fetish? But a subsequent sitting would have taught them that the worship of animals is connected with this fetishism, and they would have thrown the hares into the sea in order to save the human beings." This ironic statement demonstrates that the ethnological concept of fetishism, and its application to the critique of modern society, was already present from the very start of Marx's critical project. The word fetishism, deriving originally from the Portuguese and which carried the connotation of something that is artificial or fabricated, first appeared in the 17th century. European colonizers used the term to describe, what seemed to them to be, the worship of wooden idols by African savages. It was the French writer Charles de Brosses, in his work Du culte des fetishes, who introduced the term fetishism to describe a supposedly primitive stage in the historical development of religion. Fetishism 561. There is a profound link between commodity fetishism and religious fetishism. Not only does Marx refer to it from his very first articles onwards, but his mature theory of commodity fetishism is a continuation of his earlier concept of alienation and, therefore, of his view of religion as an exile of human powers into heaven. Marx compared commodity fetishism explicitly to religious fetishism, in which men worship fetishes that they themselves have created and in which they attribute supernatural powers to material objects. Thus, Marx speaks in capital of a mode of production in which the worker exists to satisfy the need of the existing values for valorization, as opposed to the inverse situation, in which objective wealth is there to satisfy the worker's own need for development. Just as man is governed, in religion, by the products of his own brain, so, in capitalist production, he is governed by the products of his own hand. 25 years after the article on the theft of wood, Marx once again used the term fetishism, in a much more consequential manner, at the end of the first chapter of Capital. After a somewhat austere architectural structure and meticulous logical deductions in which he develops the value form in a highly abstract manner, Marx concludes with a subsection, the fetishism of the commodity and its secret, that is no more than 15 pages long. Its style is very different from the preceding pages, ironical and witty, full of metaphors and historical references that intermingle with literary allusions. It could pass for a simple literary digression that the reader could leave out without losing anything important. Moreover, as the very title of the chapter states, it is a secret, and the contents of that secret seem at first glance hardly intelligible. In its first 4 pages, Marx uses the expressions metaphysical subtleties, theological niceties, mysterious, mystical, enigmatic, misty realm, hieroglyphic. No wonder then that this digression has for so long attracted little attention from readers of Capital, even more so given that the concept of fetishism does not reappear again until the end of the first book. Marx terms commodities sensuous things which are at the same time supersensible or social, in which relationships between men appear as things, and things as creatures endowed with their own will. The mysterious character of the commodity form consists therefore simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as the objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. Through this substitution, the products of labor become commodities, sensuous things which are at the same time supersensible or social. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy we must take flight into the misty realm of religion. There the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other 562, and with the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. I call this the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities, and is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e. they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. As a result, in commodity production, the process of production has the mastery over man, instead of the opposite, and for the producers, their own movement within society has for them the form of a movement made by things, and these things, far from being under their control, in fact control them. The fetishism is already present in the very fact that social activity takes the form of the commodity, value, and money, the semblance of objectivity possessed by the social characteristics of labor. People are, however, not conscious of this appearance. They produce it without knowing it through acts of exchange in which, like a natural law, socially necessary labor time imposes itself as a regulatory element. It is the money form that makes the real relationship between commodities disappear behind a thing-like appearance. The visible fact that a shirt is worth 10 euros is only a thing-like expression of the relationship between quantities of abstract time. Thus, productive activity is reduced to a simple productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, muscles. People do not bring their private labors into relation directly, but only in an objective form, with the appearance of a thing, namely, equal human labor expressed in a use value. Nevertheless, they do not do so in a conscious manner. They attribute the movement of their own products to the natural qualities of these products. However, the whole mystery of commodities, All the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor on the basis of commodity production applies to commodity society alone. Marx shows that in autarkic, or self-sufficient, production, such as one finds in medieval society or, on the contrary, in a free association of producers, there is no fetishism and social relationships are not disguised as social relations between things, between the products of labor. On the contrary, for a society of commodity producers, general social relation of production in the fact they treat their products as commodities, hence as values, and in this material form bring their individual, private labors, into relation with each other as homogeneous human labor. Marx continues to evoke fetishism in the following chapter, The Process of Exchange, which concludes. Men are henceforth related to each other in their social process of production in a purely atomistic way. Their own relations of production therefore assume a material shape which is independent of their control and their conscious individual action. This situation is manifested first by the fact that the products of men's labor universally take on the form of commodities. The riddle of the money fetish is therefore the riddle of the commodity fetish, now become visible and dazzling to our eyes. Fetishism 563. However, it is the first lines of the second chapter of Capital that provide the best definition of the essence of fetishism, even if the word itself does not appear. Commodities cannot themselves go to market and perform exchanges in their own right. We must, therefore, have recourse to their guardians, who are the possessors of commodities. It is the commodities themselves which are the real actors, the subject, in a commodity society. Human beings only enter onto the stage as the servants of these objects, as a necessary evil for the sake of production and circulation. The concept of fetishism returns at the end of Volume 3 of Capital, The Revenues and Their Sources, in a chapter entitled, in yet another reference to religion, The Trinity Formula. When Friedrich Engels composed the third volume with the manuscripts left by Marx, he put together 3 fragments to form Chapter 48, one of the last ones, but we cannot know with certainty where Marx himself had intended to place them. In this chapter, Marx analyzes the fact that the 3 principal factors of production, capital, land, and labor, appear, in the eyes of economic actors, as factors that contribute to wealth creation, which would justify the pretensions of capitalists and property owners to receive a part of the surplus value realized as just compensation for the production factor that they contributed. Vulgar political economy sought to give a theoretical foundation to this sharing out that does indeed dominate in capitalist society. Thus, Marx writes: capital, profit, land, ground rent, labor, wages. This is the Trinity formula which comprises all the secrets of the social production process. Capital, land, labor. But, capital is not a thing, it is a definite social relation of production pertaining to a particular historical social formation, which simply takes the form of a thing and gives this thing a specific social character. It is not only the workers' products which are transformed into independent powers, the products as masters and buyers of their producers, but the social powers and interconnecting form of this labor also confront them as properties of their product. Here we therefore have one factor of a historically produced social production process in a definite social form, and at first sight a very mysterious form. At a material level, these 3 factors are obviously necessary for production. However, the false appearance that dominates the consciousness of subjects in capitalist society, and a little later Marx speaks indeed of a religion of everyday life, identifies the material and technical factors of production with their social form and attributes to the different material factors of labor the capacity to produce the value of the commodity. We have already shown in connection with the most simple categories of the capitalist mode of production and commodity production in general, in connection with commodities and money, the mystifying character that transforms the social relations for which the material elements of wealth serve as bearers in the course of production into properties of these things themselves, still more explicitly transforming the relation of production itself into a thing. All forms of society are subject to this distortion, in so far as they involve commodity production. However, where capital is the dominant category and forms the specific relation of production, this bewitched and distorted world develops much further. 564. Thus, fetishistic inversion exists in all commodity production, but reaches its apogee in developed capitalist society, and even more so in the form of monetary interest, where capital seems to be endowed with the ability to grow without having to go through the exploitation of labor. Capital profit, land ground rent, labor wages, this economic trinity as the connection between the components of value and wealth in general and its sources, completes the mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the reification of social relations, and the immediate coalescence of the material relations of production with their historical and social specificity, the bewitched, distorted, and upside-down world haunted by Monsieur Le Capital and Madame La Terre, who are at the same time social characters and mere things. In this argument, Marx does not use the word fetishism, but it is understood that this inversion between things and social relationships is the same as that of which he spoke at the start of Capital. This is equally true for the following remark. What is also implied already in the commodity, and still more so in the commodity as the product of capital, is the reification of the social determinations of production and the subjectification of the material bases of production which characterize the entire capitalist mode of production. The core of Marx's argument would therefore be the refutation of bourgeois economic theory when it affirms that the worker, when receiving their salary, receives everything to which they have a right, because the remuneration of other social classes corresponds to the multiplicity of factors of production. The denial that labor is the only source of value is essential for the apologists of capitalism because they hope to show that there is no injustice in the way that workers are paid. Bourgeois political economy, and the spontaneous representations of the ruling classes that it systematizes, therefore operates a mystification of consciousnesses by confusing things, the material agents of production, with social relationships. Fetishism in Marxism. During the first few decades of the dissemination of Marx's theory, that is, the period of the Second International up to the start of the First World War, which was dominated by social democrats, the concept of fetishism, along with the concept of abstract labor, was practically never discussed. Even today, for many traditional Marxists, who primarily understand Marx as having provided a theory of social justice that was meant to aid the working classes, the concept of fetishism can be summarized in a single word: mystification. They see fetishism as an epiphenomenon, and above all as a con, as a veil that is, more or less consciously, thrown over the truth, that surplus value originates in the unpaid labor of the worker. From this perspective, fetishism is not a real phenomenon. Fetishism 565. But concerns only the relationship between reality and its representation. The response to fetishism would therefore be to provide the correct information about the origins of value. The first serious reprisal of the theme of fetishism, as well as that of value and abstract labor, appears in György Lukács' History and Class Consciousness. The term fetishism appears there from time to time, but it is the concept of reification, the touchstone of the book, that encompasses the theme of fetishism, the transformation of social processes into things. Lukács recalls the fact that both a contribution to the critique of political economy and capital begin with an analysis of commodities and states, for at this stage in the history of mankind there is no problem that does not ultimately lead back to that question, and there is no solution that could not be found in the solution to the riddle of commodity structure. Consequently, he wishes to analyze the problems growing out of the fetish character of commodities, both as an objective form and also as a subjective stance corresponding to it. Commodity fetishism is a specific problem of our age, the age of modern capitalism. When he writes, "Only by understanding this can we obtain a clear insight into the ideological problems of capitalism and its downfall," he ties fetishism to ideology, but he does not reduce it to an ideology. In contrast to nearly all other Marxists of his time, Lukács gives fetishism a central role. It has often been claimed, and not without a certain justification, that the famous chapter in Hegel's Logic treating of being, non-being and becoming contains the whole of his philosophy. It might be claimed with perhaps equal justification that the chapter dealing with the fetish character of the commodity contains within itself the whole of historical materialism and the whole self-knowledge of the proletariat seen as the knowledge of capitalist society. Lukács notes that, for Marx, every commodity is fetishistic. Capitalism cannot therefore be overcome simply by workers appropriating the world of commodities themselves. However, just as he conflates the Marxian concept of abstract labor with the Weberian concept of the rationalization and mechanization of the division of labor, Lukács is still caught between a concept of fetishism as a real inversion and an inverted vision of reality. Isaac Rubin's essays on Marx's theory of value appeared in the Soviet Union at around the same time. This book, in contrast to Lukács, had almost no impact on contemporary debates. The author was persecuted after 1930 as a Menshevik and was executed in 1937. It was only with the publication of an English translation of his book in 1969 that its value was recognized. The first chapter of his book is titled Marx's Theory of Commodity Fetishism and begins with the phrase, Marx's theory of commodity fetishism has not occupied the place which is proper to it in the Marxist economic system. He insists on the need to distinguish between the technical and socio-economic aspects of production, and also argues that the confusion of these two 566 is typical of the kind of fetishism that characterizes bourgeois economics and everyday life. The theory of commodity fetishism, which could more accurately be called a general theory of production relations of the commodity capitalist economy per se, the basis of Marx's entire economic system, and in particular of his theory of value. Marx did not only show that human relations were veiled by relations between things, but rather that, in the commodity economy, social production relations inevitably took the form of things and could not be expressed except through things. Rubin underlines that the circulation of things, to the extent that they acquire the specific social properties of value and money, does not only express production among men, but it creates them. He was also aware of the originality of Marx's theory of fetishism and noted that, although Marx quotes antecedents to his theory of value, he practically never does so for his theory of fetishism. Rubin states his case clearly. The absence of direct regulation of the social process of production necessarily leads to the indirect regulation of the production process through the market, through the products of labor, through things. Here the subject is the materialization of production relations and not only mystification or illusion. This is one of the characteristics of the economic structure of contemporary society. Fetishism is not only a phenomenon of social consciousness, but of social being. Rubin had a much clearer idea of the nature of value as a social relationship than nearly all of his contemporaries. Thus what is revealed is an inseparable connection between Marx's theory of value and its general, methodological basis formulated in his theory of commodity fetishism. One can only wonder why Marx's critics did not notice this inseparable connection between his labor theory of value and his theory of the reification or fetishization of the production relations among people. They understood Marx's theory of value in a mechanical naturalistic, not in a sociological, sense. Karl Korsch was, alongside Lukács, the other great source of Western Marxism with his Marxism and philosophy. However, commodity fetishism is only mentioned once in this book. In his Karl Marx, he notes that the paragraph about fetishism is important for the stand taken by Marx against all bourgeois economics. He continues. Why, depending in their conscious actions upon such imaginary concepts, the members of modern civilized society are really, like the savage by his fetish, controlled by the work of their hands. Commodities and, in a still more conspicuous form, the particular kind of commodity which serves as a general medium of exchange, namely, money, and all further forms of capitalistic commodity production derived from those basic forms, such as capital, wage labor, etc., are examples of that fetish form assumed by the social production relations of the present epoch. However, Korsch actually somehow limits the concept of fetishism by presenting it purely in opposition to bourgeois economical science, which is entirely taken Fetishism 567. In by the fetishistic appearance of economic life. Korsch also stresses another important aspect: fetishism presents social conditions as natural and eternal when they are in fact historically specific to capitalist society. The fetishistic device of bourgeois economics had been shifted from the realm of human action to the so-called immutable, nature-ordained relations between things. The concept of fetishism appears sporadically in works of critical theory, of the Frankfurt School as it is commonly known, notably in the writing of Theodore W. Adorno. He always criticized the concept of alienation as idealist and as an expression of an aversion to that which is foreign. He would refer to the concept of fetishism as a more objective alternative, but always thought of it, essentially, as a form of false consciousness. This approach can be seen in his debates with Walter Benjamin in the 1930s and in his essay on the fetish character in music and the regression of listening, where he refers to the commodification of musical experience as a kind of fetishism, which, for Adorno, means venerating things for their exchange value. This understanding of fetishism was partially influenced by Thorstein Veblen's theories of ostentatious consumption. Indeed, the conceptions of fetishism and exchange value that circulated in the 1960s and 1970s, particularly in terms of a critique of consumption, often bear traces of a more or less unconscious adaptation of Veblen. Equally, the term fetishism in Adorno can also have a positive meaning. By singling out an object, notably luxury goods or works of art, fetishization potentially posits them beyond the sphere of exchange, which levels everything and violates each object's individual identity. Fetishization therefore defends quality against quantity and even preserves the idea of happiness. Indeed, Adorno's conception of capitalism turns upon exchange and on the abstraction that exchange produces. Despite his attempts to appropriate the categories of the Marxian critique of political economy, at least in his later works, Adorno essentially remained fixated upon the sphere of the circulation of value. He particularly insisted on the similarities between the philosophical categories of identity, which he criticized for its repression of difference, and exchange, in the sense of exchange value, which also effaced any individuality. It was therefore the epistemological dimension of fetishism that mostly interested Adorno. Between the 1950s and the 1970s, the theme of alienation became the object of lively debates that frequently referred to the young Marx. Fetishism was often understood as a reprisal of the same concept in the mature Marx, who was considered to be less concerned with consciousness and more interested in economic factors. However, it was above all the turmoil of 1968 and the development of a non-orthodox Marxism that led to a return to the concept of fetishism. Albeit, not everywhere, of course. In the preface to an edition of Capital published in French in 1969, Louis Althusser recommended new readers skip the 568th first chapter, which he saw as a nefarious Hegelian metaphysical hangover, and declared that the theme of fetishism would lead only to confusion. The reprisal of fetishism at this time owed a great deal to the pioneering work of a Galician exile in the USA, Roman Rostalski, whose important study on the making of Marx's Capital, a detailed and profound commentary on the Grundrisse, was published posthumously in 1968. The rediscovery of fetishism in the 1960s went hand in hand with the rediscovery of the importance of the Hegelian roots of Marx's work, and not only his early works. Rostalski begins his book by saying, "Of all the problems in Marx's economic theory, the most neglected has been that of his method, both in general and, specifically, in its relation to Hegel, in particular to his logic." Rostalski analyses the role of money as a fetishistic medium and notes that Marx's concept of commodity fetishism was already in evidence in his earliest economic works, as in his Notes on Mill from 1844. At the same time, and also in the USA, Freddie Perlman translated and published the first Western edition of Rubin's essays and added an important preface where he writes, "Later, when Marx refined his ideas of reified or congealed labor, the theory of commodity fetishism provided a focus, a unifying framework for his analysis." Perlman demonstrates the continuity between the concept of alienation found in the young Marx and fetishism, via the concept of reification. Referring to the debates of his own time, Perlman writes, "Consequently, the reification of social relations and the fetishism of commodities are not chains of illusion which can be broken within the context of capitalist society, because they do not arise from stereotyped alternatives of thinking. The capitalist form of social production necessarily leads to the reification of social relations. Reification is not only a consequence of capitalism, it is an inseparable aspect of capitalism. The concepts of alienation, of estrangement, of reification and of fetishism tend to coincide. Some authors, such as Guy Debord, in whose work the word fetishism is almost absent, are, in effect, talking about it when they evoke alienation. Debord uses the term fetishism explicitly only in Thesis 36 of the Society of the Spectacle. The fetishism of the commodity, the domination of society by intangible as well as tangible things, attains its ultimate fulfillment in the spectacle, where the real world is replaced by a selection of images which are projected above it, yet which at the same time succeed in making themselves regarded as the epitome of reality." When he writes in Thesis 67, like the old religious fetishism, with its convulsionary raptures and miraculous cures, the fetishism of commodities generates its own moments of fervent exaltation, he is instead referring to fetishism as the projection of desires onto objects and their adulation. In Germany, some students of Adorno deepened the concept further. For Hans-Jürgen Krahl, the critique of fetishism was a continuation of the Kantian critique of fetishism 569. Pure reason, just as the latter sought to reinstate the autonomy of the transcendental subject by demonstrating that what the subject attributed to things actually belonged to itself, the critique of fetishism points to the fact that the autonomous relationships of production appear as the natural qualities of products. In Italy, it was Lucio Colletti who, from the end of the 1960s, took up the concepts of value, abstract labor, fetishism, and their interconnectedness. While condemning the Hegelian side of Marx, and rejecting Marx himself from 1974 onwards, Colletti was one of the first to see that for Marx fetishism was a real inversion, even if this was, for Colletti, another reason to condemn Marx in the name of logical empiricism and Kantianism. According to Colletti, the processes of hypostatization and substantiation of the abstract, the inversion of subject and predicate are not, for Marx, only defective aspects of the logic of Hegel, but rather are effectively to be found in the actual structure of capitalist society. The scientific Marx, according to Colletti, analyzed the natural laws of the economy. Marx, as the critic of political economy, examined a fetishistic world turned upside down. The theory of fetishism and the theory of the dialectical contradiction as a real phenomenon are therefore only different ways of formulating the same observation. As Colletti argues in Marxism and dialectic, it is not only the representation of reality that is turned upside down, but reality itself. Indeed, he makes the point as early as 1969 in an article on Bernstein and the Marxism of the Second International. Marx's theory of value is identical to his theory of fetishism, and that it is precisely by virtue of this element that Marx's theory differs in principle from the whole of classical political economy. When the crisis of work became visible from the 1970s onwards, a reading of Marx that was centered on the concept of abstract labor and its ties to commodity fetishism emerged. It was above all Moishe Postone in his work Time, Labor, and Social Domination, and the German reviews Crisis and Exit, with their main author Robert Kurz, who developed from the end of the 1980s a new approach under the name The Critique of Value. Putting aside the differences between these authors, we can summarize their approach as follows. Fetishism means that things govern society in place of human beings because these things contain their social relationships within them. This is a real inversion, an inversion between abstract and concrete, where, in a socially unconscious manner, concrete labor and use value serve only as the bearers, or supports, of the underlying, invisible substance, which is the value produced by the abstract side of labor. In a fetishistic society, the true subjects are not the humans, but value and its tautological accumulation. Fetishism is therefore not an epiphenomenon but represents the very heart of Marx's conception of capitalism as a society which is not only unjust, but also, in its basic categories, destructive and self-destructive. Fetishism cannot be overcome without overcoming abstract labor and value. The three characteristics that Marx describes in his analysis of the value form are inversions between concrete and abstract. Use value becomes the phenomenal 570 form of its opposite, exchange value. Concrete labor becomes the phenomenal form of its opposite, abstract labor. Private labor becomes its opposite form, immediately social labor. That which should come first, the concrete, becomes a derivative of that which should come second, the abstract. In philosophical terms, we might speak of an inversion between substance and accident. The description of alienation that Marx gives in the economic and philosophical manuscripts does not therefore appear as a fundamentally different approach to his later conceptualization of fetishism, but as a first approximation which already, implicitly, stated the essential: the dispossession of people through abstract labor has become the principle of social synthesis. Fetishism is not only an inverted representation of reality, but an inversion of reality itself. In this sense, the theory of fetishism is central to the totality of criticisms that Marx aims at the foundations of capitalism. Well beyond the explicit use of the word fetishism, the concept of fetishism as inversion exists throughout Marx's critique of political economy and was anticipated by the philosophical works of his youth. The fetishistic character of capitalist society is not only a secondary aspect but belongs to its cell form itself, the commodity. Far from being a superstructure belonging to the mental or symbolic sphere of social life, fetishism resides in the very basis of capitalist society and permeates all of its aspects. Marx's theory of value and his theory of fetishism are therefore essentially identical. According to Postone, the young Marx understood alienation as the alienation of a presupposed subject that exists independently of capitalism and is constituted by labor, understood as a trans-historical category, and that has to take back control of its own objectifications, which have become independent of it. The mature Marx had instead arrived at the conclusion that in capitalism both the subject and the object developed from the very beginning as alienated forms. There is no original essence to reconquer or to raise to victory. Likewise, and above all, there is no essence that is constituted by some kind of trans-historical human labor. The real moment of rupture in the evolution of Marx's ideas was rather the moment when he recognized alienation was inherent to abstract labor itself, and not only to the exploitation of living labor. Traditional Marxism, according to the critique of value, preferred empiricist common sense to Marx's dialectic when it affirmed that behind value the real essence of capitalism was hidden, that is to say, the exploitation of one class by another. At first sight, Marx's passage on the Trinity formula does provide some justification for the classical Marxist position. The fetishism that Marx analyses in the third volume of Capital is not, however, the fetishism analyzed in the first. It is rather a matter of two different levels of analysis that do not necessarily contradict one another. The path followed in Capital moves from essence to appearance, from categorical critique to an analysis of the empirical surface, from pure categories to the concrete forms that these categories assumed in Marx's time. The paradigmatic case is the movement that takes value, a. Fetishism 571. Non-empirical category, through a number of intermediary steps to its market price, which is the only level immediately perceptible to economic actors, and which constitutes the almost exclusive object of bourgeois economic science. Marx's two major developments of fetishism correspond therefore, respectively, to its essence and its phenomenological form. To conceive of fetishism as a category of reality implies that the agents of capitalist production are instead acted upon by the logic of value rather than being themselves the actors. The real subject of capitalist production is not the ruling class, nor the proletariat, but value itself, which reduces human actors to the executors of its orders. Marx expresses this fact in the paradoxical and surprising formula that value is an automatic subject. Earlier in the Grundriss, Marx already said that value enters as subject. Of course, it is not, as fetishistic appearances suggest, things that are really in charge. They reign only to the extent that social relationships have become objectified within them. In the value form, something which exists only in the mind, a form, as the expression of social relationships, regulates material life. Marx explains that has objective dependency relations also appear, in antithesis to those of personal dependence in such a way that individuals are now ruled by abstractions, whereas earlier they depended on one another. The abstraction, or idea, however, is nothing more than the theoretical expression of those material relations which are their lord and master. Fetishism is precisely a universality that is not the sum of particularities. It is the unwanted result of the particular conscious actions of subjects. From this point of view, capitalism could be seen as the continuation of a series of preceding forms of unconscious society, based, in turn, on totemism, kinship, land or religion. History would therefore be a history of fetishism rather than a history of class struggle, and the Marxian idea of an end of prehistory was interpreted by the critique of value, at least in its early stages, as the construction of a society which would be, for the first time in history, truly conscious of what it does. This vision, no doubt, is very far from historical materialism and its schema of an economic base and superstructure. In a society where abstract labor, the abstract side of labor, and the value that it produces forms the social ties between people and designates their place in society, individuals meet only as separated producers that must reduce their products to a common measure, which removes their intrinsic qualities, in order to exchange and be able to form a society. Abstract human labor, universally human labor has the upper hand over use value 572. And concrete labor. This also means that the members of society lose all control over what will become of their products. It is not their beauty, not their usefulness, not the conditions of their production, nor their environmental impact that counts, but only their capacity to represent in their commodity body, in their use value, a certain quantity of value and surplus value. This is why Marx calls commodities sensible suprasensible. Behind their sensible appearance a suprasensible aspect is hidden, the fact that they are only the bearers of an ungraspable and incomprehensible essence, the value created by the abstract side of labor. There is no balance between the abstract and concrete sides of the commodity, the abstract side necessarily wins out. People find themselves powerless in the face of this logic that they have themselves produced and attempt to appease the gods of their own creation, exactly like in religion. Commodity fetishism is even worse than traditional religion. Heaven and earth are not separated, because each commodity contains within it a metaphysical quality as it obeys an invisible and abstract logic, one that does not refer to the needs of people and that no one has chosen. Commodity fetishism is mysterious and seems metaphysical because it exists beyond the traditional ontological distinction between being and thinking. One of the defining traits of fetishistic capitalist society is that it has a conceptual nature. Abstraction, incarnated in money, does not derive from the concrete, but dominates it. The form makes itself independent of its content and attempts to disencumber itself of it completely. When, for example, food is thrown into the sea in order to raise its price, despite the fact that people are dying of hunger, the concrete side of this commodity, its use value, its reality, serves only to incarnate the phantasmagorical value that it is supposed to possess as a simple expenditure of the human energy that in the past was necessary to produce this commodity. This is indeed a real inversion. Value, like other historical forms of fetishism, is an a priori in the Kantian sense. It is a schema of which its subjects are not conscious, because it presents itself as natural and not as historically determined. Everything that the subjects of value can think, imagine, want, or do is expressed already in the categories of the commodity, money, value and labor. Nevertheless, it could be objected that the Marxian critique of value also wants to unveil the self-movement of things as a false appearance. Indeed, human beings are the creators of their own products. People are, at the material level, behind the objectivist fetishistic form of the commodity. However, it is not people as conscious subjects, nor people in control of their own sociality, but rather fetishistic individuals. The creator of fetishism is an individual who is only a subject in relation to nature, but not with regards to their own society. Some more problematical elaborations of fetishism. Marx is not the only person to have introduced the term fetishism into a larger theoretical framework. Two other authors notably took up the notion in the years. Fetishism 573. After the death of Marx, but without drawing upon him. Émile Durkheim argued, in the elementary forms of the religious life, that fetishism and totemism are characteristic forms of relationship to the sacred that are found in all religions and that are based upon the projection of a collective consciousness. Sigmund Freud, in one of his later works, the short essay on fetishism, links sexual fetishism, the transference of desire onto a substitute object, to castration anxiety. Although these two uses of the fetishism concept have no direct relationship to the Marxian concept, it was inevitable that the enlargement of the semantic scope of the term would produce, in later decades, a confluence of its different meanings that has led to it being employed in a manner that is very broad and often purely associative. Today, one can fetishize anything. A sort of precursor to this attitude can already be found in the work of Walter Benjamin in the 1930s. Benjamin's writing, however, would not circulate widely until the 1970s, and it therefore contributed primarily to the genesis of postmodern theory and its understanding of fetishism. Benjamin mostly took up the concept of commodity fetishism in describing the transformations that took place in 19th century France, but interpreted it for the most part in the sense of a visual phantasmagoria. He therefore evokes projection, myth, dream, illusion, adulation, chimera, and ideology, all of which linked back to the disenchantment of the world evoked by Max Weber. The bourgeoisie constructed an imaginary and seductive world in order to hide the impoverishment of experience that capitalism had brought about. Although it is very interesting in its own right, Benjamin's understanding of fetishism does not have a great deal of basis in the Marxian concept and, in the long run, contributed to promoting a certain conceptual and semantic confusion. For Marx, every commodity, as a bearer of a portion of value, is fetishistic, without regard for its contents or its relationship to the needs and desires of consumers. This implies that no commodity can be more or less fetishistic than another one. Moreover, it does not become fetishistic through its sale or circulation on the market because its fetishistic character derives already from its conditions of production. The production of a use value serves only the creation of value and surplus value. From the 1970s onwards, the term commodity fetishism appeared to many authors to be a perfect summary of, and handy phrase for, the core characteristics of postmodern capitalism, which is imagined to turn upon consumption, advertising, and the manipulation of desire. The word has become popularly used as a term to describe the excessive love of commodities and an adhesion to the values that they represent. Fetishism is therefore widely understood less from the perspective of producers and of abstract labor, and more from that of the consumer and the psychological motivations that drive him to purchase commodities, as well as the social consensus that consumption creates. It should be said, however, that this level of analysis has very little to do with Marx's approach. The fetishization of objects and the commercialization 574 of desires are obviously very really facts. However, they are the result of the capitalist search for profit under conditions of total competition, and, therefore, also a result, in the final analysis, of abstract labor and fetishism, but this is a consequence that occurs at the phenomenological level. This level, which can indeed be described by psychology and sociology, is not at all identical to the deep structure that Marx called fetishism. Some authors, such as Guy Debord and perhaps the earlier writing of Jean Baudrillard, attempted to bring together both levels in their use of the term. The debate about the importance of fetishism has continued in recent years in anthropological studies of the sacred sphere that partially look back to the works of Marcel Mauss, Georges Baudelot, and Claude Lévi-Strauss. It could be asked, is commodity fetishism no more than a subcategory of fetishism in general, that is, as a universal phenomenon? On the one hand, such an approach contributes, in a positive way, to demythifying modern culture and its claims to be radically different, and superior, to other cultures. Capitalist society is, as such, ruled, like all of the savages that it despises, by a sacred logic that totally contradicts its pretensions to be rational and secular. On the other hand, however, such a perspective ends up losing the historical specificity of modern fetishism, of commodity fetishism, which is based on the twofold nature of labor in capitalism, in a sea of other historical fetishisms. It therefore becomes difficult to grasp that which radically distinguishes capitalism from preceding societies. Fetishism risks being considered only as a part of the eternal human condition and being confused with the category of mediation or symbolic structure as such. Yet mediation is not the same as fetishism, just as objectification is not the same as alienation. The critique of fetishism is not a critique of mediation or of symbolism in the name of some imaginary immediacy, but rather a critique of fallacious mediations. Modern fetishism is not just another form of an eternal human unconscious, it is the historical consequence of the domination of social life by abstract labor, which embodies itself in concrete human activity. References: Theodore W. Adorno, trans. J. M. Bernstein, On the Fetish Character in Music and the Regression of Listening, in the Culture Industry, pages 35 to 67. Theodore W. Adorno, trans. E. Jeffcott, Minima Moralia. Lucio Colletti, trans. John Merrington and Judith White, Bernstein, and the Marxism of the Second International, in From Rousseau to Lenin, Studies in Ideology and Society, pages 45 to 108. Lucio Colletti, Marxismo e Dialettica, in Intervista Politico-Filosofica, pages 65 to 113. Guy Debord, trans. Ken Knabb, The Society of the Spectacle. Fetishism 575. Émile Durkheim, trans. Carol Kosman, The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. Sigmund Freud, trans. James Strachey, Fetishism, in the Standard Edition of the Complete Psychological Works of Sigmund Freud, Volume XXI, pages 152 to 159. London, Hogarth and the Institute of Psychoanalysis. Karl Korsch, trans. Fred Halliday, Marxism and Philosophy. Karl Korsch, Karl Marx. Hans-Jürgen Krahl, Constitution und Klassenkampf. Georgi Lukács, trans. Rodney Livingstone, History and Class Consciousness. Karl Marx, Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood, in Marx and Engels' Collected Works. Karl Marx, Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, in Early Writings. Translated by Livingstone, Rodney, Benton, Gregory. London, Penguin Classics. Pages 279 to 400. Karl Marx, trans. Ben Fowkes, Capital, A Critique of Political Economy, Volume 1. Karl Marx, trans. David Fernbach, Capital, Volume 3. Karl Marx, trans. Martin Nicholas, Grundriss. Freddie Perlman, Introduction, Commodity Fetishism, in Isaac Rubin, Essays on Marx's Theory of Value, pages 9, 38. Moishe Postone, Time, Labor, and Social Domination. A Reinterpretation of Marx's Critical Theory, Roman Rostalski, trans. Pete Burgess, The Making of Marx's Capital. Isaac Rubin, trans. Milo Samardzija and Freddie Perlman, Essays on Marx's Theory of Value. Ideology theory emerged in the 1970s and 1980s, first in connection with Louis Althusser in his school in France, then Stuart Hall and the Cultural Studies in the UK and the Berlin Project Ideology, a theory founded by Wolfgang Fritz Haug in Germany. Claiming a refoundation of Marxist research into ideology, it marked a double distinction. First, from a widespread economism, which reduced ideology to a mere epiphenomenon of class interests and thus missed the relative autonomy of the ideological. Second, from a traditional ideologic critique, which understood the ideological merely as a false and inverted consciousness. The objections to the criticism of false consciousness can be summed up as follows: it overlooked the materiality of the ideological, i.e. its reality as an arrangement of ideological state apparatuses, intellectuals, rituals, and praxis forms. By its fixation on consciousness, it also missed the unconscious functioning of ideologies, their capacity to engender subjectivities and subjects, their anchorage in bodily dispositions and attitudes of habitus. And it drew attention away from the main task, which is to grasp their efficacy in subjecting minds, bodies, and hearts. According to Stuart Hall, the most important question regarding an organic connective ideology is not what is false about it but what about it is true, i.e. not in terms of a universal truth, but rather of what makes good sense. Since the history of theories often moves through pendulum swings, the traditions of ideology critique and of ideology theory have developed separately and often against each other. Having participated myself in one of the 31. Ideology Critique and Ideology Theory. Jan Remen. Ideology Critique and Ideology Theory 577. Ideology Theoretical Schools, The Pit. I would like to take a step back and reconsider this bifurcation. In my view, the ideology theoretical claim to overcome the traditional fixation on a critique of false consciousness was productive and is still valid. But the demarcations between the two are not as clear as it seems. At a closer look, most of the approaches usually described as ideology critical also try to explain the conditions of emergence and efficacy of ideologies, for example by taking up Marx's analysis of fetishism and reification or by the concept of a culture industry. On the other hand, ideology theories also contain a component of ideology critique, which however shifts from a traditional true-false dichotomy to the distinction between domination and an emancipatory capacity to act. In this vein, the Pit proposes to differentiate between an ideological socialization from above and dimensions of horizontal socialization, which takes place whenever the common is reclaimed and reappropriated from below. It will be shown with the example of Althusser that an ideology theory proclaiming to do without an ideology critical perspective runs the risk of being transformed back into a functionalist theory of legitimacy. Taking up two allegedly opposite examples, namely Marx and Engels' critical concept of ideology and Gramsci's theory of hegemony, I will deconstruct the widespread dichotomy between ideology critique and ideology theory. My assumption is that this dichotomy is counterproductive and needs to be overcome by the renewal of an ideology critique, which operates with a theory of the ideological as conceptual hinterland. Marx and Engels, beyond a critique of false consciousness. There are indeed quite a few passages in which Marx and Engels spoke of a false or inverted consciousness, an independent kingdom in the clouds, a distorted conception, a standing on its head, and so forth. The German ideology summarized the different descriptions of distortion and inversion in the image of a camera obscura. If in all ideology men and their circumstances appear upside down as in a camera obscura, this phenomenon arises just as much from their historical life process as the inversion of objects on the retina does from their physical life process. In order to disprove the idealistic inversions of German philosophy, which descends from heaven to earth, they claim to set out from real, active men, and on the basis of their real life process and to demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. It is not consciousness that determines life, but life that determines consciousness. These formulations became the target of the ideology theoretical turn. Althusser argued that the German ideology understood ideology as mere form 578 of consciousness, in a plainly positivist context as a pure illusion, a pure dream, i.e. as nothingness, empty and vain. Stuart Hall criticized an empiricist relation of the subject to knowledge, according to which the real world indelibly imprints its meanings and interests directly into our consciousness. For Raymond Williams, It was an objectivist fantasy to believe that real-life conditions could be known independently of language and that there was first material social life and then, at some temporal or spatial distance, consciousness and its products, which were, in reality, always parts of the material social process itself. Terry Eagleton accused Marx and Engels of a naive sensuous empiricism which fails to grasp that there is no real-life process without interpretation. In reality, humans move in a world of meanings, which are constitutive of their activities, not secondary to them. The camera obscura metaphor was therefore unable to grasp the dynamic nature of human consciousness and instead reduced it to a device passively recording objects in the external world. Here we should pause a moment and ask whether or to what extent these criticisms actually hit the mark of Marx and Engels' approach. Around the same time that the German ideology was written, Marx wrote his theses on Feuerbach, whose first thesis criticized that all previous materialism had conceived of reality and of sensuousness only in the form of the object, or of contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. The 10th thesis proclaimed to overcome an old materialism, which is tied to bourgeois society, by a new one, whose standpoint is human society, or social humanity. This new materialism became the starting point of what Antonio Labriola and Antonio Gramsci later called a philosophy of praxis. Could it really be the case that Marx and Engels in the German ideology assumed a passive reflection of the exterior world by consciousness, thus falling back to the position Marx just denounced? Let us take up a key passage, in which the German ideology tried to counter the philosophy of conscience by developing 5 aspects of social activity. Opposite to the evolutionist interpretation put forward by Williams and Eagleton, Marx and Engels emphasized that these aspects are not of course to be taken as different stages, but just as moments, which have existed simultaneously since the dawn of history. Human beings must first produce the means to satisfy their basic needs, for example, eating, drinking, housing, clothing. They second create new needs, and third, while daily recreating their own life, they also propagate their kind and create relations between man and woman, parents and children. These 3 moments so far are then fourth summarized by a surprisingly comprehensive concept of production, namely, the production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, which are in turn connected to different ideology critique and ideology theory 579. Modes of cooperation. 5th, people also have consciousness, which however does not manifest itself in the pure form the idealistic philosophers imagined. It was from the outset afflicted with the curse of being burdened with matter, which here makes its appearance in the form of agitated layers of air, sounds, in short, of language. Language is practical, real consciousness that exists for other men as well, and arises from the need, the necessity of intercourse with other men. Consciousness is, therefore, from the very beginning a social product, and remains so as long as men exist. This analysis of 5 moments has obviously nothing to do with what Williams described as an objectivist fantasy of human life devoid of meaning and language. Nor is it a demonstration that language and consciousness have only a secondary status. Instead of asserting that consciousness does not belong to the real practice of life, they argue that it could only be understood as an integral part of life practices, and therefore as a composite of social relations. Therefore, they criticize the philosophy of consciousness not from the perspective of an underlying dichotomy between life and consciousness, but rather because it severed consciousness from the practical contexts of life in order to demonstrate its nature as a primary force. Where the critics of the German ideology bring out their heaviest guns, the result is ambiguous at best. Their criticism catches Marx and Engels red-handed as they fight a hand-to-hand scuffle with their opponents, and thereby move within their opponents' discursive materials, taking up their idealistic discourses of a philosophy of consciousness and polemically turning it against them, for example, when they assume that life determines consciousness, or when they famously assert that it is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. Descriptions of ideology as false or inverted consciousness suggest, similarly to the terms echo and reflex, a concept of ideology as a volatile epiphenomenon without any materiality and efficacy of its own. But the criticism overlooks the anti-objectivist and praxis-philosophical thrust of the overall argument in both the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology. It misses in particular that Marx and Engels were not primarily interested in debunking particular forms of consciousness but rather in explaining them from their societal foundation. The inversion of ideology, its standing on its head, was for them an effect of the social division of material and mental labor, which they saw in turn intimately connected with the formation of private property, class and gender antagonisms and the state. It is only because of this underlying social division that consciousness can really flatter itself that it is something other than consciousness of existing practice, that it really represents something without representing something real. Only by means of this division is consciousness in a position to emancipate itself from the world and to proceed to the formation of pure theory, theology, philosophy, morality, which 580 are practiced by specific intellectual groups as a profession, that is, as a business. What produces and maintains this reversal of consciousness is the real detachment of intellectual activities from social production, their growing independence and their predominant position in relation to production. This applies also to the emergence of religion, which is to be distinguished from the magic and natural mysticism of pre-state societies by the formation of a specialized priesthood, which is set free from manual labor. The first form of ideologists, priests, Marx wrote in a marginal note that in turn illustrated a passage written by Engels. Division of labor only becomes truly such from the moment when a division of material and mental labor appears. The camera obscura is therefore to be understood not just as a metaphor for false consciousness, but rather for the idealistic superstructure of class societies. The combination of a philosophical term and a category for a material and institutional reality is symptomatic of the move from a traditional discourse of consciousness to a historical materialist ideology theory. 2. The metaphor camera obscura thus stands for the material arrangement and the socially unconscious that undergirds the forms of consciousness. As Wolfgang Fritz Haug argued, the detachment of consciousness is framed and constituted by the material dispositive of social domination. A similar view was held by Pierre Bourdieu, who took the German ideology's considerations on the divisions of manual and mental labor as a starting point from which to develop his concept of social field in the domain of religion. As soon as one takes the underlying social arrangement of the division of labor, of class formation, gender antagonism, and the emergence of the state into consideration, one can see that Marx and Engels made a decisive shift towards an ideology theory that conceived of the ideological as a material arrangement in society. A similar method can be observed in the second application of ideology critique. When Marx analyses in Capital the fetishism of the commodity, of money, and of capital, he is not solely concerned with the mystifications in the brain, but rather with the objective inversions in capitalism, by which exchange value rules over use value, abstract labor over concrete labor, and private capitalist profit rules over people's lives. It is these objective inversions that engender socially valid, and therefore objective thought forms, by which people spontaneously perceive their conditions. As an objective thought form, which combines a term describing consciousness and a term referring to reality, fetishism operates both as a fixed praxis form in bourgeois society and a corresponding form of consciousness, which in turn is both a socially necessary miscognition and a pragmatically correct account of phenomena of the way things are there, without it being possible to change them at will. Marx's critique thus targets the very normality of bourgeois reality and the normalization of its subjects. 3. This capitalist religion of everyday life is so deeply ideology critique and ideology theory 581 anchored in socio-economic reality that it cannot be unhinged by a critique of false consciousness, even when scientifically disproved. Its everyday validity and efficacy remain unbroken. The actual agents of production themselves feel completely at home in these estranged and irrational forms of capital interest, land rent, labor wages, for these are precisely the configurations of appearance in which they move, and with which they are daily involved. In a third main usage, the later Engels anchored the concept of ideology in a critical theory of the state. He defined the state as the first ideological power over man, followed by the law and the higher ideological powers like religion and philosophy. As a power, having arisen out of society but placing itself above it, and alienating itself more and more from it, the state reveals the admission that this society has become entangled in an insoluble contradiction with itself, that it has split into irreconcilable opposites which it is powerless to dispel. According to the Pitt, Marx, and Engels' reflections on ideology can be summarized by the late Engels' concept of ideological powers. Marx and Engels' analyses are focused on the connections between state and ideology. Their ideology critique is oriented towards the withering away of the state. What is common to the different usages of ideology by Marx and Engels are therefore two characteristics. 1. They were actually dealing with structurally anchored societal arrangements, even though this focus was at times hidden beneath the predominant discourse of consciousness of the time. 2. They used ideology as a critical concept, which means that not every worldview, mode of perception, thinking or feeling is by definition ideological. The concept of ideology referred to specific powers and forms, which are part of the reproduction of class societies. It was therefore a problematic development that both the official Marxism of the Second International and the Marxism, Leninism of the Third International carried out a neutralization of the concept of ideology, namely as an ideational form of expression of class interests in general, which all but eliminated Marx and Engels' ideology critique in its different varieties. At the founding conference of the Second International in 1889, the young Russian delegate Georgy Plekhanov invoked our revolutionary ideologues. Koski too employed a neutral concept when he used intellectual and ideological interchangeably. It was however mainly Lenin who influenced the development of a concept of ideology as a medium for antagonistic class interests. There were only a few theorists after Marx's death who took up aspects of Marx and Engels' critical concept of ideology. Georgy Lukács considered the commodity fetishism analyzed by Marx to be the cornerstone of an encompassing reification. Whereas Marx had used the concept to describe specific economic thought forms, Lukács generalized its meaning so that it meant a universal category of society as a whole, seamlessly penetrating all levels of social consciousness. This ideology-critical paradigm was 582. Taken up and modified by Theodore W. Adorno and by Max Horkheimer. 5. Another exception is represented by Antonio Labriola who, in 1896, described what he called critical communism as being critical of any ideology, including a communist one. According to him, Marxist theory is opposed to the ideologies of every sort, it is the clear and definite negation of all ideology. It is in particular Labriola who leads us to an ideology-critical dimension in Gramsci's approach, which has been overlooked for quite some time. Gramsci's combination of ideology critique and theory of hegemony. It has become commonplace in scholarly interpretation that Gramsci had left behind Marx and Engels' ideology critique and replaced it with a neutral concept of ideology. Stuart Hall summarized Gramsci's concept of ideology as the mental frameworks, the languages, the concepts, categories, imagery of thought, and the systems of representation, which different classes and social groups deploy. Similarly, Peter Thomas came to the conclusion that in Gramsci's most significant formulation of this concept, ideology is conceived in a neutral sense, as the form in which humans know a world racked by the real contradictions of class struggle. But thought forms racked by class contradictions are not a good example of a neutral concept of ideology, since Marx and Engels saw class antagonisms as a transitory necessity, which is to be overcome in a classless society. 6. The relationship between Gramsci's theory of hegemony and Marx and Engels' ideology critique therefore needs to be disentangled more carefully. This is no easy task. Whereas Gramsci's opposition to the treatment of ideology as a mere appearance of the economy was pervasive, his use of the term itself oscillated between different and partly opposite meanings. It is clear for Gramsci that Marx's term ideological forms is not to be understood as mere forms of consciousness, but rather as an ideological terrain, in which the contradictions of class societies are being fought out. Ideologies are therefore anything but illusions and appearance, but rather an objective and effective reality, the terrain of the superstructures 7. Far from being a march to dupes, a game of illusions and tricks, ideology is to be understood as the entire ensemble of superstructures. Gramsci thus focuses on what Althusser and other ideology theorists later described as the materiality of the ideological, on its trenches in civil society, hegemonic apparatuses, organic or traditional intellectuals, complex and multiple power relations, etc. On some occasions Gramsci used the concept of ideology positively, predominantly in cases when a philosophy went beyond the limited bounds of the ideology critique and ideology theory 583. Intellectuals and was diffused into the great masses, where it created new forms of mass intellectuality. In this positive usage, ideology signified the mass element of any philosophical conception, its conforming moral will and norm of conduct. 8. The terminology became somewhat blurred by the fact that Gramsci described the same connection between worldview and conforming norm of conduct with Croce's wide notion of religion, as well as with terms like faith, politics, culture, ethics, or intellectual and moral reform. When philosophies become ideologies, they assume the fanatical granite compactness of the beliefs of the people, which take on the same energy as material forces, a formulation that refers of course to the famous quote by the young Marx that theory becomes a material power as soon as it has gripped the masses. Gramsci explicitly addressed a polysemy of the concept of ideology, which could be applied to both arbitrary elucubrations of particular individuals and the necessary superstructure of a particular structure. Consequently, one must distinguish between historically organic ideologies, which are necessary to a given structure, and ideologies that are arbitrary, rationalistic, or willed. Whereas the latter only created individual movements and polemics, the former organize human masses and create the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle. But Gramsci's terminology in regard to ideology is heterogeneous and contains both positive and critical usages. The latter were mostly due to the influence of Antonio Labriola, from whom Gramsci also adopted the term philosophy of praxis. It is therefore no coincidence that his critical concept of ideology was particularly clear when he used it in the context of his concept of the philosophy of praxis, which freed itself from every one-sided and fanatical ideological element. Like Labriola, who anticipated the danger that the philosophy of praxis would again become a new inverted ideology, in particular when people unfamiliar with the difficulties of historic research transform it into a new philosophy of systematic history, i.e. history conceived as schemes or tendencies or designs, Gramsci pointed out that Marxism was not exempt from slipping back into an ideology in the worst sense of the word, that is to say a dogmatic system of eternal and absolute truths. Such a relapse into ideology did not only occur in an elaborate philosophical form, but also on the level of popular common sense. It was the subaltern character of certain social strata which necessarily created a direct ideological aroma emanating from the philosophy of praxis, namely in the form of mechanical determinism. I have been defeated for the moment, but the tide of history is working for me in the long term. Such a determinism had the historical merit of becoming a tremendous force of moral resistance, of cohesion, and of patient and obstinate perseverance, but at the same time it functioned as a substitute for the predestination or providence of confessional religions, which meant that the activity of the will was present only implicitly, and in a veiled and, as it were, shamefaced manner, lacking critical unity. 584. Such fatalism was the clothing worn by real and active will when in a weak position. Determinism had intrinsic strength as a naive philosophy of the mass and religion of the subaltern, but as soon as it was elevated by intellectuals to a thought-out philosophy, it became a cause of passivity and idiotic self-sufficiency. Against the backdrop of this relapse into ideological attitudes, Gramsci emphasized the ideology-critical perspective of the philosophy of praxis, whereas other ideologies aim at reconciling opposing and contradictory interests. The philosophy of praxis is the very theory of these contradictions. Instead of functioning as an instrument of government of the dominant groups in order to gain the consent of and exercise hegemony, it is the expression of these subaltern classes who want to educate themselves in the art of government and who have an interest in knowing all truths, even the unpleasant ones. For this they needed to dismantle not only the deceptions of the upper class, but also and, even more, their own. Not only does the philosophy of praxis claim to explain the entire past, but also to explain itself historically. Gramsci called this a maximum historicism, the total liberation from any abstract ideologism, the beginning of a new civilization. The widespread assessment of Gramsci's neutral understanding of ideology flattens out his contradictory usage of the concept. It represses his employment of a critical concept of ideology and overlooks that his dealings with common sense, passive revolution, religion, Fordism etc. are examples of a vigorous and differentiated ideology critique. Let us take as a case in point his distinction between common sense and good sense and their different relationships to ideology and philosophy. Philosophy is criticism and the superseding of religion and common sense. In this sense it coincides with good sense, which is opposed to common sense. Whereas Althusser's theory of ideology in general presents a homogeneous top-down model of eternal submission, Gramsci thematised a heterogeneous ensemble of four dimensions, a senso commune, incoherent and disjointed, strangely composite of different historical layers and opposite social perspectives, the weight of ideologies upon and within common sense, on the other hand the dimension of a bon senso, which he defines as a healthy nucleus of common sense, characterized by a sense of experimentalism and open to new experiences. 9. And finally a philosophy of praxis that has the task of coinciding with bon senso, taking it as a stronghold from which it works to render common sense more coherent. 10. Gramsci's critique of common sense is thus an ideology critique that tries to push back the overwhelming impact of ideologies on common sense and to strengthen the inherent potentials of realistic experiences and capacities to act. Contrary to Horkheimer and Adorno, who treat common sense as if it were merely a passive effect of a manipulative culture industry, Gramsci's critique is ideology critique and ideology theory. 585. Not a frontal attack, but rather manifests itself as a criticism of common sense, basing itself, however, on common sense in order to demonstrate that everyone is a philosopher and that it is a question of renovating and making critical an already existing activity. The apparently paradoxical notion of a critique of common sense based on common sense and its inherent, already existing intellectual activity marks a significant paradigm shift from a totalizing ideology critique to a dialectical and differentiated one. Gramsci defines ideology critique in a way that breaks with the paradigm of a mere critique of consciousness. In the framework of a philosophy of praxis, the critique of ideologies involves the ensemble of the superstructures in order to induce a process of distinction and change in the relative weight of the ideologies so that the old collective will disaggregates into its contradictory elements. This approach coincides with Ernst Bloch's argument in Heritage of Our Times that the left needs to counteract German fascism by developing a multi-layered dialectic in order to release the elements of non-contemporaneous contradictions which are hostile to capitalism, homeless in it, and to remount them for functioning in a different connection. These approaches were later elaborated in terms of discourse theory as disarticulation and rearticulation of ideological formations, by means of which ideology critique needs to operate as an interruptive discourse that intervenes in the ideological block of the opponent in order to decompose it, to reshape it and build effective elements into a new order. What is remarkable is therefore that Gramsci did not follow the general trend of contemporary Marxism, Leninism and altogether abandon the critical concept of ideology of Marx and Engels, but combined elements of it, via Labriola, with his new concept of hegemony. Ideological for him are those mechanisms that keep the popular classes in submission to foreign hegemonies, a submission which impedes the passage from subalternity to an ethico-political level. If one resists the temptation to rashly homogenize Gramsci's contradictory usages of ideology and instead maintains the dialectical tension between them, one can see that they constitute a particular theoretical strength. Gramsci tries to do both, on the one hand understand, long before Althusser, the materiality of the ideological, its existence in apparatuses and practices, its efficacy, and on the other hand maintain that a philosophy of praxis has to operate as a permanent ideology critique, not least in relation to one's own tendencies to relapse into ideology. Marxist analysis and politics has to deal with the contradiction that it must intervene into the ideological forms of the existing class society and is thereby necessarily co-determined by them, forced to develop a popular ideology of its own, and therefore needs a strong ideology-critical philosophy of praxis that helps to think through what it is doing and to historicize its own ideological involvements. To obscure or to neglect a theoretical understanding of this contradiction only leads to a passive dialectics that produces endless splits and defeats. 586. Beyond Althusser, perspectives of a critical structural theory of ideology. Instead of placing Marx/Engels and Gramsci's concepts of ideology on opposite poles, both approaches can be characterized by their particular combination of a critical concept and a structural concept of ideology, which focuses on the underlying societal arrangements of thought forms. The separation of the two strands of critical theory is to a large part due to the influence of Althusser, who conceptualizes ideology theory in a way that it has lost its connection with the tradition of ideology critique. 11. Let us first try to identify where Althusser's ideology theory intersects with and departs from Gramsci's hegemony theory. As Althusser himself indicated, his distinction between repressive and ideological state apparatuses is formed following the model of Gramsci's differentiation of political society and civil society, coercion and hegemony. The treatment of the ideological apparatuses as state apparatuses would not be comprehensible without Gramsci's broadening of a traditional narrow concept of the state to the wider concept of the integral state. Both Gramsci's integral state and Althusser's ISAs include those institutions and associations that are usually considered to be private. But whereas Gramsci was primarily interested in the possibilities of how subaltern classes develop the hegemonic capacities to occupy the different levels of the superstructures, Althusser's main attention was directed to the ways the ideological subjection under the bourgeois state is accomplished by the ISAs. The two perspectives are of course not mutually exclusive, but could complement each other in a productive way. New in comparison to Gramsci are above all the concepts of the subject and of the voluntary subjection that Althusser developed on the basis of the psychoanalysis of Jacques Lacan. This enabled him to understand the ideological as an unconscious, lived relationship and to illustrate the dynamic and active character of ideological subjugation. At the same time, the integration of Lacanian psychoanalysis exposed Althusserian ideology theory to the tension between the historically specific ISA concept and an unhistorically conceived ideology in general, a contradiction, which led to divided receptions and finally contributed to the disintegration of the Althusser school. I will not dive into the many productive insights of Althusser's ideology theory, 12, but focus on what I think is a fundamental loss. Due to his understanding of Marxism as a theoretical anti-humanism, Althusser rejected the notions of alienation and fetishism. He mistakenly identified Marx and Engels' critical concept of ideology with the paradigm of false consciousness, and thus abandoned their ideology-critical perspective altogether. Ideology in general became for him an organic part of every social totality, it was eternal, exactly like the unconscious, i.e. omnipresent, transhistorical, and therefore immutable in form, so that the human being was conceived of as an ideological animal by nature. 13. Ideology critique and ideology theory. 587. In this sense, Althusser moved within the neutral concept of ideology of Marxism-Leninism, even though it was now legitimate by a psychoanalytic point of view. Based on Lacan's concept of the imaginary, the misrecognitions, which Marx had located in the alienated structures of class societies, were once again relocated into the individual. Instead of developing the celestialized forms of the ideological out of the actual relations of life, which Marx called the only materialist and therefore scientific method, Althusser handed over all human practice and thought forms to a timeless structure of alienation and misconception that is based on the premise of a primary unsocietal foundational structure of the individual. 14 Concrete analysis of the respective conditions of action was thus replaced with a reductionist procedure. In the night of the subject effect, all practices turn gray. Like his predecessors of the Second and Third International, Althusser thus eliminated again the ideology-critical perspective of Marx and Engels. By doing so, he contributed to what Juha Koivisto and Veikko Pyatila described as the main dilemma of the research on ideology, namely a polarization between ideology-critical approaches fixated on the critique of consciousness, and ideology theories that break with the critique of consciousness but instead reintroduce a neutral concept of ideology. The former focused on the critique of inverted and reified forms of social consciousness or of instrumental reason and identitarian thought, but had major difficulties taking into account the discursive struggles in the hegemonic apparatuses of civil society. The latter distanced themselves from the totalizing tendencies of the Lukács paradigm, but, by their reintroduction of a neutral concept of ideology, lost the ideology-critical dimension of Marx and Engels and thereby the analytical sharpness of the concept altogether. What was missing in this arrangement was a critical structural conception of ideology that accounted for both the material and alienated existence of ideology and was able to connect the two strands in an organic way. Such a critical structural conception of ideology was however developed by the Berlin Project Ideologia theory. Following Engels' concept of ideological powers, the PIT distinguishes between particular ideologies and the ideological as an institutional framework determining human practices, thought forms and attitudes. The ideological is connected with a specific organizational form of class societies reproduced by the state and thus designates the functioning and efficacy of an alienated socialization from above. But the structural ideology theory is also ideology critical, because it deals with the functioning of ideological powers, practices, and discourses from the heuristic perspective of their withering away in a society without class, state and patriarchal domination. Compared to Althusser's ideology in general, this concept of the ideological is more specific and allows it to be distinguished from other dimensions of socialization, for example horizontal forms, by which people try to organize their lives, utopian impulses, which 588 exceed the ideological form, or dimensions of the cultural, in which individuals and groups arrange their activities in an enjoyable way and practice what appears to them to be worth living. It is important to bear in mind that these are analytical distinctions, which in empirical reality intersect and permeate each other. As Boltanski and Chiapello have shown with the example of France, many of the countercultural articulations of the 68 movement were successfully co-opted by a neoliberal management ideology and marketed as a new lifestyle. And conversely, certain community-oriented functions which are represented and preserved in ideologies can be reclaimed by oppositional social movements and redirected towards their own capacity to act. Althusser's model of interpellation conceptualized the construction of ideological subjects and subjectivities too monolithically from the top down. The small subjects interpellated by the big subject just turn around, recognize themselves in the call and affirm it with their yes. Judith Butler criticized this model for disregarding different forms of disobedience. The law might not only be refused, but it might also be ruptured, forced into a re-articulation, so that there is always a slippage between the discursive command and the effects, a constitutive failure of the performative, which might open possibilities for resignifying the terms. Stuart Hall contrasted Althusser's model with a more flexible and dialectical one, which differentiates between the coding of an ideological message and its active decoding by the interpellated subject. With this he can distinguish between three different types of responses: a dominant hegemonic model, according to which the decoding takes place within the dominant code; a negotiated code, in which the dominant position is accepted only on a general level and redefined independently with regard to the local conditions; and finally an oppositional code, by which the addressees interpret the message in a globally contrary way. Althusser's model of interpellation only covers Hall's first variety, and even in this case, we have to presume that the interpellated subjects would only subjugate themselves voluntarily if they recognized something of their own in the interpellation. This of their own is, according to the interpretation of the pit, a dimension of the common that is represented in ideologies, however displaced and alienated. 15 The ideological itself is not a homogeneous block but rather contains a dialectic, according to which each ideology that appeals to the broader masses must also contain recognizable elements of the common, for example, plebeian and countercultural motifs. This is by no means a peculiarity of progressive tendencies, but also applies, for instance, to right-wing populist and fascist ideologies, whose success, as Ernst Bloch had already shown in the 1930s, can be explained, among other things, by their thefts from the commune. The pit has conceptualized this inner contradictoriness with the concept of an antagonistic reclamation of the common, by which the Ideology Critique and Ideology Theory 589. Same ideological instances and values are interpreted and claimed in an opposite perspective. Different classes, genders, and generations interpret very differently what God's will is, what justice means, what morality proclaims, and what aesthetics and taste define to be beautiful or ugly. Correspondingly, there are antagonistic interpellations, including horizontal and emancipatory ones, and respective collective and individual subjectivities. Against this backdrop, the notion of ideology critique changes its meaning. It has to pick up the horizontal functions of the common represented in the ideological, to claim them and to fetch them back for the development of a capacity to act in solidarity. This means, for example, that a critique of religion informed by ideology theory should not try to prove again and again that religion as such is an inverted consciousness or opiate of the people. Its analytical task is rather to decipher the social antagonisms and struggles in the field of religion and to set free its emancipatory impulses. A critical ideology theory has of course to be continuously fine-tuned to the concrete transformations and conjunctures of neoliberal high-tech capitalism. Obviously, the honeymoon of neoliberal ideology is long over. Its earlier capacity, based on the new computer technologies, to capture the imagination of large parts of the young generation who fancied getting creative jobs in the dot-com economy, has been replaced with disenchantment and bleak pessimism. Ideological interpellations need a sufficient economic substratum to be effective in the long run. As this substratum is shrinking in the growing debt crises, the capacity to engender mass consent is eroding and the authoritarian, disciplinary, and panoptic tendencies grow in significance. 16 To the extent that there is still a consensus, it is for the most part a passive consensus, a consensus by default, which reflects primarily the perceived absence of an appealing vision that another world is possible. We cannot determine beforehand for how long the elites, their neoliberal ideologues and their right-wing populist counterparts will succeed in shifting the blame to competing nation-states, to trade unions, immigrants, feminists, and other enemy images, or at what point the fundamental contradiction between capitalism and democracy becomes visible and opens the way to new anti-capitalist movements and alliances. One of the most urgent questions is if and how the left is able to respond to neoliberalism's hegemonic crisis by developing an appealing democratic socialist alternative to high-tech capitalism. The German Marxist economist and philosopher Alfred Sohnrethel presented the term real abstraction as the heuristic framework towards the solution to the problem of the systematic cleft between the historical materialist and the natural scientific methods of cognition. Sohnrethel attempted to overcome this divide by tracing back the trans-historical validity of the concepts of the intellect to their material genesis in the social praxis of the exchange of commodities. For him, the latter constitutes the social nexus of value which, in the form of money, presents the synthesis of capitalist social relations. Commodity exchange, or the exchange abstraction, therefore originates not from an abstraction in thought, but from abstraction in praktike, and hence, from a real abstraction. Conceptual abstraction and the abstractions of the natural sciences are therefore to be derived from the social praxis of value constitution in exchange. Thus, through the process of commodity exchange, Real abstraction enables a process in which people at the same time actively generate and obfuscate the material and social origins of their intellectual faculties, and yet remain unaware of it. The concepts of cognition therefore can be historically and materialistically deduced from the process of real abstraction as the constitution of social praxis. With this rationale, theory, and practice, whose 32. Real abstraction. Elena Louisa Lang 594. Unsolved relation hitherto presented a major fetter to both the justification and the implementation of Marxist thought, no longer present an opposition, but can be both grounded in the history of social praxis itself. Although Marx, in a contribution to the critique of political economy, had already used the term real abstraction to point to the conversion of all commodities to labor time, the general point of reference in the context of Marxist philosophy today originates from Alfred Sohnrethel's conceptualization in his main work, Geistige und Körperliche Arbeit, of which earlier drafts and versions have existed since the 1930s, one at the time of its introduction into theoretical Marxist debates in 1960s Germany. The intellectual environment was dominated, on the one hand, by debates on the heuristic and methodological importance of value form analysis in Volume 1 of Capital and, on the other, by the theoretical authority of the teachings of the Frankfurt School, especially Theodor W. Adorno and his interest in the possibilities of a material basis for a dialectical unity of epistemological and social critique. Only recently, however, has Sohnrethel's work begun to gain significance beyond the interests of a small number of German Marxist academics. The main part of this article focuses on Sohnrethel's theoretical formation of the concept of real abstraction throughout his writings from 1936 to 1970, the year in which Geistige und Körperliche Arbeit was first published in German. A second part reviews critical interventions that problematize the foundation of real abstraction in Sohnrethel's reading of Marx's theory of value 3. Because Alfred Sohnrethel takes the conceptualization of real abstraction from a particular reading of Marx's theory of value in Capital, the second part focuses on a selection of contributions that have attempted directly to develop this theory for an epistemological approach to the problem of value. In part because translations from Sohnrethel have been slow, incomplete, or still wanting, the more pertinent debates have taken place in the German context, where we can witness not only what we consider the most far-reaching elaboration with regard to the epistemology of value, namely in the work of Helmut Reichelt and his notion of validity, but also the most sustained critique of Sohnrethel's concept, as well as Reichelt's theoretical elaboration, in the works of, e.g. Frankenster, Tobias Reichardt, and Ingo Elbe. By drawing attention to recent research that thematizes problems of real abstraction, we hope to show not only where Sohnrethel's concept of real abstraction and Marx's concept of value diverge, but also to problematize a reading of value which we consider to be detrimental to understanding capitalist sociation and its ultimate abolition, goals that arguably also informed Sohnrethel's particular intervention. 595. The theoretical formation of real abstraction. The materialist impetus, Sohnrethel's early conceptualization. To understand the context in which the term real abstraction is first conceptualized, though not used verbatim, it is useful to look at the implications of Sohnrethel's early materialist epistemology in the works of 1936 and 1937. In the earlier, in place of an introduction, an exposé on the theory of functional socialization. A letter to Theodor W. Adorno, two basic insights structure Sohnrethel's early conceptualization of such an epistemology. For the first is articulated in Sohnrethel's understanding of Marxist ideology critique. Its task would be to trace back the problems of theory and cognition to problems of human social praxis. This would entail scrutinizing the indebtedness of the validity character of theory to the praxis of the human being. For Sohnrethel, only as the critique of truth, proclaimed by theory as its unquestionable basis, does Marxist thought secure its own ground as a science distinct from bourgeois philosophy and ideology. The task of critique therefore requires a genealogical determination of the obfuscated origins of cognition's truth character in human social praxis. In that sense, the methodological claim of tracing back the categories of cognition to human social practice genealogically, namely with regard to the history of their development, should be the decisive criterion for the coherence of Marxist critique itself, since, with the accomplishment of that task, the concepts ascribed to the realm of theory would lose their ahistorical, asocial character. This method would allow one to embed the categories of cognition in the complete deductive nexus of a materialistically grounded history of human praxis, so that, the concepts of subjectivity, identity, being, objecthood, objectivity and the logic of the forms of judgment can be unequivocally and without interruption traced back to moments of the commodity form of commodities, along with their genesis and dialectic. The second insight relates to the importance of what Sohn-Rethel calls functional socialization. For the character of the social praxis that is determined as the material basis for the forms of thought is identified with the history of the human relations of exploitation. The idealist thought forms must then be conceived as forms of alienation which in fact serve, and have historically always served, to mystify the practical, social relation between humans called exploitation. Functional socialization hence describes a society which unconsciously derives its own legitimacy from the obfuscation of the exploitation of humans by humans in the social praxis of labor. An adequate genesis of exploitation would then have to take the historical formations of old 596. Egypt, the ancient world, and recent European commodity production into perspective. 5 Here, the paradox of a legitimation strategy that is simultaneously unconscious and tacit to its agents is something Sohn-Rethel is particularly eager to explore. In this context, we can find one of the first conceptualizations of what is later to be termed real abstraction. What therefore gives identity to the commodities or forms of appropriation, is the role which they play as a member of the social nexus, between the exploiter and the exploited. Although an object has a completely different meaning to each of them, it is between them, in action, in which it changes hands from one to the other, the very same thing. It has an existence valid, and yet independent of both of them, it has an objective being, and it does not fall apart in this action, but remains as a unit and is one thing. Only long after these form characters have begun to play their indispensable and tacit role for functional socialization, intellectual reflection picks them up and declares them as concepts. With this development, the real origins of the forms of thought and the forms of practice become inverted, for in the course of human history, the properties of the object now appear as properties of the intellect or cognition. This early definition of real abstraction, without explicitly making use of the later concept, not only already implies the structurally unconscious motive of the emergence of thought from praxis, but over and above relates the praxis of commodity exchange to the already obfuscated nexus of exploitation in which the form of commodity as an identical thing facilitates the consolidation of the semblance of equivalent exchange. The 1937 essay on the critical liquidation of a priorism, a materialist study, is probably even more ambitious in finding a thoroughgoing materialist deduction to Kantian transcendental idealism and its cognitive apparatus. Again, without explicitly making use of the term real abstraction, Sohn-Rethel here presents a study in the constitutive role of commodity exchange for the emergence of thought determinations. The main proposition of the essay is that the key to the mystification of the origins of human discursive thought lies in explaining the transcendental synthesis, i.e. subjectivity, through money, or in comprehending money as social synthesis. The deduction of this subjectivity, or the transcendental synthesis, from money is the foremost task in the unfolding of the deductive nexus. In order to accomplish this task, Sohn-Rethel goes on to explore what he thinks is the most basic praxis of a commodity society, one that also accounts for the constitutive concept of identity. For him, it is the exchange of commodities. Only in commodity exchange, Sohn-Rethel argues, are things identical insofar as they are the objects of activity and the center of attention. The identical, thing-like existence of commodities in equivalence is the active positing of the act of exchange. However, exchange does not so much mediate the acts of production and consumption as institutionalize the separation between production and consumption, so that the production of a social surplus by the producers and its appropriation by the consumers becomes mystified in the activity. 597. Of equivalent exchange, the exchange of commodities itself already is, precisely by virtue of the equivalence that designates it, the form of obfuscation of its real historical content. In other words, commodity exchange must be understood from the historical process of the emergence of an exploited and an exploiting class. Sohn-Riethel's theoretical interest in establishing the concept of commodity exchange and the categories deriving from it as the mode in which exploitation becomes obfuscated, here still clearly informs his early epistemology. His thesis of money as the social origin of transcendental synthesis is that, in actuality, the theoretical subject is the money owner. This idea is developed from the steps of reflection of the original relation of exploitation and is historically bound to the first forms of commodity exchange between the old pharaohs and other regions of exploitation. From these steps of reflection, Sohn-Riethel draws the following conclusion. Money is the form of reflection of appropriation, and for this reason, it requires the identification of its owner with it. In the ancient world, money is the functional instrument of exploitation, the means of appropriation of slaves. Our contention is that the identification of the money owner with the function of money, becomes the original act of theoretical subjectivity. For Sohn-Riethel, the identification of the money owner with the function of money as a means of appropriation is not only constitutive of the very categories of subjectivity, but more broadly gives rise to the system of what we call logic. Since Sohn-Riethel's theoretical interest primarily lies in exposing the social origins of conceptual thought through the history of human praxis, we have to note that in his early works we find an equivocation at work in the determination of praxis in the emergence of thought. First, the praxis of exploitation and, second, the praxis of commodity exchange. As we can see, with the 1936 and 1937 works, Sohn-Riethel has not yet developed a general term for the praxis at the origin of thought, as he will later with the concept of real abstraction. Accordingly, to overcome this overdetermination, one of Sohn-Riethel's conceptualizations of social praxis is discarded, namely the praxis of exploitation, and with it, the social nexus of production. This is the decisive theoretical departure from his early conceptualization of a materialist epistemology. Starting from the 1961 essay Commodity Form and Form of Thought, the heuristic framework thus becomes limited to the praxis of commodity exchange. In Commodity Form and Form of Thought, an essay on the social origin of the pure intellect, with the concept of exchange abstraction as vantage point, Sohn-Riethel attempts to conceptualize a general term for the praxis that has historically generated what is commonly assumed to be the trans-historical validity of conceptual or logical thought. Here, the focus of the early works on the historical content obfuscated in the categories of thought has been completely substituted. 598. For a focus on two new, more radically elaborated aspects, the separation of intellectual and manual labor and the centrality of Marx's analysis of the commodity form. It is in these two new respects that Sohn-Riethel attempts to rethink the material basis of intellectual thought, or the form of thought. His focus is completely relocated to the act of exchange as the social nexus in which a commodity economy mediates its own totality. Also, the concept of abstraction, insignificant in his previous works, now gains significance with respect to tracing back the categories of pure intellect to their social constituents. Accordingly, Sohn-Riethel establishes a taxonomy of the terms abstraction/abstractness in Marx's commodity analysis. However, the commodity form itself cannot by virtue of its ontological constituent of abstractness alone induce conceptual thinking. Sohn-Riethel's focus on social praxis demands that human action must come into play. There is no other way to prove our assumption, but to autonomously account for the roots of the pure categories of thought in commodity exchange. As to how exactly the abstractness of the commodity form imposes itself onto the exchange process which then somehow activates conceptual thought, albeit unconsciously, we are still left in the dark. Sohn-Riethel himself hinted at this problem. By way of a solution, it is crucial for him to understand the specificity of exchange abstraction as distinct from an abstraction in thought. Thus, Soenrethel has to resort to emphasizing, with regard to the specific kind of abstraction we find here, that the abstraction taking place in exchange emerges from the exchange relation itself. Hence, for Soenrethel, the emergence of abstract time and abstract space results from the process of exchange, not from the production process, an argument that will become eminent in intellectual and manual labor. Soenrethel's second theoretical novelty, the emphasis on the separation between intellectual and manual labor as the origin of conceptual thought, also has to be located in the emergence of commodity exchange. As soon as a given society begins to produce a surplus for exchange, intellectual labor becomes a mode of reproducing society's own self-presentation, as is most obvious in the natural sciences. 6. Soenrethel here argues that the scientific view of nature is itself mediated through the forms of market relations. Especially in capitalist relations, the cognition of nature itself becomes, by social necessity, subsumed under the directive of production itself. However, rather than demonstrating by way of which causality commodity abstraction affects human thought, Soenrethel resorts to a methodological observation to demarcate his own method from that of traditional metaphysics. Because of the impasse of having to already make use of the concepts of pure intellect in order to explain the causality between conceptual thought and social praxis, in commodity form and thought form Soenrethel has to make do with a methodological reassurance demarcating his own approach. 599. From that of traditional epistemology and science. This impasse will be countered in intellectual and manual labor by a clearer phenomenological analysis of the exchange or real abstraction. Intellectual and manual labor, real abstraction as the praxis at the origin of thought in intellectual and manual labor, Soenrethel endeavors to finally prove what had merely been a postulate in his works since the 1930s, namely that the forms of abstraction which constitute the socially synthetic function of money can be separately accounted for, and that they will prove to be the ultimate organizational principles of the cognitive functions of thought in commodity-producing societies, i.e. societies mediated by money. He locates these forms of abstraction in the praxis of commodity exchange, a praxis that induces a kind of abstraction not originating in thought, but in human activity itself, and is likewise obscured from the conscious and intentional activity of the participants of the exchange process, namely real abstraction. More perspicuously than in previous works, however, Soenrethel draws attention to what is at stake in the question of a materialist epistemology. For this, he stresses the interdependency between real abstraction, the separation of intellectual and manual labor, and the necessity of the constitution of socialism. The creation of socialism demands that society is successful in making the modern developments of science and technology subservient to its needs. If, on the other hand, the scientific forms of thought and the technological aspect of the forces of production elude essentially historical materialist understanding, this subservience becomes impossible. Mankind might go, not the way of socialism, but that of technocracy. Society would not rule over technology, but technology over society. If Marxism fails to invalidate the plausibility of the timeless claims to truth in the dominating scientific doctrines, the abdication of Marxism as an intellectual standpoint only becomes a question of time. 7. The overcoming of the separation of intellectual and manual labor hence becomes the sine qua non for the creation of a socialist society in which the timeless objects of traditional epistemology are formally deducible from the same level to which manual labor also belongs, the level of social existence. On a theoretical level, however, this gap can only be closed if one can account for the social praxis that actively obfuscates, or, rather, justifies, it, namely commodity exchange giving rise to the exchange abstraction. For Soenrethel, who rejects the localization of abstraction in the labor process, 8. The abstraction taking place in the act of commodity exchange is initiated by the unconscious and yet actively performed abstraction from the commodity's use value. The exchange of commodities is abstract, because it is not only different from their use, but also temporally separated from it. Taking up the earlier argument, Soenrethel contends that the value abstraction is thus primarily an abstraction from both the temporal and the spatial aspects of the 600 commodity related to its use, and merely affects a social change with regard to the change of its owner. The exchange abstraction hence can be said to be an abstracting act par excellence. It is not the consciousness of the agents of exchange that is abstract, but their act. This also explains the unawareness of the agents involved in the process. Merely the actual non-event, the absence of acts of use, at the given place and time is what lends abstractness to the act of exchange. Guided by the form of the Kantian inquiry, how is social synthesis possible through the exchange of commodities? Soenrethel conducts the phenomenological analysis of exchange along the lines of explanatory criteria for the abstractive character of exchange itself, as an abstraction from its other. These are predominantly the practical solipsism that each commodity owner exchange effects as an abstraction from the other person, the abstract quantity exchange effects as an abstraction from the commodity's quality, the abstract movement exchange effects as an abstraction from concrete temporal and spatial change, and strict causality, an organizing principle of changes not dominated by nature, but by the authority of the market. These properties of the exchange abstraction are held together by the principle of formalism. This formalism, according to Soenrethel, is a formalism of a pure character of abstraction, but nevertheless of spatio-temporal reality. Because of its pure formalism, abstracting from all objective content, the exchange abstraction unconsciously imposes itself onto the private minds of the agents in the process. This becomes eminent in the phenomenological manifestation of abstraction as such: money. Money, by virtue of its abstractive power as the universal equivalent, the negation of use value per se, becomes the direct manifestation of a society that cannot but express itself through abstraction as the predominant mode of social intercourse. Hence it represents the social synthesis of commodity-producing societies. Yet if the synthesis of commodity-producing societies is generated by money, the phenomenally manifest form of value emerging from the praxis of exchange, then Kant's transcendental synthesis, understood as the epistemological subject, is no longer bound up with its atemporally valid character, then the historically materialist truth of the transcendental subject is nothing other than money itself. Drastically, we might add, the condition of possibility of synthetic judgments a priori, or rather, thinking itself, has its material basis in money. By relating the emergence of thought abstraction to real abstraction, an abstraction existing nowhere but in the human mind, but not emerging from it, and proving its historical origin in the origin of money, dating back to the 7th century BCE in ancient Ionia with the minting of the first coins, Soenrethel has accomplished the task he set himself, both tracing back the atemporal truth character of the intellectual categories to their material constituents in social praxis and accounting for the process by which this nexus is obscured from the consciousness of the social agents. However, in light of Marx's 601 value theory, which Soenrethel himself contrasts with his own, we can ask, are Soenrethel's theoretical premises with regard to the pivotal role of exchange as the locus of real abstraction convincing? For, even after he has determined exchange as the locus of abstraction, Soenrethel still grapples with the problem of what it is that makes products of labor relate to one another as commodities at all. In Soenrethel's words, how, then, is exchange itself possible? But has he not already proven the possibility of exchange, by exchange itself? It is not far-fetched to locate the tautological character of Soenrethel's argument in his ignorance of Marx's specific intervention against classical political economy, namely tracing back the naturalizations of categories such as money, capital, and profit to the social nexus of abstract labor of which the exchange process is always already the fetishistic expression. The level of the surface tends Soenrethel's incentive to locate the origin of conceptual thought at the surface of the change of form of commodity and money lacks insight into the totality of production which already evades the problem horizon of capitalist self-perception. For Marx, exchange, giving itself the semblance of equality, while being based on the fundamental contradiction, i.e. unequal exchange between capital and labor, poses a problem which can only be solved by looking at the specificity of the hidden abode of production under the dictate of capital. It is here, in production, that the social synthesis is constituted. Exchange is only production's inverted and mystified appearance as the very Eden of the innate rights of man. Sohnrethel therefore fails to explain how exchange, rather than the totality of the conditions of production, empowers a social synthesis that gives rise to real abstraction. Is the fact that labor time becomes the common denominator for all different use values not already a real abstraction in the most accurate sense? The problem of Sohnrethel's conscious disavowal of the role of production and abstract labor. 11. The deeply real mode of organization of labor in the framework of the capitalist mode of production. 12. Has to give the incentive to a predominant strand in the reception of Sohnrethel's theory that we shall briefly turn to now. Critical engagements against the exchange fetish. According to Frankenster, Sohnrethel did not simply pursue conscious objections to Marx's value theory through a deliberate separation of form and substance, but was also inhibited by an unconscious motive, his misrecognition of the theoretical status of value-form analysis. The decisive deviation from Marx's method, then, consists in Sohnrethel's reading of Marx's systematic categorical analysis of the value form of the commodity as an empirical historical event. 13. Inster's conclusions are unequivocal. 602. By misconceiving the significance of the non-empirical status of value form analysis, Sohnrethel is unaware that Marx, in no way develops a logic of commodity exchange, an exchange between commodity owners, but the necessity of money from the purely logical categorical analysis of the value form of the commodity. 14. Because Sohnrethel misses the point that not real abstraction, but money puts labor and exchange, substance and form itself, into an identical social relation, he is blind to the fact that he value constitution from exchange and circulation is a necessary semblance. He overlooks the critical crux of Marx's critique, namely that the exchange relation between commodities and their owners is the mere appearance of the valorization of labor and capital, living and dead labor, mediated by money. For instance, Sohnrethel's misrecognition of the status and task of value form analysis thus yields an inversion of Marx's critique. Against Marx, who shows that exchange appears as the locus of synthesis precisely because in money's function as means of circulation, its relation to abstract labor is eclipsed, Sohnrethel hypostatises real abstraction as constitutive for the semblance of abstract labor as the substance of value, against which the events of exchange and circulation are postulated as autonomous spheres of logical priority and historical power. Exchange, like labor in Marxism, Leninism, thus becomes in Sohnrethel a quasi-anthropological constant. Tobias Reichardt more strongly argues that Sohnrethel's theoretical intervention is situated around a whole cluster of logical aporias, two of which are specifically devastating to Sohnrethel's conceptualization of real abstraction originating from commodity exchange. One is that value abstraction is essentially an abstraction in thought, while at the same time it must be located in social reality, which requires its separation from thought. 15. The other is Sohnrethel's endeavor to deduce the forms of cognition sociologically, namely by depriving them of any autonomy with regard to their social conditions, without impairing the validity and truth of cognition itself, which requires precisely the autonomy of logical thought that Sohnrethel otherwise disavows. Let us first look at the aporia of the status of thought and social reality in Sohnrethel. According to Sohnrethel, real abstraction predominantly results from the abstraction from use value/actions of use in commodity exchange. Reichardt critically argues that this abstraction, even if we admit its plausibility, does not automatically generate a value abstraction, but, if anything, an abstract use value. This assumption, however, forms the template for Sohnrethel's claim to the equality and identity of commodities in exchange, a mere social postulate. 16. Against this, Reichardt argues with Marx that commodities are not made equal through exchange, they are posited as equals. The positing of equality in exchange. 603. presupposes a specific character of labor that makes its products relate to one another as commodities, and therefore as values, in the first place, and that is abstract labor. Hence, as little as the scientist creates the atoms and molecules he discovers as elements of the objects with the help of his instruments, the abstracting social theorist creates value or its forms. Value is a social relation existing independently of whether people think it or not. Moreover, value does not exist in the consciousness of the subjects of exchange. It is the result of a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, based on the lack of awareness of the people who undergo it. 17. According to Reichart, Sohn-Riethel's conceptualization of real abstraction as an abstraction existing nowhere but in the human mind, but not emerging from it, represents a big confusion regarding the status of value as a social objectivity. 18. More to the point, there is an aporia in the contention that the status of the validity and truth character of the logical scientific concepts remains unaffected by their deduction from social praxis. Because logical thinking adheres to commodity exchange or a particular society, one should think of it as historically contingent. It should disappear with its social foundations. Instead, in Sohn-Riethel's dictum, the content of the concepts of logic are valid trans-historical entities, which the ravages of time do not affect. Because of this aporia of the dependence and simultaneous autonomy of the categories of cognition, Sohn-Riethel oscillates between a conceptual essentialism and a deductive materialism he is unable to solve with the means of his own approach. However, the problem of validity has become pertinent for the further trajectory of real abstraction in the context of the problem of value. We now turn to Helmut Reichelt to investigate its explanatory power. The trajectory of real abstraction. Helmut Reichelt's contribution presents less a direct engagement with Sohn-Riethel than a reconstruction attempt of Marx's theory in the context of the Neue Marx lecture since the late 1960s and its broader interest in the epistemological dimension of value and real abstraction. Because of its relative impact on the German, but also international reception of Marx, we will also consider, by way of conclusion, the incisive critique of this framework by Ingo Elbe. 19. A former student of Adorno, Reichelt seeks to bring to an end what his teacher's research program merely postulated, namely how the logical unconscious operating in the exchange or real abstraction can be accounted for in the category of value itself. In his 2001 essay Marx's Critique of Economic Categories, Reflections on the Problem of Validity in the Dialectical Method of Presentation in Capital, he problematizes the concept of value as what Marx calls an objective form of thought. 20. A contradictionary in edicto, generating a tension between being a mere abstraction in thought and a simultaneously really existing entity. Reichelt identifies Marx's conceptualization of value. 604. In the passage from the first edition of Capital that equivalent only means similarity of magnitude, after both objects have first been reduced tacitly in our head to the abstraction of value. 21. Because value, on the other hand, is defined as objectively measurable in socially necessary labor time, Reichelt concludes that the connection between value abstraction and labor as the substance of value is virtually incomprehensible. According to Reichelt, Marx, unable to close the gap between the two, was therefore unable to provide a methodologically satisfactory development of the money form. The heuristic tool for closing the gap, according to Reichelt, is to be found in the concept of validity. Reichelt sees it already at work in Capital, predominantly the first but also the later editions, albeit evading Marx's own explicit attention. Taking Marx's remarks on the character of external reflection as a starting point, 22. Reichelt draws a parallel with regard to the constitution of value in exchange. The form of equal validity is, therefore, the object as value objectivity, but this is not in our intentional consciousness. As an external reflection, consciousness takes over categories of the object, and treats them as categories of objectivity. However, the so-called real abstraction is not intersubjective validity, but a validity constituted through the mode of reflection which then gains an objective being, namely as the unity of validity and being 23, because Marx resorts to an understanding of value as materialist universal labor time rather than validity as the product of unconsciously performed thought abstractions. Reichelt argues that the derivation of money becomes more opaque, since the linking of this concept of value with the constitutive abstraction carried out by agents engaged in exchange can no longer be mediated. 24. Capitalist society as a real unity, according to Reichelt, must rather be understood on the basis of the dynamics of an objective conceptuality. This should also account for the originally Adornian problematic of the objectivity of the conceptual moment that implements itself through the minds of the agents of exchange as real abstraction, irrespective of whether people reflect on this or not. Elba has diagnosed Reichelt's conceptualization of validity as a neo-idealistic reinterpretation of the theorem of real abstraction as an objective concept, leading to damaging consequences. According to Elba, Reichelt has confounded the Marxian levels of abstraction in value form analysis and in the exchange process, and outright misrepresented Marx's claim to value abstraction taking place in our head. The context of the proposition in the development of the presentation of capital shows that Marx here speaks of the analytic determination of value in scientific consciousness, and is thus completely unrelated to the minds of the agents of exchange. Reichelt therefore misjudges the level of investigation Marx undertakes in value form analysis, which is the scientific presentation of the process, not a really existing process in everyday life. The latter only begins with the second chapter, illuminatingly. 605. Titled The Exchange Process. Hence, propositions about the merely theoretical presentability of value, in no way contains a thesis about the alleged production of it in people's minds. Moreover, Reichelt distorts the meaning of form in Marx's theory, which is inevitably linked to the fetishized real forms that value takes, and thus remains a problematic and critical concept, which had to remain unreflected in classical political economy. Instead, Reichelt misrepresents value to mean a constitutive abstraction carried out by the agents of exchange, which denotes an idealist distortion nowhere to be found, and, indeed, quite contrary to Marx's critical presentation. The idealist hyperbole of Sohnriethel's concept of real abstraction presented in Reichelt, resulting in a nominalist reduction of value to a social fiction without social objectivity, has gained significance in theories of value and the value form in recent years. 25. However, as Elba argues, real abstraction of value, as well as the form of representation, money, are objective relations of validity, understood as having a historically specific social function. Belittling the reality of real abstraction to the status of a mere conceptuality not only shows the theoretical limits of recent interventions in value theory, but is symptomatic of an attitude of complacency that harbors the danger of capitulating to the law of autonomization it once tried to demystify. Works that have recently stressed the reality of real abstraction as an open secret specific to capitalism, 26 on the other hand, are probably less inclined to succumb to the temptation of the conceptual realism, and, by engaging the concept in problems relating to new forms of the labor commodity in cognitive capitalism, remain closer to Marx's critical understanding. Subsumption counts amongst those concepts of philosophical provenance that are taken up by Marx and recoded as critical social concepts. Originating as a logical category, subsumption nonetheless describes for Marx something fundamental about both the basic structure and the developmental tendencies of capitalist societies. Subsumption is, in a sense, the crucial logical figure of capitalist relations, insofar as these relations are founded on the systematically perpetuated subordination of labor to capital. Without this subsumption there can be no exploitation of surplus value, and so no accumulation and expanded reproduction of capital. The concept of subsumption, however, has a somewhat ambiguous status within Marx's thought. The term appears repeatedly from Marx's early to late writings, yet nowhere is it subject by Marx to a rigorous treatment, and so no explicit theory of subsumption is presented in his writings. What the reader of Marx appears to be confronted with is little more than scattered fragments and indications, allusions to a more substantial position that never appears, or that, in Capital, is structurally repressed by the systematizing impulse that governs the movement of Marx's discourse. The ambiguities and apparent ambivalence expressed in Marx's use of the term has been the cause of wide-ranging debates over the uses and misuses of the concept and its relevance for a critical engagement with contemporary reality, spanning assertions of its irrelevance to readings that elevate it as the primary concept characterizing the configuration of contemporary capitalism. In this chapter, I consider three aspects of subsumption as a Marxist concept: its philosophical prehistory, especially in the work of Kant and Hegel, Marx's conceptualization of subsumption, and, finally, key interpretations and debates pertaining to subsumption within the Marxist tradition. Conceptual background. Whether named as such or not, subsumption has been a figure of thought employed since antiquity, describing both a relation and an act. In its classical conception, subsumption denotes a hierarchical relation of classification in which one element is designated as a particular, subordinate of a more general category that encompasses it. Equally, subsumption refers to the act of judgment that produces this relation, that of subsuming a particular under a universal or, in a legal/medical context, the case under a rule. In this way, subsumption is basic to the construction of any systematically ordered body of knowledge or scientific discourse. Yet in modern philosophy, subsumption begins to take on a new significance, referring not simply to the hierarchical arrangement of ideas, or even things, but to the process by which objective entities come to be constituted as such. It is this shift from subsumption as logical organization to subsumption as form determination that prepares the way for Marx's use of the term. Kant. It was Immanuel Kant who first broke with the received understanding of subsumption as a purely logical or formal relation, by according it a central role in his critical philosophy. For Kant, our experience of the external world is not a direct sensible apprehension of things in themselves, neither is it the effect of a purely mental activity of construction, but rather results from a cognitive synthesis of sensible and conceptual elements. For experience of objects to be possible, Kant argues, the matter of sensation must be given a conceptually ordered form by being subsumed under the pure concepts of the understanding. The pure concepts supply rules for the organization of experience, such that what is grasped spontaneously and arbitrarily by the senses can be reorganized in a systematically ordered, stable and communicable form, enabling. 611. This matter to be known, that is, appropriated cognitively by irrational consciousness. Unlike the classical notion of subsumption, where specific concepts are categorized under more general concepts, this cognitive synthesis involves the articulation of heterogeneous elements, discursive concepts and sensible intuitions. The radicality of Kant's proposition was that concepts did not simply map relations between empirical objects, but actively intervened in the process of their formation. The Kantian project of developing a transcendental logic along with the transcendental synthesis that is its core, thus involved recoding cognitive relations and procedures that were previously understood to have validity only in relation to thought objects, rendering them essential aspects of the process by which the form of empirical objects is determined. Subsumption, from the time of Kant's philosophy onwards, thus takes on the character of an object-forming, rather than simply taxonomizing act. It does not only imply the ordering or relating of given objects but is a basic precondition of their constitution as objects, a moment of their production. Importantly, the productivity of subsumption within Kantian philosophy is not limited to the objects of experience alone but also reciprocally enables the actualization of subjectivity, as the medium, or compositional totality within which the representation of each and every object is unified. In binding together the various moments of sensation in a conceptually coherent manner, transcendental subjectivity also binds each moment to itself, as the totality within which all objects are composed. This effects a reciprocal movement whereby the form determination of objects by consciousness also turns out to be the precise activity by which consciousness actualizes itself as self-consciousness, in the transcendental unity of apperception. This reciprocity is crucial, because it signifies that the existence of a totalizing structure is not independent of or indifferent to those entities that it determines and totalizes, but rather both the total structure and individual objects equally depend on the active processes of determination by which they are related to one another. Hegel. Subsumption does not play a central role in Hegel's philosophy and appears only infrequently in his writings. Nevertheless, there is an important thread of continuity relating the core aspects of the Kantian discourse of subsumption with Hegel's thought, as well as the development of novel features of subsumption 612. Crucial for Marx's adoption of the concept. The importance of Hegel's treatment of subsumption is twofold. Hegel recognized the centrality of subsumptive form determination to the constitution of objectivity whilst at the same time decoupling such acts of determination from their source in the ahistorical structure of the individual ego on which Kant's transcendental logic was based. This enabled Hegel to formulate a dynamic and developmental account of the reciprocity between discrete forms and the compositional totality that encompassed them. Rather than reflexively reinforcing one another in a closed loop that would always return to the same point of departure, for Hegel the movement of determination and comprehension, or externalization and appropriation, traced what Marx described as a spiral, an expanding curve, not a simple circle. On this account, acts of subsumption form objects, which in turn transform the system or structure of determination itself, compelling it in turn to generate new forms for new objects, thereby unleashing a restless developmental dynamic. The reflexive closure operative in Kantian philosophy is thus transformed by Hegel into a processual account of development that passes through successive, interlinked stages, where each stage emerges as a result of the previous stage. This implies a new conception of how acts of relational determination interact with the structures of unity, or compositional totalities, in which their basic elements are situated. The subsumption of the particular under the universal is no longer an infinitely self-same act realized within an unchanging totality, but rather takes on a fundamentally different character depending on the stage of development of the totality, whilst at the same time driving that development onwards. Therefore, whilst retaining its Kantian characterization as an object-constituting process, Hegel relativizes and multiplies the nature of subsumptive form determination, specifying its nature and effects according to the stage or moment of development in which it is operative. This opens the path to conceptualizing subsumption as both a social and historical process. In the phenomenology of spirit, this processual concept of development leads to the sublation of the finite standpoint of an isolated consciousness and the development of a social concept of subjectivity that emerges with the transition from subject-object relations through subject-subject, and then subject-substance relations in the various forms of ethical life. In the first place, Hegel's exposition attempts to demonstrate that interpersonal relations are an implicit condition for the existence of the individual self-consciousness that characterizes the standpoint of Kant's philosophy. The subsumption of intuitions under concepts thus comes to be associated with a partial form of knowledge belonging to a limited stage in the developmental series, opening the path to further, diverse processes of subsumption of an intersubjective nature. Subsequently, Hegel traces the development of social relations into enduring objective structures, rather than contingent and unstable relations between isolated individuals. Here, with the emergence of what he terms spirit, subsumptive relations obtain between particular individuals and the universality of the social form they exist within and are constituted by. This is a vital precursor to Marx's use of subsumption, as it lays the foundation for an analysis of processes through which individuals are subsumed under objective structures of sociality. Hegel's intervention into the discourse of subsumptive form determination thus clearly takes him far beyond the analysis of synthetic judgment acts proper to an individual consciousness and onto the theorization of relational forms that determine the identity and practical action of individuals in a collective context. Hegel's analysis of the development through successive configurations of an all-encompassing social totality also establishes the basis for conceptualizing subsumption in historical terms, although how exactly to characterize the historical dimension of Hegel's philosophy has been contested since its earliest reception. More important than any putative correspondence between the successive shapes of spirit described by Hegel and real historical epochs or events is Hegel's commitment to the idea that different social and ethical orders give rise to different kinds of individuals, practices, and institutions. Yet the controversial aspect of this insight was the philosophy of history underpinning Hegel's account, which equated the development through successive social stages as the necessary progression towards ever more rational and ethically perfected orders, culminating in an absolute moment that both completed the developmental movement and unified all the preceding stages. On a certain reading of this view, history is driven by rational necessity towards the realization of universal freedom and unity between individuals, nature, and the divine that would effectively complete the historical process, given that no higher order could subsequently be realized. This gave rise not only to the problem of how to identify and validate the historical moment at which such a state of completion had or will have been attained, but also of whether history could indeed end in this way. Despite its apparent abstractness, Hegel's most sustained explicit engagement with the concept of subsumption, in his Science of Logic, bears directly on these problems. Here, Hegel criticizes the logical form of subsumption as such as a limited and contradictory relation that cannot produce genuine unity between the elements it relates. Hegel's critique centers on the assertion that subsumptive form determination always involves a kind of imposition or violence, as a particular content is determined by a form that remains in some sense abstract or indifferent to its specific qualities and so violates its singular 614. Identity. Insofar as it is constrained by the abstractness of the form, the content cannot fully actualize or be itself in its particularity and thus remains unfree. It is the guiding motive of the Hegelian dialectic to overcome all such abstractness and indifference in the relation between form and content, or universal and particular, in order to attain true freedom. The absolute and final unity that is the horizon of Hegel's system and the point of completion for the schema of historical development it entails therefore demands an overcoming of the limitations of subsumptive relations. In spite of all the shortcomings that Marx identified in Hegel's thought, the motif of overcoming the imposition of alien and dominating forms indifferent to the qualitative singularity of the living content they shape figures as a powerful influence on his critique of capitalist societies. The logical and abstract character of subsumption, as highlighted by Hegel, is a perfectly apt figure for the oppressive character of capital, as an alienating and one-sided form of social relatedness. On the basis of a reading of the structural function played by subsumption within the philosophy of Kant and Hegel, it becomes clear that the transformations it undergoes in their respective systems are crucial for the development of Marx's deployment of subsumption as a critical social concept. Far from simply indicating a hierarchical relation, as in its classical sense, subsumption in this tradition becomes inexorably bound to the problems of form determination and systemic development. With Kant, we see that all objectivity must be produced and that synthetic acts of form determining subsumption are central to this production. With Hegel, we see that the production of objectivity takes place according not to a fixed but rather a developing historical totality whose transformations alter the nature and effects of that production. At the same time, Hegel recognizes in subsumption an inherently alienating or oppressive character, insisting that, by definition, subsumption implies the unfreedom or constraint of whatever is subsumed. These interventions are significant for the development of Marx's thought and the critical tradition it birthed in three principal senses. First, the productivity of subsumption informs the Marxist notion of labor and the labor process, as the ontological locus of object formation with corresponding subject-forming effects. Second, the abstract character of subsumptive relations informs the discourse of alienation, reification, ideology, and real abstraction. Third, the situation of subsumption within a developing compositional totality that enables its comprehension as a historical process. In establishing these new problematics and giving rise to new conceptual resources, this philosophical history of subsumption is an essential precondition for the invention of a Marxist theory of subsumption. 615. In Marx's writings, Materialism and the Critique of Philosophy, Marx's reaction to the philosophical discourse of subsumption in his early writings, Marx identifies the limitations of previous accounts of subsumption, and of philosophy more generally, in the way they conceive of the relation between thought and reality. For Marx, idealist philosophy subscribes to an upside-down account of actuality in which the causal relation between thinking and being is inverted, such that ideas and the logical relations between ideas have primacy over real individuals and material relations. Nowhere, for Marx, is this inversion more evident than in Hegel's philosophy and theory of modern society, where he simply holds fast to the one category and contents himself with searching for something corresponding to it in actual existence. Marx charges Hegel with providing his logic with a political body. He does not provide us with the logic of the body politic. Despite its claim to begin from the most immediate and presuppositionless point of departure, Hegel's thought, simply by virtue of being philosophy, already presupposes the priority of conceptuality over material being. Recognizing this congenital dogmatism of the ideal, Marx turns philosophy's own methods, in particular Hegel's dialectic, against itself, disarticulating the practice of critique from the context and problematics in which it originates in order to redeploy it in the service of a new project of materialist social criticism. For Marx, critique of given social reality, with its constitutive relations, practices, forms and institutions, is synonymous with the construction of an adequate systematic exposition of that reality, providing the logic of the body politic. Such a logic can only be the eventual result, rather than the dogmatic starting point, of critical social research that aims to retrace real existence in thought with a view to the transformation of that existence. Grasping and criticizing the logics of social and historical existence in this way becomes the central objective of Marx's project, driving him to invent a constellation of new categories and a singular theoretical methodology that defies traditional disciplinary boundaries. This movement of invention engendered a radical reconsideration of the status of conceptual relations, both within theoretical discourse as well as in the social reality it describes and seeks to undo. If the concept of subsumption is taken over from philosophy by Marx, it is not in order to subject it to critique in abstraction from any concrete social context in which subsumptive relations obtain. It is, rather, because it adequately expresses a determinate function within a historically specific configuration of human relations and practices. From this materialist perspective, subsumption serves as the theoretical expression, or logical figure, of some real subordination of individuals or objects to a dominant social form or function. The categories under which individuals and objects are subsumed in 616. Marx's discourse are not therefore reducible to thought determinations but are more broadly conceived as categories of historical being or social forms of existence that determine and are constituted through the collective practice of social individuals. Subsumption in Marx's evolving critical vocabulary thus comes to imply subsumption under historical forms of existence, or more specifically, as Marx says in the Grundriss, subsumption of individuals under specific relations of production. Such specific relations of production, unified in various configurations as modes of production, come to act as the determining forms of action and identity under which individuals are subsumed and thereby constituted in their historical peculiarity. If Hegel had already identified the inherently constraining and abstractive dimension of subsumption, where the unfreedom of the individual is presupposed in its subsumption as such, Marx appropriates and qualifies this contention by filling it with historical color and content. Rejecting all but the most basic trans-historical determinations of production and reproduction as a metabolic process, Marx demands an attentiveness to the specific ensembles of social relations and forms in which concrete subsumptive relations obtain. It follows that if indeed subsumptive relations are concomitant with unfreedom, such unfreedom has to be grasped in its historical particularity, in distinction from forms of unfreedom proper to other epochs. Capitalist subsumption. Having developed a general theorization of social form determination as subsumption under relations of production, Marx's account of capitalist subsumption can be grasped as a historically specific configuration of this process of form determination. In the context of the critique of political economy, Marx's exposé of the system of bourgeois categories, subsumption is used to describe the relation that obtains between capital and labor, such that labor can be said to be subsumed under capital insofar as it is form determined as a particular instance of capital. This subsumption of labor under capital has a dual significance, referring both to the above-mentioned notion of determination, where labor is constituted as a moment of capital both economically and materially, as well as simultaneously designating the unfreedom which this form determination implies, as the repression of alternative modes of representation and action for labor. This use of subsumption in Marx's writings is guided by the critical conception of subsumption set out by Kant, indicating a problem concerning not simply the hierarchical arrangement of preformed elements but the deeper problem of how particulars are formed or constituted in accordance with the universal that subsumes them. For Marx, there is no natural or 617. Eternal relation of belonging between labor and capital. Their articulation is instead the effect of a particular conjunction of historical conditions and forces that determine productive activity as wage labor through the formation of a working class. This particularity is precisely what is at stake in Marx's discussion of capitalist subsumption, the historically specific mechanisms by which labor is form determined and dominated by capital. Marx analyses several different forms of subsumption under capital, each corresponding to a specific modality of command and coercion employed to extract surplus value from the production process. Not only are these forms diverse, involving both social and material aspects, they also express capital's tendency progressively to deepen its control of production in order to remove all barriers to exploitation and accumulation. Subsumption is thus key, not only in specifying the historical particularity of capitalist social relations but also in conceptualizing the internal dynamism and developmental tendencies those relations exhibit. For Marx, the subsumptive relation between capital and labor is mediated through the unity of two processes, the valorization process and the labor process. In this unity, the labor process is as it were incorporated in, subsumed under it. At a general level, the essence of the subsumption of labor lies in the ways in which capital takes hold of the labor process and makes it also function as a valorization process, an engine for the production of surplus value. This happens, in its most basic form, through the conjunction of two different acts. First, capital and labor take the form of commodities in the process of circulation, money, wages and labor power. The owner of labor power and the owner of wages meet on the market and exchange their goods, which are commensurate as sums of value, that is, expressions of abstract human labor. In doing so, the owner of wages, the capitalist, buys the right to command a certain amount of labor time. The generalist commodification of labor power, underpinned by the processes of so-called original accumulation which gives rise to a proletarian class, is the first moment of labor's particularization under capital. From the perspective of circulation, Marx calls this a simple sale and purchase like any other, in the sense that both parties are formally free, and enter willingly into the exchange. Nonetheless, at the same time, this quantitatively equal exchange is colored by its peculiar content. With his money, the money owner has bought disposition over labor capacity so that he can use up, consume, this labor capacity as such, i.e. have it operate as actual labor, in short, so that he can have the worker really work. This actual using up of the labor power commodity, Marx goes on to say, is a process qualitatively distinct from the exchange. It is an essentially different category. 618. Second, in the analysis of production, Marx demonstrates that with this command over the labor process, the capitalist is able to compel the worker to perform surplus labor, to produce an excess of value over and above what they receive in the form of wages in order to reproduce themselves. In this way, relation of domination and subordination enters the relation of production itself. This derives from capital's ownership of the labor it has incorporated and from the nature of the labor process itself. These two moments, exchange and production, the formal and material aspects of capitalist economic life, together determine the labor process as a valorization process, and so establish the basis for capitalist subsumption, neither is sufficient without the other. The exchange relationship is necessary for labor to take the form of value, to fall under the ownership and command of the capitalist and thus become variable capital. Equally, the process of production is necessary for the value-creating capacity of labor to be exploited, so that the original capital generates a surplus and has expanded. It is only in this way that labor has acted as a moment of capital, subsumed under it. Crucially, however, there is no inherent connection between these two processes. Marx says that the labor process as such has nothing to do with the act of purchasing the labor capacity on the part of the capitalist, whilst on the other hand, the concept of the commodity in and for itself excludes labor as process. Yet the two movements presuppose one another and come to appear as linked naturally in their capitalist articulation. Their relationship must be constantly renewed in order to sustain the reciprocal movement between circulation and production that is the basis for the accumulation of capital. It is therefore the unity of these two acts, exchange and production, that constitutes the distinctive synthesis of the capitalist's social form or mode of production, the mode by which labor is form determined practically as for capital. In expressing the logic of this basic conjunction, it is subsumption above all other concepts in Marx's work that describes most directly what the specificity of capitalist domination consists in. In other words, it points to what is most essential in the capitalist power relation so as to distinguish it, both in its end and means, from hitherto existing forms of social domination. Forms of subsumption. Marx distinguishes between several forms of subsumption under capital, elaborating different modalities in which capital exercises its command over the labor process. Yet Marx insists that these form determinations and processes of command function as transformations of existing configurations of production. 619. And cannot be comprehended in abstraction from the concrete historical conditions in which they emerge and develop. What is indicated by the distinction between formal, real, and hybrid subsumption are different mechanisms of transforming production on a capitalist basis, which in turn have transformative repercussions throughout the whole of society. Formal subsumption. With the formal subsumption of labor under capital, Marx explains that capitalists take over existing production processes without altering the specific technological character of the labor process in any way. The means and methods of labor, as much as the final product, remain identical to the form they took when production was carried out in its pre-capitalist configuration. What does change is that now the worker works for a wage, under the command and supervision of a capitalist, using materials provided by the capitalist, and leaves the production process without ownership of any of the products they have toiled to realize. The worker's labor has thus been subsumed under capital, appropriated and exploited to generate surplus value, but only formally, that is, at the level of the economic relationship of exchange between the worker and capitalist. The worker's actual activity is carried out exactly as it was before the capitalist commanded it, and so is materially untouched by the introduction of this new manner of exploitation. Insofar as formal subsumption functions as a mechanism of domination, it is thus purely at the level of the interpersonal power relationship by which the worker, dependent on their wage to survive, is compelled to cede command over their productive capacities to the capitalist who can profit from them. Given the purely formal character of this domination, when capitalists seek to increase their exploitation of formally subsumed labor, the only means at their disposal involve the imposition of a longer working day or an intensified rhythm of labor, both of which run up against natural limits and social barriers. Real subsumption. Marx goes on to describe a deeper form of subsumption which builds upon the economic mode of control operative with formal subsumption. The real subsumption of labor under capital involves not only the formal command over the worker enjoyed by the wage-owning capitalist, but also a further, material form of command resulting from the fact that the capitalist also owns and configures the means of production involved in the labor process. Dependent on these means to realize the labor activity they sold to the capitalist, workers must adapt to the means along with the methods of labor they technologically presuppose. If the capitalist alters the technical configuration of the labor process, so too will the worker's labor be altered. The capitalist thus discovers another method 620, through which to increase the exploitation of labor, because if the production process can be made more efficient, or enable a greater power of coercion over the worker's activity, then the capitalist stands to gain, even without having formally forced the laborer to work longer or harder. This is the real subsumption of labor, which Marx considers corresponds with the properly capitalist mode of production. Marx subdivides real subsumption into three distinct moments: cooperation, division of labor and manufacture, and machinery and large-scale industry. One cooperation is the simple reorganization of production by capitalists to enable the direct collective labor of multiple workers. In effect, this merely means gathering workers in one location without changing the nature of their working process, so the difference it introduces with respect to formal subsumption is purely quantitative. The capitalist gains here by a concentration that enables the sharing of resources and coordination of individual powers, as well as a heightened capacity for surveillance and supervision. Division of labor and manufacture involves much greater interference by capitalists into the labor process, which is broken down into discrete moments that then become the specialized task of individual workers. The collective labor is divided between these tasks, rather than one worker assembling an entire commodity from start to finish. Each worker repeatedly performs a single moment of the overall process. Labor thus becomes increasingly specialized and perfected with respect to these partial operations, with each individual worker's input representing just a fragment of the final product. In terms of the experience of work, Marx argues that this gives rise to monotony of labor, with the incessant repetition of minute tasks, and a dissociation from the final product, which the worker may never see, understand, or enjoy. Significant here for the theorization of subsumption as the mechanism of capitalist domination is that the labor process is now designed and unified by the capitalist, not the worker, who, as a result, finds their activity inserted into a process alien to them. 3. The tendency towards inverting the worker's control over the labor process and placing it on the side of the capitalist is consummated with large-scale industry based on the use of machinery. Here, it is not just the division and specialization of tasks that guarantees the efficiency of exploitation, but the development of machinery as the objective apparatus through which the labor process is realized. The increase of the productive force of labor and the greatest possible negation of necessary labor is the necessary tendency of capital, as we have seen. The transformation of the means of labor into machinery is the realization of this tendency. Unlike tools, machinery is not constrained by the limits of the individual human body and so enables a huge increase in the productivity of the labor process. Large-scale industry turns the workshop into a factory, an articulated system of processes and machines whose regulating principle is an ever-perfected continuity of production, aiming to minimize all interruptions to the labor process. Rather than cultivating specialist technical skill in the worker as manufacture does, industry inculcates the laborer into a specialization in passivity, reducing their activity. 621. To the simple operation of technically complex machinery, overseeing its operation as watchman and regulator rather than chief actor. The activity of the workforce thus becomes determined and regulated on all sides by the movement of the machinery, and not the opposite. In this way, capitalist command comes to be objectively posited in the material composition of the labor process, so that the worker confronts the necessity of their exploitation not just in the personal authority of the capitalist employer or in the bureaucratic organization of tasks, but as a technological fact built into the concrete reality of the means of production. Hybrid subsumption. Alongside the discussions of formal and real subsumption, Marx also mentions the existence of various hybrid forms through which surplus value is extorted by capitalists without the labor process being formally subsumed. Like formal and real subsumption, an economic relationship underpins such exploitation, but without the mediation of a direct wage and without the ownership and control of the labor process by the capitalist. Instead, either by monopolizing the market for the purchase of the producer's goods, or through advances of money, materials, or land needed for production, the capitalist is effectively able to extract a surplus from the producer without purchasing and commanding their labor power. Jairus Banaji has thus described the economic relationship implied by hybrid subsumption as effectively constituting a concealed wage. The capitalist here functions formally as middleman, as merchant, or alternatively, as a usurer, feeding on like a parasite, though ultimately the result is the same as with other modes of subsumption, exploitation and accumulation. Hybrid subsumption presupposes that formally independent producers are willing to enter into exploitative relationships, even in the absence of political restraints obliging them to do so, in order to gain access to the money or means of production needed to secure their means of subsistence. The existence of such hybrid forms must therefore be associated with, on the one hand, processes of accumulation by dispossession and the concentration of wealth and means of production by a capitalist class alongside, and on the other, the propagation of money-mediated market relations. Marx refers to hybrid subsumption in two primary senses. Hybrid forms can be transitional, serving as the basis for the historical emergence of formal subsumption at the dawn of capitalist production. But they also endure or emerge anew as accompanying forms alongside properly capitalist production relations based on formal 622, or real subsumption. In this sense, hybrid forms are not restricted to residual or anachronistic forms of exploitation, but rather constitute a permanently present strategy of exclusion and outsourcing which capitalists can employ as a strategic response to both competitive pressures and the resistance of workers. Historical reception and debates. Periodization and total subsumption. Within the Marxist canon, the concept of subsumption remains a relatively under-theorized term, having received far less scholarly and political engagement than concepts such as alienation, exploitation, reification, or abstraction. This neglect derives at least in part from its limited textual presence in Marx's writings and an apparent ambivalence on Marx's behalf with regard to its theoretical status. The most sustained accounts of capitalist subsumption are developed by Marx in early drafts of his Critique of Political Economy, the results of the immediate production process and the 1861-63 manuscripts, yet the term subsumption was almost entirely omitted from the published volumes of Capital, with the earlier drafts in question becoming available relatively late on in the formation of both the orthodox and critical Marxist traditions. Nonetheless, amongst the various attempts to revitalize and reinvent the critique of capitalist society in the wake of the failures of historical communisms of various stripes, a number of significant contributions invoke subsumption as a central critical category. In particular, the writings of Theodore W. Adorno, Jacques Camus, and Antonio Negri all draw on subsumption as a category with which to theorize the developmental dynamics of capitalist power. Despite their emergence against the backdrop of diverse political and cultural contexts, common to these approaches is an understanding of subsumption as a category concerned primarily with the historical transformation of capitalist relations, either through the periodization of distinct phases of capitalism mapped to the formal/real subsumption distinction and corresponding to differing modes of exploitation and resistance, or in the progressive extension and expansion of capitalist relations, such that they begin to encompass all hitherto non-commodified realms of life such as culture and leisure. The work of Adorno established the first serious attempt, after Marx, to deploy the concept of subsumption in the tradition of Marxian social criticism. However, rather than building upon Marx's analysis of different forms of subsumption, Adorno's use of the category is more directly grounded in its prior philosophical conceptualizations and critique, particularly Kantian epistemology and its Hegelian metacritique. 623. In the first place, this philosophical legacy provided Adorno with a model for the fate of social individuals in modern societies, based on the formative schematizing processes specified by German idealism in which the particular is adequate to the universal in a manner that abstracts away any excessive individuality. This template of identifying judgment is manifested concretely for Adorno in the reduction of the overwhelming mass of the population, to mere objects of administration which forms them as passive and powerless individuals via, in the most extreme case, the complete abstraction of subsumed human beings under arbitrary concepts to which they are made to fit. As Adorno's correspondent Alfred Sohnrethel emphasized, the connection with subsumption here is not mere analogy given the practical character of the abstraction involved in commodity exchange. In relating commodities quantitatively on the basis of their exchange value whilst bracketing the qualitative heterogeneity of their specific properties, individuals do not just think abstractly but actualize a real conceptual operation socially, concretising subsumption under the forms of capitalist value as a real abstraction, with real effects at the level of the social form determination of both objects and subjects. In the second place, for Adorno, this procedure of social schematization demonstrates a developmental tendency towards extensive and intensive absolutization. Advancing along the twin vectors of industrialization in production and mass culture in consumption, the dynamic of subsumption under exchange value displays a movement towards the total administration of social subjects. Individuals in capitalism find themselves dominated both in work and leisure, subject to a form of control that not only regulates their outward action and relation to others but comes to preform their innermost identity, desires, and personality in a manner that dissolves any real autonomy. However, Adorno is conspicuously vague about the precise mechanisms by which this tendential colonization of the inner and outer life world is driven, and it is here that the limits of his account are evident. By giving primacy to commodity relations and the exchange abstraction in his account of the functioning of capitalist power, Adorno elides the key mechanism identified in Marx's critique of political economy through which capital progressively transforms the world in its own image whilst deepening its domination of human societies, the real subsumption of the labor process, enacted by virtue of capitalist control over production. Constrained by his circulationist standpoint, Adorno can only allude to the processes of material domination that flow with apparent automaticity from the commodification of labor and capitalist ownership of the production process. Adorno's critique of capitalist society thus remains formal, unable to extend its analytic framework in a manner that would also encompass the concrete 624 dynamics of control, coercion, and technical transformation that are crucial to the expanded reproduction of capitalist social relations. The effect of this formalism is that, ironically, for all Adorno's Kantianism, he fails to incorporate the key innovation introduced by Kant into the thought of subsumption, the problem of the specific mechanisms of form determination that must be operative if universal and particular are to attain, and maintain, identity. The residual idealism of this epistemologically inflected approach leads Adorno to a reductive and one-sided theory of capitalist subsumption that can offer no substantial account of how and why capitalist power advances as it does. By contrast, the writings of Antonio Negri developed from the 1980s onwards draw directly on Marx's concept of subsumption in order to map and differentiate distinct material configurations of capital's command over labor, extending and intensifying the implications of the transition from formal to real subsumption in the context of a historical periodization of capitalism. Whilst Negri's approach departs from a Marxian analysis of production, exploitation, and resistance, much like Adorno he identifies a progressive historical deepening of this relation of command that comes to exceed the boundaries of the traditional sites of production, eventually encompassing and internalizing every sphere of human activity within the matrix of capitalist power. Transposing Marx's analysis of subsumption from the individual labor process to the social whole, Negri refers to this historical completion as the real and total subsumption of labor and world society under capital. For Negri, this totalization of subsumption marks the point at which capitalist socialization ceases to be mediated by commodification and value relations, and there is no longer any outside to capitalist authority because the mechanism of the production and reproduction of labor power is wholly internal to capital. Instead of capitalist power being regulated by the law of value as it is for Marx, once there is no external domain left from which to extract the differential determination of measure, that power metamorphoses into a generalist logic of pure command akin to the military-style discipline of the factory regime. To whatever extent capitalist social relations may continue to take the appearance of economic relations, the dynamic of subsumption transforms their essence towards a purely political logic of antagonism, society is configured in a disciplinary way through the development of the capitalist system? In Negri's theorization, total capitalist subsumption is the situation in which we have found ourselves since the middle of the 20th century, rendering Marx's account of commodification an anachronistic framework that no longer has traction on social life and its conflicts. In place, Negri constructs an ontological framework in which the creative plenitude of labor is directly subsumed under a capitalist command which absorbs and appropriates its capacities without the mediation of competitive measure. Yet Negri's theoretical 625 dissolution of value as the regulating principle of capitalist power gives rise to a series of theoretical contradictions and aporias. Most importantly, Negri's absolutization of subsumption effectively suspends the conflictual character of the subsumptive relation itself, for once subsumption has been achieved there is no longer any tension between the universal and particular, that is, between capital and labor, as they are bound together by an analytically perfect identity. If conflict is thus to appear within Negri's account of subsumption, it can only be in the transmuted form of the immanent ontological opposition of full and empty time, represented respectively by the creativity of labor and the abstract totalization of capital. Here, however, a robust account of the concrete mechanisms of subsumption and the social forms taken by the antagonism between capital and labor is lacking, leading Negri, like Adorno, to a one-sided development of Marx's initial theorization of the concept. The coherence of a Marxist theory of subsumption depends on the integration of the formal dimension of exchange and commodification with the material configuration of production and the tendential transformations of the labor process. Without both of these aspects, capitalist domination cannot be comprehended in the historical specificity of its operation and developmental dynamics. Whereas Adorno tends to treat subsumption as if it were an automatic effect of exchange relations, Negri inverts this and understands subsumption only through the material logic of capitalist control over generalist productive activity. Neither approach, however, thinks the two sides of capitalist domination as equally essential to its functioning, the distinctive synthesis underpinning capitalist power. Subsumption and the critique of political economy. If the exaggerations and distortions of these periodicing approaches run into theoretical and empirical problems that ultimately render them untenable, they nonetheless open up important questions regarding the basic structure and development of capitalist societies. Is the dynamic of subsumption driven by the economic logic of accumulation or by the political logic of class antagonism? Or some combination of the two? Is the transition from formal to real subsumption an automatic, or even necessary, implication of capitalist control of production or just one of its possible modalities? How do processes of subsumption in different areas of the economy and regions of the planet interact and affect one another? Is it coherent or plausible to speak of a total subsumption of society and the individuals composing it? Some aspects of these questions were addressed directly by the so-called labor process debates of the 1970s. The common thread linking this variegated literature was the combination of a general theorization of capitalist production and its immanent laws together with an attempt to grasp the shifting composition of capitalist production through a focus on strategies of capitalist control within the labor process. Importantly, significant early contributions to these debates, such as from the Brighton Labor Process Group, rejected any simple correspondence or transposition of the dynamics of subsumption between the level of the individual labor process and the configuration of the social whole, insisting that the relation between capital and labor, at a general social level, cannot be derived from, or reduced to, the capital-labor relation within production, whilst the actual structure of the process is not historically determined by the abstract logic of capital accumulation, since capitalist production relations can only be reproduced as a totality of social relations. This signaled the urgency of developing a research program that would interrogate the evolving articulation of production and reproduction. Posing the problem of the economic and political dimensions of capitalist power in other terms, these authors also examined whether the driving force of transformations in the labor process were grounded primarily in the competitive pressure to increase the efficiency of production or in the drive to consolidate control over labor. Recent contributions such as from Das have continued this orientation through empirically informed analysis of patterns of transformation in contemporary capitalism's labor processes. Sharing some of these concerns, albeit at a higher level of theoretical abstraction, strands of Marxological scholarship referred to variously as capital logic, value form theory and systematic dialectics have sought to make important clarifications regarding the relationship between Marx's account of subsumption and the framework of his critique of political economy. Building on Hegelian-inspired reconstructions of capital which seek to consolidate the systematic coherence of its central categories, the work of Chris Arthur and Patrick Murray links the dynamic of subsumption to a dialectical exposition of the value forms, the critique of fetishistic appearances and the distinction between absolute and relative surplus value production. Emphasizing the inner logical necessity driving capitalist production and reproduction, Arthur's account depicts capital as a self-moving system of abstract forms that must shape the material content it subsumes in accordance with this goal. Yet the focus on the systematic completeness of capital here tends towards an objectivism that reduces the antagonistic characteristic of capitalist class relations to a theoretical afterthought. Subsumption is thus treated as a category located internally to the 627 quasi-autonomous systematic dialectic of capital rather than a category articulating capital with its external foundations, nature and labor. Instead of subsumption naming the relation in which social conflicts over the exploitation of labor are concentrated, in these capital-centric accounts it becomes one further moment in the consolidation of capital's systematic dominance. Whichever way the political stakes of capitalist subsumption are balanced within the ambit of these approaches, an exclusive focus on developing a pure logic of capitalist accumulation elides the question of capitalism as real history and the central role played by subsumption in determining the trajectory of that history. Finally, a significant and innovative set of engagements with Marx's account of subsumption emerged within Latin American Marxism from the 1970s onwards. Developing a critical rereading of Marx in parallel with their European contemporaries, authors such as Bolívar Echeverría, Armando Bartra, and Enrique Dussel highlighted important neglected concepts and esoteric structural aspects of Marx's discourse in order to address the shortcomings of both orthodox Marxism and mainstream bourgeois social theory. Of these, Echeverría's contributions are without doubt the most profound, in many respects surpassing any other attempt to situate a theory of subsumption coherently and systematically within the context of Marx's critique of capitalist society. Working closely with Marx's newly available drafts and notebooks whilst responding inventively to the lacunae in Marx's project, Echeverría made the case that subsumption, along with the analysis of value, fetishism, and social reproduction, should be situated at the center of Marx's thought. The concept of subsumption has a special importance with respect to the core of Marx's critical discourse, that is to say, the theory of the contradiction between the socio-natural process of production/consumption and the socio-capitalist process of the valorization of value. It is the most advanced attempt made by Marx to show in general theoretical terms the way in which those two contradictory processes are articulated. For Echeverría, the contradictory character of capitalist society, expressed from the most basic levels of value/use value and abstract/concrete labor right through to the complexity of expanded capitalist reproduction/social reproduction, was in each instance articulated as a relation of subsumption, of use value under value, concrete under abstract labor, and so on. Subsumption did not therefore figure as a discrete moment in Marx's conceptual construction, but rather traversed the entirety of his exposition in Capital with increasing concreteness. Echeverría's insights went on to be consolidated and extended systematically by Jorge Varese in relation to the implications of real subsumption for transformations in the sphere of consumption, where the capitalist development of science 628 and technology leads to an inversion of means of production into means of destruction, that is, from means of securing the reproduction of human life to the means of its negation. Enrique Dussel also places subsumption at the center of his reinterpretation of Marx's critique of political economy. Drawing on the background of subsumption in German idealism along with Marxist liberation theology, Dussell's argument takes Marx's critique to rest on a dialectic of exteriority and totality in which living labor originally stands outside of the closed totality of capital but is then incorporated within it through its subsumption under value. Capital thus makes labor a moment of its own development, neutralizing its independence and negating its exteriority. For Dussell, this transition, effected by the exchange of labor for a wage, is the key moment in which the being of capital, its social reality, is grounded. In this way he develops a broadly ontological framework for conceptualizing subsumption which draws on Marx's description in the Grundrisse of labor as a pure denuded subjectivity, as absolute poverty, or non-being in contrast to the being of capital. Dussell emphasizes this negativity, or nothingness, of living labor, which is reduced to a pure potential until it is subsumed and actualized in production, serving as capital's mediation with itself. The subsumptive moment is therefore central to Dussell's entire conception of how capital forms a closed ontological totality, as well as to his insistence on the excessive character and resistant capacity of labor, which despite figuring as a non-being, can never fully or finally be internalized. Much like Negri, the politics of this argument is mapped onto a Manichean ontological schema, with the result that, rather than being able to give an account of capital's other, that which is subsumed, in concrete terms, say, in an account of the current composition of a global working class and the labor processes that function as the site of exploitation, Dussell constructs his critical discourse from the intangible standpoint of a theological negativity, a source that by definition cannot appear positively within his discourse, rather than a force grasped as already present, actively resistant, and practically embedded in the material totality of social life. Conclusion. Following its critical reframing in German idealist philosophy, the category of subsumption acquires a distinctive theoretical status. It simultaneously designates the specificity of a relation whilst demanding an account of how that relation is produced and evolves, transforming its own conditions of possibility as a result. This reframing establishes both the productivity 629 and difficulty of subsumption for Marxist theory. Subsumption both captures the uniquely conceptual and actually abstract quality of capitalist domination whilst also designating the diverse social and material processes through which the control and exploitation of labor as well as the reshaping of production occurs. Yet Marx's general schema of formal, real, and hybrid subsumption only enumerates the most basic contours of the concrete processes of capitalist form determination. The true effectivity of a theory of subsumption lies in its capacity to provide a framework for further research, both of a more focused and empirically informed nature as well as of a synthetic, generalizing nature. Pursuing these two trajectories of analysis enables Marxist theory to continually reactivate itself in response to the present, binding a basic account of accumulation to the novel social forms expressive of capitalism's capacity to adapt and evolve. Yet across all these levels of inquiry, subsumption remains the crucial category of mediation and antagonism, marking the point of articulation and conflict between the abstract system of capitalist forms and the material foundations which it forms and appropriates. The tendency towards absolutization, ontologization, or historicization of subsumption weakens this effectivity by idealistically sundering the basic schema of subordination under capital from the real conditions and struggles in which it has its actuality. Subsumption cannot provide an answer or resolution to the problems of Marxist theory, only a framework for addressing those problems in a responsive and non-dogmatic manner. Part B. Land and Existence. 34. Primitive Accumulation. Globalization and Social Reproduction. Silvia Federici. Rethinking Primitive Accumulation. Starting with the 1990 issue of Midnight Notes on the New Enclosures, followed by David Harvey's theory of accumulation by dispossession and by the many essays on primitive accumulation that have been published in the Commoner over the last decade, an extensive body of literature has explored the political meaning of this concept and tested its explanatory power with regard to the contemporary forms of capitalist development and globalization. Artists have contributed to this process. An outstanding example is the 2010 Potosi Principle exhibit organized by German, Bolivian, and Spanish artists and curators who have worked to demonstrate the continuity between the imagery found in several 16th-century colonial paintings, produced in the Andean region at the peak of primitive accumulation in the New World, and the imagery coming from the new enclosures, one that has been central to the globalization program. Primitive accumulation has also been at the center of post-colonial theory debates, with social theorists like Parthasarathy and Kalyan Sanyal arguing that, in India at least, the separation of the producers from the means of production and the extensive process of land grabbing, by which millions have been displaced, is leading to the creation of a surplus population, never to be absorbed by capitalist production, that is, they are leading to the 634. Creation of a sphere of life outside capitalism, rather than to the development of a totalizing capitalist system and wage relations. Feminists too have been rethinking the conditions of the existence of capital accumulation. Particularly important have been the works of Maria Mies, Maria Rosa Dalla Costa, and Claudia von Werlhoff, who, anticipating themes that I have developed in my own work, have recognized that modern political economy has been and continues to be built upon slavery, colonization, and women's permanent worldwide expropriation and deprivation of power. Thanks to these studies and artistic contributions, we now acknowledge that primitive accumulation is not a one-time historical event confined to the origins of capitalism, as the point of departure of accumulation proper. It is a phenomenon constitutive of capitalist relations at all times, eternally recurrent, part of the continuous process of capitalist accumulation and always contemporaneous with its expansion as an ever-renewed actuality. This does not mean that primitive accumulation can be normalized or that we should underplay the importance of those moments in history, the times of clearances, wars, imperial drives, when great masses of men are suddenly and forcibly torn from their means of subsistence, and hurled onto the labor market as free, unprotected, and rightless proletarians. It means, however, that we should conceive the separation of the producer from the means of production, for Marx, the essence of primitive accumulation, as something that has to be continuously reenacted, especially in times of capitalist crisis, when class relations are challenged and require new foundations. Contrary to Marx's assertion that with the development of capitalism a working class comes into existence who by education, tradition, and habit looks upon the requirements of as self-evident natural laws, so that direct extra-economic force is only used in exceptional cases, violence remains necessary to maintain the proper rate of profit and exploitation. Not surprisingly, in response to the culmination of an unprecedented cycle of struggles, anti-colonial, blue-collar, feminist, in the 1960s and 1970s, primitive accumulation has become a global and seemingly permanent process, with economic crises, wars, and massive expropriations now appearing in every part of the planet as the preconditions for the organization of production and accumulation on a world scale. It is a merit of the studies and political debates that I have mentioned that we can now better understand the nature of the enclosing force that we are facing, the logic by which it is driven and its consequences for us. To think of the world political economy through the prism of primitive accumulation is to realize that the immiseration presently suffered by the majority of the population is a structural element of capitalist development and immediately place ourselves in a battlefield. However, to fully comprehend the political implications of this development we must expand the concept of primitive accumulation beyond Marx's description. Primitive accumulation, globalization, and social reproduction 635. In more than one way. We must first acknowledge that the history of primitive accumulation cannot be understood from the viewpoint of an abstract universal subject, for an essential aspect of the capitalist project, throughout its history, has been the disarticulation of the social body, through the imposition of different disciplinary regimes, producing an accumulation of differences and hierarchies that have profoundly affected how capitalist relations are experienced. In other words, we have different histories of primitive accumulation, each providing a particular perspective on capitalist relations necessary to reconstruct their totality and unmask the mechanisms by which capitalism has maintained its power. This means that the history of primitive accumulation, past and present, cannot be fully comprehended until it is written not only from the viewpoint of the future or former waged workers, but from the viewpoint of the enslaved, the colonized, the indigenous people whose lands continue to be the main targets of the enclosures, and the viewpoint of the many social subjects whose place in the history of capitalist accumulation cannot be assimilated into the history of the waged worker. According to this methodology, I have analyzed, in Caliban and the Witch, primitive accumulation from the viewpoint of its effects on women, the body, and the production of labor power, arguing that this approach gives us a much broader understanding of the historical processes that have shaped the rise of capitalism than we gain from Marx's work, where the discussion of primitive accumulation centers on the preconditions for the formation of the waged industrial proletariat. Two processes in particular, both ignored by Marx, have in my account been essential for the creation of the conditions for capitalist development. First is the separation of production and reproduction and the constitution of reproductive work, that is, the work of reproducing individuals and labor power, as women's labor and as a separate social sphere, seemingly located outside the circuit of capitalist economic relations, a development coeval with the separation of the peasantry from the land and the formation of a commodity market. By this reorganization of social reproduction, the capitalist class has devalued the largest sphere of work on the planet, thereby saving an immense monetary wealth at the expense of women. Added to the devaluation of reproductive labor is the institutionalization of the state's control and regulation of women's sexuality and reproductive capacity, through the criminalization of abortion and the introduction of a system of surveillance and punishment that literally has expropriated women from their bodies. Both these developments, which have accompanied the extension of capitalist relations in every historical period, have had crucial social consequences. The exclusion of reproductive work from the institutionally recognized sphere of economic relations and its deceptive relegation to the sphere of the private, the personal, the outside of capital accumulation has made it invisible as work and naturalized its exploitation. It has also been the basis for the institution of a new sexual division of work and family organization, subordinating women to men and further differentiating them socially and psychologically. The State 636. Appropriation of women's bodies and their reproductive capacity, which was realized in its cruelest form with the construction of a breeding industry in the American slave plantations, has also inaugurated a new biopolitical regime, directly tying procreation to the accumulation of capital insofar as this is essentially the multiplication of the proletariat. As I have shown, the witch hunts that took place in many countries of Europe and the Andean regions in the 16th and 17th centuries, leading to the execution of hundreds of thousands of women, were fundamental to this process. None of the historic changes in the organization of reproductive work that I have outlined would have been possible without a major attack on the social power of women, in the same way that capitalist development would not have succeeded without the slave trade or the conquest of the Americas, that is, without a relentless imperial drive, continuing to this day, and the construction of a web of racial hierarchies that have effectively divided the world proletariat. Primitive accumulation and the restructuring of social reproduction in the global economy. It is with these assumptions and this theoretical framework in mind that in this chapter I analyze globalization as a process of primitive accumulation, this time imposed on a global scale. This view is at odds with the neoliberal theory that celebrates the expansion of capitalist relations as evidence of a democratization of social life. But it is also in contrast to the Marxist autonomists' view of the restructuring of the global economy, which, focusing on the computer and information revolution and the rise of cognitive capitalism, describes this phase of capitalist development as a step towards the autonomy of labor. I propose, in fact, that the pillar of this restructuring has been a concerted attack on our most basic means of reproduction, the land, the house, and the wage, aiming to expand the global workforce and drastically reduce the cost of labor. Structural adjustment, the dismantling of the welfare state, the financialization of reproduction and, not least, war have been the main strategies deployed to activate the new accumulation drive. In each case the consequence has been the destruction of our common wealth, and it has made no difference that, over time, its architects have multiplied, with the arrival of China and other emerging capitalist powers joining the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund and the governments that support these institutions as competitors at the feast. Behind the nationalist appearances and particularities there is one logic, one objective driving the new forms of primitive accumulation, to form a labor force reduced to pure labor power, with no guarantees, no protections, ready to be moved from place to place and job to job, employed mostly on short-term contracts and at the lowest possible wage. Primitive accumulation, globalization, and social reproduction 637. What is the political meaning of this development? Even if we accept that primitive accumulation is an endemic part of life and work in capitalism, among others, has insisted upon, how can we account for the fact that, after 500 years of relentless exploitation of workers across the planet, the capitalist class, in its different embodiments, still needs to pauperize multitudes of people worldwide? There is no obvious answer to this question, which has reopened old debates concerning capital's falling rate of profit and the countermeasures needed to reverse this tendency. However, if we consider how globalization is changing the organization of social reproduction, we can reach some preliminary conclusions. We can see that capitalism can only provide pockets of prosperity to limited populations of workers and for limited amounts of time, ready to destroy them as soon as our desires exceed the limits which the quest for profitability imposes. We can see in particular that the limited prosperity that waged workers in industrial countries were able to achieve in the post-World War II period was never to be generalized, clearly being the product of a specific set of circumstances and productivity deals 3 that the struggles of the 1960s and the collapse of communism brought to an end. As proletarian revolts spread in the 1960s from the colonial plantations of Africa and Asia to the black ghettos, the factories, the schools, the kitchens, and even the war front, undermining both the Fordist exchange between higher wages and higher productivity and the use of the colonies as reservoirs of cheap and unpaid labor, the capitalist class resorted to the strategy that it has always used to confront its crises: violence, expropriation, and the expansion of the world labor market. A Marx would be needed to describe the destructive social forces that have been mobilized for this task. Never have so many people been attacked and on so many fronts at once. And we must return to the slave trade and the heyday of imperialism to find forms of exploitation and impoverishment as brutal as those that globalization has generated in many parts of the world. Not only is slavery reappearing in many forms, but famines have returned, and new cannibalistic forms of exploitation have emerged, like the sale of blood and organs and the traffic in body parts, unimaginable in the 1960s and 1970s. In some countries, even the sale of hair, reminiscent of 19th-century novels, has been revived. For more commonly, in the more than 80 countries affected, globalization has been a story of untreated illnesses, malnourished children, lost lives, and desperation. Impoverishment in much of the world has reached a magnitude never seen before, affecting up to 70% of the population. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, the number of those living in poverty had reached 239 million by 2010, while across the continent immense amounts of money were obscenely siphoned off to the banks of London, Paris, and New York. As in the first phase of capitalist development, those most directly affected by these policies have been women, especially low-income women and women of 638 color, who, in many communities, today lack the means to reproduce themselves and their families or can do so only by submitting to the most intense forms of exploitation, working in maquila factories or reproducing families and children other than their own. Many give their children up for adoption, work as surrogate mothers or, in a more recent development, sell their eggs to medical labs for stem cell research. They also have fewer children, as the need to secure some income has a sterilizing effect. Everywhere their capacity to control their own reproduction is under attack. In the USA, just being pregnant places poor women in constant danger of arrest, so much so that one can now speak of the criminalization of pregnancy. 5 women are also targeted because of their subsistence activities, especially subsistence farming, which stands in the way of the World Bank's attempt to create land markets and place all natural resources in the hands of commercial enterprises. As I have written elsewhere, the World Bank had adopted the creed that only money is productive, while land is sterile and a cause of poverty if used only for subsistence. Not only has the World Bank campaigned against subsistence farming, through land law reforms, individual titling and the abolition of customary land tenure, it has also spared no effort to bring women under the control of monetary relations through the promotion of microfinance, a policy that has turned millions into indentured servants to the banks and the NGOs that manage the loans. Thus, after years promoting population control programs through massive sales of contraceptives, often imposed on governments as a condition for loans, the World Bank now obtains the same results by preventing women from eking out a living by means of subsistence farming, which, contrary to the World Bank's claims, is for millions the difference between life and death. It is important to add that institutional violence against women and the devaluation of the activities around which their lives have been constructed have, as their counterpart, a documented increase in violence against them by the men of their communities. For in the face of diminishing wages and access to land, many look at women's labor and bodies as the bridge to the world commodity market, as is the case with trafficking and dowry murders. Examples could be multiplied of the ways in which the globalization process recapitulates older forms of primitive accumulation. My immediate concern, however, is not to describe the specific forms which this return of primitive accumulation has taken, but to understand what it reveals about the nature of the capitalist system and what it projects for the future. Certainly, capitalist accumulation continues to be the accumulation of labor and, as such, it continues to require the production of misery and scarcity on a global scale. It continues to require the degradation of human life and the construction of social hierarchies on the basis of gender, race, and age. Most important, by persisting after 500 years of capitalist development, these original sins prove to be structural aspects of the capitalist system precluding any possibility of reform. Indeed, the economic and social programs that international capital, primitive accumulation, globalization, and social reproduction 639 has put into place to defeat the liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s by themselves guarantee that dispossession of land and acquired rights, precarity of access to monetary income and employment, lives lived in uncertainty and insecurity, and the deepening of racial and sexual divisions will be the conditions of production for many generations to come, unless strong social movements can subvert these trends. It is evident, for instance, that by undermining the self-sufficiency of every region and creating a total interdependence, even between distant countries, globalization generates not only recurrent food crises but the need for an unlimited exploitation of labor and the natural environment. As in the past, the foundation of this process is the enclosure of land. This presently is so extensive that even areas of agricultural life that in the past had remained untouched, enabling peasant communities to reproduce themselves, have now been privatized, taken over by governments and companies for mineral extraction and other commercial schemes. As extractivism triumphs in many regions, compounded by land grabbing for biofuel, communal land ownership is legally terminated and dispossession is so widespread that we are fast approaching the stage described by Marx where one section of society demands a tribute from the other for the very right to live on the earth, just as landed property in general involves the right of the proprietors to exploit the earth's surface, the bowels of the earth, the air, and thereby the maintenance and development of life. In Africa in particular, it is calculated that if the present trends continue, by the middle of the century 50% of the population will live outside the continent. This, however, may not be an exceptional situation. Everywhere, because of the impoverishment and displacement globalization has produced, the figure of the worker has become that of the immigrant, the itinerant, the refugee. The speed at which capital can travel, destroying in its wake local economies and struggles, and the relentless drive to squeeze out every drop of oil and every mineral that the earth holds in its bowels accelerate this process. In developed countries as well, the withdrawal of states' investment in the reproduction of the workforce and the consequent financialization of everyday life are signaling the end of an era and the return of older forms of enslavement. Already in Marx's time, one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation was the public debt, now compounded by a financialization system that, as Saskia Sassen has shown, has found ways of turning even goods not yet produced and small household mortgages and loans into a source of speculation and huge profit. As millions have to resort to credit cards, student loans, or risky mortgage deals to satisfy their most basic needs, from food to schooling to healthcare, lifelong debt and indenture to the banks become general features of proletarian life, while every moment of reproduction becomes a moment of capital accumulation. It is not surprising, then, that even in affluent countries like Germany and the USA 640 life expectancy for the working class is declining, with the poor expected to live several years less than their parents for the first time since World War II. Meanwhile, in some third world regions we are approximating a situation similar to that which prevailed between the 16th and the 18th centuries, that of a working class hardly capable of reproducing itself, living from hand to mouth, barely reaching middle age. Indeed, Marx's argument in the Communist Manifesto that capitalist development produces the absolute impoverishment of the working class is now empirically verified. Witness the incessant migration from the south to the north, since the late 1980s, mostly motivated by economic need and the many wars that the corporate lust for mineral resources is generating. We are told, moreover, that there is no remedy for this immiseration. Plausibly assured by virtue of its military arsenals that, like it or not, the 99% have no alternatives other than life in capitalism, and confident that its global reach will provide large markets and ample supplies of labor, the capitalist class now makes no pretense of progress, declaring crises and catastrophes inevitable aspects of economic life, while rushing to remove all the guarantees that more than a century of workers' struggles had obtained. I would argue, however, that this confidence is misplaced. Without indulging in any optimism which would be irresponsible given the unspeakable devastation unfolding before our eyes, I would affirm that worldwide a consciousness is taking shape that capitalism is unsustainable, and creating a different social economic system is the most urgent task for most of the world population. Any system that is unable to reproduce its workforce, and that has nothing to offer it except repeated crises, is doomed. If after exploiting for centuries every part of the planet, capitalism cannot provide even the minimal conditions of reproduction to all, and must continually plunge millions into miserable living conditions, then the system is bankrupt and has to be replaced. No political system can sustain itself in the long term purely by force. Yet it is clear that force is all that the capitalist system has left at its disposal, and without its policemen, its armies, its jails and torture chambers now girdling the earth it would have long ago collapsed. It can prevail for the time being only because of the violence it mobilizes against its opponents. Commons are social systems formed by three interconnected elements: a commonwealth, that is a set of resources held in common and governed by a community of commoners who also engage in the praxis of commoning to reproduce their lives and their commonwealth, social labor and correspondent forms of social cooperation. To evolve and adapt in their multi-systems environments, common systems seek to develop new organizational forms that balance individual subjects' freedom with integrative forces that keep subjectivities together. Common systems seek to do this through the acting together of commoner subjectivities, or commoning, the generative immaterial and material activity through which commoners govern their commonwealth, define the value and meaning of their actions, the quality and porosity of the boundaries of the commons, their relations to non-human nature or the ecosystems of which they are part, and the relations with their own environment, namely the state, other commons, and corporate capital, as well as the multitudes at large. The two structural elements that all commons are based on, namely resources pooled by any means and a plurality of subjects, are reconfigured through both iterated and evolving practices of commoning which in time reconstitute the pool of resources as commonwealth, and the plurality of subjects into 35 commons. Massimo de Angela 644. Commoner communities and the rules that define their self-government. The iterative/evolving nature of commoning puts into motion the commons circuit. In other words, it continuously transforms the commonwealth and associated commoners necessary at the beginning of any process of commoning into new commonwealth and new produced subjectivities, while also enacting strategies of adaptation to the stimuli of the environment. On the other hand, strong enough changes in the operations, structure, subjectivities, and density of commons within a territory influence the systems in the commons environment, which will have to adapt in their turn. Commoning is the force field generated by the praxis of the we, which reproduces and modifies social systems, channels behavior towards certain value practices, and thereby transforms individual subjectivities in particular contexts. Reverberations of this are felt outside the commons, generating new memes, inspiring new linkages and new formations, defining new cultures. This systemic, relational, and dynamic definition of the commons is more comprehensive than the conventional neo-institutional one developed by Elinor Ostrom and her associates, which sees the commons simply as resources shared by a set of individuals, or common goods. As I will develop below, the derivation of this more comprehensive understanding of the commons is obtained once Marx's own understanding of capital as a mode of production and his less complete understanding of social revolution and of an alternative mode of production is taken into consideration. This definition can be linked to debates developed especially in France around the notion of the common, which can be articulated principally as a political principle or as a mode of production. As we will see in the third section of the chapter, the issues raised in these debates are crucial to frame the problematic of post-capitalist social transformation, the deepening of democracy and the transformation of the law. Etymologically, the words common, commons, commoner, community, commoning and communism are all fundamentally related. They all have roots in the Latin expression cum dash, together, and munus, obligation, duty, gift. This points to the expectations of reciprocal obligation of care and aid, munus, and a shared understanding that there are things that belong to all of us, cum. As Dardot and Laval put it, what we find in the term's etymological meaning is thus the janus face of the debt and the gift, of obligation and recognition. The articulation of cum and munus, not only designates that which is pooled or shared in common but also, and perhaps especially, designates those subjects who have duties in common. Historian Peter Linnebaugh sees the origin of the concept of commoning in the practice, bearing this name, of medieval peasant efforts to collectivize the king's land. With the advance of capitalism and successive waves of enclosure. Common 645. The term became less frequently used, while political/theoretical language started to use other terminology to refer to alter capitalist practice. Movements of the 1960s and 1970s forced communitarianism, solidarity, and sharing back onto the agenda. In the midst of this era, a modern critique of commons emerged with ecologist Garrett Hardin's 1968 paper in Science, The Tragedy of the Commons. This seminal article claimed that sharing land or any resource among a group of farmers always results in resource depletion. To demonstrate this, Hardin relies on the first premise of methodological individualism, assuming that each farmer aims only to maximize their own individual utility. This is achieved by keeping their cows longer on the meadow or by bringing in more cows. Obviously, with increasing competition among farmers in a fixed resource pool, the latter will deplete, hence the tragedy of the commons. Hardin's solution was twofold: either privatization of the commons under different property rights or monitoring and enforcement of rules by the state. Nobel Prize laureate in economics and political scientist Elinor Ostrom produced an effective and simple critique of Hardin's thesis. After studying numerous cases of existing commons around the world, some of which had lasted hundreds of years, Ostrom argued that Hardin was really talking about the tragedy of free access. Hardin's blind spot is the fact that commons are governed by commoners, who together decide on the rules of access and continuously monitor them. Commoners are not only self-interested but make sure that their collective interaction with shared resources is sustainable, otherwise they would all lose the resources they depend on. Ostrom thus makes a clear connection between commonwealth, and the community of commoners, with its governance system. However, Ostrom's original definition of the commons suffers from two important limitations. In the first place, commons are theorized as resource systems that can live beside both state and capital, thus disregarding enclosing and co-opting tendencies of capital and state, both historical and continuous, as well as the aspirations and practices pushing for the constitution of alternative socio-economic systems. Second, in her approach, commons appear as resources that are rival or subtractable, and access to which is difficult to hinder. This implies that only natural resource systems are commons, say a fishing ground, an irrigation channel, a groundwater basin or a grazing area, while not the resource units derived from those systems such as the tons of fish harvested from a fishing ground, the acre-feet or cubic meters of water withdrawn from a groundwater basin or an irrigation canal, the tons of fodder consumed by animals from grazing area. This latter distinction, however, runs counter to both historical experience and the complexity of contemporary forms of commons, as these come to be reclaimed by plural social movements around the world. Both historically and in current experience, there are indeed myriad examples in which communities pool excludable 646 resource units into a common pot. They will then establish rules or customs for their individual appropriation, from toy libraries, communal kitchens, factories reclaimed by workers, social centers, or indigenous communal practices. In the second place, in recent decades there has been growing interest in non-rival common goods such as knowledge, music, or software codes. These latter resources are such that it is difficult to prevent people enjoying them. Also, the stock of the resource is not reduced when one uses it. A boundary is constructed by these resources when capital and the state impose their privatization, making them artificially scarce. Today, the open access movement is founded on the refusal to privatize non-rivalrous goods such as information and knowledge. In academia and cyberspace, this social movement is dedicated to principles of information sharing, open source, copyleft, Creative Commons, and anti-privatist knowledge commons. In all these cases, commons names not just a type of resource shared but social systems comprising three elements: a commonwealth, a community of commoners and their social relations, and a praxis of commoning, of doing in common, including the self-organizing act of governing the relation to the commonwealth and nature, as well as the relationships between commoners. This means that it is not the intrinsic characteristics of the common goods that determine the possibility of the commons, but that it is the capacity of labor cooperation to organize itself in an alternative way compared to the private and public logics which determines in the last resort the propensity of a series of goods or resources to be managed according to the principles of common. Recent decades have witnessed indigenous communities and new common systems becoming more visible and innovative, from the streets of Cochabamba, to New York, Naples, Johannesburg, Athens, and Mumbai. Commoners can be found subtracting resources from the capital system, and inserting them into processes of collective production and cultures based on value practices, which in context-specific ways are participatory and deeply democratic, and whose horizon is the welfare of the commoners, social utility, and environmental sustainability. This emergence of contemporary collective action around the commons has occurred in two interconnected ways. First, as a survival response to the enclosures and multiple crises of neoliberalism, as well as a refusal to submit to exploitative technologies and practices. Second, they also emerge as a striving for novel social organizations that favor empowerment of co-producers, non-alienated cooperation, social utility, and ecological transformation. The commons function in both spheres of social reproduction and production. In the former, they involve new forms of social organization in the production of food, housing, energy, healthcare, education, arts, and culture, or even the global commons of the biosphere, at least at the aspirational level. Commons have also developed within and led to the transformation of businesses, as shown in several cases in manufacturing and services discussed by Lalu. The Commons. Commons 647. Movement involves participatory exploration of new technologies and forms of cyber cooperation, open source software production, peer-to-peer cooperation such as Wikipedia, and open source machines. These multi-sided spaces of cooperation are potentially transformative, offering an alternative model of production to capitalism and authoritarian state systems. Although there is the danger that the latter systems co-opt the commons and shift costs of social reproduction onto them, the commons, and the related notion of the common, remain the kernel around which a broad project of radical emancipation, deep democratization and ecological transformation can be constituted. Commons and social movements are therefore faced with the task of rebuilding the fabric of social reproduction, redressing the qualitative and quantitative aspects of social metabolism and setting a limit on capital's drive for endless accumulation. In his major oeuvre, Marx appears to mention the word commons only with reference to their enclosures, or original accumulation, about which there is an important literature concerning its significance in contemporary capitalism. On the other hand, we can turn to Marx's defense of customary rights and entitlements for the poor to collect wood in his early articles in the Reinigungszeitung from 1842. Moreover, in his ethnological notebooks and his famous letter to Varazay Sulich on the Russian Commune, Marx seems open to reflect on the commons as a form that is relevant to post-capitalist social emancipation. In the limited space of this chapter, I will discuss some aspects of these emancipatory potentials of the commons through three different routes. A first theme begins with a paraphrase of the very first section of Das Kapital, in which Marx begins his analysis of capital starting from its elementary form of wealth, the commodity. The rationale of this paraphrase is to reproduce the logic of Marx's argument while at the same time substituting the commodity with the elementary form of post-capitalist wealth, common goods. Thus, I begin to read those early pages on the commodity as if they were written for the elementary form of post-capitalist wealth, and instead of the commodity we were talking about, common goods. As I turn Marx on his head from an analysis of capital to an analysis of its antipode, post-capitalism and the commons, I develop the narrative from a paraphrase of those early pages of Capital into the discovery of the commons as social systems. Just as in the analysis of the commodity Marx uncovers a capitalist system and its alienating and exploitative features, so in the analysis of common goods, we uncover the common systems and their emancipatory potentials. A second theme is an exploration of the possible connection between the commons and the question of radical transformation of the current social formation which sees the dominance of state and capital. I turn here to Marx's conceptualization of social revolution as different from political revolution, and to the key importance of the development of alternative modes of production 648. Within the fabric of the old, without which any political revolution would be, in Marx's view, quixotic. A third theme, which builds from the second, interrogates the interrelation of the Anglo-Saxon usage of the commons and the continental European usage of the term common. Here I highlight the importance to maintain both usages in a virtuous systemic relation. All these themes point to a Marxian-inspired framework for the commons understood as social systems. Let me start with a game, a paraphrase of Marx's beginning of Capital on the commodity, read and translated in terms of common goods. The outside of the commodity. The wealth of post-capitalist society, as it peeps over the horizon of the many heterogeneous practices of communities, associations, peer-to-peer networks, and social movements, appears in the first instance as a collection of common goods, a commonwealth. We need therefore to inquire after this elementary form of post-capitalist wealth. Common goods have a twofold character, revealed in the first place by their own name which combines a noun with an adjective. They are goods, in the sense of being social objects of value, use values, objects that satisfy given socially determined needs, desires, and aspirations. They are common goods, in the sense that they are use values to a plurality. However, this is not sufficient to define common goods in the post-capitalist sense. An airport lounge is a use value to a plurality, as is a public space, a city, a train, a park, a school, or a street. Also, any mass-produced commodity is a use value to a plurality, in the sense that it serves the necessary or acquired needs of a subset of a population, although this cup, this computer, this car is a use value to me. What is common to all these cases is that the plurality is largely silent, it is only a passive user or consumer of these goods. To make it a common good, the plurality needs to come alive as a plurality of commoners, by claiming post-capitalist ownership of that good. To claim ownership is not simply a question of defining property rights in the legal sense. To own here refers not to legal possession, but to the plurality having the power to govern that good, and with it to govern the relation within the plurality. A plurality that claims ownership to one or more use values is one that, in different forms, situations and contexts, not only employs or accesses that use value but also governs its production and reproduction, its sustainability and development, as well as the relationships between the co-producers themselves, the ecosystem and other social systems. In so doing, the plurality shapes a relationship to that good and to the environment within which it is produced, while the subjects of that plurality govern. Common 649. Their relations with one another. This plurality therefore also creates other values besides the use value of the common goods. It creates relational values by measuring, assessing, and giving particular senses to the modes of social relations of production through which the common goods are produced and their use value distributed among the commoners. Therefore, and to the extent the plurality sustains that claim of ownership, the common good is turned into an element of a common system or, briefly, a commons. This built space is an element of the self-organized social center in Milan. These pipes are an element of the water associations in Cochabamba, Bolivia. This knowledge and know-how are elements of peer-to-peer networks in cyberspace. The twofold character of a common good is therefore the following: on the one hand, it is a use value for a plurality, on the other, it requires a plurality claiming and sustaining ownership of the common good. This can be done only through the creation of relational values, namely values that select the goods and bads of social action while at the same time sustaining and producing one another, social relations, social practice and the ecology in which social practice is embedded. Thus, our initial formulation can now be corrected. The wealth of post-capitalist society also includes this normative and relational wealth. Since today the commons are produced in larger contexts of capitalist domination, this implies that they coincide with a force field that will often be oriented by goals and practices that run opposite to capitalist production. Indeed, the twofold character of common goods is quite distinctive from the twofold character of the commodity in a social system dominated by capital, as discussed by Marx in the first chapter of Capital. The commodity is a use value and an exchange value. But the latter is not the result of a plurality taking ownership of the good produced in common, but the result of an individualist plurality divided into wage and wealth hierarchies and set to compete for livelihood against one another. For this plurality, their common condition of production is a matter of insignificance, an unproblematist given, a fact of life you do not even try to question or govern in some way, and therefore an alien force. In capitalist commodity production, value presents itself as exchange value, neither good nor bad, a mere ratio, pounds per carton of milk, euros per smartphone, dollars per hamburger. Value here induces social forces only through a systemic integration with other capitalist producers, who take these ratios as a benchmark to meet or beat so as they can reach their own profit goals, namely through the incessant process of the formation of capitalist socially necessary labor time. The values of conviviality, social justice, ecological balance, as well as the goals of livelihood, get squeezed out by this incessant competitive struggle which instead shows what such a systemic integration really values: accumulation for accumulation's sake. This value, this induction into a social force field occurs within capital systemic loops that impose measures, assessments, and sense productions that are heteronymous 650. To the producers themselves, thus giving rise to exploitation, widening power hierarchies, environmental catastrophe, and subjection. This is possible to the extent that social conflict over the measure of things of production has insufficient direction and force to constitute a feedback mechanism that would have enough counterpower not only to contrast capital's own measures but also to constitute social systems that are able to reorient, in a self-organized and therefore deep democratic way, a different sense of the measure of things related to social production. The twofold character of common goods is at the basis of our understanding of commons as specific social systems of production and reproduction, quite different from capital, and which, if developed into strong enough social forces, can contrast and replace capitalist production. The twofold character of the common good contains two basic elements, one objective and one subjective, that give us an entry point to understand commons as social systems. The potential dynamism and movement of these common social systems emerges from two interconnected processes. One is internal to the commons itself, and defines the modes in which a plurality of subjects establishes their ownership to the common goods and the forms of the social relations they set in place, negotiate or even contest. For example, in Zapatista-held areas in Chiapas, indigenous communities hold territories and land as commons, but within that movement and those communities women have constituted social movements to question their subordinate position and emancipate from patriarchal practices. Here commons are also centered on social conflict, but a conflict reconciled with itself, in the sense that it is not concealed, marginalized, and brushed aside as deviance, but acknowledged as the key expression of democratic vigor. The other element that gives commons dynamism and movement is external to them, and stems from the way the commons in question are articulated or structurally coupled to other commons or to capitalist circuits, the degree to which they are exposed to destructive waves of enclosures, the limits of their deals with capital and the state, and the extent to which they are open to co-optation. The nature and effective transformational force of these endogenous and exogenous processes is key to understanding and problematizing the development of common systems as transformative social forces. Hence it is not possible to understand the commons without understanding capital. Even when we deal with the commons in very general and abstract terms to highlight their properties, the commons we deal with are never romantic outsides, but situated outsides, social systems that must negotiate their way in an environment in which predator capitalist systems are ready to enclose or subordinate them. For this reason, a Marxist standpoint on the commons must always be attentive to the relation between commons and capital systems, a relation that has always been crucial, but particularly so in moments of crisis such as today. This is acknowledged in Commons 651. The very definition of commons as social systems, which also include in their environment other systems such as capital systems, state systems, other commons, and ecological processes. Political recomposition and social revolution. The numerous common systems initiated and produced by the relational, effective and goal-oriented praxis of commoning give rise to common circuits in which the values produced are not subordinated to capital's bottom line of profit, but produce myriad other social values. However, from a perspective of social transformation, the development and diffusion of common systems is a necessary but insufficient condition for overcoming the capitalist/state hegemony both as a mode of production and in terms of dominant technologies of ordering, selecting and measuring social relations and social practice. They are necessary, in that the production of new systems of production requires the development of social systems like commons which, by positing their different measures, values, and senses of things in praxis, engage in the construction of another common sense and another material life, experimenting with and establishing new sustainable, socially just practices in a convivial and participatory atmosphere. This conception finds a home in Marx's idea that social rather than political revolutions are a primary condition for overcoming the capitalist mode of production and its state apparatus. In the first place, a political recomposition could not generate and sustain, through any sort of political representation, a radical change in social relations and systems of social reproduction. My conviction is that political recompositions are certainly necessary to create momentum for change by initiating chain reactions of sociality and channeling social energies into particular objectives and directions with efficient thrust. In this sense, phases of political recomposition and the correspondent forms of political representation are important for opening up opportunities for the radical development of new social relations and systems, for shifting constraints imposed by higher layers of the social hierarchy. However, in themselves they do not radically change social systems like capital into something else, they can only perturb them. Capital reacts and adapts to these perturbations by developing new forms, absorbing, enclosing, channeling, redividing within the wage hierarchy, co-opting and repressing, and the mix of these strategies will depend on the cost-benefit calculus in a given situation. Keynesianism and the welfare state, as developed in the post-World War II period, are a case in point. This implies a conception of radical change, of revolution that is aligned with Marx's conception of social revolution. In the first place, a social revolution is not the seizure of power engineered and led by a political elite, but the actual production of another form of power, which therefore corresponds to the dissolution of the old society and of the old condition of existence, or a change in the economic structure of society constituted by the totality of the relations of production. Secondly, precisely because it is constitutive of new social relations reproducing life, social revolution cannot be reduced to a momentary event, a victory; rather, it is epochal and configured by a series of victories and defeats. Marx thus speaks of the beginning of the epoch of social revolution, but how long this epoch is, none can say. This distinction between social and political revolution does not imply that social revolution is not itself political. Social revolution is political in the sense that it acts as a crucial perturbation of established dominant systems and poses the socio-economic basis for a new polity, for new forms of governing the networks of social cooperation. This priority of social revolution also implies that in order to replace the current system, we do not need an already worked-out system to be ready to take its place before dreaming or wishing its demise. Alternative systems can certainly be imagined and problematized, but it is not through their implementation that the development and history of modes of production occurs. Systems are not implemented, their dominance can only be an emergent property of the dynamic of social formations comprising struggles for hegemony among different modes of production. Their emergence occurs through the related processes of social and political revolution, with the former creating the source from which the latter draws its power to perturb capital while at the same time developing its autonomy. This is how, for example, the dominance of capital developed from the phase of commercial capital, to industrial capital and, today, financial capital hegemony, an evolution in form and structure that was unimaginable at the time of the mercantilists or of Adam Smith's writings. The process of social revolution today is ultimately a process of finding solutions to the problems capital systems cannot solve. This implies the establishment of multiscalar systems of social action that reproduce life in modes, systemic processes, social relations, and value practices that seek alternatives to the dominant model and that are able to reproduce at greater scale through networking, coordination and the creation of new institutions of the common. What has become increasingly clear from various movements in the last few decades is that commons, understood as systemic interactions of commoners, commonwealth, and environment through deeply democratic and convivial commoning, are today the material basis of any process of social revolution. The relationship between social and political revolution is thus the relationship between the social systems that underpin them, namely commons and movements. We should heed Marx's warning about radical transformation beyond capitalism, when he says in the Grundrisse that if we did not find concealed in Common 653 society as it is the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. Commons are these concealed modes of production in which a classless society can be given form vis-a-vis capital. In fact, commons are latent within society and channel all the support and resources through which we reproduce our lives and knowledge. We are generally born into one, even if it only consists of interactions with our parents or carers, and siblings, or friends. As soon as the process of socialization begins, we reproduce our subjectivities in bodies and spirit through engagement in networks of social cooperation that confront us with the need to develop values, practices, and measures that are truly alternative to the subordination of life to profit, or that push us to learn to adapt to it while keeping a distinct identity. As soon as these networks of social cooperation develop into systematic patterns, we find all the elements of commons to varying degrees, pooling of resources, communities, and commoning. Given the development of communication and information technologies and the cognitive labor that mobilizes them, these commons-based forms of social cooperation have the potential to further expand and destabilize their boundaries, renew their social compositions and develop multi-cultures of horizontally based on a new mode of production, the common. However, this advancement of commons sooner or later implies a collision with other social systems governing, constraining, or coopting them, such as state and capital, and thus commoners must face the question of pushing back capitalist forms of measurement and give value to their social action, especially if capital's development depends on enclosures, seizing the human and natural resources mobilized by these alternatives. It is also clear that the force alternative systems can sustain in this collision course with dominant social systems is proportional to the degree of the multiple social powers they are able to mobilize. By a social system's resilience I mean the ability of a social system to retain function and a sufficient degree of prosperity, reproducibility and social cohesion in the face of the perturbation caused by the shocks and crises of outside systems, like ecological, state and capital systems. Thus, for instance, since capital and commons are to a large extent structurally coupled social systems, these shocks and crises put to the test the commons' resilience, forcing them to adapt and evolve. The path of this adaptation, however, is open, and it can lead to a greater domestication of the commons within capital's loops or, on the contrary, the development of autonomy and resilience of the commons in spite of capital's circuits. My underlying thesis is thus that a social force like the commons only emerges, expands, and creates effective transformative powers vis-a-vis other social forces 654. Such as capital and the state as a manifestation of its own powers, to the extent this is necessary for its preservation and reproduction. Therefore, in order to problematize social change we need to problematize social forces. Doing so implies understanding social systems, in particular commons and the social movements they are able to give rise to. It is in this sense that the old revolutionary philosophy can shed light on the present. Communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. The premises now in existence are the actually existing commons and the forms of their cooperation that create the common, the paths of social transformation they are able to generate vis-a-vis capital and the state. The commons and the common. Let us explore further the connection between these terms, commons and the common, by looking at the debate over the common in the singular that has developed, especially in France. From this debate, the common can be principally articulated as a mode of production or a political principle. Both approaches see the neo-institutionalists focus on natural common goods as limited, and both seek to interpret the debate over the common in political terms. The terms of the debate on the common as a mode of production were set with the publication of Hart and Negri's Empire, Multitude, and especially Commonwealth, as well as their latest book, Assembly. The notion of the common as mode of production along these terms was then also developed by others, especially Giuliani and Vercellone et al. The approach to the common as a political principle was mainly put forwards by Dardot and Laval in their book on the common, originally published in French in 2014. In the space available here, I can only try to synthesize the kernel of each approach and outline some key critical points emerging from the debate. I will then draw some conclusions in light of my own work on commons as social systems. With some degree of simplification, the CAMOP approach can be encapsulated as follows. The diffused wave of struggles of the 1960s and 1970s pushed upwards the social wage above and beyond the capacity for the regulation of Fordism, the regime of regulation of class relations that emerged after the crisis of the 1930s and that was based on the figure of the mass worker. With the emergence of post-Fordism there was a shift in the conditions of production and Common 655. Class composition, with increased reliance on mass intellectuality, immaterial labor and the precarization of labor, to the point that a new type of capitalism can be said to have emerged, namely cognitive capitalism. Perhaps the central aspect of cognitive capitalism is that, on the basis of the accumulation of past struggles and the expansion of welfare, and in spite of the neoliberal reaction, there took place a mutation in the class composition and organization of social labor which increasingly rested on cognitive labor. In terms of its organizational capability and the actual content of work and organization of labor process, this cognitive labor is largely autonomous from capital, in the sense that capital no longer organizes how this labor constructs its social cooperation, and the content of what is produced, including ideas, images, and effects, is easily reproduced and thus tends toward being common, strongly resisting all legal and economic efforts to privatize it or bring it under public control. What capital does instead is return to certain conditions of formal subsumption of labor under capital, in which one of the most important consequences is the becoming rent of profit. This marks, according to the CAMOP approach, a key aspect of cognitive capitalism, which also corresponds in this period to the hegemony of finance as a dominant mechanism of rent extraction. There are of course some key contradictions in this phase. For example, the possibility for cognitive capitalism to rely on rent extraction from the common depends on its capacity to impose artificial scarcity on many products of the common, for instance, through patenting and intellectual property rights. These forms of enclosure are thus forms of theft, and calling them thus is not an abandonment of Marx in favor of Proudhon, but simply a recognition of the recomposition of rent as tool of exploitation and new figure of profit. In this approach, the possibility of emancipation is inherent in the mode of production adopted by cognitive labor, and thus the transition is already in process. Contemporary capitalist production, by addressing its own needs, is opening up the possibility of and creating the basis for a social and economic order grounded in the common. What emerges clearly from this perspective is the focus on the need for struggles to reverse the hierarchy between state/capital/common, and attempt to create the common as the hegemonic force. In order to do this, the CAMOP approach focuses on the need to turn welfare into common fare. In particular, this would imply the key strategy of pursuing a social basic income to give more power to cognitive workers to refuse conditions of precarity and 656 low wages, while liberating time for the common and fighting the anti-common policies of cognitive capitalism, especially in the knowledge common. This would also entail the creation of new institutions and the deep transformation of the welfare/workfare state into a common fare state. Accordingly, the possible supremacy of the logic of common would not mean that the institutions and guarantees of the welfare state would vanish, but the transformation of their way of management through the development of mechanisms of direct democracy and co-production which would permit transition from a model of state control to a model of the common fare state. Clearly, the vantage point of the CAMOP approach seems to be located within a particular class composition of the developed centers of global capitalism, although the importance of cognitive labor can be seen as increasing around the world. Yet it is worth mentioning at this stage the fact that cognitive capitalism, like Fordism and post-Fordism before it, is only a very general characterization of what may be new or specific to our particular era, not an understanding of the totality of what capitalism is or how it operates in this particular historical phase. Just as industrial capitalism during the Industrial Revolution presupposed slavery for its mass provision of the cotton raw material adapted to the new technologies of the nascent capitalist factories, or just as Fordism, the massification of work in assembly line, presupposed the reinforcement of patriarchal domination in the households and neocolonial relations vis-a-vis the Third World, likewise for cognitive capitalism, which is also predicated on wage and labor hierarchies and thus remains an important but nevertheless limited subset of contemporary capitalism. For example, the cognitive labor I am doing through my computer right now is also predicated on the rare earth materials extracted by some enslaved child's hands somewhere in East Congo, a form of labor that is not comparable to what the CAMOP approach understands as cognitive labor. My cognitive labor is also predicated on the data servers that contain the files of my bibliography, which require massive energy expenditure and production of waste to carry out this service, among others. Cognitive labor itself also generates waste, and not only through what it consumes to reproducing its body. The great challenge, therefore, is that cognitive labor, however and wherever it is exercised, if it really wishes to cognize its embeddedness in this world as a common, ought to see itself as only a part of the world, a part related to other parts of the same world. Collective reflection on these relations, how they're constructed through different value practices, and their often clashing measure of things, is one of the key contributions that cognitive labor, understood more generally as the cognizing praxis of the human species across the wage hierarchy, can offer in the institution of the common. But it can do so only if it develops a political principle of the common to be alerted to and contrast the mechanisms of capital subjectification inherent in its systems. The CAP approach of Dardot and Laval seeks to focus on this political principle of the common, though to my mind they seem to be throwing away the baby with the bathwater. Common 657. The CAP approach of Dardot and Laval does not accept the narrative on the common as mode of production. For example, they see the spheres of cognitive capitalism discussed by CAMOP as dominated by the imposition of capital's measure, not the creation of the common. Much of this critique is, I think, well taken, but only if we acknowledge that capital's measure is not the only measure in town in the creation of the common, and there are forms of alternative or counter-measuring and ordering more vernacular to cognitive labor. Taken this way, I don't think the CAP invalidates the gist of the CAMOP approach. Also, as with the CAMOP approach, the CAP perspective does not see the common as a form of possession or a type of object. The CAP approach instead regards the common as creating a space in which use prevails over ownership. In this sense, the common is not a resource in itself, even when it is related to one. The common is thus that collective activity of those who take charge of it, preserve it, maintain it, and take care of it, and the active links it establishes with an object, a place, a natural resource, or something artificial. The ongoing cooperative activity that links a plurality of material and immaterial elements of social production, that governs the production and the sharing of things in common and regulate the social relations among co-producers and co-users, is what myself and others have called commoning, and what Dardot and Laval call the common. In this sense of commoning, Dardot and Laval acknowledge the key driving elements of the commons understood as systems, just as the CAMOP approach sees commoning in the cognitive labor that produces the common. In Dardot and Laval, the emergence of the common today is manifest in the activity inherent in the many waves of struggles that have been developing from the alter globalization movement onwards. As they write, the emergence of the common as a political rallying cry initially grew out of dispersed social and cultural struggles against the capitalist order and the entrepreneurial state. As the central term used to denote an alternative to neoliberalism, the common became the effective principle for struggles and movements that, over the past 2 decades, have resisted the dynamics of capital and given rise to original forms of activism and discourse. In other words, the common is far from a purely conceptual invention, the common is rather the concrete product of social movements and various schools of thought dedicated to opposing the dominant tendency of our era, namely the extension of private appropriation into every sphere of our societies, our cultures, and our very lives. In this sense, the term common does not so much refer to the resurgence of the eternal communist ideal, but rather designates the emergence of a new way of challenging capitalism and imagining its transcendence. In other words, it is a term that helps us turn our back on the strategy of state communism once and for all. By appropriating and operating the means of production in its entirety, the communist state methodically destroyed the prospects for real socialism, which has always been conceived of as a deepening, not a rejection, of political democracy. For those dissatisfied with the neoliberal version of freedom, the common is thus a means of opening up a new path. It is precisely this context that explains the thematic emergence of the common in the 1990s. It was a shared political demand that could be found in the most local and concrete struggles, as well as within the largest national and international political mobilizations. 658. Through such plural and articulated activity, Dardot and Laval see a re-elaboration for today of the political principle of the common, a political principle that they uncover through an extensive archaeology ranging from Aristotle through Proudhon, from Marx to Mauss, Hannah Arendt, Cornelius Castoriadis and Felix Guattari. As they discuss in an earlier work, for them the common is a form of rationality that contrasts the neoliberal rationality that constructs its ordering of interconnected states and markets around the principle of competition with the consequent shaping of subjectivities. The comprehensive rationality of neoliberalism finds its counterforce in the political principle of the common. This rationality is not only a critique of neoliberalism but also an alternative. The CAP approach sees the derivation of this principle in the recognition that a omens is first and foremost an institutional affair and, more specifically, an institutional space defined by collectively developed practical rules. What is most important is the dimension of instituting the activity, and not the technical characteristics of things and goods. Here lies the essential difference between common goods and the common. Any commons, therefore, insofar T is instituted as such, is a good in an ethical and political sense. By contrast, any good that is capable of being purchased and sold, is not in itself a commons. This means that a commons is a good only under the condition that it is not a possession or an acquisition. In other words, once it is instituted, a commons is inalienable and inappropriable. Democracy is also clearly part of this principle, since common, regardless of its specific designation, requires self-government or democratic government. The very act of establishing a common is in and of itself a democratic act. The act of governing a common is nothing more than the continuation of the democratic act, it is thus a sort of continuation of the institution. It consists of reviving this institution by critically assessing its collective rules, whenever the situation demands it. As such, the governance of the common can only proceed from the principle of democracy. The non-democratic governance of a common would threaten, in the short term, the very existence of this common. I call this the principle of the common, this time in the singular form. What do we make of these two perspectives? I think they both contribute to the question of social transformation in current conditions. The CAP critique of the idea of cognitive labor as a space in which the common develops autonomously from capital, makes sense, in that capitalist discipline/subjectification, appropriation, and exclusion also seek incessantly to enter the spheres of production of knowledge. On the other hand, the CAP critique of CAMOP overshoots the mark in that it seems to posit absolute domination by capital in these areas, while in fact cognitive capital is traversed, like any other sphere, by struggles. It is for this reason that within the CAMOP approach there is an appeal to identify the common produced by cognitive labor as a tendency. A tendency is nothing other than the pattern resulting from a clash of forces, when one of these forces is pervasive and dominant. Hence in Common 659. The CAMOP approach we may well understand the common as traversed by class struggle while remaining dominant. As we saw, this is just the opposite of the basis for the CAP critique of CAMOP. Now, whether capital or the common is the dominant force governing the tendency will differ relative to the many situated contexts and scales of the social. For this reason, rather than focusing on the dominance of capital versus the common as the signature of the tendency, we should move our gaze to the struggle between the two, to what I have called the front line of value practices, which gives rise to particular clashes among modes of production and opposing political principles. At that situated junction, then, the common as a political principle becomes key, not just in negating but in establishing and promoting the common as a mode of production with lesser entanglement to capital, or actually subordinating the state and capital to the common, including through modes of self-government and self-organization, deep democracy, and non-exclusion. The two approaches, therefore, notwithstanding their obvious differences, could be articulated in a virtuous dialogue. The common as a mode of production becomes the basic social condition out of which the common as political principle can spring up. On the other hand, at the front line of value struggles vis-a-vis capital, the common as political principle can help to elicit, promote, expand, orient and support the common as mode of production. Virtuously linked in this sense, the CAP loses any hints of idealism, which have been pointed out by the CAMOP approach, as the emergence of the political principle comes to be located in the challenges of sustaining, expanding, and adapting the common as mode of production. On the other hand, the CAMOP approach would become less open to those critiques, advanced by the CAP approach, that see it disregarding the capitalist/state strategies to measure cognitive labor. This would allow the CAMOP to problematize the value struggle inside cognitive labor, not only in terms of the struggles against rent extraction but also in terms of asking what type of cognitive labor, for which production, for what ends, and under what working rhythms. Conclusion. By way of conclusion, we can put forward three observations. First, we can understand commons as systems by subverting the logic embedded in the commodity. These commons are elements of the common understood as a mode of production, as a common system of commons, a common of commons. The role of cognitive labor distributed and in cooperation across the wage hierarchy is to cognize the measure of things embedded in practices that produce the 660. Common, problematize its political relation to capital and the state as well as its strategies and forms of struggles. Second, the development of the common through the praxis of commoning production or struggle, is at the basis of a process that Marx calls social revolution, which is necessary to establish the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations prerequisite for a classless society inside a social formation. Third, the development of the common also brings with it the continuous need to forge an adequate political principle of the common that is able to mobilize and orient struggles, envisage common-based solutions to social and ecological problems, and expand the common as a mode of production. Cognitive labor, distributed and cooperating across the wage hierarchy in both production and reproduction spheres, gives rise to this political principle, while the latter in turn informs new practices and struggles, with the result of contributing to the development of the common vis-a-vis capital. These iterative but creative processes are ongoing, scaled and situated, their content circulating across networks to contaminate different contexts. Recently, the concept of extractivism has enjoyed wide diffusion in Latin America in order to renew a critique of developmentalism and, at the same time, come to grips with the region's insertion into the global commodities market. Many authors use the concept to denounce forms of dependence, which update logics of plunder and looting, linking this debate to dynamics of accumulation by dispossession. The entry will start by reviewing the literature associated with those debates. Then, the concept will be broadened along three lines of investigation: the neo-extractivist form of contemporary economies in Latin America and its organic relationship to consumption and finance, the need to expand the concept of extractivism beyond its sectorial limitation to the extraction of raw materials, and the relation between this expansion and the expansion of the margins of valorization, to understand the crucial roles played by popular economies and territories in the urban peripheries in this new moment of accumulation. Additionally, I will explore the relationships between extraction and sovereignty. The dominant form of extraction of value is neo-extractive insofar as it configures the relationship between territory and the global market. The internal circulation of goods and products depends on the success of that insertion. The capacity of state mediation is therefore inserted into a broader set of institutional assemblages. In this sense, I will describe financial extractivism, as exercised. 36. Extractivism. Veronica Gago. Extractivism 663. Through debt, especially targeted at feminized popular economies. Financial extractivism extracts value from the plane of social reproduction, of non-waged labor, where different feminist thinkers have located the specific forms of exploitation of women and feminized bodies in capitalist society. The Marxist notions of value and exploitation will be discussed in this context. Archive and present use of the term. The question of extractivism has become increasingly important in critical debate recently, largely driven by conflicts that gave the issue political urgency. Around the world, the consolidation and intensification of extractive activities has led to the emergence of new conflicts and conceptualizations. In Latin America, it has been an interpretative key to the recent web of struggles that has been decisive in the debate over how to characterize the associated regional cycle, the emergence of the so-called progressive governments that profited from high commodity prices. More recently, conflicts persist and are rekindled, the struggle against the highway crossing the Tipnis territory in Bolivia, protests against the progression of petroleum extraction in the Yasuni National Park in Ecuador, the launching of the Orinoco mining arc in Venezuela, and the indigenous mobilizations against the Dakota Access Pipeline are all emblematic examples. While these dynamics spread and gain momentum through technologies that have a greater impact, the struggles that resist and confront them sabotage and precede that violence and velocity. The attack on communal land ownership, forced displacement of populations, looting of resources that support diverse types of economic autonomy, and the multiple forms of violence that function as a productive force inseparable from processes of capital accumulation have been understood by the notion of accumulation by dispossession. In many cases, extractive dynamics are deployed in indigenous territories, reproducing and renewing a colonial dimension that combines the interests of transnational corporations and states through the discourse of developmentalism. In many of these conflicts, women's defense of the body territory, as it has been conceptualized recently, is fundamental, allowing for understanding territory as the extensive body of the community as well as the body of women as territory. The concept also enables analysis of how both body and territory are currently subjected to a logic of conquest by webs of violence that are combined in a moment of the revival of capital accumulation. 664. This colonial dimension reminds us that what we call extractivism cannot be considered completely new, given that, particularly in the conquest of Latin America, extractive initiatives have been fundamental since the beginning. The extractive question on this continent goes back to the process of capitalist colonization and continues in the later structure of the Creole elites due to its rentier character. Therefore, it is inherent in the colonial attribute that is transferred onto the new republican states. This rentier character has been associated with a modernization project that constantly obscures the predatory and archaic character of those elites associated with the metropolitan elites of global capital. Thus, there is a global archive of the sequence of the extraction of raw materials going back 5 centuries in Latin America connecting the form of accumulation, extraction, and political regime and, for that reason, today it must be understood as a novelty. The best-known image of this situation was popularized by the title of Eduardo Galeano's 1971 book, The Open Veins of Latin America. A striking medical metaphor for the drawing of blood which became a favorite with dependency theorists, the text synthesizes that historical invariant for the mass public. When the former Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez gave Barack Obama a copy during the Summit of the Americas in 2009, the book's sales peaked again to show the accuracy of the diagnosis. However, this obscures the differences that characterize the current extractive moment, and, in turn, it becomes a powerful image of the independentist discourse that the region's progressive governments used to represent themselves at the height of neo-extractivism. Extractivism simultaneously functions as a logic of valorization, not only an economic but rather a political mechanism for the constitution of capitalist relations in constant mutation. Thus, the extractive logic serves as a lens for the analysis of how variable scales, intensities, and temporalities are connected to the modes of valorization of the present, in their material, subjective, geographic, and virtual implications. This necessarily broadens the notion of extractivism. The hypothesis is that the extractive logic has turned into a privileged mode of value production in the current phase of accumulation, in which finance plays an exemplary role, and that it is this logic that allows for updating the very notion of exploitation. The work of two researchers on the mining question in Latin America has led to the timely opening up of a little-known anti-colonial archive, the Argentine historian Enrique Tanditur and the Bolivian sociologist René Zavaleta Mercado. Tanditur in Coercion and Market, Silver Mining in Colonial Potosi 1692–1826. One analyzed the mining business of Potosi as a foundation of first the Viceroyalty of Peru and later the Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata, by linking its cycles and productivity to forced labor. As Akil Mbembe argues, this connection is so insightful that it allows for understanding the slave trade in extractive terms. Mbembe writes of a process by which African peoples are transformed into living minerals from which metal is extracted, giving rise to a transition from extractivism. 665. Minere to metal and from metal to monnaie. On the other hand, Zavaleta Mercado investigated small-scale mining production and worker organization in order to think about the strata that shaped the modeling of a society such as the Bolivian, where the waged labor model was not hegemonic. This is seen in a more synthetic way in his posthumous work The National Popular in Bolivia. Both perspectives intimately connect mining extraction with the question of labor, providing a fundamental reading that is often lost in more recent interpretations of the extractive phenomenon. Thus, indigenous labor coercion is inseparable, as a mechanism of labor power, from the mining business in Tanditur's case, while, in Zavaleta Mercado's case, the relation to the depths of extraction functions as a metaphorical basin for Latin American political constitution. As Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui reminds us, the image of the motley proposed by Zavaleta Mercado for thinking about the coexistence of diverse societal organizing principles and temporalities, which cannot fit into the modern state synthesis, originates from Oruro's technical description of the mine's veins. Today these lines of thought can be interwoven with the most interesting and acute criticisms of the extractive dimension in order to update the anti-colonial critique. Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui develops this perspective in her work Principio Potosi Reverso and continues in other texts about the recent conjuncture such as Myth and Development in Bolivia, the colonial turn of the Mas government, as does Luis Tapia in his analyses about the transformation of agrarian population into extractivist population through land reforms driven by Evo Morales' government. Literal extractivism. In the last 15 years, an inflection point has been reached in the debate about neo-extractivism. This was particularly important and influential in Latin America because it provided a critical perspective on the progressive governments that arose in several countries following neoliberalism's crisis of political legitimacy at the beginning of the new century, in connection with multiple struggles and conflicts. A group of investigators has conducted detailed research on the intensive mode of extraction of large volumes of natural resources following demand for raw materials for export. These resources require little to no processing, disproving the idea that they serve to create intermediate industries in their origin countries. In general, they involve megaprojects, with investments by transnational corporations following an agreement with the state on tax benefits. Since this modality is applied to the mining, agrarian, petroleum, forestry, and fishing sectors, Eduardo Gudinas calls for speaking of extractivisms. One new element of this period is the main destination for the exports. China's emergence as a central country in terms of demand has led to an intense political 666 debate, displacing, for some authors, the imperialist map associated with extractivism in other historical moments of intensive primitive accumulation. This is closely linked to the argument used to legitimize the region's progressive governments by arguing that their taking advantage of the historic increase in commodity prices was geopolitically inscribed in a shift of U.S. hegemony. A second key argument in terms of constructing legitimacy and newness is that the extraordinary rent maintained as income for more than a decade is what allowed state intervention to play a specific role. First, because it has been the material base that sustains the funding of social benefits programs that were a key part of interventionist policies, relaunching the discourse of recovered national sovereignty, even if clearly leaving out public infrastructure. Second, because this mode of intervention is what has supported the government's rhetoric that they are the opposite of the hegemony of finance, which characterized the region from the military dictatorships through the processes of democratic transition and eventually led to the crises at the beginning of the century. There are three dimensions that are crucial for characterizing the state today: the combination between a mode of dependent and subordinate insertion into the global market and forms of intervention on the terrain of social reproduction which, in turn, express a capacity for landing in urban and suburban de-wage territories through the social policies won by social movements, and a relaunching of the forms of valorization through finance that include so-called excluded sectors. In this register, the progressive governments opened up the discussion about possible models of nationalization, and social organizations themselves tested, with differing luck, their capacities to control and manage resources. The social repercussion of terms such as bien vivre or vivre bien, which were quickly associated with the constitutionalization of forms of the social, solidarity, and popular economy, embodied in the constitutions of Ecuador, Bolivia, and Venezuela, should also be understood in this complex intersection. Expanded extractivism. Today, extractive activities have been expanded beyond the extraction of minerals, gases, and hydrocarbons, to particularly characterize new frontiers of agribusiness. However, the extractive frontier expands to other social, political, and economic dynamics that do not only have the land as their privileged space. These include the extractive dimension of contexts ranging from urban real estate to the virtual territories of data mining and algorithms, and, in a more fundamental way, popular economies whose vitality is extracted through apparatuses of debt. We refer to this displacement of the frontiers of extractive zones as expanded extractivism. Extractivism 667. This notion accounts for a two-part movement. On the one hand, there is a multiplication of references to extractive language for defining technologies and procedures that convert elements into raw materials which become strategic for the privileged operation of capital. On the other hand, it demonstrates the need to conceptualize extractivism beyond the connotation of specific technical procedure linked to raw materials in order to understand it as a logic of valorization. At the same time, by highlighting the role of finance, this formulation opens up a novel perspective on finance and production. The hegemony of finance is no longer considered a symptom of the end of production, as when it is compared to the industrial regime, but rather this argument emphasizes the specifically productive dimension of finance. The spatiality of extraction is not limited to the multiplication of enclaves, but marked by connectivity among heterogeneous spaces. In this sense, when we speak of expansion, we are referring to an expansion of the frontiers of valorization that find their common operator in finance. We can summarize the features of this expansion as follows. A. Firstly, extraction cannot be reduced to operations linked to raw materials that become commodities on the global scale. First, because digital and financial elements play a fundamental role in extracting raw materials, organizing the logistics of their circulation, and determining price shifts in international stock markets. This complicates the position of Latin America in the so-called international division of labor. Secondly, because extraction cannot be confined to inert materials. It is also connected to the extraction of labor power, expanding and complementing the concept of exploitation itself. This raises the question of how capital itself is related to what, in traditional terms, could be called labor, though it increasingly takes the form of a complex and highly heterogeneous social cooperation. B. From this point of view, the concept of extraction supposes a certain exteriority of capital to living labor and social cooperation. The extractive relation thus differs from the relation of exploitation in a factory based on the stipulation of a contract for waged labor. While the contract introduces the worker to a space that is directly organized by capital, in cases as different as popular finance and Facebook, we face capitalist actors who do not directly organize the social cooperation that they exploit. Thus, we can speak of a certain exteriority. However, the idea of exteriority must be complicated in at least two ways. On the one hand, even if these capitalist actors do not directly organize subjects' cooperation, this cooperation is far from free. In the case of Facebook, it is permeated by operations of the algorithm. In the case of popular finance, it is developed under the sign of debt. On the other hand, other capitalist actors operate in this cooperation, including even the most traditional industrial business people. It is this complex coordination between outside and inside that opens up a battlefield of disputes over appropriations, codifications, and possibilities for liberation. See, thirdly, extractivism cannot be solely associated with the rural or non-urban landscape. Since it does not only involve raw materials, and because we are not faced with a complete exteriority, it is necessary to highlight the circuits in which extractive operations take their shape and speed, undoing the city-countryside binary. However, this link is often noted to criticize populism as a political moment that is attached to an extractive-type economy. This division depoliticizes other extractive forms in which value is extracted from a popular vitality that is increasingly indebted but never completely submissive. This city, formatted by the urban 668 dynamism of the peripheries, is also different from the gentrified city to which extractive rent is linked when speaking of urban extractivism. In this sense, extractive logics bring together the government of poverty, producing violence, and becoming imbricated with the same logics and rhetorics of inclusion proposed by the discourse of citizenship. This perspective enables a reading of new social conflicts that allows for mapping the web of agribusiness, finance, illegal economies, and state subsidies according to both complementary and competing logics. At the same time, it is these logics that allow for avoiding the victimizing image that the narrative of dispossession tends to underscore. Those 3 points compose a theoretical perspective whose general features are shared by several authors, who emphasize, each in a different way, the extractive character of finance as well as other contemporary operations of capital that utilize and exploit social cooperation. The concept of expansion differs from explanations that argue that extractivism is an economic mode exclusively comprised of dispossession, which, in the case of progressive governments in Latin America, has the political effect of co-opting popular movements through the provision of subsidies, making those governments populist. But also it is a critique from those perspectives which analyzes an extractivist theology in terms of a blind belief in the promise of development. We must be careful not to divide a financial extractivism in the First World from an extractivism of raw materials in the Third World or so-called Global South. To the contrary, the concept of expanded extractivism challenges the binary that reproduces a naturalism of certain regions and a sophisticated abstraction of others. This articulation, based on the financial dynamic, is more complex because it is capable of connecting social inclusion, consumption, and debt in sectors that are usually characterized as marginal, excluded, or surplus populations. Extractivism and finance. The nexus between extractivism and finance is key for 3 reasons. It shows that the extraction of raw materials must be analyzed in relation to financial valorization. It allows for expanding financial valorization and capture beyond raw materials, and it enables thinking about the multiplication of extractive forms that are made viable by the expansion of the financial norm. The extractive character has to do with exploiting a social cooperation that finance neither produces nor organizes, but which it commands externally as an apparatus of capture and valorization, and forcing us to re-examine what constitute the multiple outsides of capital today. Finance thus functions as the prototype of the extractive operation, the common code that reunites and abstracts heterogeneous modalities of labor, the internal driver of accumulation by the type of connection between money and extractivism. 669. The obligation to future exploitation, and the political form itself of extraction for how it defies the confines of territory's sovereignty. The Latin American sequence shows how finance operates from below, and, therefore, unravels its properly extractive operations. In the regional sequence, it is necessary to disentangle the articulation between neodevelopmentalism and neoliberalism and to analyze their relationship with the popular protests that marked the beginning of the century in the region. This unmasks the political demand underlying the subsidies to popular sectors beyond the frameworks of assistentialism and co-optation used to characterize them as passive. The popular revolts on the continent rendered visible and challenged the privatization of public resources as part of the neoliberal logic outlined in the Washington Consensus. Later, the so-called progressive governments take up certain challenges to the neoliberal schema emerging from the plebeian revolts and codify them under categories of political economy. As they proclaimed the end of the Washington Consensus, those governments promoted forms of financialization of everyday life, allowing for finance to become the privileged translator of a popular desire for social inclusion. Finance can be understood as an opportunistic system of reading those productive exchanges from below. What finance reads and attempts to capture is the dynamic of subjects linked to the structuring of new forms of labor, entrepreneurship, and self-management that arise in the popular sectors in parallel to their condemnation as excess or surplus populations. Finance descends. If the proliferation of neoliberalism from below is strengthened with a monetary flow that organizes an entire system of popular finances, we must also recognize certain distinctions within these flows. On the one hand, finance that circulates from below and feeds a money system capable of settling certain initiatives, and, on the other, financialization driven from above through certain state, banking, and non-banking financial institutions. It is precisely in the conflictive logic of assemblage where the question of the production of subjectivity emerges, as a terrain of disputes, where capital attempts to impose itself as a social relation. Thus, the articulation between progressive governments, plebeian revolts, and the financialization of popular life shapes a new landscape where the production of rights and social inclusion is carried out via financial mediation. The favored apparatus of that mediation is mass indebtedness, which is driven by the same social subsidies that the government hands out to so-called vulnerable sectors. Thus finance lands in the popular economies, those economies that arose in moments of crisis, feeding off of the modes of self-management and work without a boss, and exploiting the forms through which subaltern fabrics reproduce life in a way that cannot be simply reduced to survival. The political dimension of popular economies has to do with the politicization 670 of reproduction and rejection of the miserablest management of its activities. It is this politicization that finance reads and translates as power to be exploited. Thus, a multiplicity of efforts, savings, and economies are put to work for finance. This means that finance becomes a code that manages to homogenize that plurality of activities, income sources, expectations, and temporalities. Finance has been skillful and swift at detecting this popular vitality and establishing an extraction of value that operates directly on labor power as living labor. It is extractive because it organizes a mode of financial exploitation in which the wage does not mediate the exploitation of labor power. What finance exploits in this mode of value extraction is an availability to future labor that no longer takes the dynamic of the waged measure. As Marx indicated in the Grundriss, but now, it is money which in itself is already capital, and, as such, it is a claim on future labor. If, in this text, Marx was referring to capital's command over future labor as the substance of exchange between capital and labor, in the third volume of Capital he emphasizes the same temporality, in an expanded, multiplied, and accelerated way, in his analysis of interest-bearing capital, in other words, financial capital. Highlighting its accumulation of claims or titles to future production, Marx allows us to discover, behind the financial dynamics, the expanded reproduction of command over future labor. Today this demand for future labor is translated into the compulsion to all types of labor, even without the form of a stable or guaranteed job. This compulsion without the context of the wage redefines the obligation to the future in debt. Therefore, this modifies how debt has been understood up until now. Debt within the horizon of the wage reinforces the obligation and the commitment to work and the conditions of successive precarization that it could impose, Becoming indebted without having work is something else because it structures another relationship between money and the future. The suppression of wage mediation in debt highlights the apparatus of financial capture rooted in a vital force that, as pure living labor, is pure power. Etienne Balibar argues that what sociologically is called precarization actually drives a debt economy, generating a new historical wave of proletarianization. This drives the compulsion to all sorts of labor, which invigorates the versatility and opportunism that popular economies utilize in combination with illegal economies, in an analogy with finance's versatility in reading and capturing that plebeian energy beyond the wage. This form of compulsion is, in turn, also codified by the consumption encouraged by debt. Therefore, the concept of expanded extractivism is fundamental. First, because it forces us not to decouple the extractive question from the reconfiguration of the labor issue in its contemporary mutations and metamorphosis. Extraction in popular extractivism 671. Economies is carried out over the labor force whose horizon is not strictly that of waged inclusion. In this sense, two terms that frequently remain separated are connected: extraction and exploitation. Highlighting the articulation of finance with popular economies, debt and consumption, and state subsidies funded by extraordinary commodity rents, draws a map that connects exploitation of a working class that is no longer exclusively waged with an extractive modality that does not only apply to so-called natural resources and that redefines the very notions of territory and frontier of value extraction. Thus extraction becomes an operative mode of capital in which expanding the margins of valorization requires the colonization of new areas, sectors, and forms of production that exceed the productive forms coordinated by the command of capital. This portrays finance in its productive in as much as in its extractive character. In other words, it is not a fictitious speculation or a non-real economy, as it tends to be characterized by the industrialist discourse for accounting for a dynamic that does not include the labor force in wage terms. In this sense, extraction is produced directly over forms of social cooperation, where finance lands, takes root, and is inserted in order to unfold over a multiform vitality that it exploits. It does so in axiomatic terms, that is, making its command code immanent. Finance thus weaves together the relations between literal extractivism and extractivism in the expanded sense. Therefore, it directly exhibits the extractive logic as a dynamic that produces value that articulates the tendency of constant abstraction with the violence of multiple types of dispossession and the generation of value without the exclusive standard of the wage. The sequence of exploitation and extraction must be analyzed simultaneously. In this respect, it is worth noting that for Marx exploitation also has a mineral origin. As Mesadra and Nielsen indicate, in the opening sentence of his entry on Ausbeutung for the Historisch Kritisches Wörterbuch des Marxismus, Johannes Berger notes that originally the word was meant to designate the extraction of mineral resources in ore, coal mines, etc. It is important to keep in mind this etymological link between the concept of exploitation and the world of extraction. One can find several traces of this link in Marx's Capital, particularly where the production of surplus value is equated with the extraction of surplus labor. It is not only a semantic coincidence, but also the violence that accompanies both processes. Therefore, the second fundamental point in this notion of expanded extractivism is the specific violence of this neo-extractive sequence. In the words of Sylvia 672. Federici, we are in the presence of a moment of accumulation where violence becomes a productive force of the first order, precisely because of the expansion of the frontiers of valorization. An expansion that, in neocolonial terms, always involves looting, dispossession, and relaunching exploitation. Rita Segato speaks of a new era, no longer characterized by the coloniality of power, but rather by lordship of the land. These statements must be connected with the question of the expansion of consumption, as a dynamic that challenges the democratizing wager of these forms of constructing governability over the popular agenda. In the lands of debt and consumption, David Harvey's formula of accumulation by dispossession has been frequently taken up in the debate over extractivism. One of Harvey's fundamental references is Rosa Luxemburg's reflection on imperialism and the expansive dynamic of capitalism. Emphasizing the necessity of multiple outsides to enable that dynamic, Luxemburg is, of the classical Marxists, the theorist who can contribute the most to understanding the issue of extractivism. Once her notion of outside is detached from its exclusively geographic territorial reference, it becomes productive for thinking about the current moment. Her theory of imperialism enables us to think about the dynamic of accumulation on a global scale, and, in particular, current extractive operations of capital. The imperialist question, as Kaushik Sundararajan argues, allows for a reterritorialization of the theory of value. From this point of view, the joint analysis of the constitution of labor markets, the extraction of raw materials, and financialization becomes essential. The latter expresses an extension of the logic of capital accumulation where its inherent contradiction is found. To return to Luxemburg, the spatial and temporal gap between the production of surplus value and its conversion into capital in the first place. The joint analysis of labor markets, raw materials, and finance provides an effective perspective for thinking about the different forms of extraction that are remapping its broader sense today. It is helpful here to look at the theme of consumption in Rosa Luxemburg's work, since it plays a fundamental, although rarely recognized, role in the debate. Consumption drives the social deepening of extractivism as a fundamental vector of its effective expansion. In other words, finance extracts value from consumption. Therefore, consumption becomes a strategic terrain of struggle because it is there that finance recuperates monetary flows for the realization of commodities and because the obligation to the future becomes present there. Extractivism 673. In the accumulation of capital, explaining Marx's ideal schema of the production and realization of surplus value among the figures of the capitalists and the workers, Luxemburg proposes broadening the figures in a non-formal way, creating space for the pluralization that seems to be revealed as inherent in consumption. The decisive fact is that the surplus value cannot be realized by sale either to workers or to capitalists, but only if it is sold to such social organizations or strata whose own mode of production is not capitalistic. She gives the example of the English cotton textile industry, which, during 2/3 of the 19th century, supplied India, America, and Africa, as well as providing for European peasants and petty bourgeoisie. She concludes, the enormous expansion of the English cotton industry was thus founded on consumption by non-capitalist strata and countries. The elasticity of the accumulation process involves the contradiction pointed to previously. The revolutionary effect of capital operates in those displacements, capable of resolving the discontinuity of the social process of accumulation for brief moments. Luxemburg adds the necessity of the non-capitalist to capital's magic art, but only on the pre-capitalist soil of more primitive social conditions can it develop the ascendancy necessary to achieve such miracles. The violence of that appropriation on the part of European capital requires a complementary political power that is only identified with non-European conditions, that is, in American, Asian, and African colonies. Here Luxemburg cites the exploitation of indigenous populations by the Peruvian Amazon Co. Ltd. that provided rubber from the Amazon to London to demonstrate how this managed to produce a situation bordering on slavery. International trade as a prime necessity for the historical existence of capitalism then appears as an exchange between capitalistic and non-capitalist modes of production. But what emerges when the process of accumulation is considered from the point of view of variable capital, that is, from living labor? The natural and social limits to the increase in exploitation of the labor force makes it so that accumulation, Rosa Luxemburg says, should expand the number of workers employed. The quotation from Marx about how capitalist production has concerned itself with converting the working class into a class dependent on wages leads to the question of the natural propagation of the working class, which, however, does not follow the rhythms and movements of capital. But, Rosa Luxemburg argues, the formation of the industrial reserve army cannot depend on it to resolve the problem of expanded accumulation. Labor for this army is recruited from social reservoirs outside the dominion of capital. It is drawn into the wage proletariat only if need arises. Only the existence of non-capitalist groups and countries can guarantee such a supply of additional labor power for capitalist production. Luxemburg adds the question of race to the sources of the composition of the industrial reserve army indicated by Marx enables us to think about it in its expanded current state as a virtual and transversal condition of all workers. Thus, as capital needs to have access to all of the territories and climes, neither can it manage with white labor alone. It must be able to mobilize world labor power without restriction in order to utilize all productive forces of the globe, up to the limits imposed by a system of producing surplus value. The point is that these workers of the non-white races must first be set free in order to be enrolled in the active army of capital. Recruitment, from this point of view, continues the liberating orientation that is attributed to the proletariat understood as the free subject. The labor problem in the colonies thus combines worker situations that go from the wage to other less pure modalities. Luxemburg highlights how capitalism depends on the side-by-side coexistence of non-capitalist strata as a crucial element for its expansion. This is the starting point for re-evaluating the problem of the internal and external market, which she emphasizes are not only concepts of political geography, but of social economy. The conversion of surplus value into capital, exposed in this map of global dependency, is revealed at the same time as ever more urgent and precarious. Capital can by force, Luxemburg says, appropriate the means of production and also force workers to become the object of capitalist exploitation. What it cannot do by violence is force them to buy its commodities, that is, it cannot force them to realize its surplus value. In other words, it cannot force them to become consumers. Here we can extend her line of reasoning in the current conditions, adding another element. The way of becoming consumers in vast sectors of the planet is materialized through massive indebtedness. Debt becomes a particular way of producing the necessary obligation for commodities to be realized. This introduces a sheer financial violence into the realization of commodities. There is another novelty: contemporary indebtedness does not rely on waged workers to be successful. In the case of Argentina, for example, the way in which state benefits programs have connected with compulsory and individualizing bancarization has been the key condition for the financial exploitation of the assisted population. Finance recognizes and exploits a non-waged productive fabric, within which the forms of contracting are varied and include informal wages and state benefits. The state is key in the construction of an architecture of institutional obligation, imposing compulsory bancarization, marketing it as financial inclusion, and, finally, functioning as a guarantee for massive indebtedness in the hands of banks and other financial organizations that they create to deal with the popular sectors. An entire sector of the population that is characterized by being migrant, informal, productive, and decapitalized becomes the target of debt that, in turn, extractivism 675. Functions as the driver of the expansion of the capacity for consumption. The relation between inclusion, money, and peripheral neighborhoods promotes a rhetoric that is the opposite of austerity and that manages to unify inclusion and exploitation under financial apparatuses. What is clear is that these economies, which were previously visualized as insignificant and merely subsidiary, are converted into dynamic territories attractive to capital, expanding the frontiers of valorization and creating new consumers, beyond the wage. This extractive modality, additionally, is built on a previous dispossession, the de-investment in infrastructure by the state, since the consumption of popular sectors based on access to credit implies the displacement of the state's obligation in regards to the provision of public services in favor of debt and, on the other hand, the class difference that is renewed by their conversion into creditors who are always at a disadvantage in respect to other segments of the population. Indebtedness occurs for the consumption of non-durable goods and to fund services that were defunded by the state at especially high interest rates. The interest rate reintroduces the class differential onto the homogenizing apparatus of debt, a segmented differential in financial exploitation that especially falls on the popular sectors. In this way, the interest rate is not subsidiary to debt, but rather the way in which a differential in terms of the abstract form of exploitation is singularized. Therefore, in contrast to Luxemburg's analysis, we could say that one of the characteristics of contemporary extractivism is that there is much less of a chance for investment in infrastructure to be made in the triumphant march of commodity economy, which speeds up the process of dispossession and exploitation. Luxemburg analyzes the crucial articulation between international credit, infrastructure, and placement of goods in detail in several passages, the struggle against all the formations of the natural economy and particularly the plundering of lands to end the self-sufficiency of peasant economies, underscoring mortgage debts on U.S. ranchers and the Dutch and British imperialist policy in South Africa against black and indigenous populations as concrete forms of political violence, tax pressure, and the introduction of cheap goods. Debt puts the focus on the problem of the temporal and spatial gap between the realization and capitalization of surplus value. Luxemburg dedicates some emblematic paragraphs about this operation of debt to the relationship between England and the Republic of Argentina, where loans, English exports of manufactured goods, and the construction of railways rose to astronomical figures in only a decade and a half. South American states, South African colonies, and other exotic countries equally attract flows of capital in cycles mediated by bankruptcy and later restarted, realized surplus value, which cannot be capitalized and lies idle in England or Germany, is invested in railway construction, waterworks, etc. in the Argentine, Australia, the Cape Colony or Mesopotamia 676. The dislocation in reference to where and when surplus value can be capitalized allows for the dilemma of accumulation to act as a machine of abstraction that, however, depends on the concrete circumstances that time and time again attempt to be homogenized. British capital which finds an outlet in Argentine railway construction in the past might well have been realized in China in the form of Indian opium. Abroad, however, a new demand must be made to emerge or be violently created. What is transferred, Luxemburg says, is the enjoyment of the products. But how are the conditions produced so that that enjoyment takes place? What matters to capital is the very fact that its products are used by others. The new consumers must indeed realize the products, pay for their use, and for this they need money. Today, the massification of indebtedness crowns the fabrication of that enjoyment. That enjoyment is the translation of a desire that produces an outside. Obviously it is not an outside in the strictly literal or territorial sense. If, in Luxemburg's argument, what announces the crisis is the catastrophic moment of the end of the non-capitalist world, in the current permanent displacement of those limits, we should also take note of the creation of non-capitalist worlds, which capital jumps onto with increasing voracity, speed, and intensity. At the same time, we need to detect what type of extractive operations relaunch the imperial question, already beyond national limits. This highlights not only the axiomatic dynamic of capital, capable of always incorporating new segments and displaying an apparent multiform and infinite annexation, but also underscores a previous moment, the production of worlds where collective desire produces an outside over which surplus value is regenerated through consumption and debt, linking new modalities of exploitation and value extraction. If Marx says that machinery exploited human material, to the extent that child and feminine labor is the first catchphrase of machinism, we can think about the expanded concept of extractivism as the expansion of the exploited human and non-human material based precisely on the dynamic of finance. This underlines a double movement, how these operations are reordered from the point of view of labor, taking their migrant, popular, and feminized composition as a key element of analysis, beyond the waged canon. We can also project Marx's methodological premise that it was the limits imposed by labor that led to the rise of machines. This moment of the so-called hegemony of finance has also been reached because of the limits imposed by labor. Limit and expansion thus mark a dynamic that is not symmetrical, but rather a rhythm marked by conflict. The reading of an outside becomes the manner of detecting how resistance is what produces that limit, over which capital later seeks to expand its frontier. This has to do with a non-pure outside where the conflictivity that constitutes it takes on multiple and diffuse forms. Diverse financial extractivism 677. Apparatuses today transversalize capture across different sectors and activities, seeking to directly conquer future value, instead of labor realized in the past. The difference between rent from extraction and the wage goes through that temporal difference and is a radical change in the measure of exploitation. Consumption must be understood in register key as well. First, because there is a radicalization of its role in the current moment of capitalism. Second, because there is a cost to consumption that is already realized beyond the limits of the wage that recognizes a rejection of austerity and is not simply a passive financial mediation. In this sense, popular economies operate as spaces of elaboration and dispute of those outsides, as instances where extractivism is expanded in a more conflictive way. Identifying popular economies with forms of proletarian microeconomy emphasizes that there is a dispute over social cooperation occurring there. Additionally, it challenges the commonly repeated idea in Latin America that evokes the ghost of the lumpen proletariat, that class that does manage to bring together the characteristics of the proletariat. However, that idea fits well with the naturalization of wealth in the region, primordially identified as a continent of natural resources and raw materials. An analysis of what Nancy Fraser calls struggles for the limits for which capital seeks to permanently extract value from what she calls informal gray zones can be situated in those proletarian microeconomies. Fraser highlights the link between massive semi-proletarianization and neoliberalism as a strategy of accumulation that is organized based on the expulsion of millions of people from the formal economy toward those gray zones of informality. However, it is important to link what appears as separate in her argument. Expropriation becomes a mechanism of non-official accumulation, while exploitation seems to remain the official mechanism. Instead, we must emphasize the simultaneity of exploitation and dispossession and their imbrication under the conditions of the extractive form as the way of valorization. Saskia Sassen argues that the capitalism that is categorized as extractive embodies a new geography of world power, composed of frontier zones that lead to making decisions that operate as much on the transnational level as on the national and local level, revealing their interdependence. She argues that a new international division of labor is at stake in this unfolding of national sovereignty over globally defined rules. Sassen explains. It is becoming evident that state sovereignty articulates both its own and external conditions and norms. Sovereignty remains a systemic property, but its institutional insertion and its capacity to legitimate and absorb all legitimating power, to be the source of the law, have become unstable. The politics of contemporary sovereignties are far more complex than notions of mutually exclusive territorialities can capture. Expanded extractivism thus refers to a modality that functions over distinct territories, and finance concentrates its operation in that heterogeneity, redefining the very notion of territory as a sovereign unit. It is in this sense that finance raises the question of its functioning as command, that is, its capacity for centralizing and homogenizing the distinct dynamics of valorization. Deleuze, commenting on Foucault, argues that the formation of sovereignty has two characteristics: realizing operations of extraction and deciding over death. He later summarizes. The economy of sovereignty is the economy of extractions. The concern for the political form of extractivism in the sense developed here leaves open the question about command and its territorial landing, about the reformulation of the state's role, and, even more so, about how to understand the relationship between extractivism and violence. A feminist analysis follows in a twofold attempt to raise the issue of the simultaneity of those planes of social conflict today. Firstly, toward a better understanding of how extraction operates over and against the social composition or cooperation, with intense levels of violence. Secondly, in order to create a map of the contemporary heterogeneity of living labor for all of those who persist against dispossession and exploitation, a cartography that provides the foundations for thinking through cooperation beyond the hierarchized binaries, remunerated labor and non-remunerated labor, production and reproduction, production and consumption, home and labor market. The feminist reading of extractivism. Maria Mies, along with Veronica Benhold Thompson and Claudia von Werlhoff, reflected on women as colonies, that is, as territories to be looted, from which wealth is extracted with violent force. Based on an analogy between the female body and the colony, they connected what capital exploits as free resources from domestic labor, peasant labor, and the labor of the inhabitants of city slums, and explained that exploitation is simultaneously colonial and heteropatriarchal. The hypothesis that emerges is that domestication and colonization are inseparable, since they constitute a specific relation both as a way of exploiting the labor force and of subordinating territories. Through the subjugation of women, feminized bodies, nature, and the colonies, under the guiding motto of civilization, capitalist accumulation is founded based on the sexual and colonial division of labor. In this line, the importance of domestic labor's functioning as compulsory and free has been systematized by Silvia Federici in her book Caliban and the Witch. In capitalism, the domestic is produced as a space of enclosure, women are confined to the home, they are limited to the sphere baptized as the private. What we learn from Federici, whose theorization returns to the political experience of the wages for housework campaign in the 1970s, is the specific mode. Extractivism 679. Of exploitation that capitalism organizes for women, which requires first of all for them to be socially discredited and their reproductive work be seen a natural resource. Only in this way is their enclosure and privatization justified. Later, they are forced to work for free and their tasks are rendered politically invisible. One of the tasks of feminist economics is to discuss how social reproduction be organized in non-extractivist and non-exploitative terms, which implies fighting against its naturalization. This goes beyond opposing reproduction and production, to instead think about reorganizing their relation. Several feminists have read Marx in this register to carry out a two-part movement with a two-part objective. On the one hand, taking Marx to the hidden places of his work, and, simultaneously, radicalizing Marx's method of investigation of looking to the hidden abode of how capitalist reality is produced. In this sense, the feminist reading exhibits its own constituent character, it not only illuminates what is left invisible by Marx, but also explains the historical, political, and economic function of that invisibilization. In this sense, the form of financial exploitation, as a concrete apparatus of the extraction of value in feminized popular economies, reveals a mode of capturing social vitality beyond the limits of the wage, which is strongly rooted in the tasks of reproduction in a broad sense. Above all, it is a dispute over the temporality of exploitation. Finance implicates obedience in the future and, therefore, functions as an invisible and homogenizing boss of the multiple tasks capable of producing value. Today we see how finance has constituted a capillary network capable of, on the one hand, providing private and very expensive financing to resolve problems of everyday life, resulting from austerity and inflation, and, on the other hand, structuring the temporality of an obedience to the future, blaming and individualizing responsibility for the dispossession that has emptied the territories of infrastructure. Saying that extractivism is not only an economic mode, but also a political regime, makes an articulation visible, sexual violence as political violence in a machinery of looting, dispossession, and conquest. But, by the same token, it enables us to think about other dynamics of looting, dispossession, and conquest connected to other territories such as debt and consumption where financial apparatuses expand their frontiers of valorization, which is a fundamental part of the expanded conceptualization of the extractive operation. By linking both dynamics, literal extractivism of raw materials and the extractivism of finance carried out over populations that are excluded, we can connect the forms of exploitation that are renewed through a mapping of the heterogeneity of labor in a feminist register. Indigenous and community feminisms, by proposing the notion of the body territory, place a demand on all forms of feminism, decolonization as a practical 680 dimension that is inseparable from depatriarchalization. An entire series of investigations deploying a feminist perspective critique of extractivism are nourishing these debates. To name only a few, Mina Navarro speaks of multiple dispossessions in Mexico and the struggles for the common that confront them. In Chile, several analyses present women's resistance to being treated, in terms of body territory, as sacrificial zones, for example, in the regions of Puchuncaví and Quintero. In Peru, extractivism as a biopolitical project is presented from the coupling, in mining activity, between patriarchies, sexism, and discrimination based on gender. In Ecuador, perspectives such as that of Cristina Cielo and Cristina Vega have been developing how the devalorization and intensification of reproductive tasks are the silent complement of Ecuador's productive matrix based on exporting raw materials. In Colombia, mapping the relationship between illegal networks and criminal groups associated with mining extractivism demonstrates that processes of violence that specifically affect indigenous, Afro-descendant, and Campesina women have increased. Lorena Cabnal, based on the conceptualization of communitarian feminism in Guatemala, has long raised the issue of the relationship between mining and sexual violence. And, above all, there has been an enormous collective production of manifestos and declarations of encounters that systematize different situations in the region and update conflicts. With the deepening of the global ecological crisis, as manifested in climate change, desertification, extinction of species and ocean acidification, the desire for critical political ecology is rapidly growing. Although Marxism has been criticized for quite a long time due to its Prometheanism, which supposedly aims at the absolute domination over nature without recognition of natural limit and is thus incompatible with environmentalism, there has been a recent rediscovery of Marx's ecology. It is particularly in this context that Marx's analysis of agriculture has gained more attention. His discussions of agriculture are a valuable source of inspiration not only for revealing contradictions of large agribusiness, the coincidence of hungry mouths with overflowing grain silos, but also for understanding the current degradations of the material conditions of production. Agriculture is a key topic for Marx's ecology not only because it brings the metabolic interaction between humans and nature much more into the foreground than does industry, but also because during Marx's lifetime the problem of soil exhaustion was a major socio-ecological issue in Europe and the USA. It is therefore not a coincidence that there are new eco-Marxist currents emerging out of Marx's critique of modern agriculture. Marx developed his critique of modern agriculture while preparing his theory of ground rent. Ground rent is a topic through which other classical political 37. Agriculture. Caicedo 684. Economists also dealt with the problem of natural limit and the antagonistic relationship between the town and the country. Thus, Marx's critique of modern agriculture needs to be understood in the general context of his critique of political economy. Contrary to his precursors, who tended to ascribe the problem of diminishing natural forces and resources to an ahistorical and static natural limit, Marx eagerly studied natural sciences in order to comprehend the uniquely capitalist dynamics of the social and the natural, and to reveal the combined problem of environmental crisis as a main contradiction of capitalistically constituted social relations. Correspondingly, the problem of a natural limit unique to biologically based industries has been analyzed in the eco-Marxist tradition in various ways. In recent years, however, some postmodern Marxists have tended to neglect the fruits of previous discussions, straying into another fetishized belief that natural limits are social constructions. It is more fruitful here to go back to Marx in defense of the concept of metabolic rift, which allows us to recognize the uniqueness of the biological systems affected by agriculture and extractive industries. Agriculture and industry. The relationship between industry and agriculture under capitalist production posed classical Marxism a great challenge in the guise of the agrarian question. The problem was not just about the evaluation of the revolutionary character of peasants, but also about the future possibilities of capitalist development in agriculture. Agriculture was not modernized and mechanized as fast as industry, and small peasants persisted for a long time without the concentration of capital in the hands of the few. Furthermore, there seem to exist various natural obstacles to the improvement of agrarian productivity, which could not be overcome even with the aid of modern technologies and natural sciences. This apparently insurmountable difference between agriculture and industry was often formulated as the antithesis between town and country. There are, roughly, two approaches that Marx's texts offer in terms of the transcendence of this antithesis of industry and agriculture. In the German ideology and the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels maintained that capitalism would penetrate agriculture and over time bring to it the fruits of capitalist industry. In this view, there seems to be no essential difference between agriculture and industry, and the industrialization of agriculture based on capitalist development would prepare a material foundation for large-scale socialist agriculture. This is a productivist view. However, Marx also offered another explanation, according to which agriculture is the most fundamental of all production processes and cannot be simply agriculture 685 reduced to the same mechanism of industry. Thus, Marx recognized a particular dimension of agriculture that needs to be taken into account to understand the agrarian question. It is this aspect, albeit by way of a critique of Marx, that Eduard David, a German reformist social democrat, highlighted in his second edition of Socialism and Agriculture. He claimed that organic production in agriculture is essentially different from mechanic production in industry. According to David, industrial terminology such as means of production and raw materials cannot adequately explain the functioning of soil, seeds, and other natural forces in agriculture. In agriculture, argued David, living nature plays the primary and human labor only the secondary role, and this is something that the industrial development cannot simply overcome. Following Lenin's criticism of David's view for its retreat to small-scale agriculture, the traditional Marxist interpretation argued for transcending the antithesis between town and countryside in a productivist manner. This culminated in Joseph Stalin's economic problems of socialism in the USSR. Stalin conceived the antithesis between town and country under capitalism as an antagonism of interests, i.e. not as the material and natural differences in biologically based production, so that this antagonism would be overcome through immense assistance rendered by the socialist town, by our working class, to our peasantry as well as systematic supply of first-class tractors and other machines. Apparently, this transformation was a merely technical and productivist one. In this vein, Stalin even argued against Engels's view, expressed in Anti-Düring, that the great towns will perish. This, of course, does not mean that the effect of the abolition of the antithesis between town and country will be that the great towns will perish. Not only will the great towns not perish, but new great towns will appear as centers of the maximum development of culture. Stalin was obviously aware that his own productivist reading diverged from Marx and Engels. What did Stalin actually suppress in favor of his Soviet Marxist doctrine? Marx and agriculture. Marx's critique of political economy treated agriculture in various ways: agriculture in pre-capitalist/non-Western society, in capitalism, and in socialism. However, looking over an enormous mass of the Marxist literature, the main focus was for a long time on the historical question of pre-capitalist agriculture in the transition to capitalism. 686. Theoretically, the precondition for the emergence of capitalism is the dispossession of means of production and the dissolution of the petty mode of production, whether conducted by the state violence or by the expanding market force of competition accompanied by merchant capital and usury. Marx's analysis of capitalism's historical presupposition in the chapter on so-called primitive accumulation in Volume I of Capital describes the cruel process of enclosure in England conducted by the state violence in opposition to Adam Smith's peaceful formation of capitalism by industrious individuals. On the other hand, in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx also offers an explanation of how rent was gradually transformed from natural to monetary rent, so that the relationship between landlords and peasants founded on direct personal and political domination was transmuted into a pure monetary relationship between free and equal individuals. However, while Marx's treatment of pre-capitalist agriculture gained attention in the transition debate, Marx's critique of the capitalist development of agriculture tended to be marginalized. This is unfortunate because Marx's critique of capitalist agriculture consequently remained unnoticed, and his labor theory of value was often blamed as a proof for the neglect of any natural limits. Socialism is, according to many critics, envisaged as the full realization and emancipation of the productive forces in a Stalinist manner. In such an anthropocentric and Promethean view, there would be no space for a serious ecological discussion of the scarcity of natural resources and the destruction of nature by the development of productive forces. Ted Benton, for example, tried to combine Marx's red critique of political economy with green environmental thought. He did so by admitting that Marx fled from recognizing the limit of nature because he was afraid that any recognition of natural limit would make him fall into Malthusianism. Thus, Benton maintained that Marxists need to correct their false belief in the possibility of the absolute mastery over nature and learn to integrate natural limits, especially in agriculture and other eco-regulatory labor processes, into their theoretical analysis. Benton's critical evaluation of Marx's productivism became quite influential among so-called first-stage eco-socialists, such as Alain Lipietz and André Gortz. However, their criticism turns out to be quite one-sided. Strangely enough, Benton, Lipietz and Gortz all do not pay any attention to Marx's theory of ground rent in Capital, Volume 3. This is odd, considering that Marx directly dealt with the relationship between humans and nature under capitalism in those chapters. Moreover, this problematic approach was already generally rejected in the wake of the rediscovery of Marx's ecology, mainly owing to Paul Burkett and John Bellamy Foster, who belong to the current of second-stage eco-socialists. Through a careful analysis of Marx's and Engels's texts, Foster and Burkett convincingly showed that Marx developed a critique of the modern robbery system of unsustainable agriculture and envisioned the transcendence of the distorted relationship between town and countryside under Agriculture 687. Capitalism. To understand the originality of Marx's theoretical contribution to environmentalism, a detour through the history of economic thought is helpful. Agriculture and the problem of natural limits in political economy. Hans Imler, in his pioneering work of political ecology, following the general evaluation by the first-stage eco-socialists, criticized Marx's labor theory of value because it excluded nature's productive contribution by treating abstract human labor as the single source of value. Nonetheless, Imler differed from other critics of Marx in that he paid careful attention to the issue of agriculture in the history of political economy. Imler believed it necessary for any political ecology to recognize nature's essential contribution to production by regarding nature as productive of value. This view is incompatible with Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, who all advocated a labor theory of value. Imler thus made recourse to the tradition of physiocracy, especially to the work of François Quesnay. According to Imler, physiocrats recognized the essential contribution of nature to production by ascribing the sole value-producing function to agriculture. Nature is something that humans cannot arbitrarily alter. On the contrary, humans are fundamentally dependent upon it because they cannot produce anything without nature. Not just in agriculture, but also in industry, natural power is vital. It is this point that physiocrats indicated when they calculated nature's work towards value production. However, Imler did not explain how Quesnay's view of the unproductive character of labor can be built into a consistent value system under industrialized capitalism. Moreover, it is questionable whether the only way to recognize the natural limits and nature's indispensable contribution in the production process inevitably requires treating nature as productive of value. This is especially so because classical political economists also analyzed the difference between industry and agriculture, paying attention to nature's productive contribution. For example, Smith highlighted this difference in the following manner: in agriculture, 2, nature labors along with man. In nature does nothing, man does all. Furthermore, Smith distinguished value and wealth and highlighted the fundamental character of agriculture for the wealth of a nation. Indeed, when he listed wealth in the order of food, clothing, and lodging, he seemed to emphasize the primary importance of food. In fact, he claimed that subsistence is, in the nature of things, prior to conveniency and luxury. 3. In Ricardo's system of political economy, Smith's emphasis on the peculiarity of agriculture came to be criticized as reminiscent of physiocracy and as a confusion of value with wealth. Ricardo thus rejected Smith's distinction of agriculture and industry with regard to nature's work, but his book on the 688 Principles of Political Economy also argued for the uniqueness of agriculture in his treatment of the theory of ground rent, pointing to the diminishing returns of agricultural production as manifestation of a limit of nature. According to his model, at the beginning of civilization, when labor is scarce and land abundant, capital and labor are invested in the most fertile lands. As the population increases, the demand for food increases correspondingly, so that more capital and labor must be invested in less fertile lands because the availability of rich soil is limited in a way that humans cannot alter in any arbitrary way. Since the producer on the better soil can continue to produce with the same productivity, he can still produce more cheaply than others while selling his products at the price of products produced under the most unfavorable condition. Ricardo argued that this price difference of agrarian products becomes the source of so-called differential rent. Furthermore, the cultivation of less fertile soils increases the price of corn and wheat, so that the reproduction cost of laborers also goes up. This increase in turn reduces capitalist profit. This is why Ricardo argued for the abolition of the corn laws to import cheap corn and wheat from abroad. Robert Malthus shared the same theoretical hypothesis with regard to diminishing agrarian productivity, though he reached a different conclusion than Ricardo. Malthus pointed to the difference between the geometrical increase of the population and the arithmetical increase of agricultural products. In other words, population increase accelerates at a much faster rate than agricultural productivity, which only increases at a declining rate. Due to this natural limit in agriculture, there exists an inevitable tendency to absolute surplus population, whose further increase must be checked by another sort of natural limit, such as poverty and a related increase in mortality rates. For Malthus, this is an inevitable consequence, imposed by the law of nature. Furthermore, he defended the corn laws in favor of the landlords because their unproductive consumption is essential for economic growth. Despite the policy differences between Ricardo and Malthus, they both recognized the same kind of natural limit unique to agriculture, which humans cannot arbitrarily modify, emphasizing the diminishing return of agricultural productivity. Hence the antagonistic relationship between town and country. For their abstract model was removed from concrete agricultural practice, as well as from diverse natural conditions for maintaining or even improving soil fertility. After all, Ricardo's economic explanation of agriculture reduces the problem of the natural limit to the problem of capital's costs and returns, reflecting his basic approach as founded on the value system of market and industry. Benton argued that this law of diminishing returns in agriculture is exactly what Marx feared, because admitting natural limits would be equivalent to accepting the conservatism of the Malthusian argument. Benton believes that Marx thus dropped the distinction between agriculture and industry as though the modern application of technology would eradicate natural restrictions in agriculture. In contrast, Benton himself emphasizes the uniqueness of agriculture as an eco-regulatory process differing from industrial production. 5. Agriculture 689. However, looking at the formation of Marx's theory of ground rent in the 1860s, one soon realizes that Marx dealt with the problem of natural limit in agriculture in various ways. Although neglected by critics, Marx's manuscripts of 1861 to 1863 developed a concept of absolute ground rent, a category that is missing in Ricardo. Absolute ground rent can be obtained by the landowners because in agriculture there is much less flexibility of capital mobilization, so that the production price with the average rate of profit is not realized in agriculture, by contrast to industry. Since the organic composition of capital is lower in agriculture than in industry, i.e. agriculture is more labor-intensive than industry, the rate of profit remains higher in agriculture than the average rate of profit, but capital cannot move from industry to agriculture due to lack of available lands. This surplus of profit compared to the average can thus be appropriated by the landowner as absolute ground rent. It is noteworthy that Marx's theory of absolute ground rent is founded on a natural limit imposed upon the mobility of capital. The limited availability of land and the difficulty of mechanization hinder free competition of capital in agriculture as well as the higher organic composition of capital. Thus, Marx formulated his critique of Ricardo's theory of ground rent by explaining how the average rate of profit does not penetrate agriculture. Here Marx was already aware of the natural limit and consciously chose to integrate this aspect in his critique of political economy. Critique of metabolic rift in capital. Of course, one can argue that this type of recognition of a natural limit is insufficient to serve as the foundation of an ecological critique of capitalism. However, there are further ecological discussions in Capital. Namely, Marx explicitly denounced the destructive character of modern agriculture driven by the productive force of capital. Disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, i.e. it prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing, hence it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. Thus it destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker, and the intellectual life of the rural worker. Justus von Liebig, a German chemist, played a central role in this critique of modern agriculture. In the 7th edition of Agricultural Chemistry, Liebig added a new introduction, about 100 pages in length, where he harshly criticizes the robbery system of agriculture. According to Liebig, modern capitalist agriculture is characterized by the short-sighted interest of the farmers in extracting as many plant nutrients from the soil as possible to generate a maximum of crops without taking enough care of the soil afterwards. Farmers sell not only crops but also straws as commodities, even though they 690 could be used to maintain the soil fertility. Consequently, soil fertility is quickly exhausted because inorganic substances indispensable for plant growth diminish without a careful constant replenishment through manure, which, in Liebig's view, would ultimately lead to the collapse of European civilization due to a general shortage of food. In this vein, Marx pointed to the irreparable rift of social and natural metabolism on a global scale in the Manuscript for Capital, Volume 3. On the other hand, large landed property reduces the agricultural population to an ever-decreasing minimum and confronts it with an ever-growing industrial population crammed together in large towns. In this way it produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process between social metabolism and natural metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of the soil. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil, and trade carries this devastation far beyond the bounds of a single country. These are key passages for the metabolic rift approach. Its theoretical contribution is of considerable significance, especially considering its development by a number of second-stage eco-socialists as well as third-stage eco-socialists in other spheres beyond agriculture such as global warming, fishery, stock farming and disruption of the nitrogen cycle, confirming the methodological merit of employing Marx's approach to analyze the ecological crisis in today's world. In other words, the theoretical significance of Marx's critique of modern agriculture is not limited to the robbery of the soil's nutrients under capitalism. Its general framework shows how the reified power of capital distorts the human metabolic interrelation with nature, so that it can be applied to various environmental issues whenever the closing cycle of nature is disrupted by extractivism of natural gas, oil, and rare metals. Speaking of metabolism, Marx defined labor as the mediation of metabolism between humans and nature. There is a transhistorical necessity for human beings to labor and form a certain relationship with their environment in order to live on this planet. There are universal biophysical processes and cycles within nature with which humans must interact. Nonetheless, the way humans interact with nature largely differs depending on the social organization of labor. Marx emphasized that under commodity production the metabolism between humans and nature is primarily mediated by value, i.e. the objectification of abstract human labor. This mediation inevitably remains quite one-sided, abstracting from the complex process of the universal metabolism of nature and the concrete aspects of useful labor. In this vein, Marx maintained that as capital becomes the automated subject of social production, the entire realm of society and nature is radically reorganized for a more effective valorization of capital. This constitutes the subordination of the material aspects of metabolism between humans and nature to the logic of capital. Consequently, both human labor power and natural power get expropriated and exhausted. In Capital, Volume I, Marx intensively studied various parliamentary reports to Agriculture 691. Investigate the degradation of working conditions, which caused the physical and mental exhaustion of workers. Similarly, Marx continued to study the exhaustion of natural forces, claiming that Liebig's demonstration of the negative, i.e. destructive side of modern agriculture contains flashes of insight. In the same section, Marx described the capitalist development of agriculture as follows. In agriculture, as in manufacture, the capitalist transformation of the process of production also appears as a martyrology for the producer. The instrument of labor appears as a means of enslaving, exploiting and impoverishing the worker. The social combination of labor processes appears as an organized suppression of his individual vitality, freedom, and autonomy. The dispersal of the rural workers over large areas breaks their power of resistance, while concentration increases that of the urban workers. In modern agriculture, as in urban industry, the increase in the productivity and the mobility of labor is purchased at the cost of laying waste and debilitating labor power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country proceeds from large-scale industry as the background of its development, as in the case of the United States, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. Marx critically analyzed the destructive consequences of development of productive forces, instead of simply praising its positive effects brought about under capitalism, which only seeks to exploit the labor force through a more extensive and intensive working day, having squeezed out the free gift of natural power. The logic of capital as the principle of social organization is fundamentally different from the logic of nature. Capital as the endless process of value cannot take the material conditions for the sustainable maintenance of natural power into account. The discrepancy between the logic of capital and the logic of nature increases with the development of capitalism, ultimately causing the disruption of metabolic interaction between humans and nature. There are two important points in Marx's discussion. Firstly, Marx's reception of Liebig clearly shows that he recognized natural limits, denouncing the unsustainability of capitalist production especially in agriculture and extractive industries. This recognition of a natural limit does not mean a retreat to Ricardo's law of diminishing returns. Rather, Marx followed his own method of critique of political economy and investigated why political economists' supposition regarding declining agrarian productivity appears valid. Marx showed this by carefully investigating how social relations under capitalist production undermine the natural conditions for the sustainable cultivation of the soil. In this vein, he demonstrated that modern technology destroys the fundamental condition for the sustainable free development of humans in the long run. 6. This leads us to our second point. Since capital is an abstract process of valorization, the price mechanism of ground rent is unable to reflect the necessary 692 material conditions for sustainable production. Rent as well as commodity prices in capitalist economies are very incomplete in terms of the ecological information required for any sustainable production. Capital's emphasis on maximum short-term profit and market valuation degrades nature to the status of condition of production. As long as the actual process of valorization requires its material bearers, capital cannot produce completely free from various natural restrictions. Nevertheless, it also cannot recognize any absolute limits. It constantly tries to overcome them only to deepen the metabolic rift on a global scale. Here Marx saw both the necessity and possibility of a radical social change. But by destroying the circumstances surrounding that metabolism, which originated in a merely natural and spontaneous fashion, compels its systematic restoration as a regulative law of social production, and in a form adequate to the full development of the human race. With the same spirit he argues in the manuscript for Capital, Volume 3, that in a communist society the metabolism between humans and nature must be consciously organized. Freedom, in this sphere, can consist only in this, that socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, bringing it under their collective control instead of being dominated by it as a blind power. As we have argued, capital cannot simply accept the hindrances imposed by nature. Capital constantly attempts to transform a limit to a barrier. 7. It invents new technologies, develops means of transportation and discovers new use values and markets, while crystallizing itself as the system of general utility. In other words, a biological system of nature is not a mere obstacle or barriers for capital. It is noteworthy that nature can also be employed as a vehicle for accumulation. In this context, Boyd et al. Applied Marx's concept of formal and real subsumption to nature. While formal subsumption of nature is a simple exploitation of natural processes for the sake of commodity production and valorization in nature-based industries, real subsumption aims at manipulating biological productivity so that nature is made to work harder, faster, and better for capital accumulation. The latter includes growth hormones, synthetic fertilizers, and pesticides, as well as new biotechnologies, genetically modified organisms and biomedical implants. 8. Nevertheless, capital can never control nature without confronting any obstacles, uncertainties, or risks. For example, Liebig's warning on the collapse of European civilization due to soil exhaustion did not come true thanks to the invention of the Haber-Bosch process enabling the mass industrial production of ammonia. However, this invention did not fully repair the metabolic rift. The dependence on chemical fertilizer remains as long as the disruption of the soil nutrient cycle continues to exist, causing new environmental issues unique to big agrobusiness such as contamination of soil and water, soil erosion, loss of agriculture. 693. Biodiversity. This is what Clark and York call metabolic shift. Capital shifts metabolic rifts to somewhere else, which is foundational to the imperial mode of living in the global north. Correspondingly, as Vandanashiva points out, the robbery character of agriculture has not changed since Liebig's time. Contemporary societies across the world stand on the verge of collapse as soils are eroded, degraded, poisoned, buried under concrete and deprived of life. After all, metabolic rift cannot be fully repaired unless the universal metabolism of nature is mediated by freely associated producers in a more conscious and social way. This is the basic insight of Marx's eco-socialism. Economic crisis and ecological crisis. The metamorphosis of capital in the process of its valorization requires its material bearers in nature. However, the logic of capital and the logic of nature are wholly different, even if nature is elastic to some extent. Nature cannot always catch up with revolutionary changes of production process and rapid increase of productivity under capitalist production. Unsustainable production leading to exhaustion could suddenly raise the price of raw materials, or the shortage of raw materials could even stop certain production processes entirely. Thus, there are structural constraints and obstacles to the untrammeled appropriation of natural resources through the industrialization of agriculture and extractive industries. In this regard, this natural constraint can lead to the instability of the capitalist mode of production. James O'Connor formulated this instability as the second contradiction of capitalism. He argued that increasing production costs due to the deterioration of the material conditions of production would slow down capital accumulation, lowering the profit rate. O'Connor's theory of capitalist crisis focused on the underproduction of nature. This view has recently been revived in Jason W. Moore's Capitalism in the Web of Life, in which he argues that the ecological surplus made possible by the abundance of cheap raw materials and labor was key for the development of capitalism. Thus, the end of cheap nature, consisting of food, energy, raw materials, and labor power, would make the capital accumulation much more difficult. The economic crisis of capital, according to this type of interpretation, initiates an epochal shift. On the other hand, the metabolic rift approach does not fully accept this view, shifting its focus instead to ecological crisis as the primary contradiction of capitalism. It is true that economic crisis may one day in the future lead to rising production costs due to the exhaustion of natural resources. However, it is also probable that capital will repeatedly find new ways of expanding business under the pressure of the growing disasters of capitalism. For example, capital can continue to profit from climate change by inventing new business opportunities such as geoengineering, new GMO commodities, carbon 694, trade, and insurance for drought and flood. To put it bluntly, capital can in principle continue to accumulate under any natural conditions, however degraded, so long as there is not a complete extinction of human life. In other words, the real subsumption of nature extends and intensifies with the deepening of ecological crisis, and people's lives become more dependent on commodities provided by capital. It is then unlikely that natural limits can lead to the collapse of capitalist system due to the end of cheap nature. Capitalism can keep going even beyond those limits, but the current level of civilization cannot exist beyond a certain limit. Thus, it may be too late for humans and non-humans to wait for the second contradiction of capital to make the existence of capitalism impossible. In sum, the real crisis for the metabolic rift approach is not for capital accumulation, but for free human development. Foster and Burkett are anthropocentric. O'Connor and Moore are, in contrast, capitalocentric. Natural limit and production of nature. In this context, Moore argues that the concept of metabolic rift presupposes the dualistic Cartesian division between society and nature or capitalism and the environment. In such a Cartesian framework, society works upon nature, while nature remains a passive medium. These two entities are not constitutive of each other and remain fully separated. As a result, there is, according to Moore's criticism of the metabolic rift theory, only static and ahistorical treatment of nature bounded by the fetishization of natural limits. Foster's conception of the metabolic rift only points to society plus nature equals crisis without being able to grasp the historical dynamics of the world ecology. Moore, in contrast, attempts to transcend this division by a post-Cartesian monistic understanding of oikios, in which society and nature are co-produced through the web of life. Accordingly, he suggests replacing an and with an in, namely society and nature with society in nature. Capitalism develops through nature. Behind this terminological shift, there is a clear affinity with the idea of the production of nature developed by Neil Smith and Noel Castry, who also argued for a monist understanding of the nature-society relation. They believe that there is no longer a nature as such as a result of the capitalist subsumption of nature in its entirety, so that society and nature are constantly mixed and hybridized. Nature is always already socially delimited. Notably, Smith also talks about real subsumption of nature, but here, unlike Boyd, Smith does not intend to highlight the unique obstacles and challenges posed by biologically based industry but rather to underscore the reduction of nature to second nature. With the production of nature at a world scale, nature is progressively produced from within and as part of the so-called second nature. Agriculture 695. As the nature/society distinction is eroded and undermined, the materialist monism of Smith and Castry reduces nature to social construction, or even fiction. The idea of the production of nature undermines the existence of natural limits, as everything has become second nature. This point becomes clear when David Harvey criticizes Foster and argues that the invocation of limits and ecoscarcity as a means to focus our attention upon environmental issues makes me as politically nervous as it makes me theoretically suspicious. Harvey agrees with Smith, who criticized left apocalypticism for its recognition of natural limits, but the Malthusian scenario has never as yet really grabbed hold. 9. He highlights capital's ability to convert any limits to mere barriers. It is no surprise that Moore also pointed to the apocalypse of the metabolic rift approach. However, it should be clear that the recognition of a natural limit in a Marxian sense has nothing to do with the Malthusian scenario. The monist critique of the metabolic rift approach is attacking a straw man, because no one really assumes the absolute separation of society and nature. In contrast, the concept of metabolism signifies nothing but a unity and incessant interaction between humans and nature. This unity, however, does not eliminate the existence of natural limits. They exist independently of humans. There are, for example, planetary boundaries with regard to land use, the nitrogen cycle and fresh water, beyond whose tipping point an irreversible and unexpected change may occur. In reply to Castry and Moore, Foster claims that today it is all the more important to analytically distinguish society and nature. As Stefano B. Longo, Rebecca Clausen, and Brett Clark point out in The Tragedy of the Commodity, this distinction is necessary because ecological concerns are not problems derived internally, originating from ecosystems themselves, but are produced externally, by social drivers. For example, the oceans are not polluting themselves, humans are doing it. Andreas Malm also agrees with Foster that there are social causes of ecological crises based on human agency, which must be strictly distinguished from causal chains in nature. The analytical distinction of the social and the natural is the indispensable premise for any solution to such a combined problem. In fact, Marx's theory of metabolism first investigates pure social economic categories to reveal the general tendency of transformation and reorganization of the metabolic interaction between humans and nature under capitalism. Only by carefully investigating the social aspects of the global ecological crisis is it possible to envision how to fix them in the future society. There is actually nothing apocalyptic about recognizing planetary boundaries. They are not constructions of consciousness and epistemology. There are objective limits of nature, and it is possible to establish a sustainable and flourishing society only within these limits. 696. Conclusion. Long-standing discussions regarding the particularities of agricultural production in Marxism, which can be seen to create both obstacles and opportunities for capital accumulation, serve not only to deepen understanding of the uniqueness of biologically based production but also to illuminate the degradation of natural conditions of this production under capitalist production. However, the formal and real subsumption of nature under capital has become so extensive and intensive that even some Marxists tend to fall into a fetishized view that nature has become a pure social construction without any limits. This appearance increases with the rapid development of biotechnology, which pushes further commodification of agricultural production and proletarianization of farmers. However, it is necessary strictly to distinguish limits to capital and limits to nature. The degradation of natural conditions will not pose ultimate limits to capital accumulation, but this does not mean the real subsumption of nature will not pose threats to the universal metabolism of nature. The opposite is actually the case. In this context, the capitalocentric position of a certain postmodern Marxism falls into a kind of quietism and functions as an ideology that hinders the urgent actions required to stop the ecological crisis. Only by investigating the social character of the current ecological crisis is it possible to determine what countermeasures are required for coexistence and co-evolution of humanity and nature in post-capitalist society. Funding statement. This work was supported by JSPS Kokenhai Grant number JP20K13466 as well as by the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea and the National Research Foundation of Korea. Marx and Engels were bricoleurs extraordinaire, ready to use any tool that was at hand to solve a problem. Marx famously coquetted with Hegel's dialectical categories, but he also flirted, less famously, with thermodynamics, the science of energy of his day. In this chapter, I will first deal with this flirtatious affair to show that it is as important as their coquettish trysts with the dialectic. Then I will sketch the vicissitudes of the concept of energy in Marxist research to this day. Energy transformations were at the center of the vision of mid-19th century thermodynamics. The key words of the physics of the day were, besides energy itself, transformation, conservation, and equivalence. It was exciting to discover that electricity, mechanical motion, heat, and so many other forces can be transformed into each other equivalently to conserve an abstract but beguiling entity, energy. Engels defines it rather abstractly in the following way. When motion is transmitted from one body to another, it may be regarded as active and as the cause of motion insofar as it transmits itself, insofar as it is transmitted. We call this active motion energy, and the passive, the manifestation of energy. It is in this energetic framework that I locate Marx's vision of capitalism. Not only did the steam engine transform heat into power, but capitalism itself was a 38. Energy and Value. George Caffant Zeiss. Energy and Value 701. Gigantic engine transforming labor power into surplus value. There is a relation between value and energy, of course, but they are not identical, for labor and the power to labor in Marx and Engels' theory must be a special sort of energy qualified as general human labor. Moreover, this relation of value to energy is not just that of a special kind of energy, but one that has a structural similarity to energy as understood by thermodynamics. Indeed, Marx's vision of capitalism is of a system of transformations that has as its basis a common pool of surplus value from which each capitalist claims his/her own profit according to his/her capital invested. One way of seeing the relation of energy to value is to glance at the tables of contents of Capital's 3 volumes. They are dominated by terms like metamorphosis, transition, transferring, conversion, circuit, reproduction, formation, and, most important for my argument, transformation. These value transformations happen behind the backs of most capitalists and workers. Indeed, they appear at first to be falsified by empirical reality, the way the Copernican hypothesis appeared to 16th-century critics who pointed out that they could not feel the Earth rotating around its axis at almost 1,000 miles per hour and at 18.5 miles per second in orbit around the Sun, nor could they detect a stellar parallax, even with their most sophisticated instruments. The stellar parallax was first measured in 1838, roughly 300 years after the publication of Copernicus on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. The second part of this chapter describes the impact of the notion of energy on Marxism after Marx's death and after a hiatus of debate and discussion that lasted almost half a century. I will review the Marxist theory of energy from the recent introduction of ecological themes by James O'Connor, John Bellamy Foster, Andreas Malm, Jason W. Moore, Timothy Mitchell, and especially Cyril Sarkar. Not all these writers could be classified as Marxists. For example, Sarkar is openly an ardent eco-socialist, but he is a vehement critic of Marx and Marxism. These writers, however, have had a profound impact on contemporary Marxism as well as being profoundly influenced by Marxism, both old and new. Marx and Engels on transformations of energy and value. What does Marx mean by transformation? Is it a technical term or just an occasional, ad hoc usage? As we will see, for transformation to take place, there must be a definite process that accomplishes every transformation of X into Y. The result of every transformation of X is never just Y, it is always both ampliative and supplemental, as well as the source of illusion. Let us examine a number of examples. In the case of the transformation of money into capital, the process is the circuit MCM and the supplement is the confusion of money with capital. For the goal of capitalist accumulation is not just money per se, but capital, i.e. money that makes money. In the case of the transformation of the value of labor power into wages, the process is one that begins from the hidden substratum, the essential relation manifested, in the value and price of labor power, and appears in the phenomenal form as value and price of labor. The transformation, in this case, goes from a coherent truth, what actually is bought in the transaction between workers and capital is labor power not labor, to a confused appearance, one's wages are payment for labor performed during a particular period of time. This notion of transformation becomes standard usage in Capital, Volume 3. Consider a more complex example, where Marx writes of the relation between two transformations. It is the transformation of surplus value into profit that is derived from the transformation of the rate of surplus value into the profit rate, not the other way round. In actual fact, the rate of profit is the historical starting point. Surplus value and the rate of surplus value are, relative to this, the invisible essence to be investigated, whereas the rate of profit and hence the form of surplus value as profit are visible surface phenomena. Or again, on the relation between profit and surplus value. Thus even if the rate of profit is numerically different from the rate of surplus value, while surplus value and profit are in fact the same and even numerically identical, profit is still for all that a transformed form of surplus value, a form in which its origin and secret of its existence are veiled and obliterated. It appears to consciousness as if capital creates this new value in the course of its movement through the production and circulation processes. But how this happens is now mystified, and appears to derive from hidden qualities that are inherent in capital itself. The further we trace out the valorization process of capital, the more is the capital relationship mystified and the less are the secrets of its internal organization laid bare. In other words, the process of valorization is what brings about the transformation from surplus value to profit, just as the process of competition is the transformation mechanism that brings about the transformation of profit into average profit. But here too the process of transformation creates illusions and reversals of explanatory power. In competition, therefore, everything appears upside down. The finished configuration of economic relations, as these are visible on the surface, in their actual existence, and therefore also in the notions with which the bearers and agents of these relations seek to gain an understanding of them, is very different from the configuration of their inner core, which is essential but concealed, and the concept corresponding to it. It is in fact the very reverse and antithesis of this. Thus, there is a hidden reality that is transformed into a visible appearance which, once established, becomes self-explanatory. For example, once capitalists have a sense of what the average rate of profit is for their moment, it becomes Energy and Value 703. Regulatory and the basis of compensation. Indeed, Marx's vision of capitalism is of a system of transformations that has as its basis a common pool of surplus value from which each capitalist claims his/her own profit according to his/her capital invested. To illustrate this case, Marx devises a thought experiment, that of the zero-worker capitalist. Capitalist who employed no variable capital at all in his sphere of production, hence not a single worker, would have just as much an interest in the exploitation of the working class by capital and would just as much derive his profit from unpaid surplus labor as would a capitalist who employed only variable capital and therefore laid out his entire capital on wages. This allegiance to the common pool of surplus value is the objective bond of the capitalist class. Indeed, it makes capitalists into a class whose members self-reflexively place themselves inside the magic circle, i.e. membership is not merely a fact about them, it is them. The competition that is taken by many as the definition of capitalism is simply a mechanism that sorts out what is always already created in the production process. Hence, what divides capitalists is always subordinate to their unity, the common lust for surplus value and the common fear of this lust's revelation. In contemporary jargon, Marx's analysis is similar to a system theory approach to the vicissitudes of value after the moment of its creation. It should be clear that the illusions created by these transformations are not merely ideological projections, i.e. they are not detachable from the productive base, the way legal and cultural constructions are detachable. These constructions can be changed without putting the survival of capitalism in question. For example, the law was used to justify the use of slave catchers by using the commercial maxim that one's property rights over a possession are still in force in free states. Later, this ruling was rejected under readings of the U.S. Constitution that put human beings outside of the class of possible objects of slavery. This change of ideology did not end capitalism. But if the transformations involving the value and price of production, the value and the price of labor power or similar ones are blocked, capitalism would be threatened with collapse, since these transformations are functional to the very operation and reproduction of the system. For if there were no difference between the value and price of production of a commodity, there would be no investment in high organic composition industries, and if there were no difference between the value of labor and the value of labor power, the theft of the value creativity 704 of workers would become so obvious that the wage contract would tend to be rejected by one of its parties, the worker. Moreover, Marx argued that the major revenues of the capitalist ruling class are transformations out of this pool of surplus value created by the system of exploitation of labor as a whole. The endless busyness of the horizontal surface of capitalist society is matched by an equally active vertical dimension connecting the surface with the hidden essence or core. There are more than enough secrets, deceptions, and illusions in this world of business to satisfy any deconstructionist philosopher or postmodern literary critic. An exquisite problem arises from this world of mirrors. The distortions are infinitely multiplied, the confusions are stirred into greater confusion, and the illusions become even further sources of illusion. Thus, the origin of an individual capitalist's profit in a common pool of surplus value is hidden to him/her, but the very lack of explanation of its source creates the plausible impression that it is sui generis. Hence there arises the magic of compound interest and all the other fairy tales capital tells itself in its moments of boosterism. Marx's vision of the structure of capitalism was similar to the view of nature in the last half of the 19th century proposed by energeticists, i.e. those physicists who intended to replace matter in motion as the primary focus of physics with the flow of energy. This connection is not arbitrary. First, etymologically, energy is a compound word, nu plus rho gamma omicron nu, and as the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica points out, a term which may be defined as accumulated mechanical work, which, however, may be only partially available for use. Therefore, energy is rooted in the ontology of work, as is Marx's notion of value. Energy is simultaneously the most abstract of concepts and the most crucial from the point of view of a society built on work. Most important was the place of conservation laws for both thermodynamics and for Marx's theory of capitalism. The conservation of energy law is an essential ingredient of the explanatory heuristic in the energetic framework. But the surface of phenomena continually seems to violate the law of the conservation of energy. It is hard to trace in an obvious way the movement of energy from one phenomenal form to another. A pendulum in a closed energy system is pushed, it swings, and soon slows to a stop. Why doesn't the pendulum swing forever? Because it swings in an invisible medium that resists its movement, and this resistance creates turbulence and heat with every swing. The pivot of the pendulum is also the source of friction. The energy lost due to friction and drag on the first swing is E1, and that lost on the nth swing is N, while the initial energy arising from the fall of the pendulum's weight is E. At the end of the first swing the total energy is E1, and at the end of the second swing the energy is E2. Eventually on the mth swing, the loss of energy will be equal to the original. Energy and value 705. Energy E, i.e. equals 0. It is only based on the conviction that a conservation law is operative that one would be inclined to launch a research program to determine the dimensions of EI of the kind we see with James Joules's obsessive efforts to eliminate the non-frictional factors caused by the fall of the weights on the water in his device's calorimeter. Marx was similarly concerned about this division of value throughout the capitalist system. To trace out the loss of value in the system, to correct the misattribution of value to fictional categories and similar efforts are crucial to understanding capitalism and form the basis of the Marxist analysis of capitalism. These efforts become more detailed as one moves from the first to the third volume of Capital. In the first volume, the capitalist system is viewed literally extraterrestrially, similar to the view of the Earth as a thermodynamic system. For it is very easy to determine the amount of energy input during, say, 1 year, since this energy is almost exclusively the sun's light and heat energy impacting on the Earth's surface. It is a bit more difficult to determine the energy loss of the Earth, L, due to the reflection of solar light and the radiation of heat into space, shifting cloud cover, changing chemical composition of the atmosphere, absorption of energy by the oceans, the leaking of heat energy from the molten core of the Earth through volcanoes, etc. But what is truly difficult to determine is the fate of N equals E, L, the net energy. How much goes into photosynthesis? How much is transformed into stored energy? The debates around both global warming, climate change and the Gaia hypothesis illustrate the claim that, though the outlines of both macro-hypotheses are easy to establish, the fine points of both are hard to empirically establish. Marx certainly required his own conservation principles to carry on his more microanalytic inquiries. It was easy enough to treat the system as a whole and divide its functioning into a number of macro variables, T, V, C, and S, but it is not easy to see how, for example, T, the total value created by the totality of labor in a year, is distributed across industrial branches. The guide to this assessment must be based on some conservation principles. For example, the totality of profits, interest payments, rents, and taxes should equal S, the total of wages should equal V, and the total investment in productive capital should equal C. Such a value accounting of the capitalist system is achievable, just as the energy account of the Earth is, but there is no Marxian model which has actually accomplished such a feat. It is not clear that there is any such project to investigate the social universe on the agenda at the moment, although an energy account of the Earth is the holy grail of many ecologists and climate scientists. But in either project, the conservation laws are crucial, since they provide a heuristic for hunting down the sources of existing explanatory lacuna. 706. A half-century hiatus, Stalin's ecology versus Stanshinsky's. The question concerning the relation between matter and energy was central to the philosophy of science at the end of the 19th and the early 20th century in Europe. Physicists like Ernest Mach and Albert Einstein were engaged in testing the critique of mechanistic materialism and its proposed substitute, the energetics paradigm, which claimed that all change in the physical world can be explained as the product of energy transformations. The supporters of energetics took the position that the billiard ball-like atomistic model of physical systems that became hegemonic in the sciences in the 18th century was facing a superior, more flexible explanatory model. The wide-ranging debate between energetics and materialists expressed itself in the social sciences and the arts as well, but most importantly for Handbook readers, in Marxism. Central figures in Marxist theory and practice like V.I. Lenin and Alexander Bogdanov participated in a debate whose literature included Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism and Bogdanov's science fiction novel, Red Star. Lenin saw in the energetics movement a science-based reactionary philosophy that was dematerializing and idealizing physics, while Bogdanov's protagonist in his novel is transported to Mars where a form of socialism is in power, but instead of a utopia, he encounters a dystopia reminiscent of the ones depicted in apocalyptic ecological films like Soylent Green produced during this last half-century. With remarkable foresight, Bogdanov describes a world where industries have become so dangerously polluting that many have to be relocated underground. The population is growing so rapidly that food shortages and even famines are predicted within several decades. Natural resources, including radioactive matter that is the main source of energy, are being exhausted. Forests are being destroyed. Along with the conceptual clashes with dogmatic materialists, however, ecologists like Vladimir Vladimirovich Stanshinsky used energetics to lay the foundations of a new method of analysis of biological systems. Biological communities had previously been defined by their floristic composition, by certain structural features, or by certain visual homogeneity. Stanchinsky investigated food webs to identify the boundaries of communities within nature, tracing the transformation of solar energy by vegetation and other autotrophies through myriad biotic pathways until all the accumulated energy potential had been exhausted. This approach had a profound effect on those who were attempting to apply the first law of thermodynamics into the biological realm, and not only in the Soviet Union. Energy and Value 707. The beautiful thermodynamic qua-ecological studies of limnology in the 1940s perfectly illustrated the influence of an energeticist approach to ecology in the USA. Though it gained increased scientific attention and respectability in the late 1920s, the energetics approach to ecology also had to face the growing hostility to its conservation tendencies in the highest power circles in the Soviet Union, including Stalin himself, who was anxious to go ahead with an industrialization program, insisting that the survival of the revolution depended on it. This was Stalin's ecology. He would brook no resistance to this drive from any quarter, including ecological energeticists like Stanchinsky, who opposed the damming of rivers without due care for the ecological effects, the collectivization and uniform mechanization of agriculture, the efforts to acclimatize exotic fauna, and interference in the lifestyles of traditional societies occupying ecologically fragile environments. Stanchinsky and other like-minded intellectuals directly faced Stalin's wrath for openly questioning the industrialization project. Stanchinsky, in particular, was fired from his job, his research station was closed, and he was arrested in 1934, after the typesetting of one of his books, which was about to be published, was destroyed. This campaign led to a hiatus in the conceptual development of ecological energetics in communist Russia for decades, during which a similar hiatus prevailed in the post-World War II USA, where a growth-oriented ideology prevailed until the 1970s. The rebirth of energetics in Marxism and Marxism in energetics, the relation of energy to value. The period 1988-9 can be taken as the end of the hiatus in the development of ecological energetics discourse in the Marxist orbit. There were many reasons and causes for this change. Surely the lifting of the harsh repression of ecological energetics mentioned above was important in freeing the collective tongues of the Russian scientific intelligentsia. After all, the dismantling of the Communist Party's hegemony in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe made it possible to liberate Marxism from its role as a rigid state ideology. Indeed, the tearing down of the Berlin Wall saw the creation of many new forms of Marxism that offered a variety of ways to understand the relation between energy and value, even to the limit point of denying the centrality of value for understanding capitalism. The clearest harbinger of this change in Marxism was James O'Connor's essay The Second Contradiction of Capitalism, and its application to energy commodities. O'Connor somewhat abstractly defines the first contradiction in the following way, is the contradiction between capitalist productive forces and production relations 708. This is the class struggle as traditionally defined, workers against capital. He then defined the point of departure of an ecological Marxist theory of economic crisis and transition to socialism is the contradiction between capitalist production relations and the conditions of capitalist production, or capitalist relations and forces of social reproduction. O'Connor emphasized the tendency of capitalism to destroy its own conditions of production, for example, the family, labor power, and natural resources. They are sources of crisis for capitalism because conditions of production are not produced as commodities. Indeed, he finds the answer to the question why does capital impair its own conditions of existence, by pointing out that the conditions of production like labor power are site-specific. Energy commodities, especially those that are fossil fuel-based, have led to many examples of this second contradiction. After all, fossil fuel commodities are site-specific as well as not having been produced as commodities. The vegetation millions of years dead that constituted an oil field did not dream that it would be burned to power internal combustion engines in the 21st century. Hence, their owners, according to the rule of capital, are legitimate recipients of rents as well as profits. As Foster notes, the oil industry displays a concrete historical example of two second contradictions clashing to create an antinomy. 4. On the one side, peak oil theory predicts a catastrophic scarcity and ever-increasing prices for the most vital energetic fluid of our period. On the other, there is climate change due to the generations of greenhouse gases generated by the combustion of these energy commodities. Separately, peak oil and climate change create a permanent crisis for capitalism, but together they result in a higher contradiction: energy imperialism. Foster concludes his article by connecting peak oil, climate change, and imperialism. The supreme irony of the peak oil crisis, of course, is that the world is rapidly proceeding down the path of climate change from the burning of fossil fuels, threatening within a matter of decades human civilization and life on the planet. Similar points could be made about atomic energy, the failed energy regime alternative of 20th century capitalism. Increasingly there are more Marxist or Marxist-influenced studies of the transition of energy regimes, the impact of energy on the class struggle, and vice versa. Two prime examples are Timothy Mitchell's Carbon Democracy and Andreas Malm's Fossil Capital. The first gives a powerful account of the transition from coal to petroleum, while the second analyses the transition from non-carbon sources of energy to coal. But both Mitchell and Malm provide perspectives that move explanations of energy regime transitions from the realms of technocratic reasons to the terrain of class struggle. Energy and Value 709. Mitchell rejects accounts that emphasized the so-called efficiency brought about by the liquefied character of the fuel. He points out that the superior explanation for the transition was the ever-increasing organizational capacity of workers in the coal industry worldwide, not only to demand increased wages and improved working conditions for themselves, but also to support a program of democratic material rights that would be available to the whole working class. This was possible because of the strategic place of the coal industry in the entire functioning of the capitalist mode of production. When the coal miners went on strike, they precipitated the equivalent of a general strike, since coal had increasingly become essential for all branches of industry, especially in the USA and the UK. This situation threatened the foundation of the coal-based mode of capitalist production. As the power of the miners and other workers in the coal industry increased, so did the power of the working class as a whole. Something had to change for the capitalist class. There needed to be a material deleveraging of the position of the working class if capitalism was to survive. Neither an ideological nor a policy account would be enough to describe the collective power of the miners. Capital's strategy to escape workers' power was the shift to petroleum, which required fewer workers, which made it easier to bribe and slash or terrorize them. Malm's Fossil Capital follows a line of explanation for energy regime transition similar to Mitchell's. In Malm's case, the energy regime transition in question is from non-carbon energy sources, which were the dominant forms of energy up until the 19th century, when they were replaced by coal fueling the steam engine. The problem with the non-carbon-based energy sources was twofold. First, non-carbon-based energy imposed a definite tactical disadvantage to capitalists, since the factories and workplaces could not easily be moved in response to workers' struggle. You cannot simply move waterfalls at will. Second, the rise of steam power made it possible for capitalists to escape the tyranny of the skilled and so unruly cottage weavers via technological means. The coal-fueled steam engine, unlike a waterfall, was site-specific. It could operate separately from its fuel source in the newly created industrial towns in Middle England and southern Scotland. So the production of energy commodities could be delocalized and separated from the production of commodities. Most recently there is a return to grand theoretical syntheses influenced by Marxism and Brent Ryan Bellamy and Jeff Diamante's edited volume Materialism and the Critique of Energy, as well as the proliferation of detailed studies of energy's role in the class struggle. The future holds frightening prospects, but the revival of Marxist energy studies, which are developing new concepts like the Capitalocene, fossil capital, and work/energy, is a portent of a new class politics that will allow us to articulate what really ails us. 710. The year 2016 was the hottest on record. It beat the previous record of 2015, which beat the previous record of 2014. The largest sources of marine biodiversity, the coral reef systems, are witnessing a massive die-off. The Arctic looks to be ice-free during summer by 2040. Projections suggest parts of the Middle East will become uninhabitable due to excessive heat by 2100. These are only a handful of headlines I've seen recently. This is a planetary crisis that requires a massive political response. Yet, to understand how to respond to such a crisis, it is also necessary to offer clear explanations of its causes. Many environmentalist accounts tend to locate climate change as a crisis of humanity in the era of the Anthropocene. Their solution is to reject an industrialist humanity, decarbonize, and transition to local agricultural livelihoods more attuned with nature. Others see it as a problem of technology, a bug in the fossil fuel machinery, electricity nexus that can be tweaked through engineering solutions. Still others view it as a market failure. Carbon emissions are unmonetized externalities that, if properly priced through fees, taxes, or emission trading schemes, can be corrected by the market. In this chapter, I consider different Marxist explanations of and solutions to the climate crisis. First, climate change is ultimately a historical product of the relationship between capitalist social relations, on the one hand, and industrial. 39. Climate change. Matt Huber 712. Machinery and fossil fuels, on the other. Drawing from Marx's work on machinery, we can understand the shift to fossil fuels as constitutive of the shift from the formal to the real subsumption of labor under capital. As fossil fuel-powered machinery extended beyond the hidden abodes of production, a Marxist approach must also explain the increasing centrality of fossil fuels to the reproduction of labor power. This perspective reveals climate change as a crisis rooted in contradictions between the relations and forces of production. Second, various approaches examine the contemporary manifestations of what many call climate capitalism in an age of neoliberalism, or the various ways in which climate solutions have been channeled into markets and profit. Third, Marxist global political economy examines power relations between states in shaping international climate negotiations. Social movements for climate justice call attention to how the global South bears the disproportionate share of negative consequences from climate change, while the global North shares the historic responsibility for emissions. Fourth, I argue Marxists need to move from a framework that blames a fetishized thing called capitalism and towards a classical focus on class as defined as control and ownership of the means of production. The rise of fossil capitalism. Climate change is mainly caused by one thing, the burning of fossil fuels. Thus, if Marxism is a historical, materialist framework, it is critical to understand the historical transition to fossil fuel energy in social terms. First, I will briefly lay out the epochal material transformations made possible by the shift to fossil fuels. Then I will explain the social dynamics of these material relations. There are two critical material elements of the historical shift to fossil fuels. First, it transformed the relationship with human labor. The shift to fossil fuels is at its core a transformation of the productive forces of society from muscle power to automatic machinery. In material terms, this not only expanded the capacities of production but also created fuel needs for those machines. Although water wheels played a pivotal role in early industrial capitalism, coal-powered steam engines provided geographical versatility, allowing production to be concentrated in urban industrial districts. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, Chipala estimates that 80 to 85% of all mechanical energy came from animal and human muscle power, the balance coming from wind and water. Johnson suggests the average American today harnesses the energy equivalent of 89 human bodies working for us day and night. Nikiforuk labels fossil fuels energy slaves in the sense that societies that once relied on the muscle power of actual slaves now harness the power of what I call dead ecologies or buried legacies of plant life. Climate Change 713. Second, it transformed the relationship to land. Coal was not only central to mechanical energy like the steam engine but also necessary for heat energy. On the surface, society's heat needs are simply for the household, heat and warmth, but there is also the massive industrial metabolism of the heat process industries like iron smelting, glass, beer, bricks, etc. Prior to the use of subterranean coal, these heat needs could only be fulfilled through land-intensive reliance upon forests. Coal allowed Britain to relieve land constraints by tapping into what Seferl calls the subterranean forest. As Seferl says, fossil energy liberated humans from their ties to area size. The territorial solar energy principle was broken. Wrigley estimates that 10,000 tons of iron involved the felling of 100,000 acres of woodland. Thus, it is impossible to imagine the modern built environment of concrete, steel, and a host of other materials, without an energy source requiring vast acreage of forests. Seferl estimates that by the 1820s, British coal use would have required the entire territory of the United Kingdom to produce the equivalent amount of wood energy. Marx was aware of this shift and its political implications. In Capital's discussion of relative surplus value, or increases in labor productivity, Marx isolates a key transition between productivity increases based on more complex divisions of labor and increases based on machinery. In the former, even if the capital relation exists, capitalists hiring wage workers, the labor process is ultimately driven by the hands of the workers themselves. In the latter, since the labor process is driven by capitalist-owned machines, capital can wrestle total autocratic control over the labor process. With machinery, capital is not only automaton, but an autocrat. This constitutes what Marx calls the real subsumption of labor, wherein machinery is the real master of living labor. Automatic machinery not only allows capital to set the pace of work but also replace workers when they struggle for better conditions. Marx explains. According to Gaskell, the steam engine was from the very first an antagonist of human power, an antagonist that enabled the capitalists to tread underfoot the growing demands of the workers, which threatened to drive the infant factory system into crisis. It would be possible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working-class revolt. As Malm has recently shown, it is not incidental that fossil-leased coal was a necessary part of this process. Machinery could be driven by water. Yet coal as a mobile commodity allowed capital independence and control over their fuel sources, and, more importantly, allowed location in the towns where a surplus of exploitable laborers existed. 714. This shift consolidated the power of capital over living labor, but it also reshaped power relations in a larger sense. In what Wrigley calls the organic economy powered by sunshine and muscles, social power was achieved through control over two factors, land and bodies/muscles. In particular, landed property was at the center of economic systems of power. Seferl explains. Energy was collected on the surface of land, land was the source of the landlord's revenues, its ownership conferred political power and wealth was always wealth in land. The surest way to increase wealth consisted in increasing the area under possession. In the industrial system, power was increasingly consolidated into the hands of capitalists that controlled machines and other technologies. As Marx understood, landlords increasingly played a parasitical role in capital accumulation, renting out productive land to capitalists and extracting rents from surplus value. It is important from a Marxist perspective to center this process in production and the extraction of surplus value. As Hampton has shown, since the Industrial Revolution, the extraction of relative surplus value is completely tied to fossil fuels and ever-increasing automation. Nevertheless, fossil fuels became increasingly important outside the realm of production. Massive productivity gains required global markets. Thus, fossil-leased production also required fossil-leasing the means of circulation initially in the form of steamships and railways. More importantly, the steam engine itself was highly inefficient and inflexible. In the late 19th century, the Second Industrial Revolution included the electrification of production and the shift towards petroleum in the transportation sector. Overall, as Malm shows, the fossilization of production also entailed the spatial centralization of production in the industrial cities. As Marx predicted, this also provoked large-scale labor organization and struggle against the despotic power of capital. As capitalism went into crisis in the late 1920s, workers rose in revolt to demand more rights for trade unions and a wider commitment by states to social welfare and security. This is obviously a drawn-out and complicated process, but it is worth emphasizing here that as a result of these struggles, fossil fuel became central to the reproduction of labor power for some segments of the working class, the most obvious example being the suburban factory worker with an electrified house and private oil-fired automobile. This clearly increased emissions dramatically, leading to what some have called the great acceleration of anthropogenic effects on the planet after 1945, but, as I have argued elsewhere, there are more important political implications. This process energized the realm of social reproduction in ways that extended the power of automatic machinery to workers. This process in the realm of production represents the real subsumption of labor under capital. In the realm of social reproduction, I call it the real subsumption of life under capital 1, where life itself. Climate change 715 appears as capital. Energizing the working classes through privatized housing and suburbanization led to immense atomization and fragmentation of class solidarity and culture. As Naomi Klein points out, this profound privatization led to a profoundly anti-collective/public political culture precisely at the moment when climate change demanded collective action. Of course, giving workers power was not tolerable to capital. Fossil fuel also makes capital more mobile and able to relocate when worker demands become too strong. In the USA, for example, capital almost immediately fled to the South and Southwest where unions were weaker and taxes were lower. Eventually capital found needed surpluses of super-exploitable labor in the global South and other developing areas. Malm examines how China has become the chimney of the world because of fossil capital's need to seek out cheap labor to attach to heavy fixed capital investments in machinery. In the wake of this commingled history of fossil fuels and capitalism, by the late 1980s scientists and society as a whole began to discover something was terribly wrong. From a Marxist perspective, it is clear there are significant contradictions between the relations and forces of production, on the one hand, and the stability of the global climate system, on the other. Clark and York's biospheric rift explains how capital accumulation necessarily produces emissions the atmosphere cannot absorb. James O'Connor's second contradiction of capitalism explains how private capital tends to undermine/destroy the conditions of production. Certainly, the climate system represents one of the most important conditions for all life on Earth. It is important, however, to be precise on the social relations of fossil fuel and capital-labor relations. For capital, fossil fuel and machinery represent the key to relative surplus value. For labor, fossil fuels have become central to daily life and social reproduction for some sectors of the working class. Thus, fossil fuels have become central to the social reproduction of capitalists and wage workers. This obdurate centrality represents a major contradiction with the climate system as a whole. Put simply, this contradiction is between life and death. It means that the substance of fossil fuels is at once viewed as essential to life while it ensures increasing levels of death for human and non-human life all over the planet. Neoliberalism and climate capitalism. Any contemporary Marxist analysis must proceed from the context of a nearly 5-decade assault by capital on the working class. This assault has been remarkably successful, profits were revived by the 1980s and working class power has been significantly weakened through deunionization, globalization, and ever-increasing automation. It is in this context 716 that we can understand the fledgling and mostly ineffective attempts at solving the climate crisis. We label this era neoliberalism, but Harvey more descriptively calls it an era marked by the restoration of class power. Several scholars have attempted to understand the relationship between market-based climate policies and capitalism as a whole. First, neoliberal ideology constructed government intervention and regulation as bureaucratic top-down or command and control burdens on freedom, including much of the legacy of environmental regulation that emerged in the early 1970s. Thus, it became common sense among even the most liberal policy technocrats that the right policies would channel the price mechanism, private choices, and the profit motive to solve pollution-related problems like climate change. Again, as Naomi Klein points out, it is a serious case of bad timing when climate solutions require full-scale regulation and control of fossil fuel capital and public investment, yet the political climate only imagines austerity and according the utmost freedom and flexibility to private enterprise. A particularly pernicious stance rooted in the social cost theory of Arthur Pigou claimed that pollution like carbon emissions were costs externalized onto society by private actors. Thus, policymakers could design tools to internalize these costs or externalities into the price mechanism so that private actors could adjust accordingly. From this perspective, climate change was simply one big market failure that could be corrected by getting the prices right. Al Gore explained this logic at perhaps the peak of neoliberal hegemony. Ways to put a price on the environmental consequences of our choices, a price that would be reflected in the marketplace. For example, if we were to tax the pollution dumped by factories into the air and water, we would get less of it. And we might well notice a sudden increase in the amount of interest companies show in improving the efficiency of their processes in order to reduce the pollution they cause. The obvious solution is to tax carbon, but neoliberals found an even more convoluted system of emissions trading or cap and trade. From a working class perspective, these proposals are perplexing. At a time of increasing inequality and economic insecurity, they ultimately focus on raising the cost of energy. Of course, most of the advocates of these kinds of policies come from a professional class of academics, policy wonks, and others whose politics and outlook focuses on their own concerns with middle-class overconsumption and excess. It is no surprise that the right wing is able to construct such policies as an attack against the interests of poor and working-class people. The CEO of Chevron put it bluntly, "I've never had a customer come to me and ask to pay a higher price for oil, gas, or other products." Even the fossil fuel magnate. Climate Change 717. Charles Cook offers a critique of climate policy supposedly on behalf of the poor. "I'm very concerned because the poorest Americans use 3 times the energy as the percentage of their income as the average American does. This is going to disproportionately hurt the poor." Unfortunately, the right can frame these climate solutions as a government conspiracy to tax hard-working and already economically insecure populations. As I will explain below, a Marxist approach to climate politics and class would offer radically different solutions to the crisis. The neoliberal policy consensus that climate change could be solved via market mechanisms led to the creation of actual markets for carbon. This not only led to financial speculation on the price of carbon and the UN Clean Development Mechanism, but also a complicated politics around offsets where money can be made from projects that claim to reduce carbon in the atmosphere. These offset programs include everything from forest plantations, wind farms, and even heavy industrial manufacturing. Notoriously, manufacturers of harmful fluorochemical cooling gases produced more of the destructive coolant gas in order to claim more waste gas emissions were destroyed. Unsurprisingly, the buyers of these carbon offsets often come from the rich global north and the producers often exist in the global south. Reproducing what some call carbon colonialism, there are numerous terrible examples of violent dispossession of local peasant or indigenous communities to make way for offset projects. Despite the fact these carbon market programs produce dubious progress in actually lowering emissions, policy enthusiasm for them continues unabated. In the USA, the state of California has embarked on an ambitious cap-and-trade scheme and, the world's largest emitter, China, plans to launch its own cap-and-trade system within the next few years. How do Marxists make sense of these policies? Many argue carbon markets represent the commodification of previously uncommodified biophysical systems, the atmosphere itself, and the carbon sequestering properties of trees and other ecosystems. Feli, in perhaps the most rigorous analysis, argues these markets are not commodities at all. If we take a Marxist approach to commodities being produced by value-creating labor, but rents made possible by state-created policies that make such payments for carbon possible. Other critics also point out how private capital is making immense profits on both climate mitigation and adaptation schemes. Neoliberalism is not just a matter of policy frameworks. It also shapes deeply entrenched political ideologies, most importantly the ideology that social change is most likely through the market via the choices of individual consumers. This represents what environmental historian Ted Steinberg calls green liberalism. Consumers believe they are solving climate change by buying hybrid 718 cars, efficient light bulbs, or even individual carbon offsets from private sellers like Carbon Fund. Meanwhile, the bulk of emissions come from the hidden abodes of private production in sectors like steel, cement, chemical, and other facilities out of sight from consumer actions. Indeed, the entire narrative of carbon footprints reproduces a highly neoliberal ideology of individual responsibility. Individual consumers are not only responsible for the emission coming out of their tailpipes and chimneys but also embodied in the products they purchase. In other words, consumers are responsible for driving production. If I drive a car, are the emissions my responsibility? Or the auto and oil corporations who sold me the commodities for profit? In reality, any given emission is not owned by any individual, it is the product of a web of social relations that can be traced back to profit and accumulation. Overall, neoliberal ideology creates a highly constricted vision of what is possible in view of addressing climate change. The only admissible changes are within the market construed as a decentralized field of atomist buyers and sellers. As Marx pointed out in relation to his analysis of surplus value, direct controls or changes to the hidden abode of production remain out of bounds when discussing climate policy. Yet, the relations and forces of production are not only at the center of Marxist class analysis but also most determining when it comes to emissions. However, before we get to class, it is important to tackle another thorny issue in global climate politics, its international nature. Global political economy and climate change. The atmosphere and the climate system represent a global commons. Every species on Earth shares in its global stability, and even if all greenhouse gases were coming from a single local spot on the planet, the entire global population would have to face the consequences. While emissions take place within nation-states, the climate system absorbs them regardless of borders. Therefore, as many commentators have pointed out, global climate change is a collective action problem where sovereign nation-states need to cooperate on solutions. Marxists of various stripes have attempted to analyze international climate negotiations from a radical perspective. Roberts and Parks explain how the inequalities of power shaping climate negotiations mirror global political and economic inequality, contributing to a wider anti-capitalist politics centered around climate justice. Siplet et al. Take a Gramscian approach to analyze how fossil fuel capital and hegemonic nations construct common-sense forms of inaction through legalistic foot-dragging and other forms of obstruction. The USA, the world's worst emitter historically speaking, is notorious for its long-standing refusal to cooperate with international treaties, dropping